Vhumad God Chapter 11:28 to Chapter 12:11. F***ck, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. To think that this guy was actually trying to get his hands on him. No way. Lin Xian rejected him decisively. Kid, you won't be able to use this for the time being. Why don't you give it to me? It's very useful to me. Moreover, if my cultivation level increases, it'll be of great help to you. If you really can't do it, I'll teach you a few more special inscription formations. You said it. Lin Xian smiled. He had long been interested in the formations in Rizalong's hands. However, Rizalong had only taught him some ordinary formations over the past few days. For ancient formations like space teleportation, this guy refused to teach him. However, it seemed that this guy was willing to do anything for the sake of the upper spiritual stones. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked. Of course. The Crimson Dragon patted his chest and said. After receiving Rizalong's affirmation, Lin Xian handed over the upper spiritual stones in his hand. When Ruffian Dragon saw this, he grabbed it and put it into his mouth. Then, he gobbled it up like he was eating candy. Haha, this feels great. Ruffian Long's face was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly. Let's go, let's take a few more pieces. Seeing the Crimson Dragon so excited, Lin Xian was speechless. Do you think this is cabbage? Take a few more pieces? This is one less piece to eat. At this moment, Zhao Shui appeared beside Lin Xian in a flash. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. This time, they had gained a lot. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many treasures. The gains from this trip were comparable to decades or even centuries of hard work in the outside world. It could be said that the biggest winners so far were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn kid, don't let me catch you. Seeing that his subordinates did not get much good stuff, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares roared in anger. However, he did not pursue Lin Xian. Firstly, he had seen Lin Xian's strength. Unless he went all out in a battle of life and death, he would not be able to take him down easily. Moreover, he was now close to the Golden Hand Bone. The things here were the best, far surpassing those in the periphery. As long as they could snatch more things from this place, they could make up for their losses. Damn it, that brat is too hateful. Once I'm free, I'll definitely not let him off. The pink woman's expression was also cold. I'm guessing that the reason why he's so powerful is because he has grasped some sort of secret technique that allows him to increase his battle prowess for a short period of time. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, it would be impossible for him to contend against us. However, this kind of secret technique has a limit or a huge price to pay. It can't be used for long. As long as we deal with him patiently, I don't believe that this kid will be able to unleash the power of the venerable Car forever. When his combat power drops, I'll make him wish he was dead. The pink woman was emitting a murderous aura. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of Battle said in a deep voice, we'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to snatch the things around the Golden Hand Bone. No matter how strong Morong Qingqing is, it's impossible for him to take everything for himself. Besides, the Shin family is also trying to get a share of the loot. We're still the strongest if we work together. You want the treasures? It's not that easy. Morong Qingqing harumphed coldly. He activated the imperial seal in his hand and unleashed a stunning phoenix, which charged downward with a boundless sea of flames. The attack caused the ground to tremble. Many treasures were even knocked flying in all directions. Damn it! The middle-aged man and the pink woman cursed when they saw this. Initially, these treasures were gathered together, so they could easily obtain them if they worked together. However, now that the treasures were knocked flying, the two of them were forced to split up and fight for the treasures on their own. This greatly weakened the strength of their team. How could he not be enraged when he realized that the advantage he had was now completely gone? Although the two of them were furious, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and overjoyed. Originally, they didn't have a chance in front of a 7th-level venerable. However, it was different now. These treasures were actually knocked flying and scattered in all directions. This gave them a chance to snatch them. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Therefore, these people didn't even think about it and all charged forward. For a time, the scene was extremely chaotic. However, although the treasures were good, they weren't so easy to obtain. For example, although the fragment of the Earth-rank treasure was broken, the aura of the Earth-rank treasure still remained on it. The aura was extremely powerful. Ordinary venerables couldn't withstand it at all. And the golden hand bone was even more terrifying. There was no flesh and blood, only a few bones left. However, the pressure emitted from it was extremely terrifying. It even carried a trace of a king's pressure, causing the scalps of the 7th-level venerables to go numb. In fact, one of the 6th-level venerables rashly advanced, which caused the golden hand bone to resist. Immediately, a powerful pressure surged out and turned the 6th-level venerables into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped and felt their scalps go numb. They knew that this golden hand bone was definitely something left behind by a king. Moreover, it didn't look like an ordinary king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to exist for so long and still have such a terrifying aura. It's been dead for so long, but it still has such a strong attack power. It's probably a king who specializes in the metal element. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. Then, he said to the group behind him, "Be careful and don't get too close. This kind of person is extremely powerful and terrifying." What? Single element? Metal element? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, realization dawned on them. No wonder it was still so powerful after being dead for so long. Just its aura alone could crush a 6th-level venerables. It turned out that it was an ancient cultivator who specialized in the metal element. There were many elemental attributes in the world, but the metal element was undoubtedly the most powerful one. Moreover, ancient martial artists specialized in cultivating a single attribute, which was different from the present. Very few of them specialized in a single element now because they didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique. Even if they did, the level of those cultivation techniques wasn't high enough. Therefore, if they specialized in a single element, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to compete with other martial artists in terms of combat power. Therefore, most of the current martial artists cultivated multiple elements together. However, facing the golden hand bone now, no one dared to be careless. Specialized in the metal element? Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard these words. I don't have the metal element yet. If I can comprehend it, my attack power will increase again. Lin Xian stared at the golden hand bone with a burning gaze. He had already decided that he had to get it no matter what. At this moment, the treasures around the golden hand were sent flying. The surrounding martial artists screamed and the scene was extremely chaotic. This gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Zhao Shui was the first to act. With the virtual sky eye above her head, she snatched the treasures around the golden hand. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. Damn it, how dare she come again? Seeing Zhao Shui, the middle-aged man and the girl in pink from the God of War Palace were enraged. They did not expect that she would dare to appear in front of them again. Humph, stop her. Don't let her succeed. The middle-aged man roared, also, pay attention to that kid. He must be nearby. The girl in pink also nodded and said with a sinister smile, don't worry, we won't be fooled again. Soon, one of them stopped Zhao Shui, while the other looked around cautiously. This was because in their opinion, Lin Xian definitely wanted Zhao Shui to attract attention while the other person stealthily snatched the treasures. However, this was useless against them. Indeed, in the next moment, a spiritual fruit nearby flickered and was about to disappear. Humph, still want to steal? We have completely seen through you. The middle-aged man snorted and reached out his hand to grab something in front of him. The middle-aged man sneered. He reached out a huge hand and covered the spiritual fruit, cutting off the strange space-stealing power. Humph, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. The middle-aged man looked as if he had seen through everything. When the surrounding 7th-level supremacies saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, they went all out to snatch the spiritual fruits and Earth-class treasures fragments. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden hand. Then, a huge black shadow appeared and covered the golden skeletal hand. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It's that kid, hurry up and stop him. The girl in pink roared. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He used Zhao Shui and the little white monkey to attract everyone's attention while he went to the golden hand. It had to be said that the golden hand bone was too terrifying. Even in this state, the pressure it emitted was still very terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt a great pressure from it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was able to resist this pressure. Moreover, he activated the red lotus armor in an instant to resist the powerful force. In the next moment, he summoned 10,000 beast ding and charged towards the golden skeletal hand. Rumble, the 10,000 beast ding unleashed its might and sucked in the golden hand bone. What? The golden hand bone was taken away? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Especially those 7th level venerables, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The reason why they didn't immediately make a move on the golden hand bone was because they knew that the golden hand bone was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to obtain it using ordinary methods. Therefore, they decided to first collect all the treasures around the golden hand bone before studying it. However, they didn't expect that the golden hand bone, which they thought was a difficult problem, would be easily taken away by someone else. Moreover, the person who did this was a 5th level venerable realm kid. They couldn't accept this at all. Quick, stop him. We can't let him escape. Everyone went crazy when they saw that Lin Xian was about to leave. They all abandoned the treasures around them and began to surround Lin Xian. Kid, how dare you snatch the golden hand bone? Die. Humph, you're too greedy. Leave the treasure behind. In an instant, other than Morong Qingqing, the other 7th level venerables all attacked Lin Xian in an attempt to snatch the golden hand bone. However, Lin Xian smiled strangely. In the next moment, he threw the 10,000 beast ding in his hand. Immediately, the 10,000 life cauldron turned into a black bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky. You're courting death. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. They didn't expect Lin Xian to throw away such a precious thing. Kid, I'll kill you. All the 7th level venerables were furious because the golden hand bone was the most precious thing in the ancient cave abode. Now that it had been lost, how could they not go crazy? However, the instigator of all this was this detestable kid in front of them. Therefore, in the next moment, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Die. In an instant, countless terrifying energy blasted towards Lin Xian, completely drowning the space. The energy was too terrifying. The combined attack of several 7th level venerables was definitely incomparably powerful. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he probably couldn't escape at all. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators all laughed sinisterly because they knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. The Morong family's expression changed. No matter what, Lin Xian had helped them, especially Morong Qingqing. Her expression changed, and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, a voice reached her ears. Don't attack, that's just a clone. I'll leave first. Hearing this voice, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the voice came from Lin Xian. In the next moment, the energy in front of them exploded, drowning everything. At the same time, in another direction, a figure appeared. Like a sharp sword, he instantly appeared in the sky and recalled the 10,000 beast ding. Then, with a long roar, he flew out of the cave abode. Zhao Shua's body swayed, and she followed closely behind. What? That's Lin Xian? How is that possible? Oh no, that kid isn't dead. Oh no, we've been tricked. That wasn't his real body just now. It's very likely a clone. Damn that kid, he's too cunning. Hurry up and chase, we can't let him take the golden hand bone away. In an instant, everyone panicked and shouted in anger. Countless cultivators moved and chased forward. In particular, the 7th level venerables' faces were terrifyingly dark. They didn't expect that they would be fooled by a kid and lose their precious treasures in the end. Indeed, the one that was surrounded by the energy wasn't Lin Xian's real body, but a blood shadow clone. All of this was planned by Lin Xian. Step by step, he deceived the 7th level venerables and completed the final snatch. It could be said that the blood shadow clone secret technique played an extremely crucial role in this process. Zhao Shue's harvest was also huge. Just now, she had collected many superior-grade spirit stones and an earth-grade treasure fragment. It could be said that she had collected a small portion of the treasures near the golden hand bone. She and Lin Xian had become the biggest beneficiaries of this battle. Therefore, now that the two of them had succeeded, they retreated and flew out of the cave. Damn it, we can't let him escape. Everyone was enraged, especially the 7th level venerables. They didn't expect that they would be fooled by a kid in the end. This was intolerable. In an instant, 2 7th level venerables and countless 6th level venerables chased after Lin Xian. Not only that, the surrounding warriors were also staring at Lin Xian fervently. They had no choice. The golden arm bone was too important. Its value was above all the other treasures. Not only that, Zhao Shui was with Lin Xian. She had also obtained many treasures. If they could capture the two of them, it would be more valuable than other treasures. Therefore, few people were chasing after Lin Xian. Faced with so many people chasing after him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not attack, but increased his speed again. He executed the illusory demon steps to the extreme. Not only that, the wind and thunder wings flashed behind his back, rapidly releasing the power of wind and thunder. Moreover, the Ice Lotus Martial Soul appeared under his feet, releasing a powerful icy power that froze the surroundings. As he increased his speed, he decreased the speed of his enemies. In this way, Lin Xian's speed reached an extreme, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. D****, he disappeared. F***ck, so close, so close. Someone shouted angrily. Their attacks had all missed, and even the 7th level honorables had only hit an afterimage. It could not be helped. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Even the 7th level honorables might not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, there was also the influence of the power of frost in the middle. Although the Morong family members did not chase after him, they were also shocked. They had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to snatch the golden arm bone. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian could still leave calmly and avoid the attacks of so many warriors. This was beyond their expectations. This scene shocked countless warriors of the Morong family. In fact, many of the older members of the Morong family were thinking quickly. This was because they realized that they knew too little about Lin Xian. Taking the scene before them as an example, the other party's actions were completely out of their expectations. Looks like we have to inform the family to reevaluate him. Yes, I think we have underestimated him in the past. Forget it. These things are not up to us to decide. We only need to report what we saw to the family. The few masters glanced at Morong Qingqing, then sighed slightly. At this moment, Morong Qingqing quickly gave the order to collect the remaining treasures. For a moment, the entire scene became even more chaotic. Those who were unable to capture Lin Xian returned to participate in the treasure hunt. There were still some who were unwilling to give up and continued to chase after him. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly flashed out of the cave abode and flew outside. This time, their harvest was simply too great. This was especially true for Lin Xian. Not only had he obtained many natural treasures, but he had also obtained the most important golden hand bone. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before his strength would increase greatly again. At the side, Zhao Shui was also very satisfied. She had obtained a lot of treasures, more than the sum of all the treasures she had obtained previously. However, the two of them also knew that although the speed of seizing treasures was fast, they would also become the target of everyone, just like now. However, if they were given another chance to choose, they would not hesitate to do the same. This was because compared to the natural treasures in their hands, this pursuit was nothing. However, just as they were about to leave the cave abode, they encountered a little trouble. This was because at this moment, at the exit of the cave, there was a group of people waiting for them. This group of people was made up of some warriors from the Divine Bird Palace and the Shen family. They had received orders from inside the cave to prepare to intercept Lin Xian here. "Boy, stay here. Hand over the treasure and I will spare your life." A series of cold shouts were heard. These people all pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Lin Xian. "Elder, it's them. They stole my earth crystal." Among them, a middle-aged warrior from the Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. He stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were stunned. They did not expect that there would be people waiting here. What was worse was that not only these people, there were countless warriors gathering here from afar. They thought that the major forces must have used a secret method to inform the other warriors to come and help. Humph, boy, you're dead. Hand over the treasure quickly, or you'll end up badly. Countless voices were heard. At this moment, a ferocious voice came from behind. Run? Let's see where you can run to. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares also caught up. What should we do now? Should we kill them all? Zhao Shui asked in a low voice, her eyes cold. Don't fight them head-on. I have a way to beat them back, Lin Xian said quickly. In the next moment, they were surrounded by countless forces at the entrance of the cave. Humph, boy, run. Why aren't you running? A group of warriors sneered. Why waste time talking to him? Cut him into pieces and let him know the consequences of provoking the Divine Bird Palace. Cut him into pieces? That's too easy for him. We must pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Let him know that the Palace of Ares is not to be trifled with. How dare he offend the 8 great families? He's dead. Angry shouts were heard. These people looked at Lin Xian coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Surrounded by so many people, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to escape. After all, none of them were weaklings. Looking at their ferocious faces, Lin Xian sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. It's not that easy to take my life. Humph, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Who do you think you are? You still want to escape? What a joke. You think too highly of yourself. We have 4 7th-level honorables here. How can you escape? Everyone sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was struggling before his death. However, Lin Xian sneered. Today, I'll open your eyes and show you how I'm going to leave. He pulled Zhao Shui to his side and took out the 10,000 beast ding. 0, let's begin. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the 10,000 beast ding. I can help you. However, I want to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Zero's cold voice rang in Lin Xian's mind. Okay. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. In the next moment, he took out the 10,000 beast ding. The 10,000 beast ding shone brightly. The rare beasts on it seemed to have come alive and let out deep roars. Then, the golden hand bone was released and floated above the 10,000 beast ding. Golden hand bone. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited and stared at the sky without blinking. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Leave the golden hand bone and we'll let you die in one piece. The group looked at Lin Xian and sneered. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the golden bone. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was scared and wanted to hand over the treasure to save his life. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he threw a punch at the golden bone in the air. What? No. Damn it, let's go. In an instant, all sorts of exclamations were heard. Most people did not understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. In fact, some people were even worried that the golden bone would be shattered. However, those 7th-level supremacies, especially those who had personally witnessed the power of the golden bone, were all horrified. They fled into the distance like stray dogs. This was because they had personally witnessed the power of the golden bone. Even 7th-level supremacies could not take it head-on. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's fist landed on the golden bone. Immediately, the golden bone trembled. Then, rays of golden light shot out from the golden bone like sword chi and slashed in all directions. Moreover, a huge sword chi slashed towards Lin Xian. However, it was neutralized by the 10,000 beast ding. At this moment, the 10,000 beast ding released tens of thousands of rays of black light to protect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, the others were not so lucky. A ray of golden light struck the crowd. Instantly, a bloody mist spread out and countless people screamed. This was because none of the martial artists who were hit survived. In an instant, all sorts of screams were heard. Everyone's scalps went numb and they scattered. Now, they finally understood why those 7th-level supremacies had fled in advance. It was because the golden bone was too terrifying. No one could block the golden light that it emitted. In fact, one of the 7th-level supremacies who had never entered the cave did not understand what was going on. Therefore, he left a little later. In the end, he was hit by a ray of golden light. A terrifying crack appeared on his body and his body was almost split in half. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned into a gust of wind and fled, not daring to return. The people who were originally extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian were now extremely miserable and were screaming in pain. This scene was too terrifying. It was completely beyond their expectations. They never thought that Lin Xian would take up the golden hand bone as a weapon at this time. Was he not afraid of being killed by the energy of the golden hand bone? In their panic, a few supreme experts turned around and saw Lin Xian standing unscathed below the golden hand bone. They immediately spat out blood in anger. They simply could not understand how the other party was able to do this. Lin Xian did not waste any time when he saw the venerables running away. He activated the 1,000-beast cauldron again and put away the golden hand bone. Then, he ran into the distance with Zhao Shui. A life-or-death chase had ended just like that. No one dared to believe it. Only after Lin Xian left did the venerable ones stop running. One by one, they landed on the ground with ugly expressions. Their king Lin Xian's fleeing figure couldn't help but tremble. Aggrieved, this was really too aggrieved. One had to know that this time, there were 2 people from the House of Kings. There were also 6th-rank sects of various sizes and many aristocratic families. When this group of people gathered together, they could wipe out an entire area. However, they were unable to capture a brat at the 5th heaven of the exalted realm. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, who are those 2 thieves? How could they be so strange? How could they not be affected by the golden handbone? I don't know who that woman is. Her background is very mysterious. However, I know that young man. He is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? He is Lin Xian? Who is Lin Xian? For a moment, some people were shocked, some exclaimed, and some did not understand. However, soon, everyone had a better understanding of Lin Xian's deeds. Then, their faces darkened. Now, they knew that he was only a disciple of Senma College. However, such a person had made a fool out of everyone present. They could not tolerate such humiliation. Damn it, don't let me see that kid again. Otherwise, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The group of people gritted their teeth. At this moment, there were still many people rushing over from the cave. They were all here to hunt down Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian leave, they were shocked and could not believe it. The battle in the cave was almost over. Most of the treasures were obtained by the Murong family, and the rest were divided by the House of Kings, the Palace of Gods of War and the Shen family. The remaining 6th-rank sects could only drink the soup. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up and targeted Lin Xian. That was because the golden collarbone in Lin Xian's hand was the most precious. Moreover, the 2 of them had a lot of other treasures, even more than the Shen family and the Palace of Gods of War. This was unacceptable to the 2 House of Kings. The 2 of them were very strange. If they wanted to hunt them down, they needed to come up with a detailed plan. The group of people gathered together and started to discuss how to get the golden collarbone. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area and came to a forest. They carefully checked their surroundings and stopped when they found that there was no danger. Then, they heaved a huge sigh of relief. Their tense nerves also relaxed at this moment. That was too dangerous and exciting. If it were not for the golden collarbone, they would have been in danger. With so many people surrounding them, even if they could escape, they would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. They would not have been safe and sound like they were now. However, in this huge risk, they had also gained a lot. Let's not hurry on. Let's rest here for a while and lie low for a while. After some discussion, the 2 of them decided to stay here for a while. Then, Lin Xian used his long sword to open up 2 caves and let the Crimson Dragon set up a formation. After entering the cave, the two of them began to organize their gains. Zhao Shui had snatched more than 10 high-grade spirit stones, an earth-tier treasure fragment, and some other treasures. She threw all the high-grade spirit stones to the void sky eye. At this moment, the virtual eye was more solid than before. It was like a real eye, shining with a strange light. At the same time, Zhao Shui had been constantly letting the virtual eye absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball. It could be said that her strength was rapidly increasing at every moment. Fortunately, she had a jade bodhi on her that could suppress the evil energy, so she would not be affected by the evil energy in the Dragon Ball. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly organizing his storage ring. He did not get as many high-grade spirit stones as Zhao Shui. Most of them were given to the Crimson Dragon and he only kept 2 or 3 for himself. However, he had obtained an extremely precious golden collarbone. It was a right hand, and it contained a powerful energy, as well as a terrifying metal-type aura. If Lin Xian could absorb and comprehend the metal attribute in it, his strength would definitely increase again. Apart from that, he also found something else on the golden hand bone. There was a white ring on the index finger of the golden hand bone. It was made of the same material as the bone, so it was impossible to find it without looking carefully. However, it was only after Lin Xian examined it that he was able to see the ring. Could it be a storage ring? At the thought of this, Lin Xian's heart burned with excitement. If it was really a storage ring, he would be rich. The owner of the hand bone was at least a challenger. In the next moment, he impatiently probed it with his soul power. But then, his expression became a little strange. It was indeed a storage ring, and it was of a very high grade. The space inside was dozens of times larger than his current storage ring, but to his disappointment, there was nothing in the spatial storage ring. Forget it, it was good to have a high-grade storage ring. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put the white bone ring on his finger. Eh? There's something else? When he flipped the golden hand bone, he found that there was something else in the palm of the hand bone. Lin Xian was wearing the crimson lotus armor. It took him a lot of effort to turn the golden hand bone around. He found a round pendant in the palm of the hand bone. It was sucked into the hand bone, so no one noticed it. There's something good? It's mine. The Crimson Dragon saw it and suddenly had an idea. Okay, it's yours. Lin Xian shrugged. But if you want it, take it yourself. Take it yourself. The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully. You underestimate Ben Huang. Then, the Crimson Dragon began to try. The little white monkey yawned. It was not interested in the golden hand bone. However, when Lin Xian gave it a few ancient spiritual fruits, the little guy squinted its big eyes and looked very happy. Then, the little guy hugged the ancient spiritual fruits and began to eat happily. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon kept screaming. It was hit by the light from the golden hand bone and was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was startled. However, when he saw that there were no injuries on Ruffian Dragon's body, he heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, don't worry. Although this thing is powerful, it can't hurt me. The Crimson Dragon bared its teeth. Then, its eyes shone. It waved its dragon claws and began to carve a very strange formation. The Crimson Dragon's claws danced and quickly formed a very mysterious formation that covered the golden hand bone. In the next moment, the mysterious formation flickered and gradually separated the pendant from the golden hand bone. It was very slow, but it was indeed very slow. In the end, the dark red divine dragon separated the jade pendant. When it held the jade pendant, it grinned from ear to ear. What's the use of this thing? Lin Xian asked curiously after seeing how excited the dark red dragon was. I don't know. The Crimson Dragon's answer was very simple. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So excited when you don't know? This guy is really optimistic. Hey, who cares what it is? Why don't you try it? After saying that, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and injected a trace of spiritual energy into the jade pendant. Soon, the pendant emitted a hazy light. Then, like a small vortex, it quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, making the surrounding spiritual energy much richer. Absorbing spiritual energy. It turns out that it's a magic treasure that aids cultivation. Looking at the absorption speed, it's even more powerful than Senma College's advanced spirit gathering formation. Great, this thing is just right for me. It can speed up my recovery. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. Its current state was very special. Because its realm had fallen, there was no bottleneck at all in its cultivation. It only needed to absorb a lot of spiritual energy. And now, this jade pendant happened to help it. Happily wearing the jade pendant around its neck, the Crimson Dragon was very satisfied. At this time, Zero's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. According to the previous agreement, I need to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Okay. Although Lin Xian was reluctant, he still nodded. Then, the 10,000 beast ding trembled and released a force, quickly absorbing the energy in the golden hand bone. When the 10,000 beast ding finished absorbing the energy, its body emitted a black light. The various rare beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come alive. The light of the golden hand bone did indeed dim a little. Even the pressure was much weaker, and it was no longer as aggressive. Damn, it actually needs 30% of its power to help. This guy is really evil. Seeing the changes in the golden hand bone, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. If he absorbed it, how much would his strength increase? However, when he thought about how this was the result of saving his life, Lin Xian felt relieved. Then, Lin Xian put all the things he had sorted into the white bone ring and moved all the things in the original storage ring into it. Then, he stared at the golden hand bone and began to cultivate. The golden hand bone flickered with golden light and emitted a wave of pure metal elemental energy. This wave of energy was very sharp, like a sword, sweeping in all directions. Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, which had a strong defense, and could resist the power of the golden hand bone for a long time. Otherwise, even a 7th level supremacy would not be as relaxed as he was. This metal elemental energy was somewhat similar to his great dragon sword soul, so Lin Xian could comprehend it easily. After some comprehension, he quickly mastered the metal elemental energy. Moreover, this familiar energy grew rapidly. Not only that, but his understanding of the great dragon sword soul's application also deepened. Although his cultivation did not increase, Lin Xian knew that his combat strength had indeed increased. Then, Lin Xian took out the water spirit pearl and comprehended the water elemental energy inside. The 5 elements in the basic attributes were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Xian had already comprehended the fire, water, and metal elements. He was still lacking the earth and wood elements. Although he had not comprehended the last 2 elements, he had an innate foundation. For example, the art of longevity that he cultivated had the characteristic of endless growth, which was very similar to the wood element. As for the earth element, it had a similar effect as Lin Xian's red lotus armor. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before he comprehended these 2 elements. According to the Crimson Dragon, comprehending the basic elements of the 5 elements would be extremely beneficial for him to enter the king stage and build his own domain. After 2 days of cultivation, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Now, his combat strength had increased again. Even if he encountered a 7th level supremacy, he could deal with it without using the bloodthirsty frenzy. This was undoubtedly good news for him. That was because the remote sky secret realm was filled with danger. Furthermore, there was a terrifying heavenly netherbird eyeing it. If he wanted to obtain more wealth, he had to have enough strength. After the Crimson Dragon ate a few superior-grade spirit stones, his cultivation recovered rapidly. In addition to the jade pendant he had just obtained, his cultivation had now reached the 5th heaven of the honorable realm. Together with the mysterious formation, it should not be a problem to trap a 7th heaven honorable. On the other side, Zhao Shui also opened her eyes. Her face was filled with joy, and the virtual sky eye behind her became more solid. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he sensed this aura. It seemed that Zhao Shui's strength had also increased. She was probably one of the stronger 7th heaven honorables now. At that moment, the Crimson Dragon frowned. Oh no, someone seems to have discovered the formation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's hearts skipped a beat when they heard the Crimson Dragon's warning. In the next moment, the formation around them suddenly trembled violently as if it would break apart at any moment. Boom, the formation did not last for long before it suddenly broke apart. A shocking sword radiance cut the entire formation into two like a rainbow and quickly enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Boom, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui both frowned and quickly dodged. However, the shocking sword radiance quickly slashed down and cut the entire mountain into two. Humph, you two thieves, you're quite good at hiding. But so what? Didn't I still find him? As he spoke, an elder had already arrived nearby. He was a seventh heaven honorable. He held a jade-green long sword and had a terrifying aura. There were countless martial artists behind him, all of whom were sixth heaven honorables. Stop them. Set up the 7-star sword formation. The elder shouted coldly. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. His body flashed as he and Zhao Shui quickly charged forward. Zhao Shui waved her palm while Lin Xian threw out a sword aura. Then, the two of them left without looking back. Thieves, where do you think you're going? The elder roared angrily and was about to give chase when he was blocked by the light palm and sword chi. He roared and swung his long saber to meet the incoming attack. However, he was sent flying by the two forces and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Elder is injured? The martial artists who were in the middle of setting up the array formation were all stunned. They never thought that in just a single exchange, their own elder would be injured. Elder, are you all right? A group of people surrounded him. The old man stood up and quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, the strength of these two little thieves has increased again. How is this possible? A few days ago, he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure him so easily. When the nearby cultivators heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Originally, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were already very terrifying. Now that their strength had increased again, how terrifying would they be, they did not dare to imagine. Other than the 7th level venerables that they had encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had encountered a few more groups of people. Now, they could be sure that this was a premeditated encirclement against them. Their goal was to capture them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui discussed. The two of them did not go on a killing spree. Instead, they began to plan their escape route. After all, the other party had too many people. If they were caught in a chaotic battle and surrounded by a few 7th level venerables, the situation would be dangerous. Lin Xian did not want to let the 10,000 beast sting attack again. After all, the price to pay was very high. Therefore, the two of them quickly escaped. Lin Xian had powerful soul power and could sense the enemy in advance. Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye was even more useful. In the sky, a huge eye appeared and stood above the clouds. It looked down and grasped the situation within 1,000 miles. The hidden cultivators in the surroundings were all seen by the virtual sky eye. None of them escaped. This made it easier for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to escape. With the virtual sky eye's guidance, the two of them quickly turned and shuttled through the forest, narrowly avoiding the groups of people. Damn it, how is this possible? Everyone failed to catch anything. They gathered together and were extremely angry. Could it be that the news was leaked? That can't be. This is a plan that we came up with at the last minute. It's very likely that the kid's soul power is too strong and can foresee danger in advance. But no matter how strong his soul power is, it's impossible to avoid everyone. This is too strange. The expressions of the older generation people were very ugly. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of War said in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see. My senior brother has also come this time. He has already chased after them. I think he should be able to stop those two." Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. To be called senior brother by this middle-aged man, one could imagine that the other party was definitely a 7th level venerables. Moreover, looking at this middle-aged man's expression, his senior brother was probably even stronger. In front of them was a dense forest. Two figures shuttled through the forest like lightning. These two people were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. With the help of the virtual sky eye, they avoided all the surrounding cultivators. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from above them. "Humph, little guys, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This voice was abnormally loud and clear. It was like a golden bell that caused the surrounding mountains to tremble and countless boulders to roll down. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were stunned. Their expressions were very grave. They did not expect that someone would be able to avoid the detection of the virtual sky eye and find them. This was simply too surprising. Needless to say, this person was definitely very powerful. Bang! A figure descended and stomped the ground, blocking Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's path. This person looked like a middle-aged man. He was tall and slender. His entire body was enveloped in a ball of light, so his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, that pair of eyes was incomparably sharp, like lightning. He held a long spear in his hand. At this moment, the long spear was slanted towards Lin Xian. His entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura. This mysterious man was the senior brother of the middle-aged supremacy from the God of War Palace. He was extremely powerful. Those who had just entered the 7th level supremacy realm could not compare to him. You dare to kill us all by yourself? Zhao Shui looked at the person and said coldly. I know that the two of you are extraordinary and have injured many 7th level supremacies. However, don't compare me to those useless people. As long as I attack, you won't be able to escape. The mysterious man was very confident. Humph, shameless boasting. Zhao Shui snorted coldly. She waved her jade-like hand and a surging palm shadow quickly surged out. You will soon know what it means to be stronger than you. Even among 7th level supremacies, there were differences in strength. Following this mysterious man's words, the long spear quickly streaked across the void. A terrifying aura surged out, forming a powerful killing intent that smashed forward. In the next moment, the long spear and Zhao Shui's light palm collided. Bang! The sound of the collision was like a demonic sound, and the surrounding mountains were all shattered. Under this powerful force, Zhao Shui was forced to take a few steps back. How is this possible? Zhao Shui stopped in her tracks with a face full of shock. She did not expect this person to be so powerful to be able to force her back. At the side, Lin Xian frowned as well. He knew Zhao Shui's strength. Ordinary 7th level supremacies were no match for her. However, this mysterious man had actually forced Zhao Shui back with a single strike of his spear. Needless to say, this was too shocking. No wonder this guy dared to rush over. It turned out that he was a supreme expert. Their expressions were ugly. I've said it before. Even among 7th level supremacies, there are differences in strength. You guys are still not enough. The mysterious man was extremely domineering. After his spear succeeded, he did not stop and attacked again. In an instant, the mysterious man charged to Zhao Shui's side. The spear was crystal clear and emitted a dazzling light as it pierced towards Zhao Shui. Void Sky Eye. Zhao Shui shouted coldly. A pair of cold eyes quickly appeared above her and looked down. Instantly, a ray of light shot out from the eyes and struck the spear fiercely. The two collided and countless rays of light burst forth. Instantly, the entire space rumbled. The sky seemed to collapse as it could not withstand the force. The mysterious man snorted coldly and stood with his spear. On the other hand, Zhao Shui's body trembled and her expression changed drastically. Needless to say, this mysterious man was too powerful. Even after she used the Void Sky Eye, she did not gain the upper hand. It could be said that this was the most terrifying 7th level supremacy she had encountered so far. The mysterious man was also surprised. In his opinion, this spear should be able to penetrate Zhao Shui. However, he did not expect that the mysterious man would use a strange eye to neutralize it. What a strange eye technique. Looks like you should have obtained some lost ancient inheritance. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, in the face of absolute strength, everything you have is nothing. The mysterious man was extremely confident. His strength was terrifying. He had stayed in the 7th level supremacies for 100 years. It could be said that he was abnormally powerful. Ordinary 7th level supremacies could not withstand his spear. It could be said that he was an extremely terrifying person. At this moment, it was already very impressive that Zhao Shui could block his attack. Attack together. On the other side, Lin Xian also drew the Lone Star sword on his back with an extremely solemn expression. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful figure here. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't show his true abilities this time. The mysterious man sneered in disdain when he saw Lin Xian draw his sword. A brat at the fifth firmament of the Exalt realm dares to draw his sword in front of me? Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Today, I will let you know that the dignity of a 7th level venerable is not to be sullied. With that, he swept his spear horizontally, thrusting it towards Lin Xian. Boom, the long spear was like a heavenly blade, incomparably terrifying. In a flash, it arrived above Lin Xian's head. This mysterious expert was extremely powerful, as if he wanted to use his terrifying spear to blow Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank. He wasn't a tough guy. With a tap of his foot, his body was like a flickering shadow, instantly splitting into countless figures while his real body retreated hundreds of meters away. In the next moment, the long spear swept across, wiping out all the phantoms. The entire ground caved in several tens of feet, and a huge crater appeared. One could imagine how terrifying the spear was. However, the mysterious man's expression was still indifferent. A 5th level venerable can actually dodge my attack. I think your movement technique should be an Earth-grade martial technique. Hearing the mysterious man's words, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would see through his movement technique so easily. At this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. So that's how it is. One has grasped a lost ancient martial technique, and the other has an Earth-grade martial technique. No wonder the two of you can defeat many 7th level venerables at such a young age. However, all of this is futile in front of me. Hand over the things obediently, and perhaps I can leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, the consequences of offending me will be very tragic. Humph, if you want the things, defeat us first. Lin Xian said coldly. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. The mysterious man's voice was also cold. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The spiritual energy on his body was like a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. All the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles prostrated themselves under this aura. So powerful. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian and Zhao Shue's expressions turned solemn. At this moment, the martial artists in the distance also sensed this aura, and their expressions turned solemn. On the other hand, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War was overjoyed. It's seen your brother. He should have found the two thieves. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed over. Let's go and take a look. The others followed closely behind. The group of people rushed forward in a grandiose manner. Not only them, but all the martial artists within 1,000 miles also sensed this fluctuation. Even the martial artists further away rushed over. In an instant, countless martial artists gathered in this direction. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, soon, countless people arrived nearby. They looked at the scene in front of them and were deeply shocked. However, they didn't dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. It's that guy. The two of them are indeed here. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were also overjoyed when they arrived. Who is that man? What a terrifying aura. The other martial artists looked at the mysterious man in shock and fear. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui ignored the people around them. At this moment, their attention was completely focused on the mysterious man in front of them. When the mysterious man heard Lin Xian's words, he also snorted coldly. Stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll personally send you on your way. After saying that, he pulled out his long spear and quickly stabbed it forward. The distance of almost 1,000 feet was crossed by the mysterious man in an instant. The terrifying long spear was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast. It was completely beyond his imagination. At this critical moment, Lin Xian used the Blood Shadow Doppelganger and quickly condensed a doppelganger to block in front of him. Meanwhile, his real body merged into the void and quickly escaped. Poof, in the next instant, the long spear pierced through the doppelganger and lifted it into the air. Fresh blood spurted out. It was extremely tragic. What? He's been killed. Looking at this scene, everyone held their breaths, their faces dumbfounded. In particular, the older generation experts felt their scalps go numb. They even wondered if they could block this amazing spear if they were in the mysterious man's place. After thinking for a long time, they sighed. They realized that even they weren't 100% sure that they could dodge the spear. Because this spear was really too amazing. What? That kid was actually killed? After being stunned for a moment, someone screamed. Many people looked at the mysterious man in horror. It was too terrifying. He killed a peerless young genius with a single spear. How powerful did he have to be able to do that? In front of them, Lin Xian's figure was pierced through by the long spear and lifted in the air. Blood dripped down his body, and every drop seemed to drip on their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Is it true? Was Lin Xian really killed? This is unbelievable. It's only been one move. I can't believe it. Everyone was horrified. One had to know that Lin Xian was no longer a nobody. He was an extremely powerful existence. Many people had even seen him injure a 7th-level supremacy. He was definitely a powerful young expert. Perhaps even the older generation figures could not compare to him. However, such a powerful young man was actually killed by a single spear strike. This was unbelievable. However, not everyone believed this scene. Many of them remained silent because they noticed that Lin Xian's companion, Zhao Shui, had a cold expression and did not seem to be panicking. Don't be careless. That kid is very strange. He might escape again. Many 7th-level supremacies were secretly on guard. The mysterious man seemed to have discovered something suspicious and immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, his spear vibrated and shattered the figure that was sent flying. With a crack, the figure was torn into pieces and blood sprayed into the sky. What? His body is torn apart? Is Lin Xian really going to die? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. However, at this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. Don't hide. I know this is just a clone of yours. What? A clone? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked ahead in disbelief. Even the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. They realized that Lin Xian's figure had appeared in the space in front of them again. However, his face was slightly pale. He's not dead? That's a clone. This guy is too strange. A 5th-level supremacy can actually condense such a lifelike clone. It's unbelievable. It was not that supremacies could not condense clones. However, the clones condensed by ordinary supremacies were very fake and could be seen through at a glance. For someone like Lin Xian, who could pass off a fake as the real thing, only a peerless supremacy or a special secret technique could do so. Obviously, Lin Xian was the second type. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. He did not expect his secret technique to be seen through by the other party again. Kid, I have to admit that you have a lot of good things on you. First, you have an Earth-grade martial art. Now, you have a clone technique that can pass off as the real thing. No wonder you are so arrogant. The mysterious man said coldly, but don't worry. After you die, everything of yours will be mine. Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he looked ahead and quickly sent a voice transmission to Zhao Shui. Let's attack together. Zhao Shui nodded slightly. Then, she formed hand seals with her jade-like hands and controlled the virtual sky eye to attack. Lin Xian also gripped the Lone Star sword tightly. The great dragon sword soul within his body erupted with a resonant dragon roar. Hearing this voice, everyone's hearts trembled as an indescribable fear rose in their hearts. The expressions of the older generation changed. The young man in front of them was too strange. Not only did he have that mysterious clone, but there was also a dragon's roar coming from his body. It was really shocking. The great dragon sword soul surged. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out. A huge sword of light formed in the heavenly palace, like a mountain, pressing down. On the other side, the eyes of the void also shot out a gray ray of light. It was like a death ray that streaked across the sky. The two young experts attacked at the same time, forcefully taking on the mysterious man. Boom, the mysterious man held a long spear and swept it out. A crescent-shaped wave of air rushed forward. This energy field was extremely terrifying, far beyond everyone's imagination. In the next moment, the three collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering sound. Boundless energy exploded, and the surrounding forest was instantly turned into ruins. Even the void was distorted as if it could not withstand the impact. Thunder and lightning struck down from the sky, falling in all directions. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their bodies trembled. They quickly retreated with a look of horror. This was too terrifying. Just one attack had produced such a terrifying amount of energy. Even the sky and earth were about to explode. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the mysterious man. Now, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were actually able to fight against the mysterious man. This was completely beyond their expectations. Rumble, after one attack, Lin Xian attacked again. He swung the Lone Star sword and slashed forward in a violent manner. The blood-red sword chi surged like a blood-red river, constantly surging. In an instant, the sky was covered by an endless sea of blood. A terrifying murderous aura spread in all directions. This sword was like a river of death, slashing forward. On the other side, Xu Shui was also pushing forward with all his might. At that moment, Xu Shui's eyes were like the eyes of an ancient evil god. It was frightening and exuded an unparalleled power. The two of them clashed head-on with the mysterious expert. The battle was extremely intense. Violent energy spread out in all directions, alarming all the martial artists in the surroundings. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out. Every attack was like 10,000 thunderbolts, causing one's eardrums to rupture. Sword chi soared into the sky, and light enveloped the area. It was like a scene of destruction. Everyone was shocked. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. This was because they realized that if they went up against such a terrifying scene, they would probably be instantly blasted into pieces. This was an exceptionally intense battle. Both sides' battle strength was monstrous, as if they were going to shatter the entire space. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was because he knew that he had encountered a true expert. Although the mysterious man in front of him was also a 7th-level supremacy, his battle strength was much stronger than those 7th-level supremacies from before. He was definitely an extraordinary expert. At the very least, he was an extremely powerful existence among the 7th-level supremacies. One should know that he was already able to fight against a 7th-level supremacy. Even so, he was still beaten up by the mysterious man. His blood was churning, and his arm was numb. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Xian was shocked, but the mysterious man opposite him was even more shocked. He had never imagined that a mere 5th heavenly layer exalted realm brat would actually be able to fight against him for so long without showing any signs of being defeated. This was simply too shocking. It was completely beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that they were just 2 ants that he could easily kill with a single strike. However, it seemed that things were not that simple. "Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations," the mysterious man said in a deep voice. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was enveloped by a fierce light. He was like a god of war that one could only look up to. "However, if this is all you've got, you can die in peace." The mysterious man waved the spear in his hand. He kept colliding with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. He was shocked by the strength of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, his gaze remained calm as if everything was under his control. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He had a bad premonition. As expected, in the next moment, the spear in the mysterious man's hand whipped forward like a mountain. Clang! Lin Xian raised his sword to block the attack. Immediately, there was a deafening sound. He felt his arm go numb. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood spurted out. That attack was so terrifying that even he couldn't take it. One must know that even though he possessed overwhelming battle power, he was only a 5th heavenly layer exalted. There was still a gap between him and a real 7th heaven supremacy. Moreover, the other party was a peerless 7th heaven supremacy. It could be said that Lin Xian was already very powerful for him to be able to do what he did. On the other side, Zhao Shui was also affected by the impact. Her face flushed red and the blood in her body churned. The surrounding people were even more shocked, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War's face turned black. Damn it! This kid can actually fight against senior brother. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, his senior brother should be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. However, it had already dragged on for more than 10 moves. The other older generation figures also looked solemn. There were also a few young elites present. They were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They were terrified just thinking about it. However, there was a young man younger than them who was fighting such an intense battle. Not only that, the news of Lin Xian fighting against the mysterious powerhouse from the Palace of Gods of War spread quickly. The cultivators who didn't make it in time were also shocked when they heard about it. What? A 5th Heaven Supremacy kid dares to fight against a 7th Heaven Supremacy of the older generation? Are you kidding? Who's kidding? There are already countless people watching. You can ask others if you don't believe me. No, we must go and take a look. We can't miss such a shocking battle. Everyone was in an uproar. It was too shocking. The 7th Heaven Supremacy was a high mountain in their eyes. It was a realm that they could only look up to. However, someone from the younger generation dared to challenge a 7th Heaven powerhouse. They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, what made them even more shocked was that the challenger was actually a youth at the 5th heavenly layer. This made them even more speechless. If it weren't for the surrounding people talking about it, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Even so, they still went to watch with a doubtful attitude. Could it be that a young elite hidden in the House of Kings had appeared? Some older generation figures guessed. This was because they knew that the House of Kings had a deep foundation. There must be a peerless expert hidden in the younger generation of the House of Kings in order to shock the world and appear in front of everyone with a peerless attitude. Now, Lin Xian's behavior was very similar to the rumored prodigy who had been shelved by the House of Kings. Therefore, many people made such guesses. However, another group of people did not believe it. They knew that Lin Xian was only a student of Senma College. A student of Senma College? Impossible, an ordinary disciple can never reach such heights. After all, that was a 7th level venerable. Just the suppression of his cultivation alone could crush a 6th heavenly layer venerable to death. Not to mention a youth in the 5th heavenly layer. There must be something fishy about this. Many people didn't even believe the rumor that Lin Xian was an ordinary student of Senma College. In their opinion, it was very likely that Lin Xian was really a peerless genius of the House of Kings, but his family had secretly arranged for him to cultivate in Senma College. Moreover, his identity as a disciple was just a cover. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian had been taken over by an old monster and reborn. They just didn't know how these people would react when they found out that Lin Xian was only from a small, remote country. For a moment, everyone rushed over. In the depths of the forest, the sound of metal clanging could be heard continuously. The battle was still going on. Sword chi surged into the sky, spiritual power was agitated, and dragon roars could be heard from time to time. On the other side, the void sky was extremely evil. It seemed to be connecting to another time and space as it emitted a monstrous aura. The mysterious man was even more extraordinary. His entire body was emitting a dazzling glow, and the spear in his hand was extremely fierce. He was like a peerless god of war. It's been more than 30 moves. How is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that a junior like Lin Xian could actually withstand more than 30 moves from a 7th level venerable. And now, he hadn't been defeated. This was truly difficult for them to accept. They originally thought that so long as the mysterious man attacked, he would be able to kill Xianxia with a single move. But they never expected that Lin Xian would actually be so formidable. He'd forcefully resisted over 30 moves and still hadn't been defeated. However, many people felt their hearts sink because they noticed that the mysterious man hadn't executed any formidable martial skills, and he'd merely used ordinary moves to attack. This meant that the mysterious man hadn't used his full strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian had been forced to utilize many ultimate skills. He'd already utilized the Dragon Sword Soul and Blood Shadow Clone. Besides that, he hadn't utilized the Gale Lightning Sword. Of course, he still had some extremely formidable trump cards. For example, he could utilize the Dragon Sword Soul, the Red Lotus Gloves, and the 10,000 Beast Ding. However, the price he had to pay was extremely great. With his current situation, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to leave if he utilized those skills. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to utilize those skills if his life was in danger. But for now, he still used the Dragon Sword Soul. On the other hand, the cultivators in the surroundings were discussing swiftly. Although the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War hadn't used many powerful martial skills. On the other hand, the young man in front of them had used many powerful martial skills. This meant that there was still a large gap between the two of them. Yeah, it seems that the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War hasn't used his full strength at all. I originally thought that this young man was a peerless genius hidden by some house of kings, but now it seems that's not the case. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man will ultimately be killed here. Many people sighed and shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a low roar, and the Dragon Sword Soul in his body completely erupted. A low dragon roar resounded in his body. Then, his attack power increased again. Bang, the sword chi was like a dragon, and the void trembled as it suppressed the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to increase his combat power. The mysterious man also frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze was like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. This aura was very similar to that person's. He muttered to himself, then stared at Lin Xian, unable to stop. "Kid, what's your name?" the mysterious man suddenly asked. "I'll call you uncle." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Lone Star sword in his hand swept out and bombarded the area in front of him. Humph, the mysterious man's face darkened. The long spear in his hand danced like a mountain in front of him, blocking all the attacks. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War said, "Senior, his surname is Lin Xian." "Surname Lin?" After hearing this, the mysterious man was slightly taken aback. Then, he revealed a hideous expression. "It's really you. Kid, I've searched high and low for you. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Consider yourself unlucky. You'll definitely die today." As soon as he said that, the mysterious man's aura surged again. The long spear in his hand disappeared like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. The cold tip of the spear was aimed at Lin Xian's heart. If the spear hit, Lin Xian would definitely die. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They knew that the mysterious man was going to attack with all his might. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he sensed the danger. He quickly activated the Red Lotus armor to protect himself. At the same time, the Lone Star sword shone brightly and slashed forward. Clang, however, the spear was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had defended himself, he was still sent flying. The mysterious man did not stop but attacked again. The long spear was like a rainbow, emitting endless cold light. It was as if it had turned into a silver river that descended from the sky and was about to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian got up and shattered all the boulders on his body. Then, he stomped his feet and charged forward. His eyes were like lightning. His black hair fluttered and lightning bloomed all over his body. It quickly formed a huge lightning sword and slashed forward. The mysterious man's eyes were cold and he was exuding a biting cold murderous intent. At this moment, he was like the god of death, causing everyone to tremble. He also shouted and held the long spear with both hands. He quickly stabbed forward. This spear was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void would split open, and black holes would appear one after another. What? So terrifying. The Spear of Destruction. It's the Spear of Destruction. Many people screamed. Their scalps went numb and they quickly retreated. That was because the Spear of Destruction was an extremely terrifying destructive martial art. Whenever the Spear of Destruction was used, the entire area would be destroyed. It was extremely violent. Therefore, when these people saw the mysterious supremacy use this move, they were scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay any longer. In an instant, everyone retreated far away. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Even a seventh heaven supremacy would be killed, let alone that kid. No one can escape from the spear of destruction. Many people's voices trembled. The warriors from the palace of Ares clenched their fists in excitement. Elder Duan, kill him. Humph, that's great. Let's see how arrogant this brat is. Now he knows how powerful our palace of gods of war is. The group of people had ferocious looks on their faces. Previously, Lin Xian had robbed them of many treasures. They were so angry that they were about to go crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now, they were able to witness the death of this despicable thief with their own eyes. Of course, they were extremely excited. It had to be said that the spear of destruction was just too terrifying. Under the might of the spear, the space up ahead fell into chaos as terrifying cracks appeared. A ghastly crack appeared in the void and quickly spread. If the crack was completely torn open, the entire void would explode. At that time, everything here would cease to exist. This was the terror of the spear of annihilation. However, before the spatial crack completely exploded, a red light suddenly lit up. Then, the red light became brighter and brighter, as if it was blood, dyeing the entire sky red. What? What happened? What's going on? Even the crack in the void was stopped? How is that possible? Could it be that this brat still had some treasures in his hands? Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were all stunned. They did not expect such a phenomenon to appear at the last moment. In the next moment, a terrifying power rose. Countless red lights surged in the sky like a blood-red river. A huge red palm shadow appeared in the void and quickly pressed towards the safe zone ahead. What a terrifying palm. What exactly is that? Seeing this palm, everyone felt their hair stand on end because they realized that the power was not weaker than the spear of destruction. Of course, this was Lin Xian's red lotus boxing glove. At the critical moment, he used this powerful boxing glove and threw a punch forward. Rumble, there was a huge explosion in front of him. Countless energy torrents swept in all directions. A few supremacies were too slow and were instantly drowned by the energy. In the end, not even their bones were left behind. Oh no, retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They retreated again because the energy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Was this really an attack from a venerable five followings heaven young man? How was that possible? No one dared to believe it. In front of them, the violent energy raged and drowned the entire space. Elder Duan. The warriors of the Palace of Gods of War cried out loudly because this energy was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine what would happen to the people inside. At this moment, a huge eye appeared in the sky. It was like the eye of an ancient evil god, shining brightly. In the next moment, a faint golden vortex appeared in the huge eye and sucked away all the energy in the area. Then, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's figures appeared. Both of them were pale, but they did not suffer any fatal injuries. In front of them, the turbulence was still surging and the void was trembling. Oh no, Master Duan has not come out yet. Seeing this scene, the people of the Palace of Gods of War became nervous again. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such an evil eye that could suck away such violent energy. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They did not expect that the one in danger was actually that powerful and mysterious man. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also looked solemn as they stared ahead. In front of them, the clouds rolled and the energy surged. However, the mysterious man's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Open up. In the next moment, a low and terrifying voice rang out from the turbulence. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in the sky. A long spear pierced out from the violent energy like a rainbow. Then, it tore the violent energy in the entire space apart in a violent manner. The violent energy rumbled and was blown into the sky by a huge force. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. This figure was the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. He held a long spear in his hand and his entire body emitted an endless stream of light, forming a mysterious armor that protected his entire body. He's fine? He's completely fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How powerful did this person have to be able to ignore the turbulence? This mysterious man was simply too terrifying. The people of the Palace of Gods of War cheered. That's great, Elder Duan is fine. I knew it. With Elder Duan's abilities, how could he be injured by that kid? A group of people exclaimed. Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations. However, since your surname is Lin, you deserve to die. Reincarnate as an ordinary person in your next life. The mysterious man's voice was cold. He waved the long spear in his hand and quickly formed a cross in the void. It surged towards Lin Xian. Wherever this cross-shaped light passed, the void was quickly sliced open. Endless energy surged, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a ray of death. Everything that it passed by ceased to exist. Space-rending cross-slash. Everyone exclaimed because they knew that this was another ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. It's over. That kid probably won't be able to block it this time. Definitely. This space-rending cross-slash is the ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. I'm afraid that kid definitely won't be able to block it. He's dead for sure. He was definitely lucky to be able to block the Spear of Destruction last time. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Those from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, while the others looked ahead nervously. However, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. His body emitted endless light, and a dragon's roar was heard. An illusory true dragon appeared and coiled around his body. The dragon's head was held high as it roared into the void. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura erupted and swept across the land. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Even the 7th level supremacies were no exception. Damn it. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Impossible. He's just a 5th level dancing seed supremacy. How can he have such a powerful aura? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even those from the Palace of Gods of War had a drastic change in expression as they looked ahead in horror. The mysterious man's face was also gloomy, but his eyes were shining with an incomparably scorching light. Dragon-shaped sword aura? Extremely powerful? That's right, it's you. You're that person. I didn't expect you to really exist. The mysterious man's voice was cold. Previously, he was only suspicious and wanted to kill Lin Xian with the attitude that he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. But now, with the appearance of the dragon-shaped shadow protecting him, he was very sure that the young man in front of him was the person they had spent so much effort to kill. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also frowned. From the other party's words, it seemed that this attack wasn't just for the golden hand bone. For some reason, the other party seemed to want to kill him. This made him confused. Why did the other party want to kill him? However, he would not sit still and wait for death. The dragon-shaped sword Qi was naturally the great dragon sword soul, and it was being used by Lin Xian at this moment. That was because the other party was simply too powerful. Perhaps only the great dragon sword spirit could subdue the other party. On the other side, when Zhao Shui saw Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess, she cried out and formed a seal with her hands. She quickly used her strongest eye technique. Because her opponent was truly too powerful. If she still didn't use her full strength, she would probably be in danger. In the next moment, Lin Xian's wings of wind and lightning flapped. The power of wind and lightning surged as he shot forward like a shooting star. At the same time, the Lone Star sword in his hand flickered and exploded with unparalleled light. Streaks of sword Qi slashed forward. Clang 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 clang, the mysterious man used his spear to block and attack the dragon-shaped sword Qi. At the same time, the void sky eye above him rotated and emitted an extremely powerful aura. A grayish aura quickly locked onto the mysterious man. In an instant, the mysterious man's body trembled because his soul had been attacked. D*MNI technique. The mysterious man's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect the other party's eye technique to be so strange that it could attack his soul. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and took out an ancient bronze mirror from his storage ring. He hung it above his head. The mirror emitted a green light and blocked the void sky eye above him. However, just as he finished doing this, Lin Xian's attack came again. This sword was like the roar of a true dragon as it quickly slashed towards him. Rumble, the violent sword chi collided with the spear. In an instant, a terrifying energy exploded and unparalleled light shone in all directions. It was as if a sun had descended on the earth. In an instant, countless mountains and trees in the surroundings were completely turned into dust. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. Ah! Soon, the mysterious man let out an angry roar. Then, a streak of blood dyed the sky red. What? Elder Duan is injured. How is this possible? When the cultivators saw this scene, they were stunned. Especially those from the Palace of Gods of War, their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew Elder Duan's strength. He was incomparably strong. However, at this moment, he was injured by two young men. This was hard for them to accept. Impossible. Although that kid's attack was strong, it was impossible for him to injure Elder Duan. The middle-aged honorable from the Palace of Gods of War shook his head frantically. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword was very strong. However, the mysterious man was too strong. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be tied. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui used the Void Sky Eye to attack the mysterious man's soul. This caused the mysterious man to be unable to unleash his full strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to succeed. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly when he succeeded in one strike. He let out a long roar and pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength again. He quickly slashed his sword. This time, he used the Gale Lightning Sword technique. In the sky, a gigantic sword appeared. The shadow of a true dragon coiled around it. It was extremely terrifying and ruthlessly sent the mysterious man flying. Boom, the mysterious man was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. His body flew backward and smashed dozens of mountains in a row. He fell into a pile of ruins. Huff. Huff, after sending the mysterious man flying, Lin Xian panted heavily. His face was unusually pale. Obviously, using the great dragon sword soul at this level consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he had used the red lotus boxing gloves not long ago. It could be said that Lin Xian did not have much spiritual power left in his body. Fortunately, he had gained a lot previously. Therefore, without any hesitation, he quickly took out an ancient spiritual fruit and swallowed it. Beside him, Zhao Shui was also panting slightly. She also swallowed an ancient spiritual medicine. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This is too extravagant. Isn't it just recovering spiritual power? Do you have to eat an ancient spiritual fruit? That's an extinct treasure. What a pair of prodigals. Everyone felt the pinch and wanted to snatch it away. If such an item was given to them, they would definitely treat it like an ancestor. However, in the hands of these two people, they ate it casually like candy. Of course, besides feeling the pinch, they were more shocked. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were too terrifying. They could actually injure the mysterious man. Before this, no one had expected this at all. Especially those from the Palace of Ares. Their faces were pale as if they had seen a ghost. What? Elder Duan is injured? How is this possible? Impossible. Among the 7th level honorables, no one can injure Elder Duan, let alone the younger generation. They were horrified and could not believe it. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not care about the others. After swallowing the spiritual fruits, they quickly recovered their spiritual energy. Then, they flew into the sky and flew into the distance. The reason for that was because the two of them knew very well that their attacks had merely injured each other, and hadn't taken each other's lives. Although the other party was injured, they had also exhausted a lot of their spiritual energy. If they continued to fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. There were so many warriors watching them. They could not take the risk, so they had to leave quickly. Fortunately, the surrounding warriors were all shocked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's performance. No one dared to stop them. This gave them 2 chances. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into the sky. At the same time, countless boulders flew out from the mountains behind them and smashed into the sky. An imposing figure stood up from the ruins. He looked forward and roared into the sky. His black hair fluttered and his aura was strong. The mysterious man was completely enraged. However, in the next moment, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************and said. He was indeed injured by Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, and a trace of dragon-shaped sword aura had entered his body. If it was an ordinary sword aura, it would have been destroyed by the spiritual energy in his body. However, the dragon sword soul was different. It was too spiritual. Even with his strength, he still couldn't completely erase the sword chi. "Humph, I'll let you live for a while longer." The mysterious man looked in the direction where the two of them had left and snorted. Then, he sat down cross-legged and tried his best to eliminate the sword aura in his body. The surrounding people were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The martialists who had participated in the pursuit of Lin Xian were even more terrified. Fortunately, they hadn't caught up with Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Even the powerful honorable from the Palace of Ares was injured, let alone them. However, the people from the Palace of Ares shook their heads frantically. No, Elder Duan must have underestimated his opponent and allowed that kid to take advantage of him. Yes, that must be it. That brat was just lucky. The next time we meet, Elder Duan, you'll definitely be able to kill him. The people from the Palace of Gods of War kept finding excuses to comfort themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to accept this reality. However, it was clear that after this battle, those who were chasing after Lin Xian were afraid. Perhaps, at the very least, this hunting alliance would not continue. Sure enough, after a quick discussion, many people decided to withdraw from the hunting group. In the end, other than the Palace of Ares, the Shen family, and the Holy Bird Palace, all the other forces gave up. After all, they had only wanted to get some treasures before. However, Lin Xian's strength was now enough to threaten their lives. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to chase after him. However, from the looks of it, the Palace of Ares wouldn't give up. At least, that mysterious man wouldn't give up. The battle came to an end. The mysterious man was injured, and the others were silent. At this time, several ear-piercing sounds came from behind. A beautiful figure stepped on a purple cloud and quickly rushed over from afar. Behind her, there were countless martial artists. It's the people from the Morong family. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists looked behind them and exclaimed in surprise. The people from the Palace of Gods of War didn't look too good. Behind him, Morong Qingqing was moving at an extremely fast speed. There was also a trace of anxiety on her face. Not long ago, she had heard that Lin Xian and the experts from the Palace of Gods of War were fighting. She was very worried, so she rushed over with her men. However, from the looks of it, the battle seemed to have ended. Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you. Morong Qingqing was anxious and couldn't help but increase her speed. Whoosh, like a purple cloud, she landed on the ground. Then, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings like lightning. She realized that although the surroundings were in ruins, there weren't any corpses. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she sensed the smell of fresh blood in the air, her heart skipped a beat. Soon, she saw the mysterious man sitting cross-legged not far away. Sensing the other party's aura, Morong Qingqing frowned. She could naturally tell that the man in front of her was much stronger than the other Seventh Heaven supremacies. Lin Xian would most likely die if he fought with such a person. However, what made her feel strange was that the surrounding martial artists' expressions were very ugly. It was as if something terrible had happened. Could it be that Lin Xian ran away? Morong Qingqing suddenly had such a thought. Although she didn't quite believe it, the expressions of the people around her were too strange. It seems that I'm late, Morong Qingqing said in a low voice. Humph, don't be so smug. That kid was just lucky to have escaped. The next time we meet, our elder Duan will definitely kill him. A disciple from the Palace of Gods of War said angrily. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing was stunned. Then, she was overjoyed. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed escaped. So, I missed a good show? Morong Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, you missed a good show. That young man is really something. Among them, some of the forces that were on good terms with the Murong family began to explain to Murong Qingqing and the others. When they heard that Lin Xian had not only escaped but also severely injured the powerful supremacies from the Palace of Gods of War, all the Murong family's martial artists were stunned. Especially Murong Qingqing. She was full of shock. Previously, she had been worried about Lin Xian and was afraid that he would be in danger. That was why she had rushed over with her family members. However, she didn't expect that not only had Lin Xian escaped calmly, but he had also injured the powerful mysterious man. This made it hard for him to be confident. Damn this guy. He made me worry for nothing. Murong Qingqing snorted in her heart, but her lips curled into a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area. Then, the two of them quickly consumed treasures to recover their strength. When they had recovered to their peak state, the two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. It was even more dangerous than dealing with a group of 7th-level supremacies. That mysterious man was the most terrifying 7th-level supremacies they had ever seen. If not for the Dragon Sword soul and Zhao Shui's heavenly eye that affected the other party's soul, they would not have been able to defeat him. They might even have been captured by now. The Palace of Gods of War was really powerful. Lin Xian slowly exhaled, then frowned. He couldn't understand why the mysterious man suddenly had such a strong killing intent. The other party seemed to know him and had been looking for him for a long time to kill him. Recalling that an elder from the Palace of Gods of War had shown him a good impression of him, he was puzzled. Could it be related to father? Lin Xian guessed. Lin Xian now knew that his father was in the Palace of the Gods of War. Perhaps his father had already become a member of the Palace of the Gods of War and these people wanted to deal with him because they didn't get along with his father. And those who had helped him could be his father's good friends. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After the matter in the remote sky secret realm was over, he should make a trip to the Palace of the Gods of War. Lin Xian felt that he had to meet his father because he had many questions to ask. But now wasn't the time. He had to wait until they left the remote sky secret realm. Beside him, Zhao Shui was also silent. Originally, she had absorbed the energy in the Dragon Ball and her strength had increased a lot. She thought that she could dominate the world. But she didn't expect such a powerful expert to appear. This made her feel a sense of danger. So now, whenever she had time, she would work hard to absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball and try to increase her strength again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up again and said slowly. I think it's time to track the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, the treasure in the core of the remote sky secret realm won't be ours. Zhao Shui also opened her eyes and didn't delay any longer. Then, the two of them quickly sensed the black flame aura left behind by the heavenly netherbird and chased after it. With their powerful soul power and the detection of the Eye of Heaven, they were finally on the right track after a day. Lin Xian and the other man quickly chased after the scorching aura, their bodies moving like lightning. The black flame aura is getting stronger. I think we're on the right track. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Beside him, Zhao Shui also nodded lightly. Indeed, she could also feel the scorching aura. The two of them flew quickly and found that the demonic beasts in front of them were getting stronger. Sometimes, they even found a 7-star demonic general, that was in existence even more terrifying than a 7th-level supremacy. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't want to provoke such a terrifying demonic beast. So, they used their soul power to take a detour. At the very least, the strength of the 7-star demon general's body had completely surpassed that of a 7th heaven supremacy. If they really fought, it would be troublesome. It definitely wouldn't be as easy as fighting with the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. Fortunately, the two of them passed through safely. In the following days, they encountered all kinds of rare and exotic beasts. Sometimes, they even encountered groups of demonic beasts. This kind of thing made their hearts jump to their throats. But no matter what, they were getting closer and closer to the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. It was like a mountain that was almost 10,000 feet high, piercing through the clouds. What a tall mountain! Lin Xian and Lin Xian exclaimed. But soon, the two of them frowned. No, this isn't a mountain. Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to check carefully. Then, she frowned. Those are actually trees. When they found out that the huge shadow was actually a tree, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a tall tree. It was almost 10,000 feet high, and the top of the tree pierced through the clouds. No wonder they were mistaken. No one would have thought that it was a tree. The remote sky mystery realm is really mysterious. We can see all kinds of strange things. Lin Xian exclaimed. In the outside world, he had never seen such a tall tree. It looked like it had lived for at least a few thousand years. The two of them flew towards the huge tree with curiosity in their hearts. But gradually, the two of them frowned again. Because the closer they got to the tree, the more uneasy they felt. It was as if something was about to happen. Be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Zhao Shui. Just as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. The two of them froze. It felt as if the entire space was tightly grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. It was as if the surrounding air was about to crush them. Damn it! Their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds as if they couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Shui cried out as countless tiny golden vortexes appeared around her body, producing a devouring force that tried to dissolve the oppressive feeling around her. Lin Xian did not stay idle either. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and cut the surrounding space apart. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked around cautiously. It was too dangerous just now. It was only because the two of them were strong, had extraordinary skills, and had mastered many kinds of secret techniques that they were able to escape the calamity. Otherwise, even a 7th-level supremacy would not have been able to escape in a short time. This place was too strange. Zhao Shui's face was solemn. Indeed, the aura just now was too similar to the wind concept. However, its power was far beyond the wind concept. Lin Xian also frowned. Based on the situation just now, it was clearly a wind attribute aura. However, the wind attribute aura was much stronger than he had imagined. It even affected the entire space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as the two of them were talking quickly, countless green whirlwinds suddenly appeared around them. The whirlwinds were of different heights. However, without exception, they all had green wind blades flashing on their surface. It was as if they could easily tear the void apart. Following the appearance of the green whirlwinds, the entire space became extremely oppressive. It was as if there was an invisible force imprisoning Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, fixing their bodies in the air. It is indeed a wind attribute aura. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the next moment, he also used the wind concept. A ball of green light surrounded him and Zhao Shui. Crack crack crack, in an instant, the surrounding space made sounds of collision. It was the collision of two forces. It was just that those fierce winds in the surroundings were too terrifying, pressuring the two to the point that they were somewhat unable to breathe. Even with Lin Xian's concept of wind, their situation only became slightly better, but they were still not out of danger. Then, many huge cyan figures appeared from the cyan whirlwind. It was a type of strange bird. Its body was covered in green feathers, but it had a human face. At this moment, the strange faces of the people had extremely ferocious expressions. They stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui with incomparable malice. Following that, there were waves of angry roars. These guys seem to want revenge? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. Revenge? How did they find us? We have never been here before? Zhao Shui also frowned. Lin Xian used his soul power to quickly investigate. He found that there were a few green monster bird corpses in the distance. It was obvious that they had been killed. Moreover, looking at the wounds, it seemed to be caused by a sharp weapon. There must have been humans who came here before and killed many monsters. That was why they hated humans so much. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that the two of them had been used as scapegoats. Zhao Shui also activated her virtual sky eye and looked into the distance. Then, she was shocked because her virtual sky eye could see even more clearly. In the distance, there were 5 or 6 large wind demon beasts that had been split in half. However, what shocked Xiaoxue was that the wounds on the 5 wind demon beasts were all in the same position. It was obvious that this was the result of a single slash. Who is it that can kill so many powerful wind magical beasts with a single slash? Xiaoxue was extremely shocked. Lin Xian also frowned when he heard this. Someone with such strength was at least a 7th level supremacy. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary 7th level supremacy. This person's strength was probably not any weaker than the mysterious man from before. Which faction was this person from? How could he be so strong? Someone actually appeared here. Could it be that his goal is the same as ours? Also the core area of the remote sky secret realm? Thinking of this, their faces darkened. If it was as they guessed, then the situation was not good. Then, the two of them used their methods to break through the frozen space and continued to fly forward. However, the further they went, the gloomier their faces became because they found human footprints in front of them. It was obvious that this person was also chasing after the heavenly netherbird. Oh no, I'm afraid that person's goal is the same as ours. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his expression became extremely serious. Indeed, someone had walked in front of Lin Xian and Xiaoxue and was chasing after the heavenly netherbird. This caused their faces to turn gloomy. In the next moment, they could not help but increase their speed. Although they knew that the core area had layers of arrays and would not be easy to enter, they would not be able to bear the consequences if someone else beat them to it. Therefore, the two of them had to increase their speed. However, just as they were rushing forward, they suddenly heard the sound of rushing air. Then, a figure appeared in their field of vision. The figure seemed to be in a sorry state and his aura was extremely unstable. When he saw Lin Xian and Xiaoxue, he was also stunned. However, he quickly said anxiously, "There's danger ahead. There's danger ahead. You'd better run." While speaking, the figure did not slow down and soon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Xiaoxue frowned. They had seen this kind of situation many times. They guessed that they were being hunted. However, in this kind of situation, there were always people who wanted to frame them and drag them into the water, just like the time when they encountered the Divine Bird Palace. However, this time around, it seemed to be a bit different. That was because this man had warned them to leave. This made the two of them extremely surprised. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" When the figure arrived beside Lin Xian and Lin Xian, he was also stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw the figure clearly. It was a young man, and a fat one at that. The things he was wearing were very messy, and it didn't look like a complete set. On top of a loose robe, there was an ancient battle armor that covered the heart and other key parts. He was wearing a pair of green boots that were emitting a green light. Lin Xian could sense a dense wind attribute energy from it. Clearly, this was a treasure that could increase one's speed. At the same time, the fat man was also wearing a helmet that covered most of his face. However, his eyes were constantly moving, and it was obvious that he was a smart person. "Why aren't you running?" The fat man stared at Lin Xian and Xiaoxue, his eyes constantly moving. No matter how smart he was, he could not understand what the two of them were thinking. "Why should we run? You should be the one in danger." Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the fat man rolled his eyes. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, a huge wind blade came from all directions and slashed at him. "Damn, it's this group of hateful wind demons again." The fat man cursed, but his movements were not slow. His green shoes emitted a green light and carried him like a gust of wind, dodging these attacks in an instant. At the same time, on his hands, 2 black boxing gloves were unknowingly put on. With a punch, a majestic energy gushed out from the gloves and blew up the wind demons. The powerful attack surprised Lin Xian. He looked at the fat man in surprise and found that the treasures on the fat man's body were all extraordinary. They were at least half Earth-rank treasures or above. Take the black boxing gloves for example. They were extremely powerful and did not lose to his Lone Star sword. However, compared to his Red Lotus boxing gloves, they were still slightly inferior. However, this was already very impressive and had surpassed most martial artists. After finishing off the wind demons in front of him with one punch, the little fatty said, "You guys better run. The person behind you is simply a lunatic." After saying this, the little fatty ignored Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and turned to run. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were surprised. To be honest, the fat man was already very powerful. Even if he encountered a 7th level venerable, he could still fight. He could not imagine what kind of person could make the little fatty so scared. Could it be that person? Lin Xian and Zhao Shui looked at each other because they felt that the person behind them was very likely someone who had the same goal as them. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from the front. Damn fatty, do you think you can escape? This voice was extremely sharp, like a sharp blade that cut down all the trees in the surrounding mountains. In the next moment, a blue light lit up in front of him. It was like an ocean that instantly surged over. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding wind demons all screamed in pain. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. Some unlucky ones were even directly cut in half. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's expressions changed. They finally knew why the fat man wanted to escape. It was because the person in front of them was too terrifying. Just this attack alone was enough to make them feel fearful. This attack was even stronger than an ordinary 7th level venerable's attack. Seeing that the blue light was about to engulf them, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not remain silent. Instead, they both attacked. Lin Xian formed an armor on his body and blocked the blue light. Zhao Shui shouted and countless golden vortexes appeared on her body as well, absorbing everything in a frenzy. The blue light was so terrifying that it could even cut space apart. In the next moment, it enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Clang 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 clang, when the blue light hit the two of them, a series of low metallic sounds were heard. The sound was so terrifying that Lin Xian's qi and blood trembled. What a terrifying light! It seems to contain the power of water. However, this sharp aura is much stronger than the water element. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so strange? Lin Xian was shocked. That was because it was too illogical. Normally, water elements were used to assist in healing and were more gentle. However, although the blue light in front of him contained a thick water element aura, its sharpness was even more terrifying than some sort intense. Lin Xian had never encountered such a thing before. The fatty in front was also enveloped by the blue light and immediately shouted in shock. Damn lunatic, I didn't provoke you. Why are you chasing me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Palace of Gods of War. If you provoke me, I won't let you off. Sensing danger, the fatty kept shouting. Palace of Gods of War? Hearing that, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect the Palace of Gods of War to have such a powerful honorable other than the mysterious man from before. It seemed that the Palace of Gods of War was plotting something big. At that moment, a cold laugh came from the front again. Damn fatty, no matter what, you're dead meat. How dare you follow me secretly? Tell me, what's your motive? Bulge *T, who's following you secretly? The road is so big. Are you the only one who's allowed to walk and I'm not? The fatty was stubborn. Although the blue light made him scream, he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be in the mood to argue. The voice didn't continue, but a figure flew over quickly. This was a very arrogant young man with a cold smile on his face. The aura on his body was abnormally sharp, like a sharp knife that could cut through everything. There's someone else? The young man stepped on the void and walked over with his hands behind his back. However, when he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, he was clearly stunned. He didn't expect there to be two other people here besides the fatty. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have resisted his attack. This greatly surprised him. 7th Heaven Honorable. Yan Feng's gaze swept across Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Then, his gaze stopped on Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui's aura was very powerful. She had reached the 7th Heaven Honorable. What shocked him even more was that she was very young. This had piqued his interest. That was because he was also a 7th level venerate. Moreover, he knew that it was extremely rare for someone to become a 7th level venerate at their age. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. However, he didn't know which house of kings this white-clothed woman belonged to. Not only that, but Zhao Xuana's beautiful face also moved his heart. I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in a place like this. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Yan Feng's eyes flickered. However, in the next moment, when his gaze swept over Lin Xian, he immediately frowned. This was because his opponent's cultivation was simply too low. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. In his eyes, such a cultivation was no different from an ant. However, to his surprise, his opponent was actually able to resist his attack. He couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that although his attack was just a casual attack, its power was extremely powerful. A 6th heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it at all. Even a 7th heaven venerable would have to take it seriously, but now, a brat at the 5th heavenly layer martial highness realm was actually safe and sound. He couldn't understand this. However, when he saw the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately sneered. I was wondering why an ant of the 5th celestial layer could withstand my attack. So it turns out that he is wearing a defensive armor. Seeing this, Yan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Brat, I have to say that you're very lucky. I can spare your life as long as you take off your armor and give it to me. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was covered by the red lotus armor. The scarlet light flickered as if it was a real armor. Therefore, even though Yan Feng was a 7th heaven venerable, he didn't immediately realize that the armor was illusory. However, even if it was real, Lin Xian couldn't take it off and give it to anyone. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard the other party's arrogant words. This guy was really arrogant. Did he really think that he could control everything just because his cultivation was high? He was disgusted by these people's faces. Therefore, he planned to give them a taste of their own medicine. In the next moment, he looked up at Yan Feng and said coldly, "You're lucky. You're quite lucky. Hand over that saber on your body, and I can spare your life." His voice was filled with provocation. Zhao Shui didn't have any reaction to Lin Xian's behavior. She would be surprised if the spiritual value points didn't say that. However, when the little fatty behind heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He stared blankly at Lin Xian, the fat on his face trembling. Did I hear wrongly? What did that brat say? He's actually threatening Yan Feng? Heavens, does he know who Yan Feng is? The fatty covered his face. Didn't I tell him? That's not right. I already told him. The fatty couldn't believe that someone dared to provoke Yan Feng. When the arrogant young man in front heard this, he was also stunned. Then, he laughed loudly. Brat, it's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like that. Because anyone who spoke to me like that is already dead. Yan Feng looked down at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Is that so? Then I'm different from you. Lin Xian shrugged. People talk to me like that every day. But it's a pity that those who spoke to me like that are all dead. Pfft, when the fatty heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This brat was too awesome. He actually dared to provoke Yan Feng like that. Brother, I'll give you 100 likes. At this moment, the fatty seemed to have forgotten about the danger around him. He looked at the scene excitedly. Yan Feng was also stunned. Then, his face darkened and his eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that an ant-like person would dare to speak to him like that. Was he not afraid of death? However, when he saw Zhao Shui at the side, he suddenly had a look of realization. Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a 7th level honored realm protecting you. As long as I want to kill you, no one can save you. Even if you have a 7th level honored realm protecting you, it's no exception. Yan Feng's voice was cold. In his opinion, Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant because of Zhao Shui, a 7th level honored realm, standing beside him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if he was given 10 guts. Is that so? Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Lin Xian didn't back down in the slightest. You're courting death. Yan Feng was finally enraged. The other party was just an ant. Yet, he kept provoking him. This was intolerable. Therefore, he decided to strike fiercely and destroy the other party. In the next moment, he attacked. He did not want to waste his time on an ant. He waved his hand and a bright light shot out from his palm. It was like countless rays of divine light that shot forward. Every ray of light turned into a wave that shook the void like the Milky Way. At this moment, the sky was completely covered. Only 5 Milky Way waves could be seen descending from the sky, emitting an unparalleled light. The 5 rays of light all rushed towards Lin Xian. In his opinion, any one of the rays of light could kill the ant in front of him. However, in order to vent his anger, he decided to use the 5 rays of light to crush Lin Xian. Behind him, the fatty's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Milky Way palm art. Looks like Yan Feng is really angry. His opponent is a level 5 brat and he actually used the Milky Way palm art. Should I save him? The fatty's eyes kept darting around. However, he shook his head in the next moment. Forget it. The Milky Way palm art is so powerful. I can't save him even if I go up. Moreover, the brat seems to have a level 7 honorable with him. He should be fine. After thinking for a long time, the fatty did not make a move. The Milky Way in front of him had already enveloped Lin Xian. It looked like it was about to explode and crush Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui made her move. She waved her slender hand and there was a dull sound in the void. A blazing ray of light exploded like the sun and shot towards the 5 Milky Way palm art. Instantly, a terrifying energy exploded and the 5 Milky Way palm art evaporated in the air. What? She broke it so easily? The fatty was stunned when he saw this scene. He did not expect the lady in white to be so terrifying. She broke the Milky Way palm art with just a lift of her hand. Yan Feng's face darkened. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at the two of them. He did not expect to not be able to kill the ant in front of him with one move. At the same time, it angered him. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered, I told you not to be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you will be slapped in the face later. Look, now you are slapped in the face. Lin Xian's sarcasm made Yan Feng even angrier. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Lin Xian. This palm was extremely domineering and sharp, directly enveloping the entire space. A terrifying aura surged in the air, as if it wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. Zhao Shui was about to attack again when Lin Xian stopped her. Forget it, don't do anything. Judging from this aura, this fellow is probably not weaker than the mysterious venerable from before. If we were to fight with him, both sides might suffer. From the looks of it, this place isn't far from the Sky Serene Bird, so we shouldn't be impulsive. Hearing this, Zhao Shui also lowered her jade-like hand. Because Lin Xian was right, it was best to conserve their strength and wait until they entered the core area. Then what should we do? Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head and pulled Zhao Shui back. The two of them were like lightning, instantly leaving the range of the gigantic palm. In the next moment, everything in the area was refined by the terrifying palm. The mountains and trees all collapsed, and a terrifying deep hole appeared in the ground. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not stop, and they escaped into the distance. Want to leave? Not so easy. Yan Feng's voice was cold. He would not let them leave so easily. Since they dared to offend him, he would definitely kill them. In the next moment, he put his hands behind his back and quickly chased after them. F***ck, don't come over here. In front of him, the fatty saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui flying towards him, and his eyelids twitched. Brother, there were so many ways for you to fly, but you chose to fly towards me. You must be doing this on purpose. The fatty was on the verge of tears. However, seeing that he could not change the situation, he turned around and ran without another word. The green shoes on his feet emitted a misty light, allowing him to move as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. As he ran, he shouted, "Brother behind me, you're going to get me killed." Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian was the one who lured that terrifying person over. In the next moment, endless light exploded from his feet, and his speed increased exponentially. Soon, he caught up with the fatty. F***ck, so fast. The fatty was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to be so fast. This made him extremely surprised. After all, the shoes on his feet were not ordinary. Because of these shoes, he was able to escape from Yan Feng's pursuit. However, he did not expect the man and woman in front of him to be as fast as him. One could only imagine how powerful their movements were. Seems like the two of them aren't ordinary people either. Little Fatty's eyes darted around before he chuckled. My name is Zhou Qingho. How should I address you? Zhou Qingho? Lin Xian looked at the little fatty and thought to himself, you weigh a ton, so you're not light. Then, he smiled and said, I'm Lin Xian. This is Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui. The fatty looked at her for a while. He could not help it. Zhao Shui was too beautiful. However, when he saw Zhao Shui's cold face, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly looked away. I'm a disciple of Mary Wood's. What about you? Mary Wood's disciple? No wonder he had so many treasures on him, Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the fatty to be a disciple of the House of Kings. Mary Wood's was also a disciple of the House of Kings. Its strength was not inferior to the Shen family and the Morong family. It could be said to be very powerful. We're from Senma College. Lin Xian said. He did not mention Zhao Shui's Sutian faction. Even if he did, the fatty would not know. So you're a disciple of Senma College. No wonder you're so strong. The fatty began to worm his way into being friends. He looked at the two of them and said softly, why don't the three of us work together to kill him? I've always disliked that madman. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. The fatty gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the hands of that madman. No. Lin Xian saw that the fatty's cultivation had reached the sixth sky of venerable. This cultivation was very strong among the younger generation. However, compared to people like Zhao Shui and Yan Feng, he was still lacking. However, he was able to escape from Yan Feng. This was enough to show that the fatty was not as simple as he looked. No? The fatty was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would fight. He did not expect them to reject him so decisively. Then what do we do? Do we keep running? Yes, let's run in another direction. Lin Xian looked around and began to circle around. He did not want to be too far away from the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, he would have to run again. Behind them, Yan Feng's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth in anger. He did not expect the three of them to be so fast. Even with his strength, he could not catch up. This made him very angry. Damn you, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. He was about to go mad with anger. Previously, the little fatty had relied on a pair of green shoes to escape from his pursuit. Yet now, a brat at the fifth heavenly layer of the exalted realm was actually able to run so fast, it was beyond his expectations. With a roar, Yan Feng raised his arm and slashed forward with his fingers like a blade. Instantly, the void split and a huge blade light formed in the sky and slashed forward. Damn, that lunatic is attacking again. Feeling the surging spiritual energy behind him, the little fatty's expression changed. Once again, he infused his spiritual energy into the shoes, and his speed increased a little. Lin Xian was also surprised. Firstly, the little fatty's green shoes made him think highly of it. He did not expect the treasure to be better than he had imagined. Secondly, he was even more shocked by the blade light behind him. It was too terrifying, the sharp aura was not weaker than his. What a terrifying blade intent! Zhao Shui exclaimed. Of course. The little fatty in front did not even turn his head, but his voice floated out. That guy is crazy. He cultivated a blade soul and has an earth-rank blade technique. It can be said that his combat strength is off the charts. Among the seventh heaven supremacies, there are very few who are his match. Earth-rank martial arts. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he rolled his eyes. Since the other party was so powerful, why did you say that we would work together to fight back? Wasn't that clearly a scam? In the next moment, the huge blade light enveloped the three of them. Damn it, I didn't dodge. The little fatty's face was sullen. Finally, he gritted his teeth and activated the armor on his body. Immediately, the armor shone and formed a strong defense. Needless to say, the little fatty's body was full of treasures. The green shoe's speed was even comparable to an earthrank movement technique. At this moment, the dark purple armor activated by the little fatty also displayed an extremely strong defense. The terrifying blade light collided with the armor and made a clanging sound, but it did not tear through the defense. It seemed that this armor was also an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were also shocked. They quickly used their defensive techniques. That's right, that saber light is very terrifying. You must be careful. Little fatty reminded from the front. Then, he turned around and saw a scene that shocked him. This was because he realized that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were both enveloped by the saber radiance, but the two of them were completely fine. This made him extremely surprised. One had to know that the armor he was wearing was extraordinary. That was why it was able to block the saber ray. However, the two people behind him were just like him, safe and sound. The white-clothed woman was fine. She was a 7th heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator, so she should be able to withstand the saber light. But what's going on with that guy with the ancient sword on his back? He's clearly only at the 5th heavenly layer of the venerable realm, yet he was able to block it? Is that red armor also a supreme treasure? Little fatty stared at the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, and his eyes kept darting around. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't notice the expression on Fatty's face. He was currently resisting the blade light while using his soul power to quickly study the blade light. This was because he realized that the saber radiance contained dense water element and saber soul power. It was soft but firm, and it was extremely sharp. This gave him a lot of inspiration. If he studied it more, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the attributes. At the back, Yan Feng, the peerless genius from the Palace of Gods of War, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect his saber to be ineffective against the three of them. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. With a cold snort, he used his hand as a saber again and slashed out a shocking saber radiance. The ground shattered and the sky collapsed. The terrifying saber radiance swept across the front. Damn it, he's indeed a lunatic. Little fatty cursed when he saw that Yan Feng was unwilling to give up. On the other hand, the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body shone even brighter. It emitted a scarlet radiance, forming a strong defense that quickly blocked the saber radiance. Not only that, but his eyes also became brighter and brighter, like stars. So that's what happened. I understand now. Lin Xian's lips curled into a gratified smile. Understand? What do you understand? Little fatty was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this guy had been studying the saber radiance? What the hell? Just how much mental energy does he have? Doesn't he know that his life could be in danger at any time? Little fatty was completely convinced. He had never seen such a person. In such a dangerous situation, he still had the time to study other people's martial arts. Lunatic, damn it, another lunatic. Little fatty shook his head continuously, as if he was hopeless. When Yan Feng saw this, he was so angry that he trembled. Not only was a level 5 brat not injured by him, but he was also studying his martial arts. This was definitely a provocation. Brat, you're too arrogant. Yan Feng's voice was cold as his aura exploded. A sharp saber soul power emerged from his body. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if a peerless heavenly saber had been unsheathed, causing the entire void to collapse. Oh no, this is the power of the saber soul. When little fatty sensed this power, his scalp went numb and his face changed drastically. Oh no, Yan Feng is going to get serious. Little fatty was about to cry. If it was a normal power, he could still withstand it. However, if Yan Feng used the power of the saber soul, he would not be able to withstand it. One should know that he was only a level 6 honorable. Although he had treasures on him, he would not be able to withstand the power of the saber soul. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's faces changed as well. This was because this power was several times stronger than the previous saber radiance. Even a level 7 honorable would not be able to withstand it. Die, you ants. Yan Feng's voice was cold as the power of the saber soul in his body exploded. A shocking saber radiance was slashed out. Damn it, speed up. Little fatty roared angrily as he channeled all his spiritual power into the green shoes on his feet. Then, the green shoes released a dazzling green light. It was as if they had grown wings and carried him into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Lin Xian snorted as he activated the Red Lotus armor with all his might. A huge armor shadow formed and covered him and Zhao Shui. Clang, there was a violent sound of metal colliding and the entire world shook. The huge armor also shook and countless ripples appeared on its surface. However, what was shocking was that it did not shatter. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said to Zhao Shui, "Let's get out of here quickly." "Okay." Zhao Shui nodded. Then, the two of them used their movement skills and sped up. Their bodies were like lightning as they charged into the distance. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Yan Feng snorted as he formed a claw with his 5 fingers and clawed forward. Every finger of his seemed to have turned into a heavenly saber and was about to envelop Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Returning wind-whisking willow sword, Lin Xian shouted coldly as streaks of sword chi shot out from his body. They circled around his body and charged forward. The sword chi were like willow branches. The green branches were extremely soft. On the willow branches, there were golden leaves. They were as sharp as sword radiance and were unstoppable. The willow branches of sword chi circled around him and spun rapidly. They formed a huge semicircle that enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, resisting the shocking sword radiance. The returning wind-whisking willow sword was the Lin family's ultimate skill. However, it was powerful when used by the spiritual detecting realm. Once one entered the honorable realm, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had just comprehended the softness with toughness from Lin Xian. When he used it now, the originally dim martial art became magical again. In the next moment, the two collided and the entire void let out a cracking sound. The willow branches of sword chi were like a breeze that contained the power of the wind. On the other hand, the golden leaves contained the power of the dragon sword's soul and were extremely sharp. The perfect combination of the two unleashed a miraculous power that blocked the shocking saber light. At that moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui charged out of the range of the sword radiance and flew into the distance. What? He blocked it? Both Little Fatty and Yan Feng were shocked by this scene. Little Fatty did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block the sword chi. It was unbelievable. Yan Feng was even more furious. His handsome face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already used the power of his sword soul. Even a 7th heaven honorable would not be able to block it. However, he did not expect that. His opponent, a 5th heaven honorable realm brat, would block it for no reason. This made him extremely shocked. Damn it. What does this brat have? How can he block the power of my sword soul? Yan Feng gritted his teeth and said. Looking at the two disappearing figures, he snorted and was about to chase after them. However, just as he moved, Little Fatty beside him ran in the opposite direction of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn it. Seeing this, Yan Feng became even more furious. After struggling for a moment, he finally gave up on killing Lin Xian and turned to chase after the Little Fatty. Because the Little Fatty had discovered his secret, he had to get rid of him to prevent the news from leaking out. His expression hardened, and like a beam of blue light, he instantly shot towards Little Fatty. Mother ****. You're actually chasing me? Why don't you chase after those two? When Little Fatty saw the lunatic chasing after him, he immediately cursed loudly. However, although he was cursing, his speed did not slow down at all. Running all the way, Little Fatty finally saw another group of people. He had chosen this direction because he wanted to get rid of Yan Feng and because Lin Xian had sent him a message. This was because before Lin Xian left, he had sent a voice transmission to Little Fatty, telling him to head in this direction, saying that he would definitely be able to escape from danger. Little Fatty originally thought that Lin Xian could lure Yan Feng away, but later he realized that he was wrong. Yan Feng did not leave, and in the following time, he did not meet anyone else. Immediately, he cursed Lin Xian in his heart. But now, he was very grateful to Lin Xian, because he saw a group of people ahead. Elder, second brother, big brother. You're here. Seeing those people, Little Fatty happily cheered. Because that group of people was none other than the people of Merry Woods. It seemed that this guy was more reliable than he had imagined. If I escape in this direction, I will really be able to see my clansmen. Little Fatty did not hate Lin Xian at all now, and even felt a little grateful. Ching Ho, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? A Merry Woods elder anxiously asked. Sigh, elder, don't mention it. There's a lunatic chasing after me. Little Fatty's face was full of anger. Luckily I ran quickly, otherwise I would not be able to see you now. What? Someone dares to hurt you? Immediately, the elder was enraged. Beside him, the other Merry Woods disciples also coldly shouted, who is so blind to dare bully our Merry Woods people? Does he not want to live anymore? Ching Ho, tell me, who bullied you, I will help you. The elder also said in a deep voice. It's a lunatic, the famous lunatic Yan from the Palace of Gods of War. Little Fatty was constantly panting. Running all the way here, he had used up a lot of his spiritual energy. Lunatic Yan from the Palace of Gods of War? Is it that peerless genius Yan Feng? Many disciples exclaimed. The elder's face also darkened, and he quickly asked, is it really Yan Feng? Yes, it's him. Little Fatty said. Why did you provoke that lunatic for no reason? The elder's face was full of resentment. Don't you know that guy is mentally unstable? Little Fatty's mouth immediately twitched. What the hell, what's going on? Didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Why are you talking about me now? However, at this time an unusually sharp aura suddenly came from behind, as if the entire space could not withstand it. Not good, that lunatic is chasing after us. When Little Fatty felt that aura, he jumped in fright and immediately hid behind the elder. In the next moment, an arrogant figure appeared, floating in the void, coldly looking down at the group of people from the Merry Woods. His lightning-like eyes stared at Little Fatty. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Ah, damn lunatic, I can't beat you, but I'm not afraid of you now. Come over if you have the ability, we'll beat you to death. Little Fatty waved his fist. You're talking about this group of people? Yan Feng showed a look of disdain. Since that's the case, I'll kill them all. Hearing this, the hearts of the disciples from the Merry Woods trembled, because they felt a terrifying murderous aura coming from the figure above them. As for the elder and the other elders, they coldly snorted, their faces gloomy. The other party was too arrogant, he did not put them in his eyes at all. No matter what, they were still members of the House of Kings. Although the other party was a peerless genius and powerful, they had more people on their side. If a fight really broke out, it was not certain who would win. Lunatic, don't be so arrogant, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. An elder from the Merry Woods coldly snorted. Rude? I'd like to see how rude you are going to be. Yan Feng was extremely arrogant, his black hair fluttering in the wind, like a lunatic, he stretched out a large hand to grab Little Fatty. The palm covered the sky and the sun, and there were sharp saber lights circling around its fingers, which even enveloped the elder. You're courting death. Seeing this, the elder was furious, and punched upwards. This punch was like a ferocious tiger, shaking the void, and instantly collided with the sky-covering hand. Rumble, in the next moment, a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. On top of that huge hand, there were blade rays that quickly crisscrossed, containing the energy of a blade soul, instantly slicing apart the huge shadow of the fist. Pung pung, a series of explosions rang out. The elder from Merry Woods kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he could suppress him. The surrounding warriors of the Merry Woods were also extremely shocked when they saw this. They had never thought that their elder would be targeted in just one move. It was too hard to be confident. After all, his opponent was just a young man. This lunatic was too heaven-defying. After the initial shock, the elder's face turned gloomy. His opponent was too arrogant. Did he think that there was no one in Merry Woods? Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're strong. Merry Woods is not something you can provoke. The elder's voice was cold. In the next moment, his body emitted a blazing light, as if he was a bright sun. A blurry figure quickly rolled behind him, and then condensed into form. It was a goshawk. Its body was black, as if it was an ancient demonic beast. The goshawk's body emitted a terrifying aura, causing people to tremble. Especially its eyes, they were sharp and cold, as if they were real. This goshawk was the martial spirit of the elder from Merry Woods. He was too angry, so he quickly released his martial spirit. Sky-shaking eagle. This is the elder's martial spirit. Looks like the elder is going to use his full strength. A group of Merry Woods disciples were shocked. Then, their eyes were filled with excitement. They believed that as long as their elder released his martial spirit, he would be able to get rid of this lunatic. Little Fatty was also nervous. His hands were constantly clasping as he muttered, "Get rid of him, get rid of him. We must get rid of this lunatic." In front of him, Yan Feng's eyes were cold, as if he was the Grim Reaper. "What? You're so desperate that you've released your martial spirit?" His voice was calm and even had a hint of frivolity. It was obvious that he did not take his opponent seriously. "Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore," Yan Feng said coldly. In the next moment, he grasped the demon slayer at his waist. Suddenly, his entire body became extremely sharp. It was as if he was no longer a human, but a peerless divine blade. No one dared to look at him directly. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all trembling because the aura was too terrifying. It was as if an invisible saber light was about to cut them in half. "Die, you old bastard." Yan Feng's voice was cold. In the next moment, he quickly drew his saber. A sonorous sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Then, a blue light appeared in the sky like a canopy and spread out in all directions. The elder of the Merry Woods also let out a long roar, and with a martial spirit behind him, he quickly rushed forward. With a bang, the entire world shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a crack that was almost 1,000 feet long appeared under their feet, spreading into the distance. At the point of collision, spatial cracks appeared. Numerous black holes flickered in the sky, as if they were deep abysses. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and quickly retreated because that energy was too terrifying. If they were affected by it, they would lose their lives. The little fatty also screamed and quickly activated the green shoes on his feet. Like a green gust of wind, he instantly left the battlefield. However, his eyes were fixed on the center. After an intense collision, a muffled groan was heard. Immediately after, the energy in front of them exploded, and two figures appeared. Could it be that the winner has been decided? Everyone was shocked and looked forward nervously. They wanted to know what the result was. The battle had ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. The one who was sent flying was not Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War, but the elder of the Merry Woods. What? How is this possible? The disciples of the Merry Woods were stunned. They could not believe it. Their elder was a 7th-rank honorable realm, and he had even summoned his martial spirit. He was extremely powerful, but he was still defeated. How strong was Yan Feng? Everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it. The little fatty's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and quickly flew towards the injured elder. "Elder, are you all right?" The little fatty quickly took out 2 blue pills and fed them to the elder. "I did not expect that kid to be so strong. He could even defeat my martial spirit so easily." "Ching Ho, you should leave quickly," the elder of the Merry Woods said weakly. Although the Merry Woods was also the House of Kings and no one dared to provoke them, that was only for ordinary people. Their family's reputation was useless against this lunatic in front of them. "Damn it, let's fight it out with him. I don't believe that he can defeat so many of us." The little fatty gritted his teeth and glared at the front. He was too angry. The other party was too arrogant. Now that they were at their door, they were still unwilling to let go. "I want to let him know the power of the Merry Woods." "Don't be rash." The injured elder stopped the little fatty and said in a low voice, "You are not his opponent now. Leave quickly and find our people. Then you will be safe." Yan Feng sneered, "What, you still want to resist? If you really dare to attack, I don't mind killing all of you." His expression was arrogant as if he was a lunatic. What arrogance, who dares to destroy the Merry Woods? However, at this moment, a cold snort came from afar. following which, countless powerful auras rushed over. It's the sixth elder, they are here. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Merry Woods all cheered. The little fatty and the injured elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Because their reinforcements had arrived, they were safe. Yanfeng frowned. He did not think that the other party would come at this time. This was not good news for him. After all, he did not have much time to waste here. With a cold snort, Yanfeng raised his long sword and slashed down again. A blue sword light flew out and swept through the heaven and earth like a huge wave. It was very terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the little fatty in front. Feeling this aura, all the disciples including the little fatty's face changed. They could not escape at all. At this moment, a surge of energy came from afar. A palm as big as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then, with a terrifying posture, it fiercely attacked the sword light. Pung, the two collided, creating a shocking sound. Then, the huge palm was cut open. However, the blade light also rapidly weakened. In the end, it dissipated into the surroundings. In the next moment, a group of people quickly arrived. This group of people were the cultivators of the Merry Woods. At this moment, they had arrived in time to provide assistance. The leader of the group had a powerful aura. Compared to the injured elder, he was even stronger. When he saw Yanfeng in the distance, he immediately frowned. The Merry Woods does not seem to have any grudges with the Palace of Gods of War. Why are you attacking? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't leave. Even if the other party was a peerless genius from the Palace of Ares, they would not be afraid because the Merry Woods were not afraid of the Palace of Ares. Therefore, they had to get back at them. At this moment, another group of people rushed over from the horizon. When Yanfeng saw this group of people, his face turned ugly. It was because the group of people who had arrived later were all from the Murong family. The one leading them was Murong Qingchen, who was wearing a purple robe and looking as beautiful as a goddess. Yanfeng did not know why Murong Qingchen was here, but he knew that the other party was not on good terms with the Palace of Ares. If the Murong family came to Merry Wood's aid, he would have to leave today. What happened? Murong Qingchen asked as soon as she arrived. Beauty Murong is here too. Fatty jumped out and quickly explained. For the rest of the time, he recounted the entire process with exaggerated details. You're saying that he attacked a person in green with an ancient sword? Murong Qingchen asked in a low voice. Yes, but that guy was wearing a bright red armor and was not injured. It's strange that a kid in the fifth heaven could survive a lunatic's attack. It's really shocking. Murong Qingchen's face turned cold. If she was not wrong, the young man that Fatty described was Lin Xian. This damn lunatic, how dare he attack Lin Xian? Thinking of this, Murong Qingchen clenched her fists under her sleeves. Then, she looked at the Merry Woods elder. How do you want to settle this? Of course we want justice. Don't try to persuade me. The Merry Woods elder thought that Murong Qingchen wanted to stop the fight. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Murong Qingchen's face was as dark as water. She said in a low voice, "Stop the fight? I'm not interested in that. I plan to attack together with you." Attack together? The Merry Woods elders were also stunned, but then they were overjoyed. With Murong Qingchen's help, their chances of success would definitely increase. When the little fatty heard this, his face was filled with shock. What was this girl doing? She actually wanted to attack Madman as well? That madman had never offended her. He had a confused look on his face and didn't understand at all. Yanfeng didn't understand either, but his face looked terrible. Murong Qingchen didn't just want to fight, he wanted to bring the whole Murong family with him. I feel that to deal with such a lunatic, we shouldn't fight him one-on-one. Why don't we gang up on him? Good idea, I like it. Fatty clapped his hands and began to organize the disciples of Merry Woods. He had been chased by Yanfeng all this while, and he had been feeling extremely sullen. Now that he could retaliate, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he knew that Yanfeng was going to be in trouble this time. Not to mention the enormous strength of the two House of Kings, just the combined strength of Murong Qingchen and a group of elders was enough to make Yanfeng unable to resist. The reason for that was because no matter how powerful his opponent was, he was still only a 7th layer exalted. Therefore, they were very confident this time. Yan Feng's face was gloomy. Although he was arrogant, he was no fool. Therefore, he turned around and flew into the distance. Trying to run? Not so fast. Morong Qingqing activated the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and unleashed a shocking attack. A huge phoenix covered the sky and spread its wings, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. The elders of Merry Woods also began to attack, and surging spiritual energy quickly rushed forward. In an instant, a great battle broke out. If he had the chance to start over, Yan Feng would never have chased after this little fatty. Because he would never have thought that this would happen. Now, he was surrounded by a few 7th layer exalted and a group of 6th layer exalted realm elders. Finally, there were countless young disciples on the periphery. Although they were like ants to him, the combined attack of so many people was not to be underestimated. Under the combined attack of so many people, his blood was churning, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was heavily injured. Ah, damn it! Yan Feng roared in anger and frustration. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that this group was too strong. No matter who came, they would not be able to stop them. Merry Woods, Morong family, I will remember this. Yan Feng gritted his teeth. Then, without hesitation, he summoned his saber soul and became one with his saber. He turned into a shocking saber light and rushed into the sky to escape. He's running away. Oh, Madman Yan is running away. The disciples were excited. Damn madman, who asked you to chase after me? Now you know that I'm not to be trifled with. Little Fatty had a smug look on his face as well. As for Yan Feng's threat before he left, the two families did not take it to heart. Their strength was not weaker than the palace of Ares, so they were not afraid of revenge. Moreover, the other party was the one who provoked them first. No matter which side they were on, they were all victims and had enough reason to attack. The elders of Merry Woods also showed gratified smiles, but then they glared fiercely at the little fatty. Qing Ho, didn't we warn you not to cause trouble here? I swear, I didn't provoke that madman. The little fatty raised his hand and swore. Why did that madman want to kill you? That's because I found a secret. The little fatty said proudly. Secret, what secret? Everyone was interested. A secret that could make Yan Feng offend Merry Woods and kill him must be extraordinary. Even the people from the Morong family looked over curiously. Little Morong girl, thank you for your help this time. Why don't we discuss it together? The elders of Merry Woods invited. Okay. Morong Qingqing did not refuse. She was also very curious about the secret. To be able to make Yan Feng kill him at all costs. Seeing that everyone was here, the little fatty said, a while ago, there was a huge commotion in the secret territory. You all should know about it. An ancient demonic beast has escaped from the underground seal. This news, I've heard about it. A few elders nodded. Because the commotion was too big, even if they did not see it with their own eyes, many people still felt the shocking waves. The news I want to tell you is related to this ancient beast. Because I saw this ancient beast with my own eyes. What? You saw it? This time everyone was shocked. I saw it. The little fatty said with lingering fear, it was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone could kill a 7th level venerable. Fortunately, it only flew past quickly. Otherwise, if it wanted to attack, that madman and I would be dead. Oh? That madman was there too. What was it? Everyone was very curious. Heaven-ranking savage beast, Heavenly Netherbird. Heavenly Netherbird, it's actually this savage beast. Rumor has it that it has the bloodline of the great Xia dragon finch. These people were all warriors of the House of Kings, so they were not unfamiliar with the legends of the Heavenly Netherbird. Therefore, when they found out that there was a Heavenly Netherbird in the secret territory, they were all extremely shocked. So that's how it is. I think the secret territory is named after the Heavenly Netherbird. One of the older generation figures sighed. They had entered this secret realm many times, but they had never discovered that there was actually an ancient ferocious beast sealed here. It seems that we have to be careful this time. We have to avoid that savage beast. The elders were prepared to warn the younger generation not to cause trouble. However, little Fatty shook his head. No, we can't avoid it. Instead, we have to find it. What? You want to provoke that savage beast? You don't want to live anymore. An elder glared at him. Little Fatty smiled bitterly. Of course I do. I also know how powerful that savage beast is. However, we have to find that savage beast because the heavenly netherbird is running towards a certain place. A place? Where? The core area of the secret territory. The core area. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and then sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was too shocking. They knew that the secret territory was huge, but they didn't know where the complete secret territory was. However, they guessed that there would definitely be a core area here, and the things there would definitely surpass the other areas. Moreover, they guessed that the core area was left behind by the creator of the secret territory, an ancient peerless expert. Perhaps there would be the legacy and cave of the ancient peerless expert. And now, the heavenly netherbird was also running towards the core area. Ching Ho, are you sure about this? The elder of the Merry Woods asked in a deep voice. This news was too important, and they had to be sure before they could act. After all, the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. If they weren't careful, they could be wiped out. Most likely, because I was following behind that madman and saw that he was very excited. I think he must have heard some rumors. Moreover, it turns out that my guess was right. That's because that madman ran after the heavenly netherbird. I was chasing after him, but he discovered me halfway, so he chased me all the way. Hearing this, everyone basically believed it. That was because the Palace of War was also a house of kings. Perhaps they knew some kind of secret. And judging from the madman's reaction, it was very likely that he knew. Let's work together, that place isn't something one or two of us can break through, Merry Woods elder said to Murong Chingching. Agreed. Murong Chingching nodded. She also knew that the core area was extremely dangerous, so working together was necessary. Next, the two families began to carefully research various countermeasures. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had managed to shake off Yan Feng's pursuit and were quickly traversing through the forest. Then, they adjusted their route and chased after the heavenly netherbird. However, this time, they were very careful. Furthermore, they were not in a hurry. They knew that the two of them were not the only ones chasing after them. There was also the powerful Yan Feng. They had to make sure it was safe before they could go on their way. On a green mountain peak, the two of them sat cross-legged. They had just rushed for a day, so they planned to rest and cultivate for the rest of the day. And now, Lin Xian was fully focused on comprehending the sword technique that he had comprehended. Previously, Yan Feng's sword technique had given him a lot of inspiration. Furthermore, after some research, he was finally able to fuse the essence of wind and the essence of metal, creating the new returning wind-whisking willow sword. That sword was very strange. It was soft yet firm, making it impossible to guard against. Not only that, Lin Xian also began to fuse different essences together, creating many more unique sword techniques. It could be said that in the past, Lin Xian's combat strength had reached the pinnacle. But now, after this, his combat style had also reached an extremely diverse range. Although his cultivation did not increase, his combat strength had greatly increased. This was a very important step for him. Beside him, Zhao Shui was shocked when she saw various forms of sword qi appearing on Lin Xian's fingertips from time to time. Although she was very talented and had reached the seventh heaven of the venerable realm at such a young age, she had to admit that the young man in front of her had the best cultivation talent that she had ever seen. In particular, the other party's comprehension ability was simply too terrifying. The sword qi that was formed by the fusion of different essences shocked her. Fortunately, the two of them were friends. Otherwise, if they encountered an enemy like Lin Xian, it would definitely be a headache for any powerful warrior. On the other hand, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had the great dragon sword soul as a foundation, so his combat strength was outstanding. Now, with the sword technique that was formed by the fusion of different essences, its power could be said to be even more terrifying than before. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and slowly exhaled. Now, he could completely fuse the essences that he had comprehended. This was a big breakthrough for him. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw his hand, Zhao Shui said softly, "It seems that you have gained a lot this time." "It is indeed not small." Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. "How about you? How is your cultivation progress?" "I have already absorbed 1/3 of the energy in the Dragon Ball. So far, I have not been affected by the evil qi," Zhao Shui said. "It seems that you have made good progress too." Lin Xian did not expect Zhao Shui to absorb the energy so quickly. However, he did not feel that Zhao Shui's cultivation had increased by much. He thought that the energy must have all flowed into the virtual sky eye. What exactly was the virtual sky eye? Was it a cultivation technique or Zhao Shui's martial soul? Lin Xian was very puzzled. However, this was a personal secret, so he was embarrassed to ask. Since the two of them had withdrawn from their cultivation, they did not delay and quickly got up to go on their way. However, this time, the two of them were not as careful as before. Instead, they seemed to be rampaging. This was because Lin Xian was too excited. He wanted to find an enemy to practice on. He wanted to see how powerful the sword technique formed by the fusion of different essences was. However, it was obviously impossible to find a single human in this vast forest all of a sudden. Therefore, Lin Xian set his sights on the demonic beasts. Ordinary monsters were not worthy of his attention. At the very least, a 5 or 6-star monster general was enough for him to experiment on. Monsters of this level were not common, but they were easy to find. This was because their monstrous aura could be felt from far away. Moreover, with Zhao Shui beside him, Lin Xian was not worried that he would not be able to find a powerful monster here. As expected, with the help of the Void Sky Eye, Zhao Shui quickly discovered a demonic beast. It was a blood lion. It was huge like a small mountain and was surrounded by a murderous aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. "I found it. It's a blood lion. Its strength is at the level of a 6-star demon general. Moreover, it seems to be an ancient mutant," Zhao Shui said. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard that. He quickly rushed forward. Not long after, he felt a thick wave of demonic qi rushing towards him. The aura was too terrifying. The demonic aura turned into a blood-red mist that filled the entire forest. The blood-red mist contained a terrifying demonic aura and was extremely poisonous. Anyone below the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm would die upon contact. Even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm martial artist would lose a lot of their strength if they were accidentally infected by the poisonous aura. Just by looking at the demonic aura, one could tell how terrifying the demon beast ahead was. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not afraid at all. Zhao Shui's cultivation was at the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Her strength was far superior to the demon beast ahead. Therefore, she did not care about the red poisonous creatures at all. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm, his combat strength was extremely powerful. He was even more terrifying than a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Therefore, he was not afraid of these poisonous creatures. In the next moment, he used the returning wind willow sword. A jade-green sword qi surrounded him, forming a powerful sword aura that blocked all the poisonous creatures outside his body. The two of them were like immortal kings. They walked in the poisonous gas without being affected at all. Roar, a furious roar that shook the mountains and rivers suddenly came from ahead. Obviously, the blood lion had discovered that humans had entered its territory. This made it extremely furious. In the next moment, a blood-red figure flew over quickly. The ground trembled and endless winds blew in all directions. A blood-red lion the size of a house appeared in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at the sight of the blood lion. He was eager to fight it. On the other hand, the blood lion revealed a fearful expression because it sensed that the white-clothed woman in front of it was stronger than it. It didn't dare to provoke such a person. Although it was a demonic beast and its physique was stronger than a human's, it still couldn't break through the level suppression. However, what made it feel slightly relieved was that the white-clothed woman in front of it was only looking at it coldly and had no intention of making a move. On the other hand, a young man in green beside him had an eager expression. A trace of contempt appeared in the blood lion's huge eyes as he looked at the young man in green. As an ancient mutated species, it had long gained sentience, so its intelligence was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. The young man in a green shirt in front of it was only a fifth-layer martial highness, a far cry from it. It could kill such a person with a single slap. It was laughable that the other party dared to use it as a practice partner. It decided that as long as the other party dared to make a move, it would definitely slap the other party to death and quickly flee. It would definitely not give the white-clothed woman a chance to make a move. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the mockery in the blood lion's eyes. Then, he raised his arm and quickly shot out a stream of sword chi. Roar, the blood lion was enraged. It didn't expect that the human ant in front of it would really dare to attack it. In the next moment, it didn't hold back and grabbed forward with a huge claw. Immediately, the sky darkened as sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire sky was covered by the claw. It had not tasted human flesh for a long time, and today was a good day for it. However, in the next moment, the blood lion screamed in pain. That was because its claw had been pierced. A golden sword light shone like the divine light of the sun and quickly struck its claw. There were also streaks of lightning surrounding the sword light. The entire sword chi was filled with a fierce and violent aura. In an instant, it pierced through the blood lion's huge claw. Blood splattered in all directions. Not bad, it's more powerful than I imagined. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The sword chi was formed by the fusion of the metal and thunder concepts. Both concepts were extremely powerful in terms of attack power, and now that they were fused, they displayed extremely powerful combat power. In just one move, it injured the 6-star demonic beast general with a strong physique. The power of this sword is not bad. Let's call it the Metal Thunder. Lin Xian was very satisfied. On the other hand, the blood lion let out a miserable howl as a look of terror appeared in its huge eyes. It didn't expect the human ant in front of it to be so powerful that he could injure it with a raise of his hand. Could he be a young prodigy of the human race? The blood lion wasn't stupid. When it thought of this possibility, it immediately turned and ran. Previously, it attacked because it thought that the other party was an ant that it could easily kill. However, now that the situation had changed, it naturally didn't dare to attack again. Trying to run? The smile in Lin Xian's eyes deepened when he saw the fleeing figure. With a wave of his arm, several blue sword chi surged out and rushed forward. The sword chi was blue like a gem and was unusually soft. It was like a ribbon that kept dancing in the air. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were tiny golden rays of light swimming within the blue light. This time, the sword chi was formed by the fusion of the metal and water concepts. There was an unimaginable toughness in the softness. The sword chi danced in the air like water dragons and instantly wrapped around the blood lion's huge body. The sound of metal clattering was heard. In an instant, the blood lion was tied up and fell to the ground. He struggled furiously and the demonic aura on his body was monstrous. The ground around him cracked and formed cracks that spread in all directions. However, no matter how he struggled, the sword chi on his body was like a strong iron chain that bound him tightly without any signs of loosening. Let's call this the immortal trapping sword. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and said with satisfaction. Zhao Shui, who was standing aside, was shocked as well. The power of Lin Xian's swordsmanship was beyond her imagination. It seemed that he could perfectly fuse any attribute. The blood lion in front of him fell to the ground and shivered. It now understood that the green-robed young man in front of it was definitely not an ordinary human. This was because it didn't believe that an ordinary fifth heaven venerable could perform such a technique. Sigh, I misjudged him. I really misjudged him. A look of despair appeared in the blood lion's eyes. However, the scene that it had imagined did not happen. The two humans didn't kill it. The green-robed young man waved his hand and the four-sword chi on his body quickly disappeared. Lin Xian didn't kill it. He withdrew the four-sword chi and quickly left with Zhao Shui. Since they knew the power of the fused sword technique, it was time to hit the road. However, they had just crossed 2 mountains when they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. The sound was right in front of them and they had to pass by it. Hence, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui increased their speed. The landscape in front of them changed drastically. It was no longer a mountain range, but a huge rift valley. It was a bottomless abyss. At that moment, there were several figures fighting fiercely near the huge rift valley. Damn it, our intelligence was wrong. This red-scaled centipede has reached the level of a 7-star demon general. It's an ancient mutated beast. It's extremely powerful. Be careful, don't let its venom touch you. Screams of surprise could be heard. Roar, after the screams of the humans, there was an earth-shattering sound. It was like a demonic sound that pierced through the clouds. This sound was too terrifying. It was far more powerful than the roar of the blood lion. Just this sound alone was enough to make the cultivator's blood boil. Those weaker martial artists vomited mouthfuls of blood. Before this sound could be heard, a huge black figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a red centipede that was hundreds of feet long. It was surrounded by a thick demonic aura. It was obviously a peerless demon. Countless tentacles waved in the air. They were like the hands of a demon, and every attack could split mountains and rivers. What a terrifying demonic aura! Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were shocked when they saw this. This was because the centipede in front of them was too terrifying. Compared to it, the blood lion was like a docile kitten. Not only did they see a terrifying demonic beast, but they also saw a group of people. There were about 20 people in the group. Among them, there were 2 7th-level honorables, 7 to 8 6th-level honorables, and the rest were 5th-level honorables. Such a force was extremely terrifying. They could wipe out an entire area. However, they were not strong enough to deal with this peerless beast. Dodge its tentacle attack. A 7th-level honorable shouted. The void trembled. Countless demonic claws waved in the air like black lightning. In an instant, a few screams were heard. A few 5th-level honorables could not dodge and were instantly pierced by the demonic claws. In fact, 2 6th-level honorables did not manage to escape. Damned beast. Another 7th-level honorable was enraged. He waved the azure sword in his hand rapidly and a sword chi slashed forward. Clang! Clang! These sword chis all slashed onto the red-scaled centipede's body, causing countless sparks to fly. The surrounding ground was also torn apart by the aftershock, forming one abyss after another. However, even though the sword chi was powerful, it only managed to push the red phosphorus centipede back. It did not manage to break the scales on its body. This only angered the red phosphorus centipede even more. It let out an angry roar, opened its bloody mouth, and spat out a black mist. The fog was pitch black, accompanied by ghostly wails and howls. There were also layers of ghostly figures floating around. In an instant, it enveloped many martial artists. Immediately, those martial artists let out miserable howls. Set up the formation, quickly set up the formation. The 2 7th-level venerables shouted madly. Instantly, the surviving 6th-level venerables came to their side and quickly formed a formation. After forming the formation, the combat power of these people became stronger and they quickly resisted the red phosphorus centipede. From afar, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes glimmered as they watched the scene unfold. Should we attack? Zhao Shui asked. The centipede had a lot of good stuff on it. Yes, we should. However, we are not going to attack it. Lin Xian said, use your void eye to check if there is a secret cave nearby. These people are no match for the red phosphorus centipede. However, they are still unwilling to leave. This means that there must be something nearby that has attracted them. Even in the face of such danger, they are still unwilling to give up. If it is not a cave, then it must be some kind of supreme-grade spiritual medicine. Lin Xian guessed. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, she activated her void eye and quickly scanned the surroundings of the canyon. Found it. There is indeed a cave at the bottom of this great rift valley. Moreover, there was a rich spiritual energy in the cave and countless rays of light shining in it. It is there. Lin Xian smiled. Let's go down and take a look. Then, the two of them moved and quickly flew down the canyon from the other side. Who is it? The 2 7th-level honorable realm cultivators who were fighting frowned and shouted coldly. In the next moment, they saw 2 figures flying down the canyon at high speed like ghosts. Damn it. Get back here. One of the 7th-level honorable realm cultivators was enraged and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. However, the sharp sword chi slashed through the air and only left a deep crack in the ground. The two figures quickly dodged. Ah, damn it. Those people were completely enraged. They had risked their lives here to pin down the ancient beast. However, someone wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak down to take the treasure. How could they tolerate this? I will go and kill him. A middle-aged bald man said. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This bald man's cultivation level was at the 7th level and he was one of the 2 experts here. If you leave, our array will not be able to last. We will not be able to resist the red phosphorus centipede. We might even be wiped out. The other gray-haired elder who was at the 7th level of cultivation said. Then what should we do? Do we just watch as the treasure is taken away? The middle-aged bald man was indignant. The other 6th level honorables were also indignant. Don't worry. It's not that easy to get the treasure. The gray-haired elder sneered. The bottom of the canyon is filled with poisonous gas. Those below the 7th level of honorable realm can't resist it. Even a 7th level honorable realm cultivator has to be careful. Even if the 2 of them can resist the poisonous gas and enter the treasure cave, they will be extremely weak by the time they get the treasure. When the time comes, we will strike and quickly snatch the treasure from their hands. Then, we will leave quickly. This is much easier than taking the treasure ourselves. Moreover, judging from the aura of the 2 figures, one of them is at the 7th level of honorable realm while the other is only at the 5th level of honorable realm. Such a lineup will not be able to defeat us. When the time comes, it will be easy to snatch the treasure from their hands. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists smiled maliciously. Alright, let's let the 2 of them take the treasure first. When they come out, the treasure will be ours. At this thought, the crowd joined forces again to restrain the red phosphorus centipede. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui dodged the sword chi. Their bodies sped up again and they quickly entered the canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, they felt wisps of black fog surging towards them. The black fog was extremely poisonous. Martial artists below the 7th level of honorable realm would not be able to resist it. Even a 7th level honorable realm martial artist would be extremely weak if he inhaled it. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not ordinary people. They had extraordinary means. In an instant, Lin Xian propped up his red lotus armor. Golden vortexes spun around Zhao Shui and absorbed all the surrounding fog. Not only that, they also felt the existence of 2 soul powers. It was as if they were watching their every move. It seems like we are being watched, Zhao Shui said in a low voice. Looks like we're being watched, Zhao Shui said in a low voice. It should be the 2 7th level venerables above. It seems like they already know our objective. Lin Xian also frowned. They're probably waiting for us to take out the treasure before snatching it from us. Humph, what a good idea. Lin Xian sneered. Don't use your full strength. Just resist the black fog. Now that they were being watched, they naturally wouldn't reveal their trump cards. What they needed to do was to hide their strength and deceive the 2 level 7 honorables above. In that case, it would be hard to tell who would snatch the treasure from whom. Then, Lin Xian activated the red lotus armor to hide the blazing light on it and make it less dazzling. At this moment, the red lotus armor looked like an ordinary armor. However, its power didn't decrease at all. Zhao Shui's body also shone brightly and formed a circular light screen that covered the golden vortex. Finally, the 2 of them flew down carefully. The canyon was very deep and seemed bottomless. The cave was also in the underground abyss. Hence, after flying for a while, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui got rid of the 2 honorable surveillance. Hence, they didn't hold back anymore and used all their strength again to rush down. A green sword radiance appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was extremely sharp and cut through the green fog. Countless gusts of wind formed around him and blew away the surrounding black fog. Although the deeper they went, the more terrifying the black fog was. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul and Wind concept to increase their speed by several times. At such a high speed, they quickly sensed the cave below them. What a rich spiritual power. We're almost there. The 2 of them sensed the rich spiritual power coming from below and saw a spot of light not far away. It should be the light emitted by the treasure in the cave. In the next moment, the two of them turned around and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them didn't hesitate and quickly entered the cave. Compared to the pitch-black fog outside, it was a completely different world. Lin Xian dashed towards the deepest part of the cave. Soon, his body shook, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. Further ahead, there was a bamboo that was as tall as a person. It was purple all over, like a sparkling purple jade. On top of it, purple lightning circled around it, emitting the power of lightning that made one's heart tremble. Just the power of the lightning was enough to make Zhao Shui take notice. Looking at the surging power of lightning, this Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo was at least 5,000 years old. Lin Xian was also ecstatic in his heart. He himself cultivated thunder and lightning. If he could absorb the thunder and lightning on the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo, it would definitely increase his cultivation and strength by a large margin. Not only that, but the Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo not only contained powerful lightning energy, it was also incomparably hard. It was the best material for making weapons. For example, a 5,000-year-old Purple Thunder God could be used to make Earth-grade weapons. Lin Xian didn't expect to find such a precious item here. Moreover, it was so old. It was definitely a rare treasure, but in the next moment, he revealed a puzzled look. This was because he was only 20 meters away from the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo, but he still couldn't feel a trace of the power of lightning. This made him very puzzled. With such a terrifying Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo, it was likely that everything within 100 miles would be filled with a boundless wild power of thunder and lightning. However, he was still so safe even though he was so close. This was far too strange. Finally, Lin Xian quickly looked around. Indeed, there was a circle of black vines near the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. They formed an arc and completely surrounded the Purple Thunder God Lord. This black wooden stake was underground. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Dark Thunder Wood. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He had found another treasure. This dark thunder wood could block out the power of lightning. It also had the effect of nourishing the soul and warding off evil spirits. It could be said to be very miraculous. This Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo in front of him that could block 5,000 years of lightning was definitely extraordinary. Zhao Shui, this dark wood can nourish the soul and also ward off evil spirits. How about I give it to you? Sure. Zhao Shui nodded. She was also very tempted by the dark thunder wood. This was because this thing could help him suppress the evil aura inside the dragon pearl. Moreover, it could also make his void sky eyes more stable. Therefore, this thing was very useful to him. The two discussed and then prepared to take the treasure. Lin Xian wanted to take the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo first, and then Zhao Shui would take the dark wood. But at this time, Zero suddenly spoke. Kid, you'd better take out the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo along with the roots. Why do you want that? Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he only wanted to take away the branches above the roots and then leave the roots here so that they could grow again. Ordinary martial artists would do this when they plucked natural treasures. They would leave the roots so that they could grow again in the future. Therefore, Lin Xian was very confused by Zero's request. Don't worry, I don't want to destroy the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. I just think that this thing can be planted elsewhere. Elsewhere? Where? Lin Xian frowned. If this thing was taken outside, it would definitely cause a group of 7th-level supremacies to go crazy. He didn't want to be chased by a group of people all day long. Kid, do you know what kind of space I'm in? If you plant it in this space, you'll get unexpected results. Zero said coldly. Space? Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he slapped his head. He just remembered that Zero was in the mysterious small sword in his body. It was indeed a special space. Moreover, that space was extremely mysterious. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian nodded. He knew that Zero must have its reasons for asking. Therefore, in the next moment, he and Zero pulled out the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo along with the soil and quickly planted it in the mysterious small sword space. The Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo suddenly appeared in the mysterious small sword. Then, it was planted to the side. Suddenly, the god race member trembled as if it was extremely excited. In fact, the lightning on it became even more dazzling. It's so magical? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect the purple thunder divine bamboo to have such obvious changes as soon as it was planted. Of course, the space in your body is very mysterious. Even I can't see through it. Zero said in a deep voice. You can't see through it? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that Zero had an extraordinary background and knew many secrets. However, even Zero couldn't see through it. Could it be that the mysterious space in his body really had some shocking secret? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. However, he could only see about 100 meters ahead of him. There was a towering tree about 100 meters ahead of him. However, it had already withered. Lord Alcohol used to sit under the tree and drink. Further ahead was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like chaos. Lin Xian couldn't see through it at all. He originally thought that the space inside was only about 100 meters in size. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. There might be a wider space behind the white fog. However, he couldn't find out at all because his soul power couldn't penetrate the chaotic fog. As for his real body, he had entered once with Lord Alcohol's help. Other than that, he couldn't enter at all. My cultivation is still not enough. Lin Xian exited the mysterious space. He decided that when his cultivation was strong enough, he would take a closer look at it. However, now wasn't the time. Let's go. Lin Xian exited the space in his body and flew out of the cave. Soon, the two of them were out of the cave. In the beginning, they moved forward quickly. When they were within the detection range of the soul power of the two 7th-level supremacies, they concealed their strength again and slowly flew forward. Everyone, pay attention. The two of them are coming up. The bald man who was fighting above said to the warriors beside him. I can sense a lot of strange auras from their bodies. I think they must have obtained some treasures. The gray-haired old man snorted. Looks like the two of them are pretty lucky. Even the kid in the 5th heaven didn't die. Hee, so what? Even if he can avoid the poisonous fog below, he can't avoid our attacks. The other 6th-level supremacies sneered. But the other 7th-level supremacies can't be underestimated. The bald man frowned. It's fine. We've already made preparations. When the two of them come up, we'll lure the red phosphorus centipede over. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the chaos and join forces to take down those people. When the surrounding people heard the gray-haired old man's suggestion, they were instantly filled with confidence. Not long after, the gray-haired old man suddenly roared, "They're here. Attack!" Sure enough, there were two silhouettes flying over from the bottom of the canyon. These two figures were naturally Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, as soon as they came ashore, they were fiercely attacked. The two of them snorted and quickly used their movement techniques to dodge the attacks. But soon after, they frowned. That was because the two 7th-level venerables had already led their people over. They weren't worried about that. What they were worried about was that those people would attract the red-scaled centipede. D***it, these guys are trying to shift the blame to someone else. Zhao Shui's face turned cold. Not necessarily. I don't think the red-scaled centipede was attracted by them. Instead, it seems to be after the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Lin Xian's guess was right. The red-scaled centipede was indeed here for the treasure. It waved its hundreds of tentacles and quickly slithered through the air. His pitch-black eyes emitted an ice-cold killing intent as he let out a roar that tore apart the heavens and earth. It was truly furious because the other party had snatched away its Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo. He had discovered the Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo decades ago. Furthermore, he had been guarding nearby. He wanted to let the Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo grow for a few more years until it reached 6,000 years old. At that time, he would devour the Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo. That would greatly increase his strength. At that time, he would even possess the power of lightning and be able to control lightning. However, all of this had been destroyed by the two humans in front of him. Especially the young man in green. He could sense the thick aura of the Violet Thunder Divine Bamboo from him. This made him extremely furious. The bald man and the gray-robed elder could naturally sense the red-scaled centipede's rage and immediately sneered. It seems that we don't need to use our tentacles. That beast is already furious. Just watch. Those two thieves will definitely not be able to escape. The treasure will definitely be ours. The group of people sneered. Zhao Shui, use your virtual eyes and try your best to control the red-scaled centipede. Leave the rest to me. At this critical moment, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Don't worry. It might be troublesome to defeat it, but it's easy to confuse it. With that, Zhao Shui formed a hand seal and the virtual eyes quickly formed in the air. A huge eye appeared in the void and shot out a ray of gray light, which quickly entered the red phosphorus centipede's eye. Suddenly, the red-scaled centipede's body stiffened and even its movements became slower. Then, a scarlet color appeared in its huge eyes, and the demonic aura around its body suddenly soared, becoming extremely chaotic. D***it. This beast has gone berserk. The bald man and the gray-robed elder were shocked and quickly fled in all directions. They had never expected the red-scaled centipede to go berserk in advance. This was simply too strange. Elder, look above. A sixth-rank honorable screamed. Then, everyone looked at the sky and was shocked. This was because they saw a huge eye in the clouds looking down on them. Moreover, there was a ray of gray light in the eye that seemed to be controlling the black centipede. This is an eye technique. The bald man was shocked. How could this be? She could control an ancient demonic beast, he was too shocked. He did not expect Zhao Shui to be a 7th-rank honorable at such a young age. Moreover, she could control an ancient demonic beast in such a short time. They had seen beast taming and illusion techniques before, but they had never seen anyone who could control an ancient demonic beast in an instant. Moreover, it was a 7-star demon general. Boom. Boom, boom. The red-scaled centipede went berserk and attacked in all directions with its tentacles. Immediately, a few 6th-rank honorables were severely injured and were sent flying. No, she is not controlling the demonic beast. She is only affecting the beast. We still have a chance. The gray-robed elder's eyes lit up and he shouted. Listen to my orders. Escape in all directions. Do not gather together. It was obvious that although the red-scaled centipede was berserk, its attacks were scattered and did not have a clear target. Obviously, this was a manifestation of the beast's mental state. In other words, the lady in white was not truly controlling the ancient demonic beast. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the surrounding martial artists did not dare to stay and fled in all directions. Treasures were no longer important. Their lives were more important. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm and a ray of blue sword chi shot out. The sword chi expanded in the wind and turned into a green sword chi that was a few hundred feet long. It then slashed forward quickly. Immortal trapping sword, Lin Xian used a sword technique that he had just comprehended and slashed forward quickly. In an instant, the green sword chi turned into chains and covered the entire space in front of him. Clang, clang. Clang, the martial artists who were escaping collided with the sword chi and were quickly pushed back. What? How is this possible? What? How is this possible? Initially, these people were disdainful when they saw the other party attack. This was because the person who attacked was not the lady in white, but another youth who was at martial artist level 5. They did not take this person's attack seriously at all. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. This was because they could not break the sword chi that the other party had used. Not only that, but they were also sent flying back. Damn it! The bald man and the gray-haired old man were furious when they saw the scene. This was because a few level 6 supremacies had been killed by the red phosphorus centipede in an instant. These people were originally able to escape, but it was because of that sword chi that they were forced back. The two of them looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. Originally, they wanted to kill him and snatch the treasure. However, they did not expect the other party's strength to exceed their expectations. Not only did they not manage to snatch the treasure, but they also suffered heavy losses. Damn it, all of you come over. Let's charge out together. The two level 7 supremacies roared crazily. This was because they had discovered that only they could break through the aqua blue sword chi. The other level 6 supremacies could not break through it at all. That was why they had called back the cultivators who had fled in all directions and had them gather towards them. Thinking about the strategy of letting everyone escape separately, the gray-haired old man wanted to slap himself. This was because in the process of gathering, a few more level 6 supremacies were infected by the poison and quickly turned into a pile of bones. These were all their elites. However, they had died in vain. They were heartbroken and could not accept this at all. Finally, when everyone had gathered around them, the 2 level 7 supremacies quickly split the sword screen in front of them and led everyone out. They had escaped from a hopeless situation. However, there was no joy on their faces. This was because the original team of 20 to 30 people was now left with only 7 or 8 people. More than half of them had died before they had managed to escape. However, the culprit of all this was the young man and woman in front of them. Catch them. We must not let them escape. The 2 level 7 supremacies gritted their teeth. They swore to tear the other party into pieces. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would not sit still and wait for death. The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of lightning and quickly flew into the distance. As for the pursuit behind them, they did not care at all, as their movement techniques were extremely special. Even a 7th level venerate might not be able to catch up to them. However, after running for a while, they could still hear angry roars coming from behind, which surprised the 2 of them. How did they catch up? Lin Xian turned around in confusion. Then, he saw that the 2 7th level supremacies were not flying. Instead, they were sitting on a small spirit boat. The spirit boat was very small, only 2 meters long. There were exquisite patterns carved on it. At this moment, it was like a shooting star, releasing a dazzling light as it quickly flew forward. So fast. Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that the speed of the spirit boat was not any slower than the shoes on little Fatty's feet. In fact, he might even be stronger than that. Come to think of it, this should also be a type of supreme-grade artifact that could assist in flight. If they relied solely on their movement techniques, the 2 7th level supremacies would not be able to catch up with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, it was different now. With the help of this special spirit boat, their speed was extremely fast and they were catching up with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui bit by bit. Despicable thief, hurry up and hand over your Dharma treasure and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you are dead meat. The bald burly man shouted loudly. Beside him, the gray-haired old man also said coldly, "Young man, don't make a mistake. Although the treasure is good, you need to be alive to enjoy it. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some special weapons. You are not qualified to do so in front of us. Say that when you catch up." Lin Xian snorted coldly and increased his speed again. Courting death. Stubborn. The 2 7th level supremacies at the back snorted coldly. At the same time, they quickly injected their spiritual energy into the spirit boat. Immediately, the spirit boat released a dazzling light and increased its speed as well. Furthermore, not only did the 2 of them catch up this time, they even attacked. A long sword appeared in the gray-haired old man's hand, and he quickly released a ray of sword chi. Instantly, the sword chi was like a raging flame. With a sharp and blazing aura, it quickly slashed forward. Fire-based sword chi? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With a wave of his arm, a blue sword chi rushed forward. Water-based? A brat in the 5th heaven dared to compete with him in terms of attributes, the gray-haired old man sneered in disdain. Fire and water counter each other. It is impossible to say which of the 2 attributes is stronger. However, he was a 7th level supremacy, and Lin Xian was only a 5th level supremacy. The difference between the 2 of them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the gray-haired old man did not take Lin Xian's sword chi seriously at all. Boom, in the next moment, his face turned extremely ugly. That was because the blue sword chi was flying towards him rapidly. Then, it exploded quickly, and the power of lightning surged rapidly. The flaming sword chi that he unleashed was bombarded by the power of thunder and lightning, and was also utterly disintegrated. What? The power of lightning? The gray-haired old man was stunned. He had clearly seen the water-based sword chi just now. Why was there the power of lightning now? Could this brat have two attributes? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. Brat, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have comprehended two attributes. However, these things are useless in front of me. You are dead meat today. The gray-haired old man sneered. I only used 30% of my strength just now. Next, I will let you know what despair is. Is that so? Seems like you have us, Lin Xian said coldly. Of course, no matter what, you only have 1/7 level supremacy, and we have 2. Brat, I advise you to hand over the treasures obediently. Perhaps you can leave with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Is that so? I think you are the unlucky ones. I originally wanted to let you go, but since you came to die, don't blame me. However, if you can obediently hand over the spirit boat under your feet, I might spare your lives. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are courting death. Presumptuous. 2 angry roars were heard. Arrogant brat, you will soon pay the price for your ignorance. The gray-haired old man and the bald man were furious. They had never been provoked like this before. Moreover, the person who provoked them was merely a 5th-level supremacy brat. Attack! The gray-haired old man roared angrily. Then, he charged towards Zhao Shui. On the other hand, the bald man smiled ferociously and blocked Lin Xian. Brat, let me send you on your way today. The bald man's face was ferocious. There was a sharp aura all over his body. He exuded a powerful aura and blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian did not say anything else. Instead, he made his move. He pointed his finger and his fingertip was like a rainbow that surged out quickly. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the sword chi quickly arrived in front of the bald man. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. Kid, watch carefully. The bald man sneered in disdain. Then, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. The palm shone with golden light and was extremely agile. It was like a Buddha. Wherever it passed, the entire void shattered. It was as if it wanted to grab Lin Xian. Crack, 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 the sword chi broke into several pieces in the palm. Haha, kid, did you see that? Your attack is nothing in front of me. The bald man sneered. I'll catch you and crush your bones one by one. The golden palm covered the sky and quickly moved towards Lin Xian. I'd like to see how you're going to crush my bones. Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and slashed forward. With a clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and slashed forward. This time, he did not hold back. The great dragon sword soul circulated in his body. At the same time, he circulated the metal and lightning concepts and quickly fused them. The sword chi's combat power was extremely strong. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning that quickly streaked across the sky. Then, the sword chi ruthlessly stood on the giant palm. Child's play. See how I'll break you. The bald man laughed savagely. He had already shattered a strand of Lin Xian's sword chi earlier, so he didn't take this strand of sword chi seriously at all. Because in his opinion, what kind of powerful sword chi could a little thief at the 5th heavenly layer display? Even if Lin Xian used all his strength, he would not be able to hurt him. However, in the next moment, his smug expression disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. In the end, his entire body began to tremble. A heart-wrenching pain came from his palm. Ah! In the next moment, the bald man screamed and quickly retracted his palm. Suddenly, the huge palm that covered the sky disappeared, leaving behind a trail of blood in the sky and the bald man's miserable shriek. What? Impossible. At the side, the gray-haired elder who was fighting with Zhao Shui heard the voice and immediately turned his head. The next moment, his scalp went numb and his face was full of shock. Because he saw the most unbelievable scene. The bald man's palm was split open, revealing eerie white bones. Endless blood flowed, dyeing the earth red. They were stunned, truly stunned, because they did not believe that a 5th heavenly layer venerable could injure the bald man. This was simply unheard of. However, it was happening right before his eyes. The bald man was even more shocked. Originally, he didn't put the other party in his eyes, But he didn't expect that the other party's sword chi would be completely different from the previous one. It was simply too fierce, making him tremble incomparably, unable to defend at all. Damn it! How is this possible? How can this brat have such a powerful combat strength? He quickly stopped the bleeding, his eyes full of shock. Impossible. How can a fifth heavenly layer brat hurt me? The bald man's eyes were filled with madness. Then, he stared at the long sword in Lin Xian's hand. Half-Earth rank treasure, it's a half-Earth rank treasure. No wonder it can hurt me. The bald man seemed to have grasped the key point, then revealed a cruel smile. Brat, I admit that I was careless just now and underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a half-Earth rank treasure. But this time I won't give you a chance. With that, he shouted coldly, and suddenly, a clanging sound came from his body. Then, a set of black armor appeared on his body, covering his entire body. Supreme-grade armor and my defense. I don't believe that your half-Earth rank treasure can break my defense. Once you lose your weapon, you're just an ant in front of me. I'm going to crush you bit by bit. The bald man laughed sinisterly, then rushed over quickly. His palm emitted a blazing light, and a strange rune solidified in his palm, emitting a terrifying energy. Then, he slammed it in front of him. 7 killing light palm. With a slap, a terrifying palm print pressed forward, causing the entire void to collapse. Brat, die. The bald man said ferociously. At the side, the gray-haired old man saw this and sneered. Seeing the bald man go all out, he was completely relieved. Then, he snorted and attacked Xianxia with all his might. Xianxia's expression was cold, like a fairy, and she quickly fought with the gray-haired old man. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the terrifying palm shadow, and his eyes shone brightly. He stood in the void, his body emitting sword aura, shining brightly. Then, he waved the Lone Star sword and slashed out sword aura. Like a shocking rainbow, it was extremely dazzling and flew forward quickly. The terrifying sword aura and the dazzling palm print collided, and there was a loud boom. Light shone in all directions, and the entire sky was covered in a dazzling red glow. Dang 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 dang, terrifying sounds of collisions rang out, and each sound shattered a mountain below. However, in just a moment, the bald man let out another scream. His palm shadow was shattered once again, cut into hundreds of pieces by the sword chi. Then, like a meteor, it disappeared into the sky. Then, the sword chi shot out like a bolt of lightning and landed on his body. The bald man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. One of the sword chi was extremely sharp, directly hitting his right palm and tearing his armor apart. No! The bald man's pupils shrank as he screamed. He retreated frantically, but the sword chi was faster than him. With a flash of light, his entire right arm was cut off. What? This is impossible. When the few Sixth Heaven Venerables who had rushed over saw this scene, they immediately screamed in horror. They were in the same group as the bald man. It was just that their speed was slower, so they had only just arrived at the scene. They were here to provide support, but the scene just now had shocked them. That Baldy was their Lord Elder, a dignified 7th level venerable, his arm had been cut off, and the culprit was only a 5th Heaven Venerable's brat. They would never have dreamed of such a thing happening. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they turned to run. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, several immortal trapping swords flew out of his palm and immediately tied up the 6th Heaven Venerables. After doing that, he turned his head again and looked at the bald man. Misunderstanding. I think it's a misunderstanding. The bald man covered his wound with a ferocious expression, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. However, when he looked at Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with horror. Although he was infuriated by the loss of an arm, he wanted nothing more than to kill the young man in front of him. However, the young man's combat strength was too shocking, which made him fearful. He was worried that if he continued to fight, it would not be as simple as losing an arm. He might very well lose his life here. Therefore, he decided to pretend to beg for mercy first and then find someone to kill the young man. He had to take revenge for the loss of his arm and the treasure. Although Lin Xian could not read minds, he knew what the bald man was thinking when he saw the bald man's gaze. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I can feel your killing intent towards me, so I can't let you go. Kid, don't go too far. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the bald man was furious. It was already embarrassing for a 7th-level supremacy to beg for mercy from a 5th-level supremacy. However, the young man did not agree. This made him so angry that his entire body trembled. Kid, don't think that you can really kill me just because you cut off an arm. If you force me into a corner and I use some secret techniques, you won't be able to do anything to me. When the time comes, you might lose your life for nothing. I advise you to think carefully. The bald man gritted his teeth and said. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to kill the young man immediately. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to do that in his current state. Therefore, he could only threaten the young man. However, Lin Xian ignored his threats. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and walked forward step by step. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword and walked forward step by step. Sword chi flickered under his feet with every step he took. He was like a sword immortal, extremely fierce. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian approaching step by step, the bald man was completely enraged. His entire person became extremely ferocious. He did not expect the young man to ignore his threats and not accept his reconciliation. This made him extremely angry. Kid, there are some things that need to be stopped. Since you're arrogant and ignorant, I'll kill you even if I have to exhaust my source energy. Soon, you'll know how foolish your decision is. The bald man was infuriated. He decided to use some powerful secret techniques to deal with the kid in front of him. From the battle just now, he knew that although his opponent was a 5th Heaven Venerable Realm expert, his battle prowess was even stronger than his own. So now, he didn't intend to continue fighting with him. Even though he had some secret techniques, once he used them, the consequences would be even more terrifying than losing an arm. Therefore, it was best not to use those secret techniques if possible. But now, the other party was closing in step by step, wanting to take his life. He had no choice but to risk his life. With a furious roar, the blood and chi in the bald man's body suddenly boiled and started to burn. Streaks of blood-red light rushed out of his body and circled around the surface of his body. It was as bright as a scarlet sunset. In the next moment, his aura changed. It became even more powerful, violent, and incomparably sharp. Not only that, but the bald man's eyes also became incomparably red, and his entire body became smaller than before. He could clearly feel that the bald man's strength had increased by a large margin compared to before. Whoosh, with a stomp of his foot, the bald man rushed out like a meteor and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. A blood-red fist, carrying a biting cold killing intent, shook the void and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. If anyone saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. This was because the current bald man was not just a little bit stronger than before. It seemed that the other party really did have a secret technique that could temporarily increase his battle prowess. Lin Xian frowned, and a bright sword light burst out from his eyes, instantly tearing the void in front of him apart. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out. Its entire body was flickering with the light of thunder and fire, and it quickly pierced forward. The entire void flashed as if the sun had exploded. Boundless sword chi quickly swept across the land, causing everything in the surroundings to tremble. In the next moment, Lin Xian withdrew his sword and retreated. However, the bald man stopped in midair. Then, his body split open from the middle, and blood splattered all over the ground. The bald man's eyes were filled with fear because he did not believe that the other party could kill him in a single move. Beside him, the gray-haired old man naturally saw this scene as well. His scalp went numb, and his eyes were filled with fear. Previously, when the bald man used the secret technique, he was relieved because he knew that the secret technique could definitely increase the bald man's cultivation by a large margin. He thought that it would not be a problem to deal with a young boy. However, he did not expect that the bald man who used the secret technique would be killed in a single move. This situation was like a bolt of lightning that struck him unconscious. Who exactly was this young man? Why was he so powerful? The gray-haired old man was terrified. No, he's definitely not a 5th Heaven Honorable Realm. Yes, he must have hidden his cultivation. That must be it. The gray-haired old man's face was extremely ugly. In the next moment, he turned around and fled because he did not dare to stop. Otherwise, he would end up in a worse state than the bald man. Trying to leave? Xianxia snorted coldly, then raised her hand and formed a seal. Immediately, the virtual sky eye above emitted a ball of green light. Then, like a divine spear of destruction, it directly pierced through the gray-haired old man. The gray-haired old man's pupils gradually dilated, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect that the woman in white who was fighting with him would have such terrifying strength. She could actually kill him with a raise of her hand. If he was given a chance, he would definitely not target Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Plop, the gray-haired old man's corpse fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. After dealing with her opponent in a single move, Zhao Shui withdrew the virtual sky eye and turned to look at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian also took the bald man's storage ring. His figure flashed, and he came to Zhao Shui's side. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and a 2-meter-long white jade spirit boat appeared in front of him. This spirit boat was pure white and emitted a faint light. On it, there were lines of mysterious inscriptions. At this moment, the crimson dragon also poked its head out and looked at the white jade spirit boat. It could not stop praising it. "Kid, this is good stuff. I did not expect that there would be such a person in the Tianwu continent who could comprehend inscriptions so thoroughly." "Oh, this is not an ancient treasure?" Lin Xian was surprised. He saw that the white jade spirit boat was extremely fast, and he thought that it should have been left behind by an ancient expert. He did not expect it to be made by a modern person. It is not an ancient treasure. Because, looking at the inscriptions, it should have been completed in the past 100 years. It is obvious that it was made by a master blacksmith in this continent. The Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded, then his figure flashed and he entered the white jade spirit boat. Zhao Shui also smiled faintly and entered as well. She stood side by side with Lin Xian. "Give it a try." The spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body surged, and it quickly flowed out from his feet and poured into the white jade spirit boat. Suddenly, the white jade spirit boat emitted a dazzling light, turned into a shocking rainbow, and rushed out. In a quiet place, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and quickly organized the bald man's storage ring. He moved all the useful things into his white bone ring. Then, Lin Xian closed his eyes and probed the mysterious space in his body with his soul power. In the next moment, he saw the purple thunder divine bamboo growing in the space. In just one day, the lightning energy on the purple thunder divine bamboo was much stronger than before. "No way, this place is so magical?" Looking at the changes in the purple thunder divine bamboo, Lin Xian was shocked. The effect was beyond his imagination. "Humph, of course. Planting here for a day is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world." Zero's cold voice came from the 10,000 beast ding. 10 years? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that Zero wasn't lying because he had seen the purple thunder divine bamboo grow stronger with his own eyes. "Looks like I can get more spiritual herbs to plant here in the future." Lin Xian rubbed his chin and nodded. "Kid, you're thinking too much. It's because the purple thunder divine bamboo is special that it can withstand the energy in this space. If it were any other plant, it would definitely explode." Zero said coldly. Okay." Lin Xian scratched his head. He realized that sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to make the soil too strong. Lin Xian dismissed the idea of transplanting the spiritual herbs and looked at the purple thunder divine bamboo again. Since it could grow better here, Lin Xian didn't need to consume the complete purple thunder divine bamboo in advance. However, he wouldn't waste it. In the next moment, he plucked a few leaves from the purple thunder divine bamboo and left the mysterious space. Lin Xian left the mysterious space after plucking some purple thunder divine bamboo leaves. Then, he opened his eyes and a few flashing purple leaves appeared in his hand. The leaves were narrow and long, about the size of a finger. Each leaf was crystal clear and looked like a peerless treasure. There were streaks of purple lightning on them that kept shuttling back and forth. Lin Xian put the extra leaves into his storage ring, leaving only 2, which he held in each of his hands. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the pure power of lightning on the leaves. Bolts of lightning power were absorbed by him, and gradually, a ring of purple lightning surrounded Lin Xian's body, flashing continuously in the air. After a long while, Lin Xian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly feel that the lightning energy in his body was much stronger than before. There was no doubt that his strength had increased as well. He opened his hands and the 2 leaves in his hands had already lost their luster. When the wind blew, it turned into a pile of ashes and was blown away by the wind. After that, Lin Xian took out 2 more leaves and placed them in his hands, absorbing them quickly. Lin Xian repeated the process over and over again until all the leaves were absorbed. Only then did he open his eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by purple lightning. He looked like a thunder god that could control all the lightning in the world. In the next moment, he raised his hand and moved his fingers. Countless purple lightning gathered and quickly formed a purple lightning dragon. Then, he waved his hand and the purple lightning dragon roared into the sky. Endless lightning fell in all directions. His fingers moved again and purple lightning flashed. The lightning dragon turned into a lightning sword and released an endless amount of violent energy. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the lightning sword turned into various strange beasts and weapons. The purple thunder divine bamboo lives up to its name. I only absorbed a few leaves and my lightning energy has become so powerful. If I absorb the entire purple thunder divine bamboo, not only will my cultivation level increase, I will definitely be able to form a thunder martial soul. Lin Xian was amazed. However, he would not consume the entire purple thunder divine bamboo now. As long as the purple thunder divine bamboo was in the mysterious space in his body, it would grow quickly. Even if he only absorbed the leaves, it would not take long for him to successfully form a thunder martial soul. Not far away from Lin Xian, Zhao Shui also opened her eyes. Following which, a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Even Lin Xian was moved by the aura. Needless to say, Zhao Shui must have successfully absorbed the energy in the Dragon Ball and her cultivation level increased again. Lin Xian even noticed that Zhao Shui's eyes contained a faint golden light. Presumably, some key changes had occurred to her eye technique. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Zhao Shui turned her head and smiled. Thank you for your dark lightning wood. It allowed me to absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball faster. Indeed, there was a strong evil energy in the Dragon Ball. Ordinary warriors only dared to absorb a little before they had to refine the evil energy with all their might. However, Zhao Shui was different now. She had the jade bodhi and the dark lightning wood that was thousands of years old. The combination of the two could suppress the evil energy very well. Therefore, Zhao Shui's speed of absorbing the Dragon Ball had greatly increased. However, after chatting for a while, Zhao Shui frowned. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Lin Xian asked. My eye technique had a breakthrough and my perception of the surroundings has become clearer. I feel that there seems to be an aura in the distance that makes me very uneasy. Zhao Shui frowned. She had never encountered such a situation before. An aura that makes you uneasy? Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He knew Zhao Shui's strength. She was not weaker than him. Moreover, ordinary 7th level supremacies were no match for her. Therefore, an aura that could make her feel fear was definitely not ordinary. Could it be the heavenly netherbird? Lin Xian thought about it. Perhaps only the ancient demon beast, the heavenly netherbird, could make Zhao Shui feel fear. It's not the aura of the heavenly netherbird. Zhao Shui shook her head. They had felt the aura of the heavenly netherbird before, so Zhao Shui could distinguish it clearly. Then what aura is it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Could there be other terrifying existences in the secret territory? Why don't we go and take a look? Lin Xian was very curious. Moreover, he found that the direction was very similar to the direction where they were chasing the heavenly netherbird. It was only a slight deviation, so it should not cause any delay. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded. She was very uneasy. However, she still wanted to see what was going on because she would not allow anything that made her feel uneasy to exist. The two of them discussed for a while, then moved and ran in that direction. Originally, they were supposed to follow the heavenly netherbird to the north. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were now running in the northwest direction. In front of them, it gradually became desolate. There was even a trace of gloomy aura lingering. The further they went in the northwest direction, the stronger the aura became. Moreover, the surrounding scenery became extremely different. It was no longer a vast forest. Instead, it was a withered land. In the end, the gloomy aura made Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's scalps go numb. In front of them, there were withered trees. There were no leaves, and the branches were all gray. It was as if the trees had died a long time ago. Not only that, but the branches were also baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as if they were demons. On the branches, there were a few crows cawing. The cawing was like that of a malicious spirit. It was a graveyard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he saw many small hills. Some had stone tablets, while others had nothing at all. However, there were no words on those stone tablets. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not know whose grave this was. However, from the aura around them, the person buried here should not be simple. Since they were already here, they had to take a look. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui carefully walked forward. The two of them released their soul power and carefully observed their surroundings. As long as there was danger, they would immediately take action. Crack! Crack! Countless bones were buried on the yellow ground. When Lin Xian stepped on them, they immediately turned into powder. However, the cracking sound was very clear and spread in all directions. Suddenly, a few crows on the withered trees were frightened and quickly flew away. In the next moment, a cold wind blew and a cold aura surged out quickly. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui tensed up and prepared to take action. However, after observing for a while, they did not find any danger. Therefore, they hid their spiritual power in their bodies again and carefully walked forward. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui stepped into the ancient cemetery garden, countless martial artists quickly flew towards this graveyard. 13th Young Master, it's right ahead. According to our investigation, this should be a treasure trove. A group of people came from afar. They were wearing the Shin family's uniform. It was obvious that these people were martial artists from the Shin family. Moreover, their auras were powerful. It was obvious that they were an elite team. The leader was a very handsome young man. He wore a golden threaded lightning robe and was surrounded by lightning. Moreover, this young man's aura was very powerful. He had reached the 7th heaven of the supremacy realm. The person who spoke next to him was a middle-aged man. He was burly and had a stable aura. He carried a huge saber on his back and his body emitted a sharp saber light. Both of them were 7th level venerated realm cultivators, especially the young man in the golden threaded lightning robe. His status was extraordinary, and within the Shin family, he was known as the 13th Young Master. In the Sky Martial continent, there were 4 great young experts, and they were known as the 4 young masters of the Sky Martial continent. As for the younger generation of these large clans, they followed suit and set the 4 great young masters as their life goals. Therefore, there were many powerful youths who also called themselves young masters. They felt that it was a kind of honor. For example, the young man in front of him was Xinyu, who was ranked 13th in the younger generation of the Shin family. The middle-aged man with a huge saber on his back next to him was also an elder of the Shin family, Elder Qingyun. At this moment, the members of the Shin family stood outside the huge mausoleum, gazing ahead with sparkling eyes. I didn't expect that this treasure trove would be a graveyard. Interesting, interesting. Xinyu clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead with a slight smile. At the side, Elder Qingyun said in a deep voice, no one should have come to this place yet. It's a newly discovered treasure ground. But judging from the aura, this should be the mausoleum of a king. Also, I can feel a faint aura. I'm afraid there's someone powerful inside. Young master, I think we should be careful. No worries. Xinyu said arrogantly. I'm cultivating the Great Sun Thunder technique. It's an earth-class martial art that's full of yang energy. It's the best way to deal with these evil things. It's not a strong ghost or zombie. They can't even withstand a single blow from me. Of course. No one at your age can cultivate the Great Sun Thunder technique to the initial stage. Elder Qingyun said with a smile. 13th young master, let's go. Xianxia nodded and stepped into the ancient mausoleum. As the members of the Shen family entered, the yin qi in the surroundings became thicker. It was as if the yin qi was howling. There were even ghostly shadows that attacked them quickly. Humph. Yin ghosts and evil things. You shouldn't even exist in this world. The 13th young master snorted. Lightning flashed around his body and a ball formed behind him. It was like a sun that emitted endless light. Great Sun Thunder Technique. Endless power of lightning emanated from the ball of lightning and quickly spread in all directions, forming a world of lightning and thunder. The surrounding ghostly shadows were pierced by the lightning and emitted a burnt smell. Countless screams could be heard. In an instant, the ghostly shadows disappeared without a trace. The scene when this group of people entered was completely different from when Lin Xian and Zhao Linxian had entered. There were no ghostly shadows. The reason for this change was that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had entered the ancient mausoleum. They even had to break some of the restrictions to release the ghostly shadows in the ancient mausoleum. At this moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had already entered the ancient mausoleum and were walking with difficulty. This place was too scary. There were restrictions everywhere. Luckily, they had the Crimson Dragon beside them, which made them much safer. Even so, many ghostly shadows were released. There was even an army of skeletons that charged towards them. These skeletons were in the shape of humans and beasts. There were all kinds of strange skeletons. Each of them had pale white flames burning on their bodies and jade-green flames dancing in their eye sockets. They were incomparably deep and emitted a cold ghostly aura. Countless skeletons charged towards them. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palm forward. A purple ball of lightning appeared in his palm and quickly rolled forward. The ball of lightning grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was like a huge rock as it flew into the army of skeletons. Countless lightning flashed around the purple ball of lightning and continuously bombarded the skeletons. Although there were many skeletons, they were weak. Most of them were only at the 4th or 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, they were evil creatures and were most afraid of the power of yang like lightning. Therefore, when they encountered Lin Xian's purple lightning, their strength was weakened by another 30%. As a result, the ghostly shadows were defeated by Lin Xian's lightning. Therefore, it did not take long for the ghostly shadows to turn into white bones and scatter on the ground. Let's go. Let's continue forward. Lin Xian took the lead and walked forward. Behind him, the Crimson Dragon and Zhao Shui quickly followed. They had just taken a few steps when they heard a clattering sound behind them. The sound was very scary. It was as if bones were rubbing against each other. The three of them felt their scalps go numb as they turned their heads to look. Behind him, the white bones that had been scattered were rapidly gathering back together. The bones that were scattered on the ground were rapidly gathering to form a new behemoth. Not only that, the green flames in the skeleton's eye sockets also gathered together to form two fist-sized ghost flames. A huge aura surged out from the newly formed ghost and swept in all directions. This aura was too violent. It had the strength of a 7th level honorable. These monsters are really difficult to deal with. The Crimson Dragon muttered. There were hundreds of ghosts before, and now they had gathered to form a huge monster. The huge monster looked like a human-shaped skeleton, but it was much bigger than before. There was a pair of white bone wings on its back, and a huge bone tail on its body. There were 4 arms on both sides of its abdomen. They were constantly waving, making cracking sounds. They easily tore through the void. This newly formed skeleton monster stared at Lin Xian and the others, then let out a low roar. It was like a peerless demon king that had awakened from hell. The huge skeleton monster stared at Lin Xian. The terrifying ghost aura spread out in all directions, filling the entire space. Zhao Shui, go ahead with the Crimson Dragon and break the array below. Leave this to me. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Okay. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, she and the Crimson Dragon walked deeper into the tomb. Seeing that someone wanted to leave, the skeleton monster roared angrily. The huge white bone wings on its back flapped, creating a chilly wind that blew forward. Suddenly, the void trembled, and the chilly wind whistled. It was like dark clouds and ghosts were crying as it surged forward. Fortunately, this ancient tomb was very sturdy. The energy alone was enough to destroy this place dozens of times. There must be some kind of array here that could prevent the entire tomb from being destroyed. Lin Xian knew this too. It was unlikely that anyone below the challenger level would be able to destroy this tomb. Therefore, he had no qualms about attacking. In his palm, countless purple lightning surged and quickly turned into 4 purple longswords. The 4 purple longswords were surrounded by lightning as they spun around Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian waved his arm, and the 4 longswords flew out like rainbows. Dang dang dang, in the next moment, the 4 purple lightning swords flew out in all directions and stabbed into the ground. That position just happened to surround the skeleton monster. Following that, Lin Xian unleashed waves of lightning energy that surged forward. Suddenly, the 4 purple lightning swords in front of him shone brightly. Their bodies trembled and formed bolts of lightning. They quickly intertwined and formed a lightning sword shadow. Being bombarded by the countless lightning swords, the skeleton monster roared furiously, its voice shaking the mountains and rivers. A white flame rose from its body. It was extremely cold, causing the entire void to tremble. The white flames expanded, forming a protective light that quickly resisted the lightning swords in the surroundings. The two forces collided, and the entire underground tomb rumbled. He didn't know what this underground tomb was made of, or if there was an extremely powerful ancient formation. Even in the midst of this destructive energy, the surrounding buildings were not damaged. The skeletal monster's 4 arms kept waving, grabbing at the 4 purple lightning swords, as if it wanted to destroy them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the lightning energy in his body condensed again, forming a purple lightning hammer that smashed forward. Bang! With an earth-shattering attack, endless lightning descended, and immediately smashed the skeleton monster back. With a successful attack, Lin Xian roared and waved the purple lightning hammer again. Bang bang! This lightning hammer was formed by purple lightning and contained an extremely strong yang energy. Moreover, it was activated by Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. It could be said that its attack power was extremely strong. Therefore, after one strike, the skeleton's bones loosened, as if they would fall apart at any time. Kid, you can't fight like this. Even if you break it apart, it won't take long for it to reform again. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Do you see the green flames in its eye sockets? That's their source of energy. Only by destroying the flames can these ghosts be considered to be truly dead. I see. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at the green flames. With a clang, he took out the solitary shadow sword from behind him and quickly stabbed forward. 2 streaks of sword chi flew out, as if they were immortal swords from another world. Their speed was extremely fast. Chi, with a flash of sword chi, the green flames in the skeleton monster's eye sockets were slashed by the sword chi. Then, the great dragon sword soul's aura in the sword chi erupted and quickly extinguished the 2 green flames. Roar! The skeleton monster let out an angry roar, and its body was covered in white flames. However, no matter how strong it was, it could not resist the aura of the great dragon sword soul. A moment later, the 2 fist-sized green flames disappeared without a trace. The enormous white skeletal body also crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Countless white bones scattered all over the ground. Without the support of its source of energy, these skeletons were nothing but a pile of trash. So that's how it is. The green flames seem to contain a trace of soul energy. It should be the source of the skeleton monster's power. With Zero's reminder, Lin Xian's killing power against the skeleton monster greatly increased. After dealing with the skeleton monster, Lin Xian walked into the depths of the ancient tomb. Just as he was working hard to break the seal in the ancient tomb, the outside world was bustling with noise and excitement. The 13th prince cultivated the great sun lightning art, and his lightning aura was extremely violent. He easily suppressed the ghosts around him. Just as they were feeling proud and wanted to continue moving forward, the void behind them fluctuated, and another group of powerful auras quickly approached. Eh? There are more people coming. The 13th prince frowned and looked behind him with a sharp gaze. Beside him, Elder Qingyun was also on guard. Countless streaks of sword chi lit up behind them, and like a meteor shower, they flew over from afar. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, after a burst of dazzling sword chi, dozens of figures landed on the ground. These people were of different heights and had different faces. However, there were no exceptions. They were all emitting a biting cold sword chi. They could feel the other party's aura. The martial artists from the Shin family were also shocked. Although they were disciples of the House of Kings and had never taken anyone seriously, they had to be careful when facing this group of people. The 13th prince and Elder Qingyan's eyes darkened. There was only one clan in the entire Tianwu continent that could emit such a sharp sword chi, and that was the deity Sword Villa. He did not expect these people to come as well. The 13th prince snorted in his heart, but then a smile appeared on his handsome face. I did not expect to meet friends from the deity Sword Villa in such a desolate place. What a coincidence. 13th prince, you are too polite. We were passing by and felt that the aura here was not ordinary, so we came to check it out. We did not expect to meet the 13th prince of the Shin family. An elder laughed. The 13th prince squinted his eyes, and then quickly sized up the group in front of him. Although the deity Sword Villa was not the House of Kings, their strength was not to be underestimated. According to the information he had received, there was an extremely powerful senior among the people from the deity Sword Villa who came. Facing that person, even the House of Kings had to be wary. At this moment, the 13th young master was extremely nervous as he quickly glanced at the people in front of him. When he saw a tall young man with a huge red sword on his back, his eyes instantly narrowed. Oh, I didn't expect the junior sword exalt, Lu Tianyi, to be here as well. I wonder if the senior sword exalt is here. The sword exalt was an extremely terrifying senior figure in the deity Sword Villa, and he was the person that the 13th young master feared. It was said that he was extremely formidable. He was once a peerless expert of that era, and he was even one of the exalts who had the chance to become a king. Moreover, as a swordsman, his combat strength was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't step into the king realm in the end, his fierce attacks still caused others to fear him. However, his life was limited if he didn't enter the king realm. It was said that the sword exalt's vital energy and blood had dried up over the years, and he didn't have many years left to live. It was said that not only had his vital energy and blood dried up, but his combat strength had decreased as well. Even his cultivation seemed to have dropped. The sword exalt was carrying hope in the opening of the hidden sky secret realm this time, and he was going to make a final gamble. Even though the sword exalt didn't have much time left, and his combat strength wasn't as strong as before, it was still not something that these people could resist. The sword exalt is nearby. He might be here soon. An elder from the deity Sword Villa said. Nearby? The 13th young master revealed a trace of a smile when he heard that. He wouldn't believe such words, and he assumed that the sword exalt wasn't with these people. Since that was the case, then he was at ease. Elder Qingyan smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to greet Senior Sword Exalt when he comes." The deity Sword Villa could naturally hear the provocation in his words, and the elder's face instantly sank. He took a step forward and said coldly, "What? Could it be that you're doubting my words?" As he spoke, a strand of flames rose from his body, and it quickly condensed into a flaming sword before him. A terrifying aura quickly spread out. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Elder Qingyan sneered as a ray of light rose from his body, and it formed the image of a long saber. The saber and the sword clashed, and invisible waves of air clashed, causing the entire space to crackle. The cultivators of the two forces were also extremely nervous. Elder Laihua, now is not the time to make a move. This graveyard is filled with ghost chi. I think there should be a terrifying existence here. We should conserve our strength to explore the graveyard. At this moment, the young man with the red giant sword on his back in deity Sword Villa said coldly. Hearing this, Elder Laihua nodded and retracted his aura. All the flames in the sky surged into his body. For a moment, the blazing aura disappeared, and a chilly wind blew in the surroundings again. On the other side, Elder Qingyan also snorted coldly and retracted his dazzling saber light. The 13th young master smiled. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the young man with the red greatsword. Could this be the sword Dao genius known as the Junior Sword Sovereign, Xiao Fan, Brother Xiao? Rumor has it that Brother Xiao's strength is extraordinary, especially your attainments in the way of the sword. You are almost on par with Senior Honorable Sword. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. 13th Young Master, you are too polite. Honorable Sword Senior's skills are extremely high, and I am far from being able to compare to him. The two of them spoke politely, but their gazes were full of spiritual energy. There were even sparks colliding in the void. An invisible pressure quickly spread in the air. Instantly, the surrounding disciples felt their bodies tremble and their blood flow was not smooth. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked in front of them in shock. These two young men were the same age as them. However, when the two of them looked at each other, such a terrifying aura was released. It was too shocking. They were indeed peerless geniuses. They were indeed terrifying. Xiao Fan and the 13th Young Master were also shocked. They did not expect their opponents to be so powerful. For a moment, the two of them did not have the confidence to win. In the end, the 13th Young Master retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Brother Xiao, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Why don't you and I explore this Ling Yuan ancient tomb together? I can't ask for more." Xiao Fan said firmly. Then, he led the disciples of the deity Sword Villa into the ancient tomb in the cemetery. "Young Master, are we really going to let them in so easily?" At the side, Elder Qing Yan's voice was filled with unwillingness. He was not willing to give up the treasures in the tomb to other forces. Now is not the time to fight. The other party has more people than us. Moreover, I have tested them. Xiao Fan is very powerful. I don't have the confidence to win. Therefore, we should not fight if we can. After all, we have not even seen the treasures yet. It is not a wise choice to fight and exhaust our strength. It is not too late to fight when we find the treasures. The 13th Young Master said coldly. At that time I will let them know how powerful the Shen family is. Young Master is wise. Elder Qing Yun nodded. He also knew that it was not a good time to fight with the other party. However, just as the Shen family turned around and entered the tomb, the sound of something flying could be heard from behind them. A red gourd was flying rapidly in the air like a huge mountain. Wherever it passed, the wind would blow and the space-time would tremble. The direction that the gourd was flying in was also the direction of the tomb. Are there more people coming? The 13th Young Master and the Shen family's faces darkened. They did not expect that the tomb would attract so many martial artists. This was not good news for them. Let's see who they are. If they are trash, we can just kill them. The 13th Young Master said coldly. Even the martial artists from the deity Sword Villa noticed the abnormality behind them. They turned around and looked. In fact, the Yin Death Ghost Chi in this ancient tomb was too terrifying. It could be sensed from afar. Therefore, many martial artists from various forces had come to this ancient tomb, and they were all hiding in the dark. They did not dare to go against the super forces like the Shen family and the deity Sword Villa. Therefore, they only followed behind and did not dare to show themselves. However, it was different now. There was actually someone who dared to come directly to the mausoleum in the cemetery, which made everyone in the surroundings feel shocked. At the same time, they were guessing which force they were from. Buzz, the red gourd stopped above the tomb. Then, two figures flew down from the red gourd. They were two young men. One of them was tall like a demon. He carried a black ancient sword on his back and looked extremely fierce. His fierce aura was similar to the people from the deity Sword Villa. However, it was not exactly the same. Obviously, he was also a swordsman. The other person was calm like a banished immortal. He flipped his palm and the red gourd above him quickly became smaller. Then, it kept spinning in his hand. The two of them had different temperaments. However, their auras were equally powerful. It's them. Someone exclaimed. He seemed to recognize the two of them. Who are they? Tell us. Someone asked impatiently. Who are they? Hurry up and tell us, someone asked impatiently. They are disciples of Senma College, and they are not ordinary disciples. They are Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei, who are ranked first and second on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. I didn't expect the two of them to team up in the Tianyo secret mirror. Oh, so they are genius disciples of Senma College. No wonder they dared to show up in front of the Shen family and deity Sword Villa. With their status and strength, they are not weaker than the disciples of the House of Kings. Many people whispered. Even the Shen family and deity Sword Villa could not help but narrow their eyes. Senma College was also very powerful. It was even more powerful than deity Sword Villa and was at the same level as the Shen family. They were both from the House of Kings. However, according to their information, Senma College did not seem to have sent anyone particularly powerful this time. There were only a few ordinary elders and some disciples. I was wondering who it was. So it is the two disciples of Senma College. Although you are quite powerful, the two of you are not qualified to enter the ancient tomb with us. The 13th young master looked arrogant because he could clearly sense that the two in front of him were not 7th level venerables. Their auras seemed to be only 6th level venerables. Although they were from Senma College, the 13th young master did not take them seriously. After all, they were not elders and were not as powerful as them. Therefore, the 13th young master did not plan to let them in. He let the people from deity Sword Villa in because they were about as powerful as them. The 13th young master was not confident of winning, so he had no choice but to let the people from deity Sword Villa have a share of the loot. However, it was different now. There were only two of them and they were not as powerful as them. Therefore, no matter what, they would not let them enter the ancient tomb. The two of you, I advise the two of you to obediently scram. Otherwise, when I take action, you will suffer a little. Elder Qingyin snorted. Is that so? This ancient tomb does not seem to belong to the Shen family. Du Guotian's expression was cold. Don't talk nonsense with them. Get rid of them quickly. The 13th prince waved his hand impatiently. There's no need for the young master or the elder to deal with these two brats. Let me do it. A middle-aged man stepped forward. I've always wanted to compete with the people from Senma College. Now is the perfect opportunity. Another young man walked out. Both of them were at the 6th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm, the same realm as Du Guotian and Li Yunfei. Therefore, it was most suitable for them to do it. The two of them laughed sinisterly and quickly pounced towards Du Guotian and Li Yunfei. Amongst them, the middle-aged man faced Du Guotian, and the young man faced Li Yunfei. The two of them attacked fiercely and mercilessly, displaying extremely powerful combat strength. However, after a series of soul-stirring sounds, the two figures flew back. What? How is this possible? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded because the ones who flew back were none other than the two warriors from the Shen family. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei stood with their hands behind their backs, and their expressions were extremely calm. Obviously, they didn't care about the battle just now. At this moment, everyone's expressions were strange, and their hearts were filled with shock. One move, just one move, and the two of them had defeated opponents of the same level. This kind of method was too terrifying. As expected of the strongest disciple of Senma College. They were indeed powerful. The surrounding people exclaimed, while the people from deity Sword Villa were surprised. Most of them stared at Du Guotian. This kid's sword technique is a little strange. An old man from deity Sword Villa's eyes flickered. Indeed, I've never seen this sword technique before. It shouldn't be the martial arts of Senma College. It seems that he has had a fortuitous encounter. Xiaofan also nodded slightly. Unfortunately, his cultivation was a little weak. Xiaofan added another sentence and stopped paying attention to it. Indeed, Xiaofan's cultivation had reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. No matter how exquisite the other party's sword technique was, it was useless in the face of absolute power. The people from deity Sword Villa were discussing animatedly, while the Shen family's faces were gloomy. This was a slap to their faces, and it was a slap in the face. They are from the House of Kings, and they are the kings of the same level. However, the other party had defeated their people with just one move. This was too mocking. Kid, I have to say that the two of you have indeed exceeded my expectations, Elder Qingyin said coldly. However, I'm afraid you're not qualified to interfere with the ancient tombs in the cemetery. What other moves do you have? Use them all, but I advise you to find someone powerful. Don't be like just now. After cultivating for 100 or 200 years, you're still a 6th heavenly layer venerable. Such a piece of trash is not worthy of me fighting. Du Guotian's figure was tall and straight, and his voice was cold. He did not even draw his sword when facing the middle-aged man of the same level as him. You. The middle-aged man who had fought with him earlier was so angry that he vomited blood. Indeed, although he looked like a middle-aged man, his actual age was more than 200 years old. Being a sixth heavenly layer venerable at this age was not very good, but it was not too bad either. However, at this moment, Du Guotian had called him a piece of trash. This made him so angry that he vomited blood. At this moment, Li Yunfei said calmly with his hands behind his back. Of course, don't send people who use pills to increase their cultivation. Those people can't even completely integrate their spiritual power. When the young man from the Shin family heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He had indeed used pills. He had forcefully raised his cultivation to the sixth heavenly layer venerable. However, this secret was only known to a few people. Now that it had been mercilessly exposed, he was too ashamed to face it. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, the 13th prince's gaze turned cold. Elder Qin Yun, who was beside him, shouted coldly. Two arrogant brats, the Shin family is not someone you can provoke at will. Today, I'll teach the two of you a lesson on behalf of Senma College. After saying that, his figure flashed and he quickly rushed forward. What? He's going to do it himself? Seeing this scene, the warriors who were hiding in the dark suddenly felt their eyelids twitch wildly. Even the people from the deity Sword Villa were surprised. Who was Elder Qin Yun? He was an elder of the Shin family and a seventh heavenly layer venerable. For such a person to deal with two juniors, and two sixth heavenly layer venerables at that. This was clearly bullying. It seemed that the defeat of the Shin family had indeed made the other party a little anxious. Elder Qin Yun raised his hand, and the spiritual power in his body quickly condensed above him, forming a mountain that pressed forward fiercely. This mountain shone brightly and emitted a vast aura, immediately causing the sky to collapse. Although this mountain was not a real mountain, it was condensed by Elder Qin Yun's spiritual power. Its power was even more terrifying than a real mountain. This was because this was the power of a seventh heavenly layer venerable. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei did not expect the other party to attack without caring about their identities. Their expressions were solemn. Then, they looked at each other and attacked at the same time to resist the other party's three spirit power peaks. With a clang, Du Guotian pulled out his black longsword and slashed out. The sword chi was vast and mighty, and the shocking sword light illuminated the entire sky. On the other side, Li Yunfei also quickly waved his palm, and agile palm shadows appeared in the air. The two of them worked together to fight the spirit mountain in the sky. Bang! In the sky, the huge spirit mountain was split open and then hit by countless palm shadows. However, this terrifying energy exploded and forced Du Guotian and Li Yunfei back. The two of them retreated more than 10 steps before they could stabilize their bodies. Was this the power of a 7th level enforcer? It was indeed powerful. Du Guotian's arm was trembling slightly. The recoil just now was too terrifying. If it were not for his abnormal talent, it would have been difficult for him to withstand it. Even so, that attack had numbed his entire arm. Li Yunfei's situation was the same. His expression was extremely solemn. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. What? They actually blocked it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the attack of a 7th level venerable. Not to mention 2 6th level venerables, even 10 6th level venerables might not be able to block it. Now, the other party had blocked the attack of a 7th level venerable with only 2 people. This was too shocking. Elder Qin Yun was also very surprised. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson and let them know that the Shin family was not to be trifled with. However, he did not dare to really kill the two of them. After all, they were the top disciples of Senma College. Senma College was not weaker than the Shin family, so he only used about 30% of his strength in this palm. This kind of strength could injure them without taking their lives. It could be said that this was completely within his calculations. However, he did not expect the other party to actually block his attack. He knew that it was just a casual attack, but the difference between a 6th level venerable and a 7th level venerable was like heaven and earth. In the eyes of outsiders, didn't this mean that he could not defeat the two brats? He couldn't stand it. In the next moment, his expression became extremely gloomy. Brat, since the two of you are so stubborn, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura skyrocketed once again. That terrifying aura made everyone around him feel despair. In an instant, the powerful aura of the green-robed elder exploded. A vast amount of energy gushed out from his body and filled the entire space. This aura made all the surrounding martial artists tremble with fear. After that, Elder Qingyan's hand glowed brightly as he slammed it forward. It can't be. Could it be that he wants to kill the two students from the Immortal Martial Academy? When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they all shuddered with fear. If Senma College's most outstanding student died here, they would definitely go crazy. No one could predict what would happen then. Pong, after the terrifying energy gushed out from the palm, a bright light shone in all directions, filling the entire space. The entire void trembled. One could only imagine how terrifying that palm was. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei were also shocked. They did not expect that the other party would actually dare to kill them. The two of them roared and quickly raised their strength to the limit. Then, they retreated into the distance. This palm was too terrifying. The terrifying energy was like a huge wave. Although it was not close, just the wind from the palm made their blood boil. This was a furious attack from a 7th-level venerable. The two of them could not withstand it at all. Not only that, the palm quickly enveloped the two of them and was about to slam down. It's over. Those two brats are dead. The surrounding martial artists sighed because they knew that Du Guotian and Li Yunfei could not escape from this palm. If they were hit, not even their bones would be left. At this critical moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the void. It was like countless claps of thunder, instantly causing the void to explode. Then, a huge fist came swinging down from the sky. The fist was completely black, like a black mountain. Incomparable energy pierced through heaven and earth. On the fist, there were countless black flames dancing. When the fist was swung out, heaven and earth trembled. The air churned like waves crashing into the 9 heavens. This fist landed heavily on Elder Qingyan's huge palm. Suddenly, the huge palm trembled violently, stirring up the entire space. The wind was howling. An extremely terrifying energy exploded and swept in all directions. Immediately, the martial artists hiding in the dark screamed and fled quickly. This energy was too terrifying. Even the aftermath was not something they could block. After an earth-shattering explosion, Elder Qingyan's huge palm was quickly sent flying. Moreover, Elder Qingyan's face darkened and he took a step back. What? The Shin family disciples and the martial artists of Deity Sword Villa were shocked. They did not expect the powerful Elder Qingyan to be forced back. Although he only took a step back, it also showed that the strength of the person who came was absolutely terrifying. When the 13th young master saw this, his face also darkened. Elder Qingyan's face was even more ferocious. His gaze was like lightning, piercing through the front. Who dares to interfere with the matters of my Shin family? Get out here. This voice was very terrifying, as if tens of thousands of demonic beasts were roaring. Old man, how dare you bully my Senma College disciples? Do you believe that I will break your bones? In the sky, an angry voice was heard. Then, a figure quickly descended from the sky. Boom. This person landed on the ground like a huge mountain. The entire ground trembled and countless cracks spread in all directions. How terrifying. Who is this guy? He has such a terrifying aura just by landing? 7th level honorable realm. This is a 7th level honorable realm. Could it be someone from Senma College? Everyone was discussing and were very curious. They all looked in front of them. The figure was very tall, even taller than Du Guotian. He was wearing a black armor that was flickering with light. He looked like a divine demon. His sharp face was filled with coldness. His gaze was like divine lightning as he stared fiercely in front of him. His voice was even colder. The Shin family is really shameless. An old man dares to bully our disciples? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. There was a tinge of anger in this voice. Looking at this figure, the surrounding people were shocked. The 13th young master and Xiao Fan from Deity Sword Villa squinted their eyes and looked at the figure in front of them. This was because they could sense that the person who came was very powerful. He was not much weaker than them. On the other hand, Elder Qin Yan's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly and trembled with anger. However, he did not immediately make a move because the previous exchange of blows had let him know that the person in front of him was definitely not weaker than him. "Senior brother Meng, you're here." Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were overjoyed. Senior brother, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei actually called him senior brother? Could he be? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were the top disciples in Senma College who were ranked first and second on the mysterious honorable leaderboard. Therefore, anyone who could be addressed as senior brothers by them must be extraordinary. Moreover, they knew that none of the disciples in the college could be addressed as senior brothers by them. In other words, this person was not a disciple of Senma College but a disciple from the previous batch. I heard that all the disciples who graduated from Senma College, except for those who left the college, have entered the punishment hall. "Brother, you must be from the punishment hall, right?" Xiao Fan asked. "That's right. I'm a member of the punishment hall, Meng Tian." 13th Prince was shocked to hear that. "You're Meng Tian, who was ranked third on the previous mysterious honorable leaderboard." Everyone was shocked to hear that as well. No wonder this person was so powerful. He was the genius disciple who was ranked third on the previous mysterious honorable leaderboard. So it's brother Meng. Since that's the case, you're qualified to enter the tomb. 13th Prince said slowly. Meng Tian nodded and led Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei towards the tomb. However, in the next moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and an extremely cold aura came from underground. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Elder Qin Yan and the rest were shocked. "Oh no, there's someone down there. Did someone go in before us?" Elder Lai was face darkened. "That should be the case. It seems to be a violent tremor caused by the seal being broken." Meng Tian's eyes flickered. "Damn it. Let's go." 13th Prince gritted his teeth and said. His face was pale. He had wanted to search the tomb thoroughly, but he did not expect someone to go in before them. This made him anxious. If the other party was an expert, they would not be able to find anything if they were late. Therefore, 13th Prince watching dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Behind him, the disciples of the Shen family also dashed out. "Let's go too." Xiao Fan, who was carrying a red giant sword, said quickly and then moved. Meng Tian and the other two followed closely behind. The group of people quickly entered the ancient tomb in the cemetery. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not know what had happened in the tomb. Along with the Crimson Dragon, they broke the seals and obtained many good things. Just a moment ago, they had broken through the last powerful seal and entered the deepest part of the tomb. It was this seal that had caused the violent tremors earlier. At this moment, they stood there. They did not rashly enter because there was a bone-chilling aura in front of them. That aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian wasn't completely confident. Therefore, the three of them did not enter for a while. Instead, they stayed outside to investigate carefully. In front of him was a secret chamber. It was spacious enough, but there weren't many things inside. There were only 3 coffins placed in a triangular formation. There was a clear lamp on top of each coffin, flickering with eerie will-o'-the-wisp. There was no movement in the room. Only the 3 ghost lanterns were flickering. Who were the people buried in these 3 coffins? And where did this terrifying aura come from? Lin Xian frowned. At the side, the Crimson Dragon looked solemn. "Kid, luckily we didn't barge in recklessly. D***it, this guy is too sinister. He actually had a trap." "Trap? What trap?" Zhao Shui frowned and asked. "Do you see the ground inside? That's the last trap." Hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui looked forward. The ground in front of them was cyan in color. It was paved with square cyan slabs. It was neat and tidy, not a single bit out of place. The Crimson Dragon explained that this should be an extremely ancient formation. You wouldn't be able to see anything from the outside. However, once you stepped on the green slabs, the formation would be activated. If you took a wrong step, endless danger would await you. The Crimson Dragon rubbed his chin and looked around. Let me study it. How do we break this formation? Just as the Crimson Dragon was studying the formation, a group of martial artists suddenly rushed in from the entrance of the ancient tomb. These people were the 13th prince and his group. They were still above when they suddenly felt a shocking energy coming from underground. Their faces changed and they rushed into the tomb. Oh no, there are traces of someone entering here. Elder Qingyan looked forward with a gloomy face. Let's go quickly. There are many formations in this ancient tomb. Even if someone entered first, he shouldn't be able to get far. If we speed up, we might have a chance. Elder Lihua from Deity Sword Villa said in a deep voice. Humph, don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I'll let him know how powerful I am. The 13th prince was extremely gloomy. He was furious. He originally thought that everything in the ancient tomb belonged to him. However, he didn't expect someone to beat him to it. If it wasn't for that aura, he wouldn't even know that someone had entered the ancient tomb. Therefore, he decided that if he saw the person who entered the tomb, no matter who it was, he would kill him. Only then could he vent his anger. Let's go. The 13th prince led the Shin family disciples and walked forward quickly. Along the way, they saw countless skeletons and corpses. There were also traces of a fight. However, they didn't encounter any danger. This meant that the threat ahead had been resolved by the person who had entered the tomb. This scene made everyone's face turn ugly. This was because the stronger the other party was, the more upset they felt. There's a treasure box here. One of the Shin family disciples noticed a treasure box in the dark ahead. He moved quickly and came to the front of the treasure box. That person must have left in a hurry and didn't notice the treasure box. The Shin family disciple was very proud. He guessed that the treasure box had been left behind. With a click, he opened the treasure box quickly. However, he was dumbfounded the next moment. This was because there was nothing in the treasure box. There were only some remnants of spiritual energy. Damn it, the item inside has been taken away. The disciple was so angry that he smashed the treasure box with his palm. This was too infuriating. He thought that he had gotten a great bargain. He didn't expect to be fooled. This treasure box had obviously been opened by someone before. However, it had been restored to its original state. The only difference was that the item inside had disappeared. It was obvious that it was done by the person who had entered the tomb. Damn it, that person is such a bastard. Catch him. We must kill him. The Shin family martial artists were also furious. However, before the cursing ended, the entire ground started to tremble. Damn it, what happened? D***it. What happened? The group of people were terrified. Oh no. It's a trap. The treasure chest should be some kind of trap. However, it was destroyed and the trap was triggered. 13th Prince's face turned pale. He did not expect them to not only fail to obtain the treasure, but also activate a trap for no reason. They were too unlucky. The ground shook slightly and a group of ghost soldiers crawled out from the ground. They had a cold aura and pounced on the martial artists from the Shin family. Get lost. In an instant, angry shouts and sounds of fighting could be heard. What happened over there? The people from Deity Sword Villa chose the other side. Hence, they were not clear about what had happened to the Shin family. However, from the moment they entered the tomb, they had started to place martial artists to spy on the Shin family. Hence, they received news very quickly. Oh, you're saying that they opened an empty treasure chest, and someone even broke the treasure chest that they were fighting over, triggering a restriction trap. Elder Lihua squinted his eyes and said to the disciples from Deity Sword Villa. This ancient tomb is very dangerous. Hence, do not destroy anything. Even if you find a treasure chest, report it immediately. It was not a big deal if there were no treasures. However, if they triggered a powerful trap, it would be troublesome. The surrounding disciples nodded as they heard the angry shouts from the Shin family's disciples not far away. It seemed that the trap was not simple. After instructing the disciples, Elder Lihua and Xiao Fan continued on their journey. However, not long after, they found a treasure chest in the corner. The treasure chest was hidden in a pile of rocks and bones. It was very well hidden. If the people from Deity Sword Villa had not searched carefully, they would not have found it. "Elder, there's a treasure chest." A disciple from Deity Sword Villa shouted excitedly. Elder Lihua was surprised when he heard that. He moved and instantly came to the vicinity. The surrounding disciples from Deity Sword Villa flew over quickly after hearing that. "Be careful. Don't fall into the trap," Xiao Fan said as he carried a red giant sword on his back. Elder Lihua nodded. Then, he gathered a few elders and began to carefully conduct various tests and research. Not long after, Elder Lihua suddenly smiled. "Young Master Fan, we have checked. No one has opened this treasure chest before. In other words, the thing inside is still here." It had never been opened before. Hearing this, Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of interest. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Open it slowly." The surrounding disciples also held their breaths. Crack, a low voice could be heard as the treasure chest opened. But in the next moment, the smile on Lihua's face disappeared and was replaced by fear. Yes, it should be a trap. Along with the roar, a gray mist flew out from the treasure chest and spread out in all directions. "Not good, it's poisonous gas, hold your breath." Elder Lihua was infuriated. Then, he dashed backward. Plop! Plop! A few disciples fell to the ground, their faces dark. "Oh no, they're poisoned. Damn it. What kind of poison is this? It's so terrifying." The disciples of the Deity Sword Villa were terrified. The weakest among them was at the fifth heaven of the Venerable Realm. However, they were poisoned in an instant. They had never heard of such a poison. Elder Lihua extended both of his palms and a fire dragon roared as it flew forward. The fire dragon circled around and dispersed the gray mist. Then, it brought the few disciples who had fainted back. However, at the moment of saving them, a few more disciples were shrouded by the poisonous gas and were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! What kind of poison is this? The older generation figures accidentally came into contact with the gray poisonous gas, and their skin immediately turned black. The elder was at the sixth heaven of the Venerable Realm. He roared and shot out a series of light shadows. However, when they entered the gray mist, they were useless. Humph! Xiao Fan snorted and drew the giant red sword on his back. He slashed it down. Suddenly, countless sword chi flew out from the giant sword like a fiery sword rain and quickly filled the entire space. The sword chi was extremely sharp and it carried a thick fire-based aura as if it was burning. In an instant, the poisonous gas was dispersed. Seeing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was here. Otherwise, if they were infected by the poisonous gas, they would not be able to survive. After destroying the gray poisonous gas, Xiao Fan asked coldly, "Elder Lihua, do you know what kind of poisonous gas it is? If I'm not wrong, it should be corpse poison." Elder Lihua's face turned ugly. "Corpse poison?" Xiao Fan frowned. "Yes, corpse poison. It's formed by the burning of more than 10 seventh heaven of the Venerable Realm's corpses. This poisonous gas is extremely terrifying. Fortunately, young Master Fan, you're cultivating the Earth-class martial art, fiery sword art. Not only is it powerful, but it's also fire-based. That's why you can disperse the corpse poison so easily. Otherwise, we would be in danger." "I understand." Xiao Fan nodded and flicked out several fiery red sword chi into the bodies of the disciples who were poisoned to help them expel the poison. After half an hour, the poisonous gas on the disciples' faces gradually disappeared. He walked over slowly. Although the poisoned disciples were fine, the people from Deity Sword Villa were not happy. They had just entered the ancient tomb and they had fallen into a trap. Moreover, they had almost suffered a large number of casualties. Before this, they had not expected it at all. "It seems like this ancient tomb is more troublesome than we thought," Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. "Yes, I reckon that it's a trap. The person who came before us must have seen through it. That's why he didn't touch the treasure box. It's funny that we thought we had picked up a treasure. In the end, we fell into a trap." Elder Lai Hua sighed. Not long after we entered, we and the Shin family had already fallen into a trap. It seems like the person who came before us is more troublesome than we thought. Let's go. I reckon there aren't any treasures left along the way. Xiao Fan shook his head. He then took the lead and quickly walked into the depths of the ancient tomb. This time, he no longer paid attention to the scenery on both sides. He knew that even if there were treasures left behind, it would be a trap. On the other side, the martial artists from the Shin family were also hurrying on with their journey. Meng Tian, Du Guoyan and the other two were not in a hurry to take action. However, when they found out about the situation of the Shin family and Deity Sword Villa, they quickly gave up their previous thoughts. They had to quickly find the person who came before them. Otherwise, the treasures here would have nothing to do with them. Along the way, the 13th young master's face turned gloomy. After walking for so long, he still had not found any trace of the person. During this process, they had already found more than 10 treasure boxes. However, all of them had been taken away without exception. Damn it. When I find that despicable guy, I'll definitely make him spit out all the treasures that he has taken. The 13th young master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The other party was too despicable. He did not even leave any treasures for them. The group of people headed towards the depths of the ancient tomb in a grandiose manner. Lin Xian didn't know that he had been targeted by 3 parties. But even if he did, it didn't matter. After all, he was the one who had taken the treasures from the treasure chests. They had broken countless seals along the way and had reaped a bountiful harvest. It was obvious that this tomb belonged to someone important. The treasures inside were probably buried with him. At this moment, Lin Xian's group of 3 had already entered the secret chamber. They were only a dozen meters away from the 3 bronze coffins. Suddenly, the sound of air vibrating came from behind them. Someone's here? Lin Xian turned around and frowned. Beside him, Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes. Suddenly, the void sky eyes trembled and blurred figures appeared one after another. Someone has indeed entered. And there are quite a few of them, Zhao Shui said in a deep voice. Lin Xian looked at the figures formed by the void sky eyes and frowned even more. It's actually the disciples of the Shin family. Looks like we have to speed up. Rizalong, can you speed up? Lin Xian asked. It's impossible to secretly break the seals. Of course, if you want to fall into a trap, it's very fast. The Crimson Dragon replied. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's continue with your plan. The aura of this place made him a little wary. So unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to fall into a trap. What about the people behind us? Zhao Shui asked. It's fine. This trap is probably enough for them to suffer. Lin Xian sneered. Just as the two of them were talking, the group of people behind them had already arrived in front of the secret chamber. Looking at the 3 coffins and Lin Xian's group of 3, everyone became excited. After searching for so long, we finally found that person. The 13th prince was even more excited. How dare the 2 of you? Who let you in? This ancient tomb was discovered by our Shin family first. A disciple of the Shin family stood out and pointed at Lin Xian. You discovered it first? How thick-skinned? Lin Xian revealed a look of disdain. The disciples of the Shin family were furious when they saw the mocking gaze. He was just about to flare up when he was stopped by Elder Qingyun. Elder Qingyun's eyes flickered as he coldly said, Brat, I'll give you a chance. Give us 70% of the treasures you obtained before, and we can let you live. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even if you obtain the treasure today, you won't be able to leave here alive. That's right. Being able to contribute treasures to the 13th young master is the greatest fortune of your life. Young man, don't make a mistake. You'd better recognize the situation in front of you. The group of people pointed at Lin Xian and sneered. Scram. In the face of the Shin family's aggression, Lin Xian only said one word. You dare to tell us to get lost? He's really going against the heavens. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Do you believe that I won't break your bones one by one? The martial artists of the Shin family were furious. How dare a brat insult the Shin family? He's courting death, the 13th young master's eyes were as cold as swords as he looked ahead. Then, he sneered disdainfully. I thought you were some expert, but it turns out that you're just a brat at the fifth sky of the honorable realm. Brat, you might be an expert among ordinary people, but you're nothing in front of us. Do you know who we are? We're martial artists of the Xin family. If you know what's good for you, kneel down obediently and hand over all the treasures you obtained. Then, I can spare your life. Xin family? I've beaten up many disciples of the Xin family. Which one are you? Lin Xian said coldly. Since the other party wanted to have a war of words with him, it couldn't be better. He could use this opportunity to stall for time and allow An Hong to break the array quickly. Brat, I think you really don't want to live anymore. The 13th young master's face darkened when he heard Lin Xian's words. Young master, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Why don't we capture him and snatch the treasures directly? Elder Qing Yun said coldly from the side. All right. The 13th young master nodded. If any of you capture that brat, I'll give him a half-earth class martial art. I'll go. The disciples were all excited when they heard the reward. Immediately, 2 young martial artists rushed out and flew forward with a hideous smile. Die, brat. How dare you offend our Xin family? How audacious. Both of them were at the peak of the 5th sky of the honorable realm and could even fight against a 6th sky of the honorable realm. Therefore, in their opinion, capturing a brat at the 5th sky of the honorable realm was a piece of cake. However, as soon as they entered the secret room, they were attacked by a pale white flame. Immediately, the 2 of them were enveloped by the flame. They screamed in pain before their bodies burned and turned into ashes. In an instant, the 2 of them turned into ashes. What? How is this possible? What kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? The martial artists from the Xin family were all stunned. Behind them, the people from the Deity Sword Villa had just arrived. When they saw this scene, they gasped. Even Elder Lai Hua had a grave look on his face. He cultivated a fire-based martial art. However, just now, the white flame made his heart palpitate. This was simply too inconceivable. Brat, how dare you kill the disciples of the Xin family? You're dead. The 13th young master was surrounded by a murderous aura. Idiot. Lin Xian snorted. What did you say? How dare you scold me? The 13th young master was trembling with anger and was about to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice was heard again. Firstly, I didn't kill them. If you're not blind, you should be able to see it clearly. Secondly, even if you're from the Xin family, so what? If I want to kill someone, none of you can stop me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 13th young master was trembling with anger. Who was he? He was the 13th young master of the Xin family. His status was extremely noble. Normally, no one dared to provoke him. Even the disciples of the Xin family had to be careful when they saw him. However, someone dared to scold him now. This was courting death. Brat, you're dead. Regardless of whether you hand over the treasure or not, you're dead. The 13th young master was as cold as the god of death. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. He turned around and ignored these people. This scene made the 13th young master mad. He raised his hand and slapped out. Boom, the terrifying shadow of the palm blasted forward and the entire void was about to split open. However, just as the shadow of the palm entered the secret chamber, it was burned by a ball of white flame and disappeared in the air. What? It can even burn the energy of a 7th heaven honorable realm? Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what kind of flame could be so terrifying. One had to know that the attack of the 13th young master was much stronger than that of an ordinary 7th heaven honorable realm. However, even so, it couldn't enter the space in front of him. This was unbelievable. The power of the pale white flames was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the 13th young master was stunned. He did not expect his attack to be neutralized. Damn it, what are those flames? Why can those people enter? He stared at Lin Xian's back with a cold gaze. Young master, this should be a formation. At the side, Elder Qin Yan's expression was also solemn, but as for how to break it, this old man did not understand at the moment. Hearing that, the 13th young master's face darkened. This was not good news for him. If they could not break the formation, it would be even more dangerous to barge in. That was because they knew that the space in front of them was filled with pale white flames. Those flames were extremely terrifying. Even a 7th heaven venerable might not be able to resist them. Therefore, the 13th young master did not want to be surrounded by those flames unless he had no other choice. However, if they could not break the formation, they could only watch as Lin Xian and the others took the treasure. This kind of thing was even more intolerable to them. At the side, the people from Deity Sword Villa also had gloomy expressions because they could not break the formation either. In the end, the people from the two forces quickly discussed and decided to break the formation together. They could not let that kid take the treasure. Otherwise, if this matter spread, they would say that so many elites could not do anything to two thieves. That would definitely be an extremely embarrassing matter. After all, these people were from the top forces and there were many seniors present. Therefore, after some discussion, they finally found a solution. A few seniors took the lead and carefully walked into the secret room in front of them. The first few steps were not dangerous, and the pale white flames did not appear. It seemed that they had found the right method. The seniors heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, an elder from the Shin family took a step forward and stepped on the bluestone floor. Suddenly, countless flames emerged from the ground and instantly enveloped that elder. Ah! That elder screamed as his entire body burned. He roared crazily and wanted to put out the flames, but he could not do it at all. In an instant, he was burned to ashes. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb and their faces were filled with fear. That was a 6th heaven venerable. However, it was burned to ashes in an instant. This white flame was too terrifying. For a time, the older generation figures in front of him didn't dare to walk around recklessly. Instead, they quickly studied it again. Amidst this tense atmosphere, another 3 figures arrived. These 3 people were naturally Meng Tian and Du Guoyin. They just happened to see the scene of the 6th heavenly layer elder being burned to ashes, and were immediately shocked. They didn't need to think to know that there was an extremely terrifying array formation ahead. However, when Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei really arrived before them, they were stunned. That was because they noticed an extremely familiar figure standing in front of him. Lin Xian, why are you here? Du Guoyin was stunned. Are you the one who came in early? Li Yunfei was also shocked. What? Lin Xian? Is he Lin Xian, the student from Senma College? Hearing Li Yunfei Duo's words, the surrounding martial artists also burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that the person who shocked them to the core was also a student from Senma College. They had heard a lot about Lin Xian, but that didn't mean that they had really seen him before, so they didn't recognize him before. However, now that someone said it, they all understood. Because they knew that the other party was a very magical existence. They had also heard of what had happened before. A 5th heaven venerable had forcefully snatched the most precious treasure from the hands of several top-notch self-cultivators, and had even successfully escaped. Not only that, it seemed that the other party could even resist a 7th heaven venerable. Moreover, he had calmly escaped from the pursuit of the top powerhouses of the Palace of Gods of War. No matter what it was, it made Lin Xian extremely mysterious. Previously, they didn't quite believe these rumors because in their opinion, these rumors were too exaggerated. After all, how could a 5th heaven venerable be compared to a 7th heaven venerable? But now, it seemed that they were somewhat convinced. This was because their 2 top clans hadn't cracked the array formation, but the other party had easily walked into the depths of the array formation. D***it, this kid must have some secrets. What's the big deal about secrets? I only know that this kid has many treasures. If we can catch him, all those treasures will be ours. In an instant, countless warriors stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei as he nodded slightly. What a coincidence, you guys are here too. He said with a smile, then looked at Meng Tian who was at the side. What a powerful aura, he realized that the other party's aura was very powerful. It wasn't any weaker than the 13th prince or Xiao Fan from the deity Sword Villa. As if seeing the confusion in Lin Xian's eyes, Du Guotian explained, "This is senior brother Meng Tian, who ranked third on the previous Mystic Venerable leaderboard. He's now a member of the Punishment Hall." A member of the Punishment Hall? Ranked third on the previous Mystic Venerable leaderboard? No wonder he was so powerful. Lin Xian understood and then smiled as he cupped his fists. "Hello, senior brother Meng. Your junior brother Lin? I've heard rumors about you, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're indeed extraordinary." Meng Tian wasn't lying because he felt a dangerous aura from Lin Xian. He didn't feel that way even when facing the 13th prince and Xiao Fan. Therefore, he was very curious and fearful of Lin Xian. After Meng Tian and the other two arrived, they didn't rush forward. After all, they were still young and didn't know much about formations. Therefore, they didn't dare to rush forward. The three of them stood outside and waited for an opportunity. However, not long after, the Crimson Dragon's body shook and he roared excitedly. "It's broken. Ben Huang has finally broken the formation." Along with his voice, there was a slight tremor in front of him. Then, a terrifying aura quickly disappeared. "It's broken?" Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that the Crimson Dragon would break the formation bit by bit so that he could get closer to the bronze coffin. However, he didn't expect the entire formation to be broken. This was something he didn't expect. Because the formation was broken, it meant that the people outside could enter. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Xian immediately took action and flew toward the bronze coffin closest to him. The people outside were also stunned. Then, they understood what had happened and were overjoyed. They didn't expect that the formation that gave them such a headache would be broken by a red snake. This was simply too unexpected. However, they didn't care how the red snake broke the formation. At this moment, everyone was staring at the three bronze coffins. Needless to say, the bronze coffins were protected by such a powerful formation. There must be something extremely precious inside. Therefore, in the next moment, all of them quickly rushed forward. The 13th prince, Xiao Fan, and the rest took the lead. As there were only 3 bronze coffins, these people went crazy and acted quickly. If they were late, they might not be able to get anything. Lin Xian was the closest to the bronze coffin on the left, so he was the first to act. Zhao Shui ran towards the bronze coffin in the middle. As for the one on the right, they gave up on it. The current situation did not allow them to be greedy. It was good enough that they were able to keep one. The Crimson Dragon did not act. It did not snatch any of the coffins. Instead, it jumped to the side and watched the show. "Die, brat!" The 13th prince roared and charged towards Lin Xian. He had his reasons for doing so. Firstly, he wanted to capture Lin Xian and snatch all the treasures in his hands. Secondly, he wanted to take the bronze coffin on the left. Therefore, he went straight to Lin Xian as soon as he entered. Elder Qing Yun ran towards the bronze coffin in the middle. Xiao Fan, Meng Tian, and the rest rushed towards the one on the right. The others also rushed to snatch the coffins. The whole scene was chaotic. However, not everyone was qualified to get close to the bronze coffins. At that moment, the 3 ghost lanterns on the 3 bronze coffins jumped and emitted a cold aura. In an instant, the weaker martial artists were sent flying and vomited blood. There were only about 10 people left in the space. Apart from the 13th prince and the rest who were level 7 supremacies, the rest were level 6 supremacies. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. He was only level 5 supremacies. However, he was safe and sound in the face of the ghost fire. Although Lin Xian dodged the ghost fire, the 13th prince did not intend to let him go. The 13th young master dashed towards Lin Xian and threw out a punch. His fist was imbued with the power of thunder and lightning. It was aimed at Lin Xian's head. If the punch landed, even a level 7 supremacies would not be able to withstand it. The fist formed by lightning was extremely dazzling. When the fist was thrown, the entire sky shook. One could even clearly see countless bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the fist was right in front of Lin Xian's eyes. It looked like it was about to smash Lin Xian's head. At this moment, Lin Xian also moved. Scram! Lin Xian abruptly turned his head and shouted coldly. As soon as the word scram came out, it was like a clap of thunder, causing the void to tremble incomparably. Not only that, but the sound wave also contained purple lightning that surged forward. This sound wave was like a sea of purple lightning. With a long tail of light, it quickly blasted towards the lightning fist. The two bolts of lightning collided in the air, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. That terrifying energy fluctuation swept out in all directions, causing all the surrounding martial artists to retreat. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked. They had never imagined that a 5th Sky Venerable Realm Brat would be able to resist the 13th Young Master's attack. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that the 13th Young Master was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary 7th level Venerable wouldn't be able to contend against him. However, a 5th level Venerable had actually blocked his attack. They couldn't believe it. The 13th Young Master was also stunned. Then, his face became extremely ugly. This result was directly out of his expectations. In his opinion, his punch would definitely be able to smash Lin Xian's head. At that time, he would only need to snatch Lin Xian's storage ring and open the bronze coffin. This way, the treasure would be his. Moreover, he would be able to vent the hatred in his heart. However, the truth was that Lin Xian had easily blocked his attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. The 13th Young Master went crazy. He simply couldn't believe it. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 levels between the two of them. With a furious roar, countless bolts of lightning surged out and condensed into a lightning spear. Then, the 13th Young Master's arms shook and instantly, the lightning spear in his hand quickly pierced out. Like a ray of light of death, the lightning spear dragged a long tail of light as it quickly pierced through the void. Lightning? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had recently absorbed the lightning energy of the purple thunder divine bamboo, so he wasn't afraid of the 13th Young Master's lightning attack at all. With a flick of his finger, purple lightning gathered at the tip of his finger and quickly turned into a purple longsword that slashed forward. An earth-shattering sword radiance flew out and quickly collided with the lightning spear. Suddenly, violent energy exploded, and rubble flew through the air, slapping in all directions. What? He can really contend with the 13th Young Master. It's not a fluke? Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They couldn't believe it. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian could block the first attack because of luck, but now, he had blocked the second attack. This wasn't something that could be explained by luck. Even if the 13th Young Master was careless the first time and didn't use his full strength, he definitely wouldn't be careless the second time. However, Lin Xian could consecutively block 2 attacks, which meant that he was definitely not weaker than a 7th Heaven Supremacy. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked and gasped. If Lin Xian was a 7th Heaven Supremacy and could contend with the 13th Young Master, then so be it. However, he was clearly only a 5th Heaven Supremacy, but he was able to unleash combat power that was not weaker than a 7th Heaven Supremacy. This was simply too terrifying. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Elder Qing Yun, who was fighting with Zhao Shui, also saw this scene and his pupils constricted. Humph, old man, you should worry about yourself. Zhao Shui snorted and golden light flickered in her eyes. Together with the virtual sky eye above her, she unleashed an extremely fierce attack. Elder Qing Yi immediately roared in anger. Impossible, how is this possible? The 13th Young Master couldn't believe it. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, I don't know why your combat power is so strange, but even if you have the strength of a 7th Heaven Supremacy, you will still die. Because no one can challenge me. The 13th Young Master's face was cold as he shouted, Great Sun Thunder Technique. Immediately, lightning spewed out from his body and quickly condensed into a lightning sun behind him. Countless bolts of lightning illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the sky with a resplendent glow. The 13th Young Master stood in the sea of lightning like the god of thunder and looked down at his surroundings. An extremely violent aura rushed out from his body as if it could tear the sky and earth apart. Great Sun Thunder Technique, it's the Great Sun Thunder Technique. Great, the 13th Young Master is serious. That kid is definitely dead. Of course, the Great Sun Thunder technique is an Earth-class martial art. Even a seventh heaven supremacy can't contend with it. In the distance, the Shin family's martial artists saw this scene and immediately cheered. This was because they knew the power of the Great Sun Thunder technique, and they also knew that the 13th young master had cultivated the Great Sun Thunder technique to the small success stage. As long as he used the Great Sun Thunder technique, no one in the same cultivation level would be his match. In the next moment, the 13th young master looked coldly at Lin Xian. "Kid, I have to say that you are quite strong to be able to make me use the Great Sun Thunder technique. However, that's all. Next, I will let you know what true power is. Kid, I have to admit that you have some ability to make me use the Great Sun Thunder technique. But that's all. Next, I'll let you know what true power is." The 13th young master's eyes narrowed as he quickly struck forward with his palm. Suddenly, the lightning sun behind the 13th young master was like a small mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and a sea of lightning spread out. Earth rank martial art, Great Sun Thunder technique. Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect the 13th young master to have a lightning-attributed Earth rank martial art. This was good stuff. However, even with the Great Sun Thunder technique, Lin Xian was not afraid because he also had an Earth rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. Lin Xian let out a low growl as the lightning on his body surged rapidly, forming a gigantic sword that soared into the sky and slashed forward. When the giant sword formed by purple lightning appeared, a terrifying aura surged in the sky. It was as if this sword could destroy everything. Looking at the giant sword formed by purple lightning, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. What kind of sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. Damn it, this aura is so terrifying. Why do I feel that it's not any weaker than the Great Sun Thunder technique? Could it be an Earth rank martial art? Everyone was discussing as if they had seen a ghost. The Shin family disciples' faces were even uglier. Damn it, why does this kid have an Earth rank martial art? So what if he has an Earth rank martial art? He's not as strong as the 13th young master, so he can't display the true power of an Earth rank martial art. Just watch, maybe he hasn't even grasped the tip of the iceberg. A group of people sneered, unwilling to accept the truth. Seeing Lin Xian's giant sword slashing down, the 13th young master was stunned. From the aura, it was obviously the aura of an Earth rank martial art. Damn it, this kid also has an Earth rank martial art? The 13th young master was very surprised. But soon, he sneered. So what if he has an Earth rank martial art? I've already cultivated the Great Sun Thunder technique to the initial stage. One had to know that Earth rank martial arts were extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if there were people who obtained Earth rank martial arts, martial artists who cultivated to the minor accomplishment realm were very few. He did not believe that a fifth-layer venerable like Lin Xian could cultivate an Earth rank martial art to the initial stage. His opponent's cultivation was inferior to his, and his grasp of Earth rank martial arts was inferior to his as well. So as far as he was concerned, his opponent had no possibility of defeating him. Therefore, he was very assured in this fight. In the void, the two great Earth rank martial arts collided, emitting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the sun formed by the Great Sun Thunder technique shattered. It was shattered by the giant sword formed by the purple lightning. Impossible. The 13th young master let out a heart-wrenching roar and quickly retreated. He had never imagined that things would turn out like this. After all, he was a 7th level exalted. Furthermore, he was from the House of Kings. Thus, his strength was much stronger than many ordinary 7th level exalted. Adding on the fact that he had already cultivated the Great Sun Thunder technique, this kind of Earth rank martial art, to the initial stage, there were not many people in the same rank who were his match. But now, he had been forced to retreat by a 5th level exalted. Ah! I don't believe it. The 13th young master roared madly. His terrifying voice shook the surroundings. At the side, the experts who were fighting for the other two bronze coffins also turned their heads to look. Then, other than Zhao Shui who was expressionless, the other experts were all shocked. Xiao Fan from the Deity Sword Villa, Meng Tian from Senma College, and the others all focused their gazes on Lin Xian. Their eyes shone brightly. They could feel how powerful Lin Xian was. He was a powerful opponent. On the other hand, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were shocked. How long had it been since they separated? Lin Xian was already able to fight against a 7th-level exalted. This was too shocking. The elder's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially Elder Qing Yun. His eyelids were twitching, and his face was filled with worry. However, he was tightly restrained by Zhao Shui and could not go to the 13th young master's rescue. "Brat, I want you dead." A terrifying voice shook the 9 heavens. The 13th young master's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was surrounded by lightning. He's angry. He's really angry. If he did not kill this detestable brat in front of him, he would not be able to swallow his anger. Thunder God's Fist. With a roar, the 13th young master used the ultimate skill of the Great Sun Thunder technique, Thunder God's Fist. Suddenly, as his fist surged out, lightning flashed in all directions. Just the aftershock alone was enough to penetrate a 7th-level exalted. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. What he had performed earlier was the Gale Lightning Sword technique. However, 2 gigantic sword shadows had appeared beside the purple firmament sword shadow. One of them was completely red. It was completely formed by flames and exuded a scorching aura. The other one was completely golden, as if it was made of gold. It contained a sharp aura. The concepts of fire and wind merged into the Gale Lightning Sword, once again forming 2 firmament sword shadows. Then, along with the purple firmament sword shadow, 3 huge sword chi quickly slashed forward. The space in front was slashed open, and the violent energy drowned everything. The 13th young master had used his ultimate skill, but he was still sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was sent flying? Everyone was stunned. They realized that the 13th young master was in a worse state than before. Last time, he was only pushed back, but this time, not only was he sent flying, he even vomited a large mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. "Young master!" Elder Lai Hua screamed when he saw this. He did not expect the 13th young master to be defeated so quickly. He did not even have the chance to summon his martial soul. However, just as he screamed, Zhao Shui activated her Void Sky Eye and shot out a golden ray of death, instantly sending Elder Qing Yun flying. In an instant, 2 7th-level Shen family experts were severely injured. This caused the Shen family disciples to be dumbfounded. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Lin Xian did not care about those people. He slammed his palm on the bronze coffin, opening it instantly. Unlike what he had expected, there was no corpse inside. Instead, there was a ball of lightning the size of a fist. However, these lightning bolts were white and different from ordinary lightning bolts. These lightning bolts carried an extremely cold aura. To be honest, Lin Xian had never seen such a lightning aura before. However, the Crimson Dragon screamed, "This is Yin Lightning." Yin Lightning? Lin Xian was puzzled. This Yin Lightning is extremely rare. It can only be formed by the corpse of a peerless expert in a special environment. Once formed, this Yin Lightning is extremely powerful. It is also different from ordinary lightning. Its cold aura can catch other martial artists off guard. "Kid, I have to say that you are very lucky. With this Yin Lightning, you can condense a lightning martial soul." Lightning martial soul? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the Yin Lightning. Soon, the Yin Thunder reacted instinctively. It turned into countless white lightning bolts and attacked Lin Xian. After knowing how terrifying the Yin Thunder was, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. A flash of purple lightning appeared on his palm and quickly resisted the attack. More and more purple lightning bolts appeared and surrounded the ball of white lightning. Then, Lin Xian dragged it into the mysterious space in his body. Now was not the time to absorb it. He had to leave this place and wait for a safe place to absorb it. On the other side, Zhao Shui opened the bronze coffin. It was not Yin Thunder, but a ball of white flame. It was similar to the mysterious white flame from before. However, this flame was even more mysterious. It was pure white and pulsated. However, it did not give off a hot aura. Instead, it gave off an unusually cold feeling, like ice. Yin Fire. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He did not expect fire to appear in the second coffin. Like thunder, it was formed from the corpses of peerless masters. The conditions for its formation were extremely harsh. Hearing this, Zhao Shui smiled. She activated her void sky eye and quickly formed a golden whirlpool that sucked in the flame. Seeing the two of them take away the treasures, the other elders sighed. They knew that the treasures were not fated with them. At the same time, they were shocked. Even if they wanted to collect the thunder and fire, it would take them a lot of effort. However, they did not expect the two young men in front of them to collect them so easily. The process seemed slow, but Lin Xian and Zhao Shui defeated their opponents and collected the treasures in an instant. By the time the two families reacted, the treasures had already been taken away. They were extremely disappointed. The reason for that was because from the looks of it, unless they defeated Lin Xian and the young man, they would only be able to retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. However, could they defeat Lin Xian and Zhao Shui? Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they thought of their previous performance. Until now, no one dared to challenge the two of them. Therefore, everyone's attention was on the third bronze coffin. Senma College and Deity Sword Villa were fighting over the third bronze coffin. Meng Tian was tall and burly. Spiritual energy surged all over his body as he fought fiercely with Xiao Fan from the Deity Sword Manor. As for Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei, they joined hands to fight against Raging Flame Elder Zhang. Although the two of them were suppressed by Elder Lai Hua and were at a disadvantage, they did not show any signs of being defeated. Therefore, the third bronze coffin was still an ownerless treasure. The 13th Prince and Elder Qing Yun were also suppressing their injuries. They looked at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui with murderous intent in their eyes. However, they didn't retaliate immediately. Instead, they stared at the third coffin. The first two doors had already yielded treasures, so the third one would definitely be extraordinary as well. Revenge could wait, but he had to get his hands on the treasure. Therefore, the 13th Prince and Elder Qing Yun roared in anger and joined the fight for the treasures. With the addition of the two of them, the fierce battle became chaotic again. The Shen family and Deity Sword Villa were equally powerful. They both had 2 level 7 experts. However, Du Guoyan's side was at a disadvantage. This was because only Meng Tian was a level 7 expert. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were both level 6 martial artists. However, when the two of them worked together, they could still fight against a level 7 honorable. This didn't mean that the two of them weren't talented. It was just that they were a few years younger than the 13th Prince and the rest. If they were given a few years to mature, they would be on par with Meng Tian. No one doubted that. However, they were still no match for the 13th Prince and the rest. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were losing ground and were about to be kicked out of the fight. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Seeing Lin Xian move, Zhao Shui followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them joined the fight for the third coffin. Seeing the two of them fighting, the martial artists in the distance exclaimed. "It's him. That guy is fighting again. F***ck, he's too greedy. They have already snatched 2 coffins. Are they going to snatch the third one? That's too much." The disciples of the Shen family and the martial artists of the Deity Sword Villa roared in anger. The disciples of the Shen family, especially, were all ghastly pale. This was because to them, the 2 treasures originally belonged to them. However, they were snatched away by Lin Xian. Of course, this was only their wishful thinking. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's actions attracted the attention of the 13th Prince, Xiao Fan, and the rest. When they saw the two of them rushing towards the third bronze coffin, their faces turned green. D***mn that guy. He's too much. Kill him. I must kill him. The group of experts roared in anger. Kid, don't be greedy. Elder Qing Yan's face was hideous. There are so many of us. I don't believe that he can snatch the third bronze coffin. On the other side, Elder Lai Hua snorted. Don't worry. We already have 2 treasures. We won't snatch the third one. Lin Xian said calmly. The 13th Prince and the rest heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. However, they soon became suspicious. Then why are you here? Are you here to watch the show? Nothing much. However, I'm still a disciple of Senma College. Since I have such treasures, it's only natural that I keep them for my fellow disciples. Then, Lin Xian turned to Du Guoyan and the other two and said, I'll hold them back. Hurry up and do it. All right. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were overjoyed. Meng Tian said gratefully, Junior brother Lin, thank you. We'll remember this favor. If you need our help in the future, feel free to let us know. He did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to help them. One should know that these treasures were extremely precious. Even if they were from the same sect, very few would be willing to share them with others. However, Lin Xian was very generous and even wanted to help them block the enemies. This made the three of them very grateful. The 13th prince, Xiao Fan, and the rest looked gloomy. Lin Xian's actions showed that he did not care about them at all. Kid, you're digging your own grave. The 13th prince said coldly. Let's see what right you have to say such arrogant words. On the other side, Xiao Fan held his red giant sword tightly. Sword radiance flashed in his eyes and he looked extremely fierce. The two elders roared, let's join forces and capture these two thieves. Then, we'll split the treasures on them equally. As soon as they finished speaking, the four of them rushed toward Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Among them, the 13th prince and Xiao Fan rushed toward Lin Xian while the two elders rushed toward Zhao Shui. They attacked frantically, determined to capture the two thieves. If it was a head-on clash, Lin Xian was not confident that he could defeat the two elite prodigies. However, it was different now. He only needed to hold them back. This way, things would be much easier. Streams of icy aura surged out, turning into ice walls and chilly winds that surged forward rapidly. Suddenly, the cold wind was bone-chilling. It was a world of ice and snow in front of him. The 13th prince and Xiao Fan were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They felt a chilling aura surging into their bodies, as though it was trying to freeze their blood and spiritual energy. Disperse. The 13th prince roared as a powerful force burst out from his body. Lightning surrounded his body and shattered the chilling aura. On the other side, Xiao Fan's sword radiance surged and slashed in all directions. In an instant, the chilling aura shattered. However, during this delay, Meng Tian and the other two had already worked together to blast open the bronze coffin. Damn it! When Lai Hua and Elder Qingyun saw this scene, their eyes turned red as they quickly rushed forward. However, Zhao Shui used her void sky eyes and shot out an illusory attack. Instantly, the two elders' bodies trembled and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Oh no, it's a soul attack. Their faces turned pale as they were shocked. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage from the sudden soul attack. Hence, the two elders were stopped in their tracks. On the other side, the 13th prince and Xiao Fan had already broken through the chilling aura and were charging towards Lin Xian. One move. As long as the two of them unleashed one more move, they would be able to get rid of Lin Xian. At that time, they would be able to fight for the treasure. At the thought of this, a cold smile appeared on their faces. At this crucial moment, the 13th prince did not hold back. He roared and summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a bolt of lightning. Once the lightning martial soul was summoned, a terrifying aura filled the entire sky. The surrounding martial artists trembled in fear. The 13th prince was also domineering. Lightning surrounded his body and formed a lightning battle robe that covered his body. The lightning martial soul accompanied him and could merge with his attacks at any time. Seeing that the 13th young master had summoned his martial soul, Xiao Fan also let out a long howl and summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a ball of flame. It was extremely red and looked like a fire spirit. Once the flame martial soul was summoned, a scorching heat wave swept across the 9 heavens. The entire space seemed to be melting. When the two of them summoned their martial souls, their auras surged. The terrifying energy fluctuation was like a vast ocean, causing the people in the distance to tremble. In the next moment, the two of them attacked Lin Xian. This aura is too terrifying. That brat is definitely dead. Needless to say, when two top-notch prodigies summoned their martial souls, there was probably no 7th-layer Venerable Realm cultivator who could block that kind of attack. No matter how strange that brat was, he definitely wouldn't be able to block that kind of attack. The group of people sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold as his eyes flickered. Martial soul competition? He sneered disdainfully. Until now, he had never seen anyone with a martial soul that was stronger than his great dragon sword soul. With a long roar, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Countless sword beams shot out from his body, illuminating space and time. Then, a sword shadow quickly appeared in front of him. The sword shadow was in the shape of a dragon, accompanied by a series of deep dragon roars. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the entire space began to tremble rapidly. A terrifying pressure shook the entire space. Puff! Puff! The surrounding martial artists all vomited blood and flew out. Damn it, what the hell is this? Those people crawled up from the ground with horrified faces. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone was enough to send them flying. Even the 13th Prince and Xiao Fan's martial souls weren't that powerful. Could it be that the dragon-shaped sword shadow is his martial soul? Someone's body trembled. What kind of joke is this? He's just a 5th-layer venerable realm cultivator. How could he have such a powerful martial soul? The crowd went crazy. They were completely stunned. On the other hand, the 13th Prince and Xiao Fan's faces changed drastically. This was because after the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, their martial souls actually started to tremble. This was something that had never happened before. It can suppress their martial souls? What exactly is that dragon-shaped sword shadow? Could it really be that brat's martial soul? A tinge of fear appeared in their eyes. His body, which was moving forward, suddenly stopped in the air. They didn't dare to move forward anymore because they felt a great threat. They were afraid that something extremely dangerous would happen if they moved forward. Not only did the dragon-shaped sword shadow suppress the 13th Prince and Xiao Fan, but it also shocked the 2 elders who were standing beside them. This was because the pressure had also affected them, causing the blood in their bodies to churn. Not good. Retreat. The 2 elders' faces changed drastically. They were afraid that Lin Xian would attack them, so they quickly retreated to a safe distance. This scene was too shocking. Lin Xian didn't even make a move. He only remembered the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and it was enough to scare the 4 experts away. No one dared to move forward. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. At this moment, Meng Tian and the other 2 opened the 3rd bronze coffin. There was a white piece of wood inside that gave off a unique aura. Wood. It's indeed this item. The Crimson Dragon nodded. This was what he had guessed. Meng Tian laughed and then kept the wood. Damn it. Put down the treasure or die. The 13th Prince and the rest shouted when they saw this scene. They were about to go crazy. The bronze coffin contained extremely precious treasures, but they didn't get a single one of them. To them, this was simply inconceivable. It was the greatest irony of all. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him condensed again. The 13th Prince and the rest suddenly trembled and fear filled their eyes. However, their faces turned gloomy and they gritted their teeth. It was too despicable. The 4 of them were level 7 honorables and they were threatened by a level 5 brat. They were about to go mad with anger. However, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of them was too terrifying and they didn't dare to fight it head-on. For a moment, they stared at Lin Xian angrily, but no one dared to make a move. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered and said to Zhao Shui and the rest. Retreat. Zhao Shui, Meng Tian and the rest nodded. Since they had gotten the treasure, there was no need for them to stay. In the next moment, they turned into a few rays of light and flew out quickly. Damn it. Stop them. The 13th Prince and Xiao Fan roared. However, the disciples of the Shen family and the martial artists of the Celestial Sword Villa outside were terrified. They scattered and made way for them. What a joke. Even the 4 level 7 honorables didn't dare to attack Lin Xian, let alone them. Trash, a bunch of trash. Go after them. The 13th Prince roared. Instantly, a group of people chased after them. However, the Crimson Dragon activated the array in the ancient tomb and stopped the people behind them. Behind them, angry roars and sounds of fighting could be heard. However, Lin Xian and the rest left the ancient tomb quickly. After leaving the ancient tomb, Lin Xian bade farewell to Meng Tian and the other two and flew into the distance. Meng Tian and the other two also left quickly. Deep in the mountains, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui revealed themselves and landed in the forest. Then, the Crimson Dragon quickly set up a formation. After doing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. It was impossible for those people to find this place. Then, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His soul power quickly entered the mysterious space in his body. There was a ball of white lightning the size of a fist. It was struggling, but it was surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts. However, looking at the situation, it would not take long for the white lightning to break through the purple lightning's defense. Of course, this was under the condition that Lin Xian did not make a move. Now that Lin Xian was here, how could he allow the white lightning to escape? In the next moment, he brought the white lightning into the mysterious space. When the white lightning appeared in the outside world, it immediately emitted a horrifying cold aura. The aura was very strange. It was violent and cold, causing the entire space to tremble. Even Zhao Shui's body trembled. However, she quickly took a step and flew to another mountain. She also wanted to refine the Yin fire. For a moment, only Lin Xian was left in this place. Lin Xian stared at the ball of white lightning that was struggling in front of him. His eyes shone brightly. I already have the purple lightning that is extremely masculine. If I absorb this cold white lightning, I can achieve a balance of yin and yang. Maybe I can use this to condense the thunder martial soul. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. The light in his eyes shone even brighter. Lin Xian now had the dragon sword soul and the ice martial soul. If he could add the thunder martial soul, his strength would definitely increase greatly. By then, even a 7th level honorable would not be his match. In the next moment, lightning flashed all over his body. He used his great powers to quickly absorb the white lightning. The process was extremely slow. However, Lin Xian had absolute patience. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Half of the white lightning had already been absorbed, but the surrounding environment had still changed greatly. There were traces of lightning strikes everywhere, and everywhere was charred black. Fortunately, he had the Crimson Dragon's formation as a cover, otherwise, he might have been discovered. Another 5 days passed, and the white lightning was finally completely absorbed. However, Lin Xian did not open his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms and began cultivating again. At this moment, the purple lightning and the white lightning were very distinct in his body. Although he had absorbed them, he was still unable to fuse them. What Lin Xian needed to do next was to fuse the two types of lightning. Once the fusion was complete, a thunder martial soul would be formed. This process was even slower, but Lin Xian had condensed his martial soul twice, so he was extremely experienced in this process. 10 days later, the sound of thunder erupted from Lin Xian's body as a humanoid lightning formed behind him. This humanoid lightning was made up of 2 colors, purple and white. It was like a thunder god with a violent aura. Then, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As he moved, the humanoid lightning behind him also took a step forward. Immediately, the surrounding thunder rumbled and countless lightning bolts quickly descended. It was like a heavenly tribulation, but they were all absorbed by the thunder martial soul. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura also changed. The surrounding spirit chi was like a wave as it quickly surged into his body. His aura also rose abruptly as a majestic pressure surged out from his body. 6th heaven of the honorable realm. During this period of time, Lin Xian had been absorbing the energy in the water spirit pearl, so his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th heaven. He only needed an opportunity to break through. Now, with the formation of the thunder martial soul, the opportunity had finally arrived. Therefore, he broke through to the 6th heaven of the honorable realm. Compared to before, his strength had increased by several times. Now, even if he encountered the 13th prince and Xiao Fan again, he could defeat them without using his martial soul. Now, he was completely confident that he could fight against the mysterious honorable master from the Palace of Gods of War. This time, not only did he break through, but he also condensed his 3rd martial soul. His chances of winning in the core area would be greatly increased. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. After all, the core area was filled with danger. At that time, the strongest martial artists from all the major forces would definitely gather. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying heavenly netherbird. Therefore, the stronger he was, the safer he would be. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. Lin Xian looked at the figure and smiled because it was Zhao Shui. You broke through. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Although the sixth heaven of the martial soul was nothing to her, what shocked her was Lin Xian's breakthrough speed. She remembered that when she first met Lin Xian, he was only a fourth heaven of the honorable realm martial artist. However, in just 2 months, he had broken through to the sixth heaven of the honorable realm. This speed was absolutely terrifying. In the entire history of cultivation, no one had achieved such a terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, she knew that all of this was caused by the remote sky secret realm because there were simply too many treasures in there. Every one of them could greatly increase one's strength. However, Lin Xian's breakthrough speed still shocked her. However, Zhao Shui also knew that this kind of breakthrough speed could only happen to Lin Xian. It was impossible for others to replicate it. Zhao Shui slowly exhaled and walked forward. However, in the next moment, she was shocked again. This is your martial soul? She stared at the purple and white human-shaped lightning behind Lin Xian in shock. This was because she felt a terrifying and violent aura in the lightning that even made her heart tremble. That's right. This is the lightning martial soul that I just condensed. Lin Xian smiled and said, how is it? Its power is not bad, right? Hearing this, Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. She clearly remembered that Lin Xian had displayed the Ice Lotus martial soul previously. Moreover, not long ago, he had displayed a dragon-shaped sword shadow. Judging from the aura, it should be a martial soul too. Now, he had actually condensed the lightning martial soul. She had never heard of a single person possessing 3 martial spirits. I originally thought that I was talented enough. However, compared to you, I realized that I am just an ordinary martial artist. Zhao Shui shook her head and sighed. I was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled and said, oh yes, how are you? How's the absorption of the white flame? I've finished absorbing it. Speaking of the white flame, Zhao Shui smiled. Then, she stretched out her slender hand and a ball of white flame quickly rose from her fingertip. The flame was very strange. It was burning but it released a cold aura. Not only that, I also used this flame together with my eye technique to form a new ultimate move. Zhao Shui said. It seemed that she had gained a lot. After that, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui rested for a while before continuing on their journey. This time, they continued to track down the heavenly netherbird. As they continued on their journey, the aura of the black flames in the air became more and more intense. The two of them could not help but be surprised because this meant that they were not far from the heavenly netherbird. Along the way, they also encountered some beasts which were easily dealt with. Not only that, they also encountered many martial artists. However, at this moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's notoriety was already known. When the martial artists saw them from afar, they all ran away and did not dare to face them. Seeing this, Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Those people avoided them even faster than they avoided beasts. This made him feel helpless. He did not know that the matter between the two of them had already spread. Even the matter of them going against the Shen family and deity sword matter had spread. In addition to the previous matter, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had become extremely dangerous existences in the secret territory. Those below the 7th level honorable realm could not even think of going up against them. Even a 7th level honorable realm would not be able to gain any advantage against Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, this was also good. At least it would save them a lot of trouble. After walking for a while, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and increased his speed. Zhao Shui's expression was also serious as she quickly followed. There was a huge pit in front of them. It was like a bottomless abyss. Around the abyss, there were countless charred corpses. At the edge of the abyss, there were remnants of black flames. Every time it beat, it carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Black flames. Seeing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Needless to say, the flames of this color and such power must have been left behind by the heavenly netherbird. It seemed that the heavenly netherbird had taken action. At the side, Xiaoshua's expression was also serious. Her eyes shone with a golden light. Then, she said slowly, other than the aura of the heavenly netherbird, I also sensed another powerful demonic aura. Thinking about it, there should have been an extremely terrifying demonic beast in there. That was why the heavenly netherbird took action. Lin Xian was also silent, because he had also sensed that demonic qi, which had definitely surpassed that of a 7th heaven venerable realm cultivator. Thinking about it, it should be an 8-star demon general or even stronger. However, it was completely extinguished by the heavenly netherbbird's black flames. One could only imagine how terrifying the heavenly netherbird was. Lin Xian looked at the remaining black flames and grabbed at them. The black flame sensed the threat and immediately leaped towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to burn Lin Xian's hand to ashes. However, countless purple and white lightning flashed in Lin Xian's palm, forming a defensive barrier that imprisoned the black flames. Then, Lin Xian retracted his palm and slowly opened it. A wisp of black flame danced quickly in front of Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian had only felt the scorching aura left behind by the black flames. This was the first time he had seen such black flames. In the next moment, a fiery red flame also appeared in his palm. However, when this flame met the black flames, it dimmed significantly. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the invisible power of his sword soul appeared, extinguishing the black flames. Under the threat of Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, the black flames could no longer erupt with any power, and could only be absorbed by Lin Xian's flames. Although it was only a wisp, Xiaoshue could still feel the terrifying energy in the black flames. She could even feel the aura of the flames in her body increasing. However, she felt that it was a pity that the remaining black flames were too little. If I could obtain a large amount of black flames, I might be able to condense a flame martial soul. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Only after absorbing the black flames did he know how terrifying they were. Furthermore, if he wanted to obtain more black flames, he would have to get it from the heavenly netherbird. It seemed that he could only think of a way when the time came. Lin Xian shook his head, and then absorbed all the black flames around the deep pit, leaving no trace behind. When the black flames completely disappeared, Lin Xian moved again. With a flip of his palm, he summoned the white jade spirit boat that he had obtained before. Standing on the spirit boat with Xiaoshue, they quickly flew into the distance. The Crimson Dragon had also set up a spirit gathering formation on the spirit boat, which could continuously absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings as a source of energy. This way, Lin Xian and Xiaoshue did not need to inject spiritual energy into the white jade spirit boat. This was a good thing for the two of them, at least they did not need to consume spiritual energy. Furthermore, the spirit gathering formation set up by the Crimson Dragon was extraordinary, causing the speed of the white jade spirit boat to be 3 times faster than before. As they sped along, Lin Xian felt that the temperature in the air was getting higher and higher, and the surrounding spiritual energy was getting thicker and thicker. No matter which one it was, it meant that they were getting closer and closer to the core area. Later, they even found that they had entered the core area. According to normal circumstances, the core area should be more terrifying and dangerous. However, they were here for the heavenly netherbird. With the heavenly netherbird's terrifying strength, even if there was a demon king here, it would probably be able to kill them. Therefore, they did not encounter much danger along the way. However, there was one thing that caught their attention, and that was that in the core area, other than them, there were many other martial artists. It seemed that the secret of the heavenly netherbird and the core area had been leaked. Lin Xian sighed. There was no other way, the heavenly netherbird was too eye-catching, and it did not hide at all. As long as one was observant, they would be able to discover this. Therefore, Lin Xian was not particularly surprised by the martial artists that had rushed over. However, fortunately, his cultivation had broken through again, and he had condensed his 3rd martial soul, which greatly increased his strength. Therefore, no matter how many martial artists there were, Lin Xian was full of confidence. Furthermore, he had Xiaoshue as a capable helper. In the core area, there was a group of people standing on a mountain peak, looking ahead. Feeling the majestic scene in front of them, and the dense spiritual energy, these people revealed greedy expressions. However, when they felt the remnant black flames in the air, and the terrifying aura, their eyes were filled with deep fear. They knew that this was the aura left behind by the heavenly netherbird. Just this aura alone was enough to make them tremble in fear. One could only imagine how terrifying the real heavenly netherbird was. They were probably the real ants in front of the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, although the core area was good, these people were still hesitant. Damn it, if it were other demonic beasts, it would be fine, but it has to be the heavenly netherbird. It has a great suppressive effect on our bloodline. It turned out that this team was from the Divine Bird Palace. They had a huge advantage against ordinary warriors because they were the descendants of the three-headed crimson blood bird and had bloodline power in their bodies. However, they were suppressed by the heavenly netherbird's bloodline. Not to mention whether their ancestor, the three-headed crimson blood bird, could compete with the heavenly netherbird. After all, they were not their ancestor and the bloodline power in their bodies was very thin. Therefore, they had no power to fight against the heavenly netherbird. In fact, the suppression was much stronger than ordinary people. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. If anyone doesn't want to go, you can wait here. After all, this is a special situation. An elder said in a deep voice. He was the sixth elder of the Divine Bird Palace and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of Honored Realm. Hearing the sixth elder's words, these people fell silent. They really had to think about it. Although it was the core area and there were many treasures in front of them, it was also much more dangerous than other places. Moreover, there was a terrifying heavenly netherbird in front of them. If they were not careful and encountered it, they would definitely lose their lives. Therefore, all in all, the dangers ahead were greater than the rewards. For a moment, many people were hesitant. However, more people's eyes were burning with passion because as long as there was a chance, they would not give up. In the end, only a small half of the people chose to give up and wait in place. Most people chose to continue forward. Among these people, there were people from the older generation. They did not have much time left so they wanted to go in and fight. There were also people from the younger generation. These people were young and energetic and had unlimited confidence in themselves. Therefore, they also wanted to go in and search for treasures. In fact, it was not only the Divine Bird Palace. Other forces were doing the same thing. Because it was too dangerous inside, they did not want everyone to go in. On top of a mountain range, there was a powerful team. The leader of the group was a woman in a purple dress who was as beautiful as a fairy. They were from the Morong family and the woman in purple was Morong Qingqing. At this moment, the silver-haired old woman was persuading Morong Qingqing. Miss, you have the atavistic bloodline. Even if you don't go in, you will become a king in the future. Your future is limitless. There is no need to take risks for unknown treasures. The silver-haired granny's words caused the elders of the Morong family to continuously nod their heads. Indeed, he was right. Morong Qingqing's bloodline had reached a state of atavism. His future was limitless. In addition, she was the little princess of the Morong family, so she enjoyed a lot of resources. Thus, it was only a matter of time before she became a ruler. To be honest, they really didn't want Morong Qingqing to take the risk. After all, if it was a normal place, it would be fine. However, there was a terrifying heavenly netherbird in front of him. Who knew what would happen? However, Morong Qingqing would not listen to them. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with determination. Her beautiful eyes were also looking forward with incomparable light. To become a peerless expert, other than having a powerful cultivation base, one must have a firm and fearless heart. If I shrink back from even this little bit of danger, then how can I climb to a higher level of martial arts in the future? Furthermore, the path of cultivation is something that defies the heavens. How can there be no danger on this path? If I am always protected by my family, then I will forever be a flower in a greenhouse. I will never become a true peerless expert. Furthermore, he is also going there. I will not lose to that guy. The last sentence was said very softly. It was obvious that she was saying it to herself. Hearing this, the elders of the Morong family shook their heads and sighed. They knew that they could not change Morong Qingqing's decision. The only thing they could do was to protect Morong Qingqing as much as possible. Not only the Morong family, but the Palace of Gods of War, Deity Sword Villa, Senma College and other forces were also rushing towards the core area. At this moment, Yanfeng of the Palace of Gods of War had already led the people from the Palace of Gods of War to the entrance of the Pine Palace. The Pine Palace was extremely majestic. It was like a heavenly emperor's city. It had an incomparably desolate aura. However, there was a huge hole in the city. The hole had obviously been smashed open from the inside. There were still countless remnants of black flames around it. It was obvious that the hole had been smashed open by the heavenly netherbird. That beast has already gone in. Everyone be careful. But this is good. It saves us the trouble of breaking the seal. As long as we follow the heavenly netherbird, the threat inside will be reduced to the minimum. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were excited. Because of Yanfeng, they were the first to find the Pine Palace. However, the people from the Merry Woods quickly arrived. Of course, this was all thanks to the little fatty, Zhou Qingho. However, when they saw the people from the Palace of Gods of War, their faces darkened. The rumored Pine Palace is right in front of us. Everyone must be careful. Especially the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Elder Xiaoyao turned his head and said to the martial artists from the Merry Woods. Especially Yanfeng. He is known as a lunatic. He does things without any scruples. His cultivation is extremely high. Even an ordinary 7th level honored realm expert is not his match. So, if you really meet him, don't fight him head-on. Elder Xiaoyao warned. They had no choice. Although they had people on their side who could fight Yanfeng, he was indeed a lunatic. His actions were out of the ordinary. So unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to fight against such a person. After carefully warning them, Elder Xiaoyao sent people to carefully investigate the entrance of the cave. Although the heavenly netherbird had forcefully broken into the city, no one knew if there were other dangers inside. So, it was better to investigate first. After all, the master of the Pine Palace was an existence that could even seal the heavenly netherbird. For a moment, everyone was moving in close proximity. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had also stepped into the core area. Moreover, the two of them were moving forward quickly. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. The Lone Star sword on his back began to tremble without warning, as if it was about to leave the sheath. Such a thing had never happened before. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and quickly stabilized the Lone Star sword. Who is it that can affect my Lone Star sword? But soon, he revealed a shocked expression. This was because a powerful sword Dao energy came from afar. That aura was even stronger than his. A sword Dao expert. No wonder he can affect my Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. This was because he felt that the sword Dao energy was too terrifying. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent another wave of energy into the white jade spiritual boat. Instantly, the boat flew forward like lightning. The sword chi was too terrifying. Not only did it alert Lin Xian, but many martial artists nearby also rushed towards the source of the sword chi. The white jade spiritual boat was very fast. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the source of the sword chi. However, he did not go up rashly. Instead, he floated above the clouds. There was an 8-armed demon ape below him. The demonic beast was huge like a mountain. Its aura was even more terrifying. It had reached the peak of the 7th heaven honorable realm. It was only a step away from the 8th heaven honorable realm. It was obvious that it was an extremely terrifying demonic beast. At that moment, the 8-armed demon ape was roaring furiously. Its voice shook the sky as it stared fiercely at a figure in front of it. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure. It was an elder. His hair and beard were all white. He wore an ordinary cloth robe and looked very simple. However, no one would think that he was an ordinary old man. That was because his aura was too sharp. He was like a peerless divine sword that stood in front of them. Just the sword chi that he emitted was enough to cut the surrounding mountains apart. There were a few young disciples behind the elder. They were all carrying long swords on their backs. They looked at the elder in front of them with fanaticism in their eyes. What a terrifying sword principal aura! The elder was from the deity Sword Manor. Lin Xian was shocked. Although he did not know the elder, he recognized the disciples behind the elder. Those people were wearing the deity Sword Manor's uniform. He had fought with the people from the deity Sword Manor before. Although the other party was very strong, he was not too afraid. However, he did not expect the deity Sword Manor to have such a terrifying person. That monstrous aura made even him endlessly shocked. Facing the terrifying 8-armed demon ape, the elder in the cloth robe was not afraid. He snorted and waved his arm. A sword chi was shot out quickly. Suddenly, the surroundings lost their color. With a scream, the 8-armed demon ape in front of them was cut in half. Blood splattered all over the ground. Behind it, countless mountains collapsed. The ground cracked open and spread for thousands of miles. This sword was terrifying to the extreme. The huge sword chi slashed forward, stirring up endless spiritual energy waves. The martial artists who had rushed over just happened to see this scene and were immediately shocked by the terrifying sword chi. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they trembled at the sight before them. At this moment, the plain-clothed old man was like the resurrection of the sword god. Sword chi surrounded his body and he was extremely sharp. It was as if he could slash apart the sky with just a raise of his hand. After the sword strike, the 8-armed demon ape's body was cut into 2 halves, and its blood dyed the ground red. This scene shocked everyone even more. One must know that the 8-clawed demon ape had reached the peak of the 7-star demon general realm, and was about to become an 8-star demon general. Such a terrifying demonic beast was probably something that only 8th heaven venerables could contend against. However, at this moment, he was killed by a single sword strike. It had to be said that this was truly too shocking. Sword Venerable, it's him, it's really Sword Venerable. Someone looked at the linen-clothed old man and shouted. What? It's him. No wonder it's so terrifying. That's a legendary figure. I didn't expect him to come to the Hidden Sky secret realm. The group of people cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was shocked as well. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to be the legendary Sword Venerable. That was a legendary figure, an existence who had almost become a king back in the day. Although he was old now and wasn't as powerful as he used to be, it seemed that they still couldn't contend against him. Lin Xian was especially shocked. It was the terrifying sword strike from before. He could also unleash that terrifying sword chi, but he definitely wouldn't be able to unleash it casually like the old man in front of him. It could be said that the old man in the linen clothed was the only martial artist that Lin Xian had ever seen who was better than him in terms of sword principle. It seemed that the Sword Venerable's name wasn't just for show. After killing the 8-armed demon ape with a single sword strike, the old man in the linen clothed wasn't surprised at all. He suddenly turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as he took his first step, he suddenly turned around and looked at a cloud in the sky. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. However, he only took a glance, then shook his head slightly and no longer paid attention to it. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who were hiding in the cloud, were shocked. Especially Zhao Shui, as if she was facing a great enemy, the blood in her body seemed to freeze. What a terrifying old man. His gaze is even sharper than a magical sword. Zhao Shui's face was full of fear. She didn't expect that the old man in the linen clothed could easily see through their hiding place. Lin Xian's face was equally solemn. That gaze just now also made his whole body tense. However, he had the great dragon sword spirit in his body, so he wasn't like Zhao Shui, who was in a state of condensing all of her chi and blood. However, that gaze still made him extremely fearful. When he looked down again, the old man in the linen clothed had already left. It turned out to be the Sword Venerable of the deity Sword Villa. He didn't expect the rumors to be true. The people of the Divine Bird Palace looked at the old man's back, their eyes full of fear. It wasn't just the Divine Bird Palace, the other martial artists along the way all looked at the old man's back nervously. It couldn't be helped, the old man's reputation was too great, and he had unleashed such a terrifying strike. They couldn't help but be afraid of such a person. Even the people of the Murong family, Mary Woods, and the Palace of Aries saw the old man's back. For a time, the elders of the major forces all gave orders, warning their disciples to be careful. At the same time, they sped up their investigation of the cave entrance. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui rode the white jade spirit boat out of the clouds, and then rushed forward. Soon, they saw the giant city that was as big as heaven and earth. What? It's that kid surnamed Lin. Damn it, why is he here? Seeing the people in the white jade spirit boat, everyone became nervous, especially the martial artists nearby. They looked at the sky nervously, as if they were about to face something big. It couldn't be helped, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were now famous, and it wasn't a good reputation. Because all the forces that fought with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, no matter how big or small, or even the House of Kings, all suffered losses. No one was able to take advantage of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. It was said that most people didn't believe it, but as more and more news came out, they had no choice but to believe it. The two of them were the nemesis of all the forces. That was why these martial artists were so nervous when they saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's mouths twitched. They didn't expect that their appearance would cause such a big commotion. It seemed that these people were even more nervous than when they saw the sword venerable. When did we establish such a reputation? Lin Xian asked innocently. A bunch of trash, they must be scared. Zhao Shui regained her composure. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to appear and steal from the Shin family. This time, I will let you know what regret is. The 13th prince looked at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. At this moment, the majority of the Shin family's martial artists had already arrived near Pine Palace. This time, the 13th prince was confident. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape. The 13th prince sneered. He had no choice. What happened in the ancient tomb had made him too sullen. If he didn't vent his anger, it would affect his martial path. You're that Lin Xian? You don't look that special. A handsome young man from the Shin family said with disdain. 11th brother, don't underestimate this brat. Although his cultivation isn't high, his combat strength is strangely strong. Don't be fooled by him. The 13th prince gritted his teeth and said. The last time, he had underestimated Lin Xian's cultivation and suffered a loss. However, this time, he would definitely not be fooled again. Elder Qing Yan's face was gloomy. He glared at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent. However, he still tried to persuade the 13th prince. 13th prince, 11th prince, our top priority now is to enter Pine Palace. As for this brat, it won't be too late to kill him after we get the treasure. We can't be distracted by this brat. After all, this is a special time. Other than us, there are other forces like the Merry Forest. It wouldn't be long before the other families arrived. Hearing this, the 11th prince nodded his head. Alright, we'll do as you say. But after I get the treasure, I'll teach this brat a lesson. Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. The 13th prince snorted coldly. Lin Xian didn't care about the Shin family's threat. Before he had a breakthrough, he could easily escape from the Shin family. Now, not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had also condensed a lightning martial soul. His strength had increased greatly. Even if they had more people than before, if he really wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, Lin Xian stood on the white jade spiritual boat with his hands behind his back. He looked at the huge city in front of him without any fear. When he saw that there was a terrifying hole in the huge city wall, he revealed a shocked expression. Needless to say, this hole must have been created by the heavenly netherbird. Just as Lin Xian was surveying his surroundings, a cold snort sounded from afar. Clearly, someone was very dissatisfied with Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, he saw the people from the Palace of Ares. That cold snort came from Yan Feng of the Palace of War. Yan Feng's injuries had long since healed. However, whenever he thought of what had happened, he would go crazy. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian. It was all because of Lin Xian's interference that the news of Deep Pine Hall was exposed. Otherwise, with his strength, killing Mary Wood's little fatty would be as easy as flipping his hand. If he had succeeded, the news of Deep Pine Hall would not have spread so quickly. At that time, the Palace of War Gods would be able to enter the Deep Pine Palace before all the other factions knew about it and gain the upper hand. However, all of this was ruined by Lin Xian. Therefore, when Yan Feng saw Lin Xian again, he wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. However, Lin Xian ignored Yan Feng's killing intent. Previously, he could not defeat Yan Feng. However, now that his cultivation had broken through and his strength had increased, he was no longer afraid of Yan Feng. If Yan Feng really wanted to fight with him, he did not mind letting him know what it meant to be strong. Don't worry, we will kill this kid sooner or later. Right now, Deep Pine Hall is our priority. The mysterious honorable martial artist stopped Yan Feng in the Palace of War Gods. Yan Feng nodded and did not act rashly. However, he looked at Lin Xian and revealed a cold smile. This time, he would not let Lin Xian escape. When the warriors from the other faction saw his expression, their bodies trembled and their faces were filled with fear. Many cultivators even took a few steps back in fear of being targeted by Yan Feng. They had no choice. If Yan Feng was an ordinary expert, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not provoke them for no reason. However, Yan Feng was different. He was called a lunatic and did things without any rules. The crowd didn't want to be targeted by this madman for no reason, so many of them dodged. Among those present, only Lin Xian dared to provoke Yan Feng so openly. At this moment, another powerful group arrived outside the huge city. The leader of the group was a woman in a purple dress who was as beautiful as a fairy. Morong Qingqing. Everyone was shocked when they saw the lady. The 13th prince of the Shen family and the others also had a look of admiration in their eyes. They had no choice. Morong Qingqing was simply too beautiful and had an extraordinary status. She was the princess of the Morong family. Whoever could marry her would receive great benefits. However, Morong Qingqing had high standards and had never taken a fancy to a prince. Even so, they would not give up. As long as Morong Qingqing was not married, they would have a chance. Even Yan Feng looked solemn when he saw Morong Qingqing. Although he was called a lunatic and was feared by many, he did not dare to be careless when facing Morong Qingqing. Moreover, they had exchanged blows before. The true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal in Morong Qingqing's hand made him very wary. Qingqing, you're here. Just as Morong Qingqing landed, a handsome young man walked out of the Shen family. This young man was dressed in armor and had an extraordinary appearance. Every move he made carried a powerful force. Judging from his aura, he seemed to be even stronger than the 13th prince and 11th prince. Indeed, this person was the 9th prince of the Shen family. His strength was even stronger than the 13th prince and 11th prince. Not only that, but the 9th prince's status was also extraordinary. He was the grandson of the great elder of the Shen family. As the House of Kings, the Shen family had many elders. However, there was only one great elder. His status and power were not something that ordinary elders could compare to. Therefore, as the grandson of the great elder, the 9th prince's status was very honorable. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the eldest prince of the Shen family. The eldest prince of the Shen family was Prince Qilin, one of the 4 princes of Tianwu, Prince Ling Feng of the Palace of Aries, Prince Anil of the Merry Woods, and Prince Moonwalker of the Morong family. They were one of the 4 most powerful people of the younger generation in Tianwu continent. As the younger brother of Prince Qilin, one could imagine how honorable the 9th prince's status was. At this moment, when the crowd saw the 9th prince walking towards Morong Qingqing, they all had a sudden realization. Rumor has it that the 9th prince of the Shen family has been begging Morong Qingqing. It seems that the rumor is true. Indeed, only someone like the 9th prince of the Shen family is worthy of Morong Qingqing. The crowd discussed. Jiu Gongzi, on the other hand, strode toward Morong Qingqing. He had been courting Morong Qingqing for a long time, and it was not a secret among all the powerful parties that he liked Morong Qingqing. Therefore, he had already regarded Morong Qingqing as his woman. He knew that Morong Qingqing would not think that way, but it was fine as long as he thought so. With his status and charm, no matter what kind of woman she was, she would not be able to escape from his grasp. Even if it was Morong Qingqing, she would still be his in the end. Qingqing, you're here. This place is very dangerous. You shouldn't have come. But don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let you be in any danger. Jiu Gongzi said with concern as he walked. He even put on a smile that he thought could charm thousands of girls. However, his smile soon froze. This was because Morong Qingqing was not charmed by his smile. She did not even look at him. The beautiful purple-clothed woman ignored Zhou Gongzi, her beautiful eyes looking straight ahead. There was a white jade spiritual boat in front of him. A young man and a young woman were standing on the spiritual boat. The people around them also noticed this strange scene and quickly whispered among themselves. Zhou Gongzi, on the other hand, was stunned. His handsome face was extremely stiff at this moment. Impossible. Why is Qingqing ignoring me? Is it because I don't look good with my smile? Or is it because I don't care enough? Zhou Gongzi could not believe it. He quickly took a deep breath and shouted again, Qingqing. However, Morong Qingqing still ignored him. This scene made Zhou Gongzi feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although Morong Qingqing had not promised him anything before this, the two of them were still on good terms. At the very least, they were still polite on the surface. However, Morong Qingqing had completely ignored him. She had even ignored him. He could not accept this huge change. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes became unusually sharp. He wanted to see who had attracted Morong Qingqing. However, when he saw the person behind him, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he could tell that Morong Qingqing's gaze was on Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Ninth young master was not the only one who saw it. The surrounding cultivators had all seen it. Could it be that this Lin Xian duo also stole Morong Qingqing's things? It can't be. He even dares to offend the Morong family? For a moment, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and their expressions were strange. Because of Lin Xian's previous behavior, they subconsciously thought that Lin Xian must have offended Morong Qingqing, which was why such a strange phenomenon happened at this moment. Zhou Gongzi's smile returned. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold glint in his eyes. Damned brat. How dare he offend Qingqing? If you don't want to die, then obediently kneel and kowtow to Qingqing and apologize. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am. At the end of his words, a terrifying aura rose from Zhou Gongzi's body. Lin Xian was originally their family's enemy. However, for the sake of Pine Hall, they had not made a move yet. But now, Lin Xian had actually dared to offend Morong Qingqing. This was something that Zhou Gongzi could not tolerate. So now, he was going to make a move on Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Morong Qingqing shouted, "Stop." Zhou Gongzi's raised hand stopped in midair when he heard this. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Qingqing, don't worry. Dealing with a little thief is as easy as moving my fingers. It won't take much time. Since this brat dared to offend you, I will make him pay a painful price." Zhou Gongzi was very excited to stand up for Morong Qingqing. Although 13th young master and the others had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian, Zhou Gongzi was much stronger than 13th young master. So, he had absolute confidence in dealing with Lin Xian. However, Morong Qingqing frowned when she heard Zhou Gongzi's words. When she saw Zhou Gongzi walking forward, she finally could not hold it in anymore. "I told you to stop. What's my relationship with you? Why do I need you to stand up for me? Besides, do you know what's the relationship between me and him? Who told you that I have a grudge against him?" Zhou Gongzi was stunned by the series of questions. In fact, he was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone around him was stunned. They could not understand how things had turned out this way. What's the relationship between these two? Someone did not understand. You don't know? They are both disciples of Senma College. Someone said. It's not that simple. Look at Morong Qingqing's gaze. It's definitely not as simple as being from the same sect. Someone else said. In short, everyone was talking about it. Zhou Gongzi's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Morong Qingqing again and found that there was a different emotion in her eyes. Could it be? Zhou Gongzi's heart sank. A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. His face instantly turned pale. Morong Qingqing's gaze lingered on Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. No one could tell what she was thinking. Zhao Shui was expressionless when she felt Morong Qingqing's gaze. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. He was about to explain something when Morong Qingqing snorted. I'll deal with you when we get out. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and then led the Murong family to the vicinity of the giant city. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They had never seen Murong Qingqing act like a little girl. Only people who were very close to her could act like this. It seemed that the relationship between these two was not ordinary. Everyone had different expressions, but Jiao Gongzi's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had known Murong Qingqing for many years, but he had never seen Murong Qingqing act so intimately with anyone. But now, Murong Qingqing was acting like this in front of so many people. And that person was not him. He could not tolerate this. "Brat, how dare you steal my woman? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'm going to pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I'm going to break your bones piece by piece." Jiao Gongzi's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He's going crazy. If Murong Qingqing was stronger than him, then so be it. But Murong Qingqing was clearly a piece of trash who was inferior to him in every way. Whether it was cultivation, status, or talent, Murong Qingqing was inferior to him. How could such a piece of trash win Murong Qingqing's favor? He could not understand. So, in his opinion, Murong Qingqing must have used some despicable means to bewitch Murong Qingqing. "Brat, I want you dead." Jiao Gongzi's murderous intent was so intense that it formed a solid light that enveloped the surroundings. Feeling this murderous intent, the surrounding martial artists trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. It seemed that Jiao Gongzi was really angry. Lin Xian naturally felt this murderous intent as well. His face immediately darkened, and sword light flashed in his eyes. "Ninth young lord." At this moment, an elder quickly arrived in front of Ninth young lord and stopped him. "Right now, the most important thing is to enter Pine Palace. We'll talk about other things later. Also, Lin Xian is very strange. His cultivation is not high, but his battle strength is terrifyingly high." "What do you mean? Do you think I can't beat him?" Ninth young lord's face darkened. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that if the two of you fight, the surrounding forces will definitely not just stand by and watch. They might even attack you. When that happens, we will be in a very passive position. Anyway, that brat can't run away. It won't be too late to kill him after we get the treasure." Ninth young lord's eyes flashed when he heard this. In the end, he nodded fiercely. "Since that's the case, we'll do as Elder Qingshan says." Then, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian again. "Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. How dare you steal my woman? No one in this world can save you." With that, he snorted coldly and walked back into the Shen family's group. As Ninth young lord returned to the Shen family's group, the scene quieted down again. Everyone waited quietly for the exploration teams to return. Not long after, a few small teams flew out of the hole in the huge city. These people's auras were chaotic, and some of them were charred. It was obvious that they had encountered some trouble. "How is it? Did you investigate thoroughly?" Yan Feng stared at the figure from the Palace of Gods of War and asked. At the same time, the elder from Merry Woods asked in a deep voice. This was because they had also sent out an exploration team. "We've investigated thoroughly. This is indeed Pine Palace. It seems that no one has entered before. However, although the Heaven Nether bird destroyed some of it, there are still many powerful restrictions inside." The exploration teams quickly reported their findings to their superiors. The people from Merry Woods did not hide anything. They knew that Pine Palace was not something that they could swallow alone. If necessary, they would need to join forces with other forces to break some ancient restrictions. Thus, they shared the information. After everyone received the information, they quickly digested it. At this time, the people from the Palace of Gods of War began to move. Due to the dangers inside Pine Palace, they only sent out martial artists above the sixth sky of Venerables. These martial artists were the elites of their families. They were powerful and should be able to deal with the situation inside. Soon, the people from the Palace of Ares entered the cave. The people from Merry Woods did not hesitate and followed him into the cave. Then, the Morong family, the Divine Bird Palace, and other forces entered one after another. However, during this process, Lin Xian did not see the main force of Senma College. Although he was surprised, he was not too surprised. Because the hidden sky secret realm was extremely vast, the treasures inside would definitely not be limited to the Dark Pine Hall. Perhaps the people of Senma College were seeking opportunities elsewhere. Moreover, the Pine Palace was filled with danger. There was also the ancient ferocious beast, the heavenly netherbird. It was extremely dangerous. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the people from Senma College did not come. In fact, it wasn't just Senma College that hadn't come. There were a few other major powers that hadn't come. Moreover, Lin Xian took a look at the forces that had come here. Not all of them were present. They must have left some of their members outside to avoid being completely annihilated. Lin Xian also knew that it was extremely dangerous inside, but he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and quickly entered the cave with Zhao Shui. Just as they approached the cave, Lin Xian felt the terrifying aura of the remaining black flames nearby. Although it was only a trace of it, it was extremely terrifying. Even a 7th-level venerable would have to be careful when dealing with it. If they were not careful, they could be burned. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Instead, he was somewhat happy. With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the surrounding black flames to his body. When the martial artists behind saw this scene, their eyelids twitched and they stopped. Is this guy crazy? How dare he provoke so many black flames? These people looked at Lin Xian's figure and were shocked. They quickly distanced themselves to avoid being dragged down by Lin Xian. He's really courting death. This is the flame left behind by the heavenly netherbird. Its power is extremely terrifying. Although it's only a trace of it, it's extremely terrifying. It's not something that ordinary people can fight against. Many people shook their heads. Indeed, the martial artists from before had all activated their defenses and carefully passed through the black flames. No one dared to provoke them. Even the 7th-level venerables did not dare to do so. However, Lin Xian had gathered all the surrounding black flames and attracted them to his body. Wasn't he playing with fire? However, the scene of Lin Xian being burned did not happen. When the black flames covered Lin Xian's body, they did not burn fiercely. Instead, they became much dimmer. It seemed to have been absorbed. Absorbed? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone dared to absorb the heavenly netherbirds' flames? Isn't he courting death? Impossible. This boy must have used some sort of method to extinguish the flames. Everyone was shocked and doubtful. However, when they wanted to investigate, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared into the cave. After entering the cave, Lin Xian and Lin Xian ran all the way. The remaining aura of the black flames could be seen everywhere. Along the way, Lin Xian quickly gathered the remaining flames together and absorbed them. Although there was only a small amount, he did not let go of a single trace. Other than the remaining black flames on the ground, the entire space was filled with an unusually violent aura. Lin Xian knew that it was left behind by the heavenly netherbird. Palaces and pavilions appeared in front of them. There was a faint layer of light on top of them, as if they were in a fantasy paradise. In the center, there was a majestic palace that emitted a vicissitude aura. That should be the Pine Palace. Lin Xian looked ahead and noticed the huge hall at a glance. It was because that place was different from other places, and it had a different aura. Not only him, but everyone else also looked at the huge and majestic palace. Pong! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. It reached the 9 heavens and caused the entire space to tremble. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they looked ahead. In front of the Pine Palace, there was a huge figure. It was a huge demonic beast with black feathers all over its body. There were black flames burning on its body, emitting a violent and scorching aura. The heavenly netherbird, the huge figure was the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, it was waving its huge claws and rapidly attacking the Pine Palace. However, there was a huge defensive array around the Pine Palace that resisted the heavenly netherbird's attacks. Everyone was stunned. Even with the heavenly netherbird's terrifying attacks, it still could not break through the defensive array. One could only imagine how terrifying the defensive array was. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird was an extremely terrifying existence. Even an 8-star demonic beast general could not withstand a single attack from it. Even a king-level demonic beast might not be able to resist it. However, after so many attacks, it still could not break through the defensive array. This was simply too shocking. That's the Big Dipper formation. It's extremely powerful. Even among the ancient formations, it's one of the strongest. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead with a solemn expression. Even a king couldn't break this formation. I didn't expect it to appear here. What? Even a king couldn't break it? Hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were shocked. They didn't expect the formation to be so terrifying. No wonder the heavenly netherbird couldn't break it even after attacking for so long. However, this formation seemed to have angered the heavenly netherbird. It raised its head and screeched. Its voice tore through the 9 heavens. Black flames rolled around its body and formed a powerful black flame attack that fiercely blasted forward. This attack was too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone wasn't something an honorable realm martial artist could handle. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, the black flame violently slammed into the light barrier. Suddenly, the entire light barrier trembled violently as if it was about to crack. However, what shocked everyone was that the light barrier didn't crack. Instead, it shone even brighter, forming 7 star-like light spots that quickly connected together. Finally, the 7 stars emitted 7 dazzling rays of light that blasted towards the heavenly netherbird. These rays of light were too terrifying. They weren't any weaker than a king's attack. The entire void was pierced through, and the ground rumbled like waves. The 7 light pillars slammed into the heavenly netherbbird's body. The sound of the collision was like thunder. Everyone quickly sealed their hearing and retreated with pale faces. It was too terrifying. Just the sound alone was enough to make them tremble. If they didn't seal their hearing, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The heavenly netherbird roared crazily as it was attacked. Its huge body shook nonstop. The black flames on its body continued to burn like the flames of hell, resisting the 7 terrifying light pillars. This attack was too terrifying. It could even pierce through a king, but it was blocked by the heavenly netherbird. Everyone was hiding in the distance. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. It blocked it. As expected of a peerless beast on the heaven leaderboard. It's really powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. This heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. All of them combined couldn't even withstand a single blow from it. However, even though it wasn't pierced by the light beam, the heavenly netherbird seemed to have been injured. Thus, it attacked the defensive formation even more ferociously. This kind of demonic beast is an invincible existence under the king level. No one can withstand a single attack from it. An elder of Merry Wood said with a serious expression. What's even more terrifying is that the defensive formation can withstand so many attacks from the heavenly netherbird. The elder of the Morong family laughed bitterly. If you want us to break it, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it. However, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were extremely excited. It looks like we wouldn't have been able to break the array, but with the heavenly netherbird leading the charge, it's great. That's right. When the formation is broken, we can sneak in quietly. We won't have to worry about not being able to get any treasures. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War were excited. In fact, all of them had benefited from the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find the core area so easily. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to pass through the huge city and enter here so easily. Thus, from the current situation, it seemed that these people had benefited from following the heavenly netherbird. With their previous experience, they were looking forward to the heavenly netherbbird's next move. In front of them, although the Big Dipper array was terrifying, under the heavenly netherbird's ferocious attacks, it began to tremble violently. There were even cracks appearing in some places. This scene caused the eyes of all the major forces to light up as they became excited. Before this, they had no way of breaking the array. But now, cracks had appeared in the terrifying defensive formation. This was an opportunity for them. If they used the cracks, they might be able to find a loophole. If they could break it, they would be able to enter. At that time, they would be able to explore the mysterious Dark Pine Palace. Thus, many forces began to move. Of course, they couldn't go straight for the heavenly netherbird. Instead, they circled around to the furthest place from the heavenly netherbird. Furthermore, these cultivators all used their own methods to carefully move forward, afraid of being discovered by the heavenly netherbird. Luckily, the heavenly netherbird's ferocious attacks on the Big Dipper array caused the entire space to be filled with light and the spiritual energy to be extremely chaotic. This provided the best conditions for them to move forward. They carefully moved forward and quickly approached the array. However, the Big Dipper array was an ancient array after all. It was extremely powerful and was set up by a peerless expert. Although cracks had appeared under the heavenly netherbird's attacks, the array seemed to be able to repair itself. The cracks only existed for a short period of time before returning to normal. When the heavenly serene bird attacked again, the cracks would reappear. Moreover, the cracks would only appear for a short period of time each time. However, the major forces did not give up. After all, they had some understanding of the remote sky secret realm. Thus, they had array masters in their teams. At this moment, they came in handy. After the research of these array masters, they found that the safest way to enter was through the cracks. If they tried to force their way in from other places, there would be a certain amount of danger. Cultivators below the king level would not be able to resist that kind of danger. Thus, for a time, the major forces focused their attention on the cracks. However, the cracks were random. Thus, no one knew where the cracks would appear. Moreover, the cracks only existed for a short period of time. Only by seizing the opportunity could they enter. However, after everyone's research, they found that there was a high chance that cracks would appear again. Thus, for a time everyone began to fight for positions. The palace of Ares was very domineering. They directly occupied the place with the highest probability of cracks appearing. The other warriors, such as Merry Woods and Divine Bird Palace, also quickly fought for positions. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui brought the Crimson Dragon and quickly moved forward. In terms of array mastery, no one here could compare to the Crimson Dragon. Thus, they quickly arrived near the array. However, they were few in number and did not manage to get a good position. However, they were not too worried. After all, there were many cracks. It was only a matter of time before they entered. However, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he found that after approaching the array, the frequency of cracks appearing decreased. Moreover, the cracks only existed for a short period of time. It was not enough time for people to enter. Ruzalong, is there a way to break this array? Lin Xian asked. It is very difficult to break the entire array. However, it is possible to let 1 or 2 people in. The Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice, "Give me some time and I can send you in." It was not wrong at all. It was extremely difficult to break the Big Dipper array. After all, the heavenly netherbird was such a terrifying existence. Even after attacking for so long, it was still unable to break through. One could only imagine how terrifying the Big Dipper array was. Although the Crimson Dragon was very powerful in array formations, it was still unable to break through the Big Dipper array in such a short time. However, the array had already been damaged by the heavenly netherbird. As long as they could exploit these flaws, they would be able to teleport people in. This might be impossible for array masters from other factions, but the Crimson Dragon could do it. Then hurry up, Lin Xian urged. He had a bad feeling about this, but he was not sure what it was. The Crimson Dragon nodded and waved its claws, touching the Big Dipper array. Immediately, ripples appeared on the Big Dipper 7 stars formation, releasing a 5-colored light. The dark red Divine Dragon quickly studied it. However, as time passed, Lin Xian frowned even more. Not only him, but Zhao Shui also frowned. You noticed it too? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Ever since we arrived, the frequency of the cracks has been very small. Until now, they have not appeared for a long time. Zhao Shui frowned and said. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui weren't the only ones. Gradually, the martial artists from the other forces began to realize what was happening. Soon, everyone began to panic. If there were no cracks, they would not be able to enter. Therefore, they were very anxious. The sound of the attacks has decreased. The elder of Merry Woods frowned. Yes, the chaotic spiritual energy in the sky has also disappeared. The members of the Murong family also had a serious expression. The people from the Palace of Ares seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked forward. Then, their expressions changed. God, the heavenly netherbird disappeared. What, disappeared? Everyone was stunned. How could the heavenly netherbird disappear? Could it have already entered? The disappearance of the heavenly netherbird caused everyone to panic. They could not understand how such a huge monster could disappear. Could he have entered a formation? Someone guessed. Hearing this, many people despaired. If the heavenly serene bird really entered the array, then they would have no chance. However, some other people quickly shook their heads, especially those great array masters. If the heavenly netherbird had entered the formation, it would have definitely affected it, but we didn't notice it at all. Hearing the words of these array masters, the surrounding martial artists relaxed. This was because these array masters were the elites of their families. They were very accomplished in the field of array formations. It could be said that their words were the truth. Therefore, when everyone heard the words of these array masters, they all relaxed. Luckily, as long as the heavenly netherbird didn't enter, everything would be easy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But, where did it go? Everyone was puzzled. However, at this moment, a shadow cast down and enveloped everyone. Then, a cold voice sounded, "Foolish humans, what are you looking for?" Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed, and then they subconsciously raised their heads. In the end, they saw a scene that made them despair. Above their heads, there was an enormous head. It was incomparably malevolent, and its ice-cold eyes were staring at them. The heavenly netherbird. Many people's faces were pale and filled with fear. They didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to come to their side without them noticing. Even Xianxia was shocked. This was because before this, he didn't sense the other party's aura at all. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the heavenly netherbbird's body emitted a scorching and violent aura, but it was able to disappear without a trace in an instant. It was able to hide from everyone's soul detection. As expected of an ancient demonic beast, this method was indeed terrifying. Not good, run. More than a dozen martial artists were scared out of their wits and immediately fled into the distance. However, the heavenly netherbird snorted coldly. The black flames on its body quickly surged out and enveloped the martial artists in an instant. Then, the martial artists let out miserable cries and were burned to ashes by the black flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb and their pupils constricted. This was because there were 7th-level honorables among those people. However, they couldn't even block a single strand of black flames. This was too frightening. Without even lifting its eyelids, the heavenly netherbird had dealt with dozens of martial artists. Then, it snorted coldly again. The black flames on its body bloomed and a terrifying and violent aura instantly enveloped everyone. Feeling this aura, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Their bodies trembled and those who were weaker were pressed to the ground. Xianxia felt this aura and his face changed greatly. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body was activated and was about to let out a dragon's roar. Fortunately, he discovered it quickly and quickly controlled the great dragon sword soul so that it didn't let out any strange sounds. The great dragon sword soul could indeed eliminate this terrifying aura, but that would also expose him to the heavenly netherbird. With his current strength, he was far from being able to contend with the heavenly netherbird. This was why he controlled the great dragon sword soul. Now, what he needed to do was to not attract the heavenly netherbird's attention. Otherwise, if the heavenly netherbird noticed him, he wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with deep despair. They didn't think that the heavenly netherbird would find them so quickly. Furthermore, they realized that the heavenly netherbird's aura wasn't something that they could contend with. Are we really going to die here? The young prodigies were filled with despair and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Lowly insects, did you really think that I didn't notice your existence? You still wanted to use me to enter the Dark Pine Palace? What a joke! The heavenly netherbird's cold voice resounded. Hearing this voice, the martial artists were shocked. At the same time, their eyes were filled with boundless regret. It turned out that all of their actions had already been discovered by the heavenly netherbird. The reason why it didn't kill them was probably because they were just ants in the eyes of the heavenly netherbird. It was laughable that they wanted to use the heavenly Netherbird's power to enter the Dark Pine Palace. Now that they thought about it, they were really courting death. It was likely that their actions had caused the heavenly Netherbird's dissatisfaction, resulting in this scene. Thinking about this, the martial artist's intestines turned green with regret. If they knew, they wouldn't have dared to come here even if they were beaten to death. At this moment, under the heavenly Netherbird's cold gaze, everyone's hearts trembled. On the other hand, Lin Xian quickly sent a message to the Crimson Dragon, "Ruzalong, are you done? Soon. Give me a little more time and I'll be able to enter." The Crimson Dragon replied in a deep voice. Although the heavenly Netherbird's aura didn't affect him, his situation was still very dangerous. If the heavenly Netherbird found out that he was the Eastern Divine Dragon, his fate would be very miserable. He was from the Divine Dragon clan and his entire body was filled with treasures. However, he did not have enough power to fight against the heavenly Netherbird. Therefore, he was more anxious than anyone else. Luckily, the heavenly Netherbird only stared at those people and did not notice him. The other warriors were driven crazy by the heavenly Netherbird. Its aura was too terrifying and could take their lives at any time. In the end, there were a few cultivators who couldn't bear the pressure and went crazy in this extreme despair. With a furious roar, the few of them seemed to have gone mad. They released their spiritual energy and fled into the distance. They could not take it anymore. The aura was too terrifying. Instead of struggling in despair, they might as well use all their strength to escape. Perhaps they would have a chance of survival. That was the thought of the few people who were running away. However, just as they ran, they were burned to ashes by a black flame. In the end, nothing was left. No. The other warriors roared crazily. They could only watch helplessly as their companions were killed, but they were powerless to do anything. This feeling was too despairing. Humph. Lowly worm. The heavenly Netherbird killed a few humans with a wave of its hand. However, it did not care. Its cold eyes scanned the crowd below. Those who were swept by its gaze trembled and quickly lowered their heads. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The situation was too dangerous. No one knew when the heavenly Netherbird would attack. Who would it attack? To everyone, this was an extremely torturous process. However, at this time, the Crimson Dragon sent a piece of good news. "I'm ready. We can go in." Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. However, he suppressed the joy in his heart and did not show it on his face. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he would not have another chance. Now that Zhao Shui and Rizalong were by his side, they could go in with him. However, Morong Qingqing was a bit far away from him. He wanted to send a message to bring Morong Qingqing with him. However, before he could send a message, the heavenly Netherbird suddenly turned its head and stared at him coldly. Lin Xian's hair stood on end after being stared at by the heavenly Netherbird. A huge pressure enveloped him, as if it was going to crush him. "Not good, let's go." The Crimson Dragon also felt his scalp tingle. He didn't expect the heavenly Netherbird to be so sharp. It was able to discover their intentions in an instant. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated and quickly moved the formation. Immediately, 3 rays of light enveloped Lin Xian and the others. "Humph, you 3 ants want to escape from me? How laughable." The heavenly serene bird showed a look of disdain. Then, it raised its huge claws and clawed forward. Suddenly, the empty palace cracked like a mirror, and countless black cracks appeared. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Morong Qingqing's face also changed. She didn't expect the heavenly Netherbird to attack Lin Xian. In the next moment, she raised her jade-like hand and was about to strike with the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal. However, he was held down by the silver-haired granny. "Miss, it's useless. Even if you attack, you won't be able to save them." The silver-haired granny quickly stopped her. Indeed, the heavenly Netherbird was too terrifying. Even if a king came, he might not be able to subdue it, let alone people like them. Even if Morong Qingqing attacked, she wouldn't be able to cause any harm. Instead, she might expose herself and draw the heavenly Netherbird's anger onto the Morong family. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War and the Palace of Divine Birds were ecstatic. This was because they had suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Xian. Everyone hated Lin Xian very much, but they couldn't catch him. Now, the heavenly Netherbird had attacked Lin Xian. This was undoubtedly great news for them. No matter how strange this kid was, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping from the heavenly Netherbird. The ninth young lord of the Shen family also sneered, "Kid, you dare to steal my woman. Now you know what retribution is. Go to hell." Everyone thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. There was no way he could survive. However, under the giant claw, 3 rays of light quickly merged into the Big Dipper formation. Then, with a swoosh, the 3 of them disappeared. What? This is impossible. They disappeared? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. This was because they realized that Lin Xian and the other 2 had disappeared under the heavenly Netherbird's giant claw. They weren't burned to ashes by the black flames. Instead, they merged into the formation. That kid entered the formation. How is this possible? Everyone's mind went blank. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian could enter the formation. One had to know that even the terrifying heavenly Netherbird couldn't do anything against the Big Dipper formation. How could a kid at the 6th sky of martial honor enter it in an instant? The heavenly Netherbird was also stunned. Then, it became angry. It didn't think that 3 little human insects could escape from its hands. What made it even angrier was that the 3 of them seemed to have entered the Big Dipper formation. That damned array, even she couldn't break it before, but 3 ant-like people were actually able to enter. This made her unable to believe it. With a cold snort, the heavenly Netherbird's giant claw viciously clawed forward. Bang! The giant black claw carried boundless black flames as it quickly bombarded the light screen. Instantly, it caused a shocking explosion. Endless waves of spiritual energy rushed forward like a tsunami. The void trembled and the formation roared. Although the heavenly Netherbird was furious, it still couldn't break the formation. Not only that, but countless cracks had also appeared in the surrounding space, making it impossible for anyone to hide. This also meant that the disappearance of Lin Xian's team of 3 was not due to some invisibility technique. Instead, they had truly disappeared. Damn it, how is this possible? This time, it was the heavenly Netherbird's turn to lose its calm. The black flames on its body burned fiercely. It was as if it was angry flames that wanted to burn the entire space. In the next moment, it suddenly turned around and stared at the remaining cultivators. Its cold voice sounded again. Damn human insects. How dare you play tricks in front of me? I think you don't want to live anymore. After that, it snorted and waved its giant claws. Bang, bang. The void split open and 3 terrifying black claw shadows quickly descended from the sky. Suddenly, dozens of cultivators were smashed into meat paste. Among them, the cultivators from the Palace of War, the Shen family, and the Divine Bird Palace were the closest. Therefore, the unlucky ones were the cultivators from these 3 families. It was funny that they thought that Lin Xian would be killed by the heavenly Netherbird. They didn't expect that they would be the unlucky ones in the end. The remaining cultivators trembled and their eyes were filled with despair. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. In the face of such an attack, they couldn't fight back at all. At the same time, they were shocked because they couldn't understand how Lin Xian got in. After venting its anger, the heavenly Netherbird calmed down again. Then, its cold eyes locked onto the crowd again. However, to everyone's surprise, the heavenly Netherbird didn't attack this time. Being stared at by the heavenly serene bird's cold eyes, everyone was scared and desperate. However, after a while, they realized that the heavenly serene bird did not attack them. This made them feel relieved, but at the same time, confused. With the heavenly serene bird's cruel personality, it would not let them go. Since it did not attack them, it could only mean one thing. They were still useful. Other than that, they could not think of a reason why the heavenly serene bird did not attack them. Honorable heavenly serene bird, what do you need us to do? At this time, an elder of the Divine Bird Palace stood up and asked in a respectful tone. To be honest, no one wanted to die, especially when facing such a terrifying existence like the heavenly serene bird. Even if they were being used, they were willing to do so. The heavenly serene bird's huge eyes turned and stared at the elder of the divine bird palace. Then, its cold voice sounded again. You are smart. You know what I mean. Yes, I do need you to do something. The heavenly serene bird looked at the elder and said, so you are the descendants of the 3 crimson blood birds. I did not expect to meet you here. Hearing this, the people of the divine bird palace were excited. The elder asked again, does Lord Heavenly Serene Bird know our ancestors? Looking at his expression, he could not wait to become relatives with the Heavenly Serene Bird. That way, he would not have to die. They had met once. The Heavenly Serene Bird said in a deep voice, work hard for me, and maybe I will spare your lives. Otherwise, even if you are the descendants of an old friend, I will not show mercy. At the end of the sentence, the atmosphere became heavy again. The whole space seemed to be frozen. Lord, please tell us what to do. We will do our best, even if we have to die 1,000 times. After that, the elder of the divine bird palace knelt down. Then, all the warriors of the divine bird palace knelt down in front of the heavenly serene bird. When the other warriors saw this, their faces changed. Although they did not kneel down like the divine bird palace, they quickly asked. Seeing that everyone had surrendered, the heavenly serene bird nodded with satisfaction and said, my request is simple. As long as you work hard, you will be able to do it. First, enter the Pine Palace, find the formation room and destroy it. Second, find the key to remove the star chains on me. As for how to enter the Pine Palace, you do not need to worry. I will send you in. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors were shocked. They didn't think that they would be sent to Deep Pine Hall to complete a mission. It seemed that the heavenly Netherbird couldn't enter the Pine Palace. Moreover, there should be restrictions on it, which should be the star chains. However, what made them happy was that they were able to enter the Deep Pine Palace. However, they were worried that the heavenly Netherbirds' request wouldn't be easy. This array formation control room was definitely the most important part of Deep Pine Hall. They might not be able to enter, but they also had to find the key to lift the restrictions placed on the other party. If the restriction on the other party's body was broken, then the heaven Netherbird would have nothing to worry about. If they destroyed the formation, then there would be nothing in the entire remote sky secret realm that could trap them. At that time, their lives would no longer be in his hands. Everything would be in the hands of the heavenly Netherbird. However, if they could find the key to unlock the star chains, they might be able to take the initiative and negotiate with the heavenly Netherbird again. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with passion because they finally found the hope of survival. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely fulfill your request. The warrior of Divine Bird Palace said respectfully. The others also nodded in agreement. However, the heavenly Netherbird sneered, although you agreed very quickly, I know that you humans are naturally cunning. If I let you in like this, I won't be at ease. What? Everyone's hearts thumped as a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Sure enough, the heavenly Netherbird continued, I will plant a black lotus mark on each of you. As long as you do as I say and complete the task, you will not be in any danger. However, if you dare to disobey my orders, the black lotus in your body will instantly turn into black flames and burn you to ashes. Everyone's faces turned pale as a touch of despair appeared in their eyes. It seemed that working for the heavenly Netherbird wasn't going to be easy. Not to mention the 2 things that were hard to find, the flames in their bodies were like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. What? You don't want to? The heavenly Netherbird sneered when it saw everyone's expression. How could that be? Sir, please do as you wish. The people of Divine Bird Palace didn't dare to resist as they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Seeing that the people of Divine Bird Palace had spoken, the other warriors had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. After all, the heavenly Netherbird was extremely ferocious and could kill people in the blink of an eye. They didn't want to become cannon fodder for its anger. Seeing that no one dared to resist, the heavenly Netherbird smiled with satisfaction. Then, the black flames on its body soared and turned into countless black lights that quickly merged into the bodies of the warriors. Suddenly, the warriors' bodies shook as they felt a black flame appear in their bodies. A black lotus mark appeared on the back of their necks. Although the flame was small, everyone could feel the terrifying energy contained within it. It could easily burn all the warriors below the king level to ashes. The others were smoothly planted with the mark, but Morongqingqing's beautiful face turned pale. Her body soared with a huge light as if she wanted to resist. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The Morong family's faces changed greatly. They couldn't understand why Morongqingqing dared to resist in front of everyone. Morongqingqing also smiled bitterly. She wasn't resisting at all. It was involuntarily produced by the power of the bloodline in her body. Even the heavenly netherbird was stunned. Its huge eyes stared at Morongqingqing. There seems to be a trace of the phoenix bloodline in her bloodline. No wonder she could resist my black lotus mark. The heavenly netherbird was very surprised, but it didn't seem to be angry. This made the Morong family slightly relieved. However, in the next moment, their hearts were in their throats again. This was because the heavenly netherbird attacked again. It shot out a few black flames and all of them entered Morongqingqing's body. Suddenly, the five-colored light on Morongqingqing's body was suppressed and finally disappeared into the air. A black lotus mark also appeared on the back of her fair neck. I didn't expect to meet a descendant of the three-headed crimson bloodbird and a warrior with the phoenix bloodline. It seems that you people are stronger than I thought. I think you should be able to do the two things I asked you to do. The heavenly netherbird seemed very excited. It waved its huge beast claws and grabbed at the Big Dipper array. Boundless black flames condensed and formed a black blade that quickly slashed at the Big Dipper array's light screen. This attack was very powerful, far more powerful than before. It directly slashed a 2-meter-long crack in the Big Dipper array's light screen. This crack was insignificant to the heavenly netherbbird's huge body, but it was enough for these human warriors. Hurry up and go in. At this moment, the heavenly netherbird coldly shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding warriors trembled and quickly entered the crack without delay. Only after all the warriors had entered did the dark crack gradually heal. Finally, it was as good as new. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures appeared in the array. Although they had entered the array, they could still feel the terrifying pressure from the heavenly netherbird outside the array. Not only that, but there was a voice in their hearts. Then, following the voice, they quickly turned around and looked behind them. Suddenly, something like a map appeared in the light screen between the heavenly netherbird and these people. This is the topographic map of the entire Pine Palace. You must remember it clearly. The map only existed for a short time. As the heavenly netherbird's voice disappeared, the map also disappeared. However, all of them were Exalt Realm experts, so their memories weren't bad at all. So, they'd instantly committed the map to memory. When the map disappeared, the black lotus mark on everyone's body no longer shone. Not only that, the pressure from the heavenly netherbird outside the array seemed to have weakened a lot. Feeling this change, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly gathered together according to their respective forces. At this moment, two figures rushed over from afar. One of them quickly shouted, "Qingqing, are you okay?" Seeing this figure, everyone was shocked. However, Morongqingqing smiled sweetly. This was because these two figures were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The one who asked was Lin Xian. "I'm fine." It was scary but not dangerous. Morongqingqing smiled. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. "Boy, you dare to play tricks in front of the heavenly netherbird. You're definitely dead this time. Once we get out of here, Lord Heavenly Netherbird will definitely burn you to ashes." The people of Divine Bird Palace sneered. The ninth young master of the Shen family was also staring at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. The others had strange expressions on their faces because they still couldn't figure out how Lin Xian had gotten in. Hearing Shirshan Niagong's threat, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "A bunch of idiots. How dare you laugh at me? Do you really think that the heavenly netherbird will let you go after you help him?" Hearing this, everyone's heart thumped. Yes, with the heavenly netherbird's cruel personality, how could it let them go? Perhaps the heavenly netherbird would kill them after they finished their mission. The faces of the people of the Divine Bird Palace also became very ugly. They were also confused by this question, but they didn't want to see Lin Xian's proud expression, so they said coldly. "No matter what, Lord Heavenly Netherbird is still a great figure that has surpassed the King realm. The words of such a person can definitely be trusted." As long as we help him complete his mission, he will definitely let us go. Lord? Lin Xian looked at the people of the Divine Bird Palace with disdain. I really don't know if you guys are humans or monsters. How dare you call a peerless beast Lord? If it was a human expert, maybe I could believe it. But for a monster, I really can't find any reason to believe it. Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. Are we really going to help the heavenly netherbird complete his mission? But what can we do if we don't complete the mission? Our time is limited, and the heavenly netherbird has set up a seal. If we don't do as he says, once the time is up, the black flames in our bodies will burn. At that time, we won't be able to escape. Many warriors shook their heads and sighed. Maybe we can find the key to the star chains and then negotiate with the heavenly netherbird. A warrior said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded. This was indeed a good idea. However, just as they smiled, the warrior who suggested this idea suddenly burst into flames. The black flames instantly covered the warrior. In the blink of an eye, the warrior was burned clean and no longer existed. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they were shrouded by a huge fear. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. It's burning. The black flames in our bodies are burning. Someone said in a trembling voice. This is impossible. We just came in and didn't do anything. Also, the time limit is still very long. How could it burn for no reason? Everyone was terrified and couldn't understand. However, they didn't know that outside the defensive array, the heavenly netherbird was staring at them coldly. Humph, a bunch of ants trying to control me. What a joke. It turned out that the heavenly netherbird was monitoring their every move. It could even hear their conversation clearly. However, the people inside the array were completely unaware of this. At this time, the crimson dragon opened its mouth. Stop talking. The heavenly netherbird can hear your words. That guy spoke rudely just now and naturally angered it. That's why he ended up like this. What? It can hear our conversation? Hearing the crimson dragon's words, everyone was shocked. However, they soon understood. This was because each of them had a black lotus mark on them. This thing was extremely strange. Perhaps the heavenly netherbird could hear their conversation through this mark. Why don't we use our divine sense to communicate? Someone suggested. Don't waste your energy. Nothing you do can escape the heavenly netherbird's surveillance. So, I advise you to stay here obediently. The crimson dragon said coldly. Because he was once in existence above the king realm, he knows the methods of people of that realm very well. The methods of those peerless figures were definitely not something that these sovereigns could understand. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ugly. It was as if they were being monitored and couldn't do anything to threaten the heavenly netherbird. In other words, their lives were firmly in the hands of the heavenly netherbird. From the conversation, Lin Xian also knew the goals of these people. First, they wanted to find the array room that could control the array. Second, they wanted to find the key to the heavenly netherbird's astral chains. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Previously, he and Zhao Shui had entered early, so they weren't very clear about what was happening outside. However, it seemed that even though the heavenly netherbird was terrifying, it couldn't enter the array in a short period of time. Moreover, there seemed to be a powerful restriction on its body. However, it seemed that even though the heavenly netherbird was terrifying, it would not be able to enter the formation for a while. Moreover, there seemed to be a powerful restriction on its body. That was why they were looking for the key to remove it. Originally, Lin Xian had no way to deal with the powerful heavenly netherbird, let alone obtain the black flames on its body. However, it seemed that it was not impossible. As long as they could find the key to the stellar chains, with the help of the crimson dragon, they might have a chance. Lin Xian did not want to kill the heavenly netherbird because he knew that even if he found the key, he would not be able to kill it. His goal was the black flames on the heavenly netherbird's body and the essence blood in its body. These two things were what both he and the crimson dragon wanted. Therefore, it seemed that they had to find the key to the stellar chains before anyone else. Furthermore, he would absolutely not allow anyone to destroy the control room of this defensive array formation. However, there was one more thing he had to do, and that was to save Murong Qingqing. Ruzalong, is there any way to get rid of the black flames in Qingqing's body? Lin Xian asked. Because the heavenly netherbird did not place the black lotus mark on him, he was not worried that the heavenly netherbird would hear his and the crimson dragon's words. In my current state, it will not be easy to get rid of the black flames. Moreover, the heavenly netherbird might discover it during the process. If it explodes, we will not be able to do anything. However, I can use some methods to temporarily cut off the connection between the heavenly netherbird and Murong Qingqing's black flames. Then, I will slowly research a way to break it. The crimson dragon replied. Okay, let's do that for now. Afterwards, Lin Xian pulled Murong Qingqing to his side and let the crimson dragon set up a formation in her body to temporarily suppress the black lotus mark. This scene shocked everyone as they looked at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. This was because they knew that if they could suppress the mark, it would mean that they would be safe for a period of time. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them at all. Even the Murong family only saved Murong Qingqing. Firstly, he had a special relationship with Murong Qingqing, so of course he had to save him. Secondly, he was not familiar with the others, so there was no need for him to do anything. Furthermore, suppressing the black flames wasn't an easy task. With the current cultivation of the Crimson Dragon, suppressing one of them wasn't easy at all. For the sake of the Crimson Dragon's stamina, Lin Xian didn't let him save anyone else. However, although he set up a formation for Murong Qingqing, Lin Xian still didn't let Murong Qingqing follow him. Instead, she was allowed to return to the Murong family. This was because he knew that it was safer for Murong Qingqing to stay with the Murong family than by his side. The next step was to explore the Pine Palace. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew forward with Zhao Shui. Let's go too. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. Then, he led the Murong family and set off. After that, the warriors from the other forces also set off. The Pine Palace was the core area of the tranquil heavenly secret realm. There were definitely many treasures inside. If they could obtain one or two of them, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Although they still couldn't fight against the heavenly netherbird, they could at least protect themselves. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui took the lead and quickly moved through the palace. Soon, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew to the side. What a rich spiritual energy. He stopped in front of a small purple tree. Wu Ji, the little white monkey seemed to have smelled a fragrance and immediately flew out of the demon beast bag. It looked at the purple tree in front of it and squinted its big eyes. This is good stuff. This is the purple spirit grape. The crimson dragon was also drooling at the side. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were much more careful because they knew that there would definitely be danger in the vicinity of these natural treasures. It would either be a powerful formation or a powerful demon beast. Therefore, the two of them didn't make a move and quickly looked around. You two don't look. Hurry up and pick them. The crimson dragon roared and quickly ran forward. He waved his dragon claws and grabbed the purple grapes. However, in the next moment, he grabbed nothing. Wu Ji, the little white monkey's body flashed and picked all the purple grapes. Then, it quickly ate them. F***ck, damn monkey. Why are you so fast? Give Benhuang some. The crimson dragon and the little white monkey started to fight over the grapes. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were shocked because they realized that Little White was not in any danger during the entire process. Could it be that we're overthinking things? Lin Xian asked suspiciously. Maybe. The corner of Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. The little white monkey didn't care about that. It waved its furry paws and quickly gave some of the grapes to Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. It seems that we really thought too much. Try it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he put a purple spirit fruit into his mouth. As soon as the spirit fruit entered his mouth, it turned into pure spirit energy and quickly flowed through his body. What pure spiritual energy! No wonder it's the treasures of Pine Palace. It's extraordinary. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That fingernail-sized purple grape was equivalent to 2 to 3 months of hard work. Needless to say, it was definitely good stuff. At the side, Zhao Shui ate one and smiled. Then, she activated her void sky eyes and quickly scanned her surroundings. In the next moment, she was shocked. They were flame fruit, Kirin grass, half-moon fruit. One by one, strange spirit fruits appeared in her field of vision. Moreover, there were no powerful restrictions around the spirit fruits, nor were there any powerful monsters guarding them. You two don't have to be too surprised. Although these spirit fruits are precious in the outside world, in Pine Palace, they are just ordinary fruit trees. The Crimson Dragon explained as it flew forward. The little white monkey was even faster. It turned into a bolt of white lightning and shuttled through the fruit forest. As expected of an ancient expert. Such a good spirit fruit is only an ordinary fruit tree here. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew forward with Zhao Shui. Since there were no restrictions, they didn't hold back and quickly picked the fruits. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui entered the fruit forest, the other warriors behind them arrived. When they saw the spirit fruits on the ground, their eyes lit up. Don't be rash. Be careful. An elder stopped a few young warriors who were about to rush over. Then, he sternly lectured them, "Young man, don't be rash. There must be a powerful restriction or a ferocious monster near these treasures. You must be careful. Don't be reckless. Otherwise, it's not a big deal if you don't get the spirit fruits. If you lose your life, the losses will outweigh the gains." The elder was very serious as he educated his subordinates. The other warriors nodded. Indeed, in their opinion, since there were so many natural treasures in this place, there must be extremely powerful restrictions in the surroundings, or there must be a peerless ferocious beast. Let's work together. The group carefully scanned the surroundings and slowly approached the orchard. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the orchard. It sounded like something was crawling. There's movement. Many people focused their attention and stared straight ahead. The young warriors were also nervous. Fortunately, they had the guidance of the elders. Otherwise, they might have become monsters' lunch if they had rashly gone up. Those martial artists also had lingering fear on their faces, and they were very grateful to the elder who stopped them. However, the next moment, the young warriors were all stunned. Their eyes widened as if they could not believe what they were seeing. This was because what was walking towards Guolinli wasn't a powerful demonic beast, but a dark red snake. Hey, isn't that Lin Xian's pet? Why is it here? Yes, there should be a powerful restriction array here. Why is it fine? Could it be that they broke it? The group of people was extremely puzzled. Even those of the older generation were stunned. Damn you, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The Crimson Dragon stomped his feet in anger and took a bite of the Kirin fruit in his hand. What is it eating? Could it be a supreme-grade spirit fruit? The crowd ignored the Crimson Dragon's curses and stared at the spirit fruit in his hand. Yes, it looks like a supreme-grade spirit fruit. It's definitely a supreme-grade spirit fruit. The group was excited and wanted to pounce on it immediately. However, they had just been lectured by the elders and did not dare to move forward rashly. There must be a powerful restriction array in a place with such a supreme-grade spirit fruit. Damn it, how did they get in? Could it be that they broke the array? This kid could enter the Big Dipper array in such a strange way. The group looked ahead suspiciously. The Crimson Dragon was also stunned when he heard the crowd's conversation. Then, he burst into laughter. These people also thought that there must be a terrifying restriction array in the vicinity of the orchard. It seemed that they still did not understand what kind of place the Pine Palace was, however, he would not let these people in so easily. He immediately said loudly, "Of course there is a restriction array, and it's a very powerful one. However, Ben Huang is a formation grandmaster. Of course, he'll be able to open a bloody path. As for you guys, you won't be able to. If you don't believe me, you can try. I can guarantee that no one below king level will be able to walk in alive." What? So powerful. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Even though they didn't really believe it, the other party was in existence that could enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. If they were to really compete in terms of array formations, it was likely that none of them would be a match for the other party. Therefore, for a moment, these people were shocked. When the Crimson Dragon saw that his words had frightened countless warriors, he laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be very calm. But you don't have to worry. If you acknowledge me as your king and become my human pet, I can consider helping you enter. What? You want us to be your lackeys? Why don't you just die? Damned snake, how dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll kill you when I come out. A group of people roared in anger. Who were they? Most of them were experts from top forces, and many of them were disciples of the House of Kings. Their identities could be said to be very noble. However, now, a snake wanted to take them in as servants. How could they accept this? However, after the Crimson Dragon heard this, he waved his dragon claws disdainfully. A group of ignorant things. When Ben Huang was all-powerful, your ancestors weren't even born yet. Being Ben Huang's human pet is definitely a blessing that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Now, you're still chirping and complaining that you're not willing. Let me tell you, not everyone can be Ben Huang's human pet. Only 7th Heaven Venerables or disciples of the House of Kings can barely be my human pet. Hearing this, the 7th Heaven Venerables and cultivators of the House of Kings' faces instantly darkened. Damn it, this snake was too abominable. It was obviously targeting them. These elders were so angry that their beards trembled. Murderous intent filled their bodies. They couldn't wait to rush up and chop the snake into 108 pieces. However, they didn't dare to do so. This was because these old fellows firmly believed that there must be a powerful restrictive array near the orchard. Therefore, they could only watch the Crimson Dragon hoot and didn't dare to do anything. Seeing these people's darkened faces, the Crimson Dragon felt refreshed. At this time, Lin Xian and the other 2 in the orchard were almost done with their harvest. Therefore, they quickly walked over. Lin Xian glanced at the cultivators in front of him indifferently. Then, he called the Crimson Dragon and quickly walked out of the orchard. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Especially the array masters. Their eyes were wide open. They had to see clearly how the other party broke the restrictive array. However, they were soon dumbfounded. This was because they realized that Lin Xian and the others didn't break the restrictive array at all. Instead, they swaggered out. How is this possible? Could it be that there was something profound about their footwork? A group of array masters were quickly analyzing the situation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who hadn't gone far, heard these words and laughed. However, they wouldn't explain anything. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, laughed loudly. He turned around and looked at the people in the distance with disdain. Haha, a bunch of idiots. You can slowly analyze it. When the cultivators behind heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Especially the array masters and the older generation figures. Their faces were hideous. Damn that snake. I'm an array master. I don't believe that I can't break it. That's right. If we join forces, we can definitely break it. The young martial artists looked at each other in dismay as they discussed among themselves. Why do I feel like there's no restrictive array here? I think so too. Look at Lin Xian. He's just walking casually. He doesn't look like he's breaking the restrictive array. Yeah, could it be that the elders made a mistake? Although the voices of these disciples were soft, the soul perception of the older generation was extremely sharp. Therefore, they heard everything that was said. Suddenly, the elders' faces darkened. Many of them turned around angrily. No restrictive array? How is this possible? Kid, today I'll let you know the dangers of being young and ignorant. After saying that, one of the array masters reached out his hand, grabbed a young cultivator, and threw him into the orchard in front. The others screamed in fright. They didn't expect the array masters to attack them. The young cultivator who was thrown was even more confused. He even forgot to resist. Plop, the young cultivator fell heavily into the orchard. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. They realized that there wasn't any powerful killing array that they had imagined. The young warrior got up from the ground and quickly walked a few steps in the forest before laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha, I'm fine. I'm not dead. After laughing maniacally, he ignored the others and picked the spirit fruits in a frenzy. He's fine? When the other young warriors saw this, they were overjoyed. Without caring about anything else, they quickly rushed forward. Sure enough, until they entered the orchard and ate the supreme grade spirit fruits, they did not find any danger. Seeing this scene, the elders and array masters were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled all over. Shameful, too shameful. They even had the heart to die. After studying for a long time, they found that there was not even a defensive array in this place. It was laughable that they acted like seniors and showed off in front of the disciples. Now that they thought about it, they were horribly ignorant. Impossible, how can this be? These are supreme-grade spirit fruits. How can there be no defense? The elders and array masters were about to go crazy. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could they know that the supreme-grade spirit fruits in their eyes were just ordinary fruits in Pine Palace? There was no need for a defensive array. The elders were about to go crazy. They did not expect to be fooled by a snake. Thinking of this, their faces turned red and they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Damn worm, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll cook you and eat you. Yes, and that Lin Xian. How dare he pick so many spirit fruits in front of us? He deserves to die. The elders and array masters gritted their teeth and said. However, they could not care less about Lin Xian now. Instead, they ran to the orchard in front of them like the wind. Damned little brat, leave some for this old man. These people ran into the orchard and snatched the spirit fruits in a frenzy. There were still a few spirit fruits in the orchard, but most of them were picked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They did not care about the rest. However, at this moment, in the eyes of these people, this was a rare treasure. Lin Xian did not know that the spirit fruits he left behind would cause such a frenzy. At this moment, he and Zhao Shui were heading back to Pine Palace. Along the way, he discovered that the spirit fruits that he had seen in the outside world were all over the place. Moreover, this was only the periphery of the Dark Pine Hall. One could imagine how many good things there would be in the real Dark Pine Hall. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui ran quickly. They gave up on ordinary treasures because there were better ones ahead of them. Of course, if they found any special treasures along the way, they would also take them. In short, the harvest on this trip was far greater than the sum of all the treasures before. Suddenly, an abnormally strong fragrance came from the front. This immediately attracted the attention of Lin Xian and the others. Especially the snow-white monkey, it was so anxious that it was scratching its ears and cheeks. The crimson dragon was even drooling. It smells so good. This is the real good stuff. Lin Xian was also pleasantly surprised. Just from the fragrance alone, he could imagine the spiritual energy contained within it. At a glance, he could tell that it far surpassed the spiritual fruits he had obtained before. Zhao Shui was also astonished and there was a trace of excitement in her beautiful eyes. The two of them looked at each other, then quickly moved forward. Not long after, a tall tree appeared in front of them. It was an ancient tree. Its branches were old and withered, resembling a coiled azure dragon. From the looks of it, it was at least a few thousand years old. What was even more surprising were the leaves and fruits on it. Its leaves were silver and shone with a silver light, as if they were made of silver. Its fruits were a fiery red, as if they were burning with fire. The rich fragrance from before was emitted by this ancient tree. This is the silver leaf fire phoenix tree. The crimson dragon looked ahead with a serious expression. Silver leaf fire phoenix tree. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he stared ahead. He had received the inheritance of the Niwa of Gojoseon and the teachings of Lord Alcohol previously. Therefore, he was very familiar with the spiritual herbs in this world. Therefore, he also knew the legend of the silver leaf fire phoenix. This was an extremely precious ancient tree that was rarely seen even in ancient times. If the silver leaves were plucked to make tea, it could increase a warrior's soul power. One had to know that it was very difficult to increase a warrior's soul power, and there were not many spiritual herbs that could increase one's soul power. This silver leaf fire phoenix fruit was one of them. The red fruit was called the phoenix fruit. It could temper a warrior's body and increase their spiritual power. It could be said to be an extremely pure source of energy. If the two were used together, it could also increase a warrior's martial soul. Perhaps other spiritual fruits could increase one's soul power and spiritual power, but there were very few things in the world that could increase one's martial soul. However, this silver leaf fire phoenix fruit could do it. Therefore, in ancient times, this was a treasure that countless warriors went crazy for. Hearing Lin Xian's introduction, Zhao Shui was also shocked. She did not expect to encounter such a precious item here. However, at this moment, a surprised voice came from behind. It's the silver leaf fire phoenix tree. That's great, we're rich. We're rich. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect someone to recognize this ancient tree. Without needing to turn around, several figures had already landed nearby. The person at the front was the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares, Duan Tianlang. The warriors behind him were also experts from the Palace of Ares. These people all looked forward, their hearts burning with excitement. There are hundreds of silver leaves and dozens of fire phoenix fruits. We're really rich this time. Duan Tianlang looked forward, extremely excited. The ancient tree was very old. It was not as luxuriant as other ordinary trees. On top of it, there were only hundreds of silver leaves fluttering in the wind. In the middle of the silver leaves, there were dozens of fiery red fruits. It sounded very little, but this was already a lot. One had to know that one could not even find one in the outside world. Duan Tianlang licked his lips, then turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, get lost. This place has been reserved by the Palace of Ares. He naturally did not want to share such good things with others, so his first reaction was to chase Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out. F***CKU. We found this place, so it should be ours. If we want to reserve this place, we should be the ones to reserve it. You people from the Palace of Ares, get lost from Ben Huang. Otherwise, don't blame Ben Huang for being rude. The Crimson Dragon stomped its feet in anger. The silver leaf fire phoenix tree was useful to it, so it would not give it away. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. You can't beat us. Moreover, my senior and Yan Feng are nearby. When they arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Duan Tianlang's expression was fierce as he threatened Lin Xian. Brother Duan, don't worry. I'll help you. At this moment, another loud laugh was heard. Brother Duan, don't worry. I'll help you. At this moment, another loud laugh was heard. Then, the people of the Divine Bird Palace quickly flew over from afar. They greeted Duan Tianlang and then stared at the ancient tree in front of them with fiery eyes. Brother Duan, how about you and I join forces to drive this thief away first? The elder of the Divine Bird Palace said in a deep voice. Of course, I've wanted to do that for a long time. Duan Tianlang nodded. The Divine Bird Palace was an ally of the Palace of Ares, so they could share resources. Moreover, the Palace of Ares was not as strong as the Palace of Ares. When the time came to divide the treasures, the Palace of Ares would take the lion's share. Therefore, Duan Tianlang did not reject the elder of the Divine Bird Palace. The most important thing now was to drive Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out. Because the two of them were simply too strange. Previously, in the cave mansion, the great house of kings fought for it, but in the end, it was taken advantage of by these two thieves. This matter made him feel bitter. Therefore, he had to drive Lin Xian away now. Then, the warriors of the Palace of Ares and the Divine Bird Palace all stared at Lin Xian with evil intentions. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon was furious. He glared back fiercely. If the other party dared to attack, he would set up a killing array and fight to the death. Zhao Shui's expression was also cold, ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. I'm standing right here. If you want to attack, go ahead. You're courting death. An elder of the Crimson Divine Bird Palace roared, then stretched out his palm, quickly grabbing at Lin Xian. The palm was like a lid, covering the sky and the sun, quickly falling in front of him. Accompanying it was a terrifying pressure. The violent palm power was like the roar of 10,000 beasts, causing the whole world to tremble. This palm was very fierce. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace did not hold back. However, Lin Xian remained unmoved. Only when the frightening palm approached did he raise his arm and point a finger. Terrifying sword chi flew out from his fingertips, like thousands of soldiers and horses, with a strong killing intent, quickly soared into the sky. The moment the terrifying sword chi appeared, all the surrounding martial artists felt an indescribable pressure. In the next moment, everyone saw the huge palm being split apart by the terrifying sword chi. Then, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, while the elders of the Divine Bird Palace retreated, their faces full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? This brat's strength has increased again. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace was terrified. This was because Lin Xian had previously been able to contend against a 7th-level venerable, but he had definitely not been as calm as he was now. Being able to break through the attacks of 7 venerable ones with a casual attack was simply too shocking. 6th Heavenly Layer Venerable, no wonder. Seems like this kid's cultivation base has improved. The elder of Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. However, on the other side, Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. This was exactly what he was worried about. Qianxia had merely advanced by a single realm, yet his cultivation and combat strength had undergone a tremendous change, and this caused him to be unable to help but feel terrified. If you still want to attack, then use your full strength. Don't hold back anymore. Duan Tianlang reminded him. Don't worry, I know what to do. The elder of Divine Bird Palace nodded heavily. Then, a terrifying aura rose from his body. Terrifying spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, making a roaring sound. In the next moment, countless thunderbolts surged out and condensed into a thunderbird in front of him. The violent thunderbolts brought about great destructive power, causing all the martial artists to be terrified. In the face of Lin Xian, the elder of Divine Bird Palace finally summoned his martial soul. Thunderbird martial soul? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. If this is all you've got, I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible. Brat, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The elder of Divine Bird Palace snorted coldly. Then, he raised his arm and endless spiritual energy poured into his martial soul. In the next moment, the Thunderbird martial soul was called. With divine thunder all over the sky, it quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In his body, endless purple-white thunderbolts surged out and condensed into a humanoid lightning. This humanoid lightning was purple-white and surrounded by electric light, as if the thunder god was roaring. Following Lin Xian's movement, the humanoid lightning threw a punch. Suddenly, the whole space collapsed. Countless thunderbolts covered the sky and the earth, instantly covering the whole sky. Although they were both thunder martial souls, Lin Xian's thunderbolts were composed of the 6,000-year-old purple thunder bamboo and the mysterious Yin thunder. Its power was definitely not something that the elder of Divine Bird Palace could resist. Therefore, without any surprise, the Thunderbird martial soul of Divine Bird Red was blown away by the punch. The elder of Divine Bird Palace turned pale and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He surpassed me in thunderbolts. The elder's face was full of horror and disbelief. He was the descendant of the 3-headed Crimson Blood Bird, and the 3-headed Crimson Blood Bird was best at 3 attributes: wind, fire, and thunder. What he cultivated was the thunder attribute. Not only that, but he had also condensed the Thunderbird martial soul. It could be said that no one in the same level could beat him in thunderbolts. However, now, a boy in the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm was not only stronger than him in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of thunderbolts. He could not believe it. Hearing the elder of Divine Bird Palace's question, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the world? That punch just now was a lesson for you. If you want to continue to court death, I can help you. Feeling the killing intent from Lin Xian, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled. He did not expect that he would feel fear in the face of a young junior. Although he did not want to believe it, this fear was real. Therefore, although his face was very ugly, he did not dare to make a move again. Since the elder of Divine Bird Palace did not make a move, Duan Tianlang was even more unlikely to make a move. From the battle just now, he had seen Lin Xian's combat strength. Lin Xian was not weaker than him and was even stronger than him. Therefore, even if he made a move, he was not confident. Taking a deep breath, Duan Tianlang said slowly, "Forget it, ignore this boy. Our target is the ancient tree." When these words came out, all the warriors around were shocked. This was because they could hear the change in Duan Tianlang's attitude. Previously, he was very arrogant and wanted to drive Lin Xian out. But now, he had to give in. This was too unbelievable. Had the boy in front of them grown to such a terrifying extent, even the elders of the House of Kings had to bow their heads. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence in their eyes. Seeing that the people of Palace of Aries and Divine Bird Palace were about to attack the ancient tree, Lin Xian did not stop them and even showed a hint of mockery. Lin Xian, do you want to stop them? Zhao Shui asked from the side. No, we just need to watch the show. Don't worry, that fruit is not that easy to take. Duan Tianlang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Xian and the other man did not stop them. Then, he regained his confidence again. Although the other party was powerful, there were only two of them. On the other hand, they were two top forces. If they really fought, he could guarantee that the other party would not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, in his opinion, the reason why Lin Xian did not stop them was because they were powerful. He did not even think about the ancient tree at all. You guys go up and pick all the silver leaves and spirit fruits. Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace ordered. Immediately, the young warriors walked out quickly with ecstasy on their faces. So what if Lin Xian was powerful? He could only watch them snatch the spirit fruits. They knew a thing or two about the effects of the spirit fruits. Moreover, there were many of them here. If they performed well, they might be able to get some. Thinking of this, the young warriors became even more excited. They sped up and strode forward. There were even two young cultivators at the 6th level of the Honorable Realm who wanted to snatch the spirit fruit before everyone else. However, just as the two warriors approached, the ancient tree in front of them suddenly shook. The branches seemed to have turned into the sharpest divine spear and instantly pierced through the two warriors. The attack was so sudden that the two warriors did not even have time to react before they were pierced by the branches. Just as they were about to struggle and resist, a strange power suddenly came from the branches and sucked their flesh and blood essence dry. Plop! Plop! Two sounds were heard. Then, two dried corpses fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Those warriors who wanted to pick the fruits all stopped in their tracks. Not only that, but everyone had a horrified expression on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. It could not be helped. This was too terrifying. The ancient tree that they thought was within their reach had launched an attack so fiercely. In an instant, it had pierced through two 6th heaven venerables. A one-hit kill, clean and tidy. Behind them, Lin Xian sneered. Just as he had guessed, the spirit fruits were not so easy to pick. But Duan Tianlang and the elder of Divine Bird Palace narrowed their eyes and their faces changed. The reason why they asked their disciples to do it was because it was inconvenient for them to do such a thing with their status. But they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Soon, Duan Tianlang recovered from his shock and quickly shouted, "Everyone, back off." In fact, there was no need for him to shout, as those young martial artists had already retreated. They simply did not dare to go up again. When all the warriors retreated to their sides, Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, their expressions became very ugly. Judging from the ancient tree's attack, even a 7th-level venerate might not be able to safely pluck it. It seems that we've made a mistake this time. Duan Tianlang took a deep breath, his voice extremely solemn. When he turned around and saw Lin Xian's mocking expression, he was instantly enraged. Damn it, I was tricked. Judging from the other party's expression, it was as if he knew that there was danger ahead of time. However, the other party didn't say anything and didn't even try to stop them. It was obvious that they were trying to trick them. At the thought of this, Duan Tianlang's expression became extremely ferocious. Kid, don't be so smug. Do you think this can stump us? Let me tell you, the Palace of Aries is much more powerful than you think. Believe it or not, you won't be able to get a single spirit fruit on this tree. Duan Tianlang roared. You don't have to worry about whether I can get the spirit fruit or not. I'm more curious about whether you can get the spirit fruit or not. Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. Humph, don't be so arrogant. I'll open your eyes today. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, then turned around and stared at the ancient tree in front of him. In the next moment, he roared and quickly attacked. His tall figure exploded with an incomparable amount of energy. A ray of light flashed and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed forward. Duan Tianlang was indeed powerful. Even among the 7th-level venerates, he was a very powerful existence. The huge hand formed by spiritual energy directly enveloped the entire ancient tree and even formed a sealed space, trying to uproot the ancient tree. The ancient tree sensed danger and all the branches on its body began to tremble. Every branch emitted an incomparable amount of light, as if they were spears of the demon god, rapidly piercing into the void. Rumble, there was an intense collision sound. Countless branches turned into sharp spears and ruthlessly pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy, creating a loud clanging sound. Then, countless holes were pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and turned into spiritual energy again, dissipating into the sky. The hundreds of spears turned into branches once again and quickly dropped down, drifting with the wind. What? It blocked it. How is this possible? The martial artists behind were stunned. They couldn't believe that an ancient tree could block the full attack of a 7th-level venerate. Even Duan Tianlang was shocked. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily blocked by the other party. It seemed that the ancient tree was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this the strength of the Palace of Ares? It's really an eye-opener. Hearing Lin Xian's mockery, Duan Tianlang's face became extremely ferocious. At this moment, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace strode forward and said in a deep voice, "Brother Duan, I'll lend you a hand." "All right." Duan Tianlang nodded heavily and his eyes lit up again. He ignored Lin Xian and stared at the ancient tree in front of him again. This time, he was going to summon his martial soul and attack with all his might. Duan Tianlang's martial soul was a demonic wolf with green wings. It was very valiant. When the demonic wolf appeared, it immediately exploded with an extremely violent power, as if a peerless beast had awakened. On the other side, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace also summoned his Thunderbird martial soul. The two of them joined forces and quickly attacked forward. This was the attack of two 7th-level venerates. Its power was unimaginable. In an instant, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space. If this wasn't the Pine Palace, the entire ground would have collapsed. Even so, the terrifying energy caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. The Thunderbird flew, bringing with it unparalleled thunder and lightning. Huge thunderbolts quickly descended from the sky and bombarded the surroundings. Even a 7th-level venerate would find it difficult to block such an attack. In an instant, countless thunderbolts blasted towards the ancient tree in front of them. At the same time, the winged demonic wolf also ran with all its might. It opened its mouth and spat out a grey gust of wind. Ordinary mountains and rivers couldn't withstand this gust of wind at all. They would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Two terrifying balls of energy soared into the sky like rocks piercing through the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. That's great. With the two elders attacking with all their might, we'll definitely be able to take down the ancient tree. That's for sure. I'm afraid only an 8th-level venerable can resist such a terrifying attack. Even if the ancient tree is powerful, it's definitely not at this level. Behind them, a group of martial artists and disciples were extremely excited. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a sneer on his lips. He did not think that the two's attacks would pose any fatal threat to the ancient tree. Sure enough, the ancient tree would not just sit and wait for death. It sensed the threat and immediately emitted an extremely bright light. The silver leaves in the sky swayed and immediately formed 9 silver snakes. They danced wildly in the air and quickly resisted the terrifying lightning bombardment. Meanwhile, the red fruit kept moving and formed phoenixes. They were bathed in flames and quickly rushed toward the earth demon wolf. Countless energy collided and then smashed apart. The entire space was flooded in an instant. The disciples' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. They could not withstand the impact of the energy at all. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body and quickly destroyed the violent flow and energy aftermath. The air around him was very quiet. There was no trace of energy riot at all. The entire space was filled with violent flows and was filled with infinite danger. However, Lin Xian's surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was no trace of energy riot. When everything vanished into thin air, the martial artists in the distance were stunned. This was because Duan Tianlang and the elder who were fighting the ancient tree were retreating in an extremely embarrassing manner. Both of them had suffered some injuries. What? Did they fail? Seeing this, everyone panicked. If the two experts could not even get the spirit fruit, it would be very difficult for them to do so. Duan Tianlang and the elder from the Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked. They looked ahead in a daze. Then, they shook their heads and sighed as they opened their palms. There was a silver leaf in each of their palms. This was the spoils of war that they had used all their strength to get. However, they did not feel any joy. Instead, they felt a sense of horror. After all, both of them were 7th-level venerables. Moreover, they were not ordinary 7th-level venerables. The two of them were very powerful when they joined forces. However, they only managed to get 2 silver leaves and even suffered some injuries. It had to be said that the tree demon in front of them was too powerful, far beyond their imagination. They even suspected that Lin Xian already knew about this, which was why he didn't stop them. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang looked back. When he saw the mocking smile on Lin Xian's face, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Damn it, this brat already knew. As expected, with that kid's character, how could he not make a move? It turns out that he already knew that the tree demon ahead was very difficult to deal with. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace also had an ugly expression. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said slowly, "The performance of the two of you is really unsightly. Dignified 7th-level experts and elders of top forces actually only managed to obtain 2 leaves. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. I advise you to find 2 pieces of tofu and knock yourself to death, so that you don't embarrass your family here." What did you say? Brat, you're courting death. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were furious. Although they did not succeed, they would not allow themselves to be ridiculed like this. What did I say? What I said is the truth. Lin Xian sneered. You want to occupy this place without any ability? You're really boasting shamelessly. Both of you, get lost. Don't delay my attack. Hearing this, Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. Even the disciples' faces darkened. Duan Tianlang roared and was about to rush up to Lin Xian. However, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace held him back and said coldly, "Brother Duan, don't be rash. That tree demon is so powerful. I'm afraid only 8th-level venerables can contend with it. No matter how powerful that brat is, he can't reach 8th-level venerables' combat strength." Hearing this, Duan Tianlang calmed down. I'd like to see what ability this brat has. How dare he mock us? After saying this, he and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace retreated and watched coldly. The disciples of the two forces sneered. They did not believe that Lin Xian could be stronger than their 2 elders. Let this brat act. Let's see how he ends up when he fails. What a joke. Who does he think he is? How dare he try to subdue such a terrifying tree demon? What shameless boasting. Just watch. He'll definitely fail. No one believed that Lin Xian would succeed. Even Zhao Shuai looked doubtful. Lin Xian, do you have a way? If we join forces, we should be stronger than the 2 of them. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to take much. However, we can still take 5 or 6 portions. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "We don't have to join forces for the time being. I have a way." For some reason, seeing Lin Xian's smile made Zhao Shuai feel more at ease. This was because she had seen too many miracles happen to Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, she chose to believe in Lin Xian. Brat, can you do it? Do you need me to set up a formation to help you? At the side, the Crimson Dragon was also worried. No need. Let me try first. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Crimson Dragon hurriedly explained, Brat, you must be careful. If I'm not wrong, that ancient tree should be a tree demon. And it's very powerful. I'm afraid it's at the level of an 8-star demon general. Otherwise, it's impossible that the 2 of them couldn't even subdue it. Now, it seems that only an 8th level supremacy can subdue that guy. However, if we join forces, we might be able to get a lot of spirit fruits. However, Lin Xian still shook his head. He naturally knew that the ancient tree in front of him was a tree demon. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful tree demon. In terms of combat power, no one could compete with it. However, it was precisely because it was a tree demon that he had a way to subdue it. In the next moment, he stepped forward and looked coldly in front of him. I know that you've activated your spiritual intelligence and can understand what I'm saying. Hand over half of the silver leaves and spirit fruits obediently, and I can spare your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Xian would attack the tree demon forcefully, but they did not expect him to threaten it. This brat must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. If such threats were effective, would he even have a chance? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I already knew that he couldn't do it, but I didn't expect him to be so weird as to threaten the tree demon. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. That tree demon isn't even afraid of 2 7th level supremacies. Why would it be afraid of the threat of a 6th level brat? The group of people looked at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were also puzzled. When they saw Lin Xian's confidence, they thought that he had some powerful killer move. They did not expect to see such a comical scene. Humph, I was wondering what it was. It's just a clown trying to please the crowd. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. An ant will always be an ant. How can you expect it to create a miracle? Duan Tianlang also sneered. How dare you go against the Palace of Aries with this level of skill? You're courting death. Even Zhao Shui and the Crimson Dragon were dumbfounded. They did not expect Lin Xian to threaten them. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. Her expression was very strange. The Crimson Dragon covered its face with its claws and wailed. Shameful, this is too shameful. This kid is hopeless. As far as it was concerned, Lin Xian's actions were simply foolish to the extreme. He had specifically warned Lin Xian that the tree demon was very powerful. He did not expect it to have no effect. Lin Xian's words were too shocking, so everyone was stunned for a moment. However, no one believed that Lin Xian was telling the truth. Thus, many people had mocking expressions on their faces. Even the ancient tree in front of him was enraged when it heard this. An unusually violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the ancient tree. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently. When the warriors in the distance felt this aura, the mocking expressions on their faces disappeared. Instead, they were all horrified. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond what they could withstand. Even Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace changed their expressions. Fortunately, they did not continue to attack. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well. This aura made both of them tremble in fear. Haha, this kid is dead for sure. He angered the tree demon in front. Even an 8th level honorable would not be able to withstand this aura, let alone this kid. Hey, let him pretend. This time, he screwed up. Even though the disciples were terrified, they were laughing coldly in their hearts. They wanted to see how Lin Xian would be able to create a clone in the face of certain death. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He looked at the angry tree demon in front of him and sneered. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and a black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him. The black ball of light flipped and turned into a small black cauldron. That small black cauldron was very simple and unadorned, and there were all kinds of strange beasts carved on it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. The appearance of the black cauldron seemed to have caused the treant in front to feel uneasy. The treant let out an angry roar, and then countless branches turned into divine spears that quickly pierced forward. Immediately, light soared into the sky, shaking space and time. Although they were far away, everyone could feel the terrifying power within the light. Even Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace felt their eyelids twitch, and their faces changed. Countless divine rainbow-like lights pierced through the void and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian, enveloping him in an instant. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression didn't change. He only activated the small black cauldron in front of him and shot out a jet black light. buzz, the small black cauldron emitted a simple and deep sound. This sound seemed to have a magical quality, and it clearly sounded in everyone's hearts. When the treant in front heard this sound, it was as if it had been struck by lightning, and its entire trunk kept shaking. Suddenly, the thousands of mountain-like spear lights disappeared without a trace. What? They disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect a sound to be able to make thousands of divine spears disappear. This was too incredible. Not only that, but what made them even more shocked was that the ancient tree in front of them was shaking rapidly, as if it had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian held the small black cauldron in his hand and shot out another jet black light into the ancient tree in front of him. Suddenly, the ancient tree in front of them shook even more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Not only that, an old face appeared on the trunk of the tree, and its voice was filled with anxiety. Stop, 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 stop fighting, I admit defeat. What? Admit defeat? The powerful and terrifying treant actually admitted defeat? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. However, what surprised them was yet to come. The treant said again, as long as you stop, I'm willing to give you half of my leaves and the fire phoenix fruit. Hearing this, everyone's mind went blank and they were dumbfounded. Especially Duan Tianlang and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace, they were even more stunned. Before this, they had fought so hard and only managed to get 2 leaves. Now, Lin Xian only took out a small black cauldron, and the ancient tree in front of them was willing to give up half of its leaves and fruits. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The disciples were even more dumbfounded, as if they were watching a myth. Zhao Shui's beautiful eyes were also wide open. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. The Crimson Dragon stared at the small black cauldron suspiciously. Lin Xian was very satisfied. When he discovered the ancient tree in front of him, he had already discussed with Zero in his body. In the end, Zero readily agreed to help, but he wanted to collect some interest, which was some silver leaf liquid and fire phoenix fruit. That was the reason for the previous scene. Okay, ruse along, Little White, the 2 of you go and search. Soon, the Crimson Dragon and Little White Monkey flew forward like lightning, and then the 2 of them began to collect the silver leaf and fire phoenix fruit. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists' faces burned with passion. This was an absolute treasure. It was something that could increase the power of one's martial soul. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find it again in the future. Hence, they were unwilling to give up. Finally, an elder of the Palace of Aries couldn't help but make a move. Duan Tianlang didn't stop him, because she also wanted to test if she could succeed. If this elder succeeded, she would lead the people of the Palace of Aries to attack quickly. However, this elder was only halfway out when he was whipped back by the tree demon in front of him with a branch. That elder's spirit armor was completely shattered, and the flesh around his wound rolled up, revealing his white bones. Just one whip was enough to severely injure a 7th heaven honorable. This scene made countless martial artists gasp. After seeing the power of the tree demon, those martial artists didn't dare to make a move. They could only watch as Lin Xian and the rest collected the fire phoenix fruit. This scene made them extremely jealous. Soon, the Crimson Dragon and Little White Monkey collected half of the fire phoenix fruit, and then the 2 of them quickly returned. Seeing that the other party didn't kill them, the tree demon heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Lin Xian was cheering as he shared the silver leaf and fire phoenix fruit. Everyone had a share, but the biggest beneficiary was Ling Xian, followed by the 10,000 beast Ding. Zhao Shui, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had also received some. It could be said that the harvest this time was very rich. With these silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits, the strength of Lin Xian and the others would increase again. The Crimson Dragon would recover a lot of cultivation, while Lin Xian and Zhao Shui could use this to strengthen the power of their martial souls. Especially Lin Xian, he could revive the Great Dragon Sword Soul again. Once the Great Dragon Sword Soul was revived to the level of a 7th level venerable, his combat strength would increase greatly, reaching a very terrifying level. At that time, even if he encountered a monster at the level of the tree demon, he would not need the 10,000 beast Ding. He could defeat it with his own strength. Lin Xian and the others were sharing the spirit fruits, while Duan Tianlang and the people of the Divine Bird Palace were gnashing their teeth in anger. That was half of the silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits. If they obtained them, their cultivation would definitely increase by another level. Therefore, how could they not be jealous? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian like red-eyed rabbits, staring straight ahead. They could not defeat the ancient tree demon, but this did not mean that they did not dare to attack Lin Xian. The tree demon was an 8-star demon general, and they could not defeat it. However, Lin Xian only had 2 people on his side, and their strength was comparable to theirs. They had more people on their side, and if they attacked with all their strength, they might be able to defeat the tree demon. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang was excited. Then, he glanced at the Divine Bird Palace and saw that their eyes were also red, and he immediately grinned. Needless to say, the other party must have the same idea as him, so when their eyes met, they knew what each other was thinking. Keep a distance, don't get too close to the tree demon, or it will be inconvenient for us to attack. Duan Tianlang quickly instructed. Suddenly, those warriors slowly retreated, but they retreated in a very orderly manner, forming a semicircle, directly blocking all of Lin Xian's escape routes. In other words, no matter which direction Lin Xian fled in, he would encounter them unless he chose not to run. Lin Xian naturally noticed Duan Tianlang's actions and immediately sneered. What? You can't get it yourself, so you want to snatch it from me? Brat, you're too greedy. You actually dared to take half of the spiritual fruits. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, if you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit and the silver leaf, and I can let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground today. Humph, what big words. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a terrifying intense sword from his body. Zhao Shua's expression was as cold as ice. 2 rays of cold light shot out from her eyes. She didn't say anything, but her actions still showed that she would fight side by side with Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey were leisurely watching the show while eating spiritual fruits. These battles didn't require them to take part in them. Come at me together. None of you are a match for me in a one-on-one fight. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone like sword radiance. His entire body exuded a sharp sword aura, making him look like a sword immortal. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, then said to the elder of the Divine Bird Palace beside him, I'll lead people to deal with that brat. Divine Bird Palace, take care of that woman. This time, don't hold back. Don't worry, I won't let them escape this time. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace also revealed a ferocious smile. Duan Tianlang nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and led the powerful venerables in the team to rush forward. In addition to him, there were 4 warriors at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. When the 4 of them worked together, their combat strength was not inferior to a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. As for the other warriors, Duan Tianlang didn't let them go. This was because he had to bring out elite warriors to deal with Lin Xian. Otherwise, the others would only cause trouble. Although there weren't many people, he was quite confident because he had 2 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm on his side. He didn't believe that a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm kid could take them on. Although Lin Xian had taken out a small black cauldron to scare the tree demon, in Duan Tianlang's opinion, the small black cauldron only seemed to be effective against demonic beasts. Therefore, he wasn't that worried. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, the demonic wolf martial soul quickly condensed. With a wave of his hand, the earth demonic wolf roared and let out a terrifying roar that shook heaven and earth. Seeing that Duan Tianlang had summoned the demonic wolf martial soul, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly summoned his human-shaped lightning martial soul. Then, the 2 martial souls quickly clashed in the air, and a violent energy burst out. It was as deafening as the waves of the sea. On the other side, the 4 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm quickly combined and formed a formation. Then, they quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. This formation was very mysterious. It was a sword formation, and when combined, it exploded with power that wasn't inferior to a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. At this moment, Lin Xian was still controlling his martial soul to fight with Duan Tianlang. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have the extra energy to deal with the four peak warriors. On the other hand, Zhao Shui was restrained by the red divine bird and couldn't help at all. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was completely in danger. However, Lin Xian's expression was rather calm, and he didn't panic at all. Beside him, the four different attributes of wind, lightning, metal, and fire rolled quickly and condensed into four light swords. The four light swords had different auras, but without exception, they were all filled with murderous aura. They were like shocking dragons that made people tremble in fear. As Lin Xian fought with Duan Tianlang, he stretched out his left hand and drew a line in the air. Suddenly, the four light swords beside him made a clanging sound. One by one, they soared into the sky and slashed forward. The four different powers of wind, lightning, metal, and fire exploded rapidly, and a powerful force blasted towards the four peak warriors. Under the control of Lin Xian, the four light swords exploded with boundless energy. Terrifying sword shadows tore through the sky and slashed the bodies of the four peak warriors. After one strike, the four peak sixth heavenly layer martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. The four light swords followed like shadows, leaving streaks of sword radiance in the air as they slashed down once again. In just 2 moves, the formation formed by the four sixth heaven venerables was destroyed, and the four peak warriors were severely injured. There's no need to send people with such abilities. They're meaningless to me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the four light swords back to his side. The four light swords quickly circled around him, forming a sword screen for defense. Brat, you're courting death. When Duan Tianlang saw this, he was mad with anger. He didn't expect the sword formation to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian had maintained a calm demeanor from the beginning to the end of the battle. This caused him to have no confidence at all. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. Otherwise, his aura will become stronger and stronger. Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. He knew that the battle was not only a contest of combat power, but also of aura. If he allowed his opponent's aura to grow without limit, he would be in danger. Therefore, he decided to use some of his ultimate skills. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang waved his palm. Mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Then, 3 dazzling green blades quickly condensed in the air. Following Duan Tianlang's movements, they were like blades of death as they quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Meanwhile, his left hand fused with the demon wolf martial soul beside him. Then, he punched out. Suddenly, a destructive force quickly surged forward. Feeling this force, all the martial artists trembled involuntarily. However, their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was because they thought that Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist this force. As long as Lin Xian was killed, those things would be theirs. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Facing Duan Tianlang's terrifying attack, Lin Xian stood where he was. He did not dodge, but his eyes were brighter than lightning. He pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly slashed twice. One sword slashed towards the 3 blades in the sky, while the other sword stabbed towards the wolf head fist in front of him. These 2 swords contained the power of the dragon sword soul. Their combat power was extremely strong. Therefore, when the 2 swords collided, the entire sky exploded violently. The energy was like a raging wave that slapped in all directions and sent all the martial artists in the distance flying. Duan Tianlang bore the brunt of it. His 2 attacks were both blasted away by Lin Xian's sword qi. He was also hit by the sword qi and was sent flying. There was a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen that almost cut him in half. What? How can this be? Duan Tianlang covered the wound on his abdomen in horror and quickly retreated. It was too terrifying. 2 swords had shattered his attack and even injured him. This was something that he had never encountered before. One must know that even though he was not a peak 7th level Venerable Realm expert, he was still very powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could defeat him, let alone defeat him so easily. However, his current opponent was not a peak 7th level martial artist, but a youth whose cultivation was merely at the 6th level. He couldn't help but be terrified. What? Elder Duan is injured? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. How is this possible? Careless, it must be Elder Duan's carelessness that allowed that kid to succeed. In the distance, those martial artists crawled up from the ground. When they saw the injured Elder Duan, they were immediately terrified. However, no matter how much they howled, they could not change the fact in front of them. On the other side, the Elder of Divine Bird Palace saw this scene and felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to fight anymore and quickly retreated with his people. It couldn't be helped. The scene in front of him was too frightening. Duan Tianlang was not inferior to him, and was even slightly stronger than him. However, at this moment, he was injured by 2 swords. This was simply too shocking. His battle with Zhao Shui wasn't going well either. The woman in white was suppressing him. It wouldn't be long before he was defeated. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. You want to snatch the treasure? You're not qualified. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Xian shouted coldly and turned to leave. However, at this moment, another cold voice came from behind. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you injure someone from Palace of Ares? If you don't hand over the treasure today, don't leave. This voice was unusually cold and emotionless. It was filled with endless murderous intent. Hearing this voice, Duan Tianlang's originally frightened expression eased a little. The disciples around him also quickly cheered. Senior Brother Yan, that's Senior Brother Yan's voice. Great, Senior Brother Yan Feng is here. That kid is definitely dead. Humph, how dare he injure our people? Senior Brother Yan will not let him go. A group of disciples from Palace of Ares sneered. Lin Xian heard the voice from behind and frowned. He naturally knew that Yan Feng was here. However, so what if he was here? The current him was not afraid of Yan Feng. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed behind him. The long sword swept across the sky and a huge sword chi shone brightly. It was like a shocking rainbow as it slashed down fiercely. You're courting death. The voice was enraged. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack. Then, the void split open and a dazzling blade radiance quickly swept across the sky and collided with the sword chi. The collision of the blade and sword created a terrifying wave of energy that surged in all directions. Suddenly, the entire void trembled, and terrifying cracks appeared. Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. Yan Feng's face was cold and his eyes were like lightning. It was extremely terrifying. Say that after you've succeeded. If you want the treasure, bring it on. Facing the famous Yan Feng, Lin Xian did not care. He waved his hand and his expression was filled with boundless battle intent. Then, without waiting for Yan Feng to attack, Lin Xian strode forward. He was very fast and arrived in front of Yan Feng in one step. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. In his left hand, a thunderbolt sword quickly condensed and slashed toward Yan Feng's waist. In an instant, 2 sword radiances flashed and attacked Yan Feng's vital points. Seeing this, Duan Tianlang and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear because they realized that if they were in Yan Feng's position, they would not be able to dodge these 2 sword attacks. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, especially Duan Tianlang. His body could not help but tremble. He realized that Lin Xian did not use his full strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man. The surrounding warriors were even more nervous. They did not expect that Lin Xian would still dare to attack Yan Feng. Moreover, he used 2 killing moves at once. This made them worried for Yan Feng. However, Yan Feng's reputation was not undeserved. His strength was far above Duan Tianlang's. Therefore, in the face of these 2 fatal attacks, he was not nervous at all. He waved the long saber in his hand and formed 2 saber radiances. He quickly slashed out diagonally. The saber slashed the Lone Star sword. As for the thunderbolt sword at his waist, he chose to punch it. In an instant, he received Lin Xian's attack. However, Lin Xian's face was calm. He did not have any emotional reaction because of these 2 attacks. He knew very well that these 2 attacks would not be able to kill Yan Feng. Otherwise, he would not be Yan Feng. Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he strode forward and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the long sword in his hand stabbed out again. Every attack was extremely sharp and aimed at Yan Feng's vital points. Yan Feng roared as he brandished his long saber. Countless saber shadows danced in the air, blocking all the sword chi. However, the sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably powerful, so even if Yan Feng blocked it all, the terrifying power still caused his long blade to tremble. The entire space was submerged, and countless terrifying cracks spread out. However, he was still extremely powerful, so he managed to neutralize all of Lin Xian's sword chi. Yan Feng was able to block Lin Xian's sword chi. If it were Duan Tianlang and the others, they would have died long ago. However, although Yan Feng managed to block the sword chi, his expression was very ugly. Not long ago, he was still an ant. But now, he was actually a threat to him. This made him unable to calm down. Although he did not know why Lin Xian was so strong, in his opinion, the young man in front of him was a strong enemy. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be difficult to control in the future. Therefore, Yan Feng did not plan to hold back. Streaks of dazzling saber aura formed on his body, sweeping in all directions. The long saber in his hand also seemed to have become a sharp and unstoppable killing weapon. Countless saber lights were like the waves of the sea. They were strange and terrifying. That's the 8-ocean abyssal saber. Seeing this, the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War exclaimed. 8-ocean abyssal saber, that's an earth-class martial art. Senior brother Yan Feng is serious. It seems that Lin Xian is dead for sure. Seeing Yan Feng use the earth-class martial art, the 8-ocean abyssal saber, hope rose in everyone's hearts. The 8-ocean abyssal saber was an earth-class martial art. It was an ultimate martial art of the Palace of Gods of War. This saber art was not powerful, but it was very difficult to practice. However, Yan Feng was talented and had mastered the 8-ocean abyssal saber to 70% at such a young age. Usually, 50% was the initial stage, but Yan Feng had mastered it to 70%, which was beyond the initial stage. He was not far from the greater stage. Once the earth-class saber art was used, its power was immediately revealed. Endless saber lights bloomed and a terrifying aura covered the sky. They quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. This time, there was finally a change in Lin Xian's expression. This was because his opponent's saber technique was simply too powerful. However, he was only moved, and he wasn't afraid because he also had earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to his opponent in the usage of earth-rank martial arts. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian brandished his Lone Star sword and performed the Gale Lightning Sword technique. A firmament sword shadow covered the sky, and a terrifying aura crushed down on everything. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and a bright light illuminated the entire sky. Sword chi against saber light, earth-rank martial arts against earth-rank martial arts. The two of them were evenly matched, slaughtering in all directions. In an instant, the entire void was submerged. Terrifying black holes appeared in many places, as if they could devour everything. What? He blocked it? How is this possible? The surrounding disciples were all stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block Yan Feng's Ocean Abyss 8 sabers. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that Yan Feng was an exceptionally powerful 7th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator, and he had an earth-rank martial arts. Not many people could resist him. However, Lin Xian, a 6th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator, actually blocked it. Damn it, how is this possible? The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War had ugly expressions. Duan Tianlang's expression was also ferocious, because he could also see that Lin Xian's sword technique was also an earth-rank martial arts. However, this wasn't enough to shock him, because he already knew that Lin Xian had an earth-rank martial arts. What shocked him was that Lin Xian's comprehension of earth-rank martial arts was actually not inferior to Yan Feng's. This was simply unbelievable. One had to know that Yan Feng was exceptionally talented, and he was also an extremely dazzling existence among the younger disciples of the Palace of Gods of War. Very few people in the younger generation could compete with Yan Feng. Yan Feng was even more shocked. He originally thought that he could kill Lin Xian with his Ocean Abyss 8 sabers, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to block it. Especially those huge swords that soared into the sky, they weren't inferior to his saber technique at all. Damn brat, die! Yan Feng roared and swung his saber with all his might. The opponent in front of him was the strangest one he had ever met, so no matter what, he couldn't give Lin Xian any room to grow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he couldn't suppress Lin Xian at all. He couldn't allow such a threat to exist, and Lin Xian was someone that the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War had ordered to kill. Therefore, Yan Feng had to kill him no matter what. Brat, I have to admit that you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're definitely going to die. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Ocean Abyss 8 sabers, Dragon King Tsunami. Suddenly, a huge saber light soared into the sky, and a bone-piercing murderous aura spread out between heaven and earth. A terrifying force surged out, causing all the nearby cultivators to tremble. Even the ancient tree put up a layer of defense, so one could imagine how terrifying the saber light was. Gale Lightning Sword Technique, Fourth Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Collapse. At this critical moment, Lin Xian also used a powerful killing move, and 4 firmament sword shadows quickly descended. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire space. Countless sword lights swept out in all directions, and the entire space was quickly annihilated. A terrifying explosion of energy was about to devour the entire space. Countless cracks appeared in the void like a spider web, causing one's heart to tremble. Just as the entire space was about to collapse, a blurry light was emitted from Pine Palace, and a mysterious force quickly protected the entire space. It was only because of this mystical power that the entire space quieted down. Otherwise, under such a terrifying impact, it would definitely have collapsed. Although the entire space had calmed down, the terrifying force was still there. The surrounding cultivators were all heavily injured from the impact. Yan Feng was even more battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and there were sword wounds on his body. One of them had directly slashed his chest, causing his bones to be exposed. He had almost been cut in half. Defeated. He had actually been defeated in the final confrontation. He couldn't accept it. He was a peak 7th heaven venerable lord, a peerless genius of the younger generation. His combat strength was unparalleled, and even the older generation could only look up to him. However, he had been defeated by a 6th heaven venerable lord. This kind of defeat drove him crazy. Brat, you've completely infuriated me. I'll make you pay a painful price. Yan Feng's expression was ferocious like a demon. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly twisting, and it was obvious that he wanted to use a secret technique. The surrounding cultivators had yet to recover from their shock, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw Yan Feng going all out. However, they couldn't stop him in time. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. It was obvious that Yan Feng wanted to fight to the death with him, but he didn't have time to waste with him. Moreover, he sensed several powerful forces gathering in the distance. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he would be besieged. That would be dangerous. Yan Feng wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. However, Lin Xian did not have the time to waste with him. He sensed that there were several powerful forces gathering in the distance. If he did not leave now, he would be surrounded and attacked. That would be dangerous. You're no match for me at all. This has already been proven. I don't have time to play with you. If you want revenge, wait until you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Lin Xian turned to leave. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yan Feng went crazy. How could he let Lin Xian leave? He had to defeat Lin Xian in order to vent his anger. He chased after him like a meteor. You are courting death. Lin Xian was furious when he saw that Yan Feng was not going to let him go. In the next moment, he took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then, he slammed it behind him. Boom, the sky cracked again and a huge red palm shadow descended from the sky. It quickly slammed onto Yan Feng's body and sent him flying. The hard ground had already been shattered. There was a huge palm print on it, and in the middle of the palm print lay an extremely wretched figure. That figure was Yan Feng. At this moment, many of his bones were broken and he had suffered serious internal injuries. However, these were not comparable to the mental injuries he had suffered. Shock, fear, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions filled his heart. This scene was too shocking. Yan Feng had seriously injured him with a single palm. This was completely beyond his imagination. In fact, he was not the only one. The warriors around him were even more shocked. They knew very well who the person in front of them was. None of them were a match for Yan Feng. However, such a powerful person had been injured by a single palm. This shocked them. Impossible. What was that red palm shadow? How could it be so powerful? Duan Tianlang was terrified. The elders of Divine Bird Palace were not any better. They were scared when they thought about their attitude toward Lin Xian. If Lin Xian had used that thing to deal with them from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, they looked at the departing figure with faces full of fear. The last palm strike was naturally the power of the Red Lotus gloves. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to keep using it, but that it consumed a lot of energy. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Lin Xian wouldn't have used this move. However, he was still very satisfied with the effect of this palm strike. Although he had used up a lot of his energy, he had still managed to injure Yan Feng. Without anyone stopping them, Lin Xian called out to Zhao Shui and quickly left the place. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, several powerful figures quickly descended. Among them was the mysterious expert from the Palace of Ares. He looked at the scene around him and furrowed his brows. The arrival of the mysterious expert allowed the people from the Palace of Ares to heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased quite a bit. However, the mysterious venerable master did not pay attention to those ordinary disciples. Instead, he stared at Yan Feng. Then, he took out a pill from his storage ring and gave it to Yan Feng. Yan Feng took the pill and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, he was as good as new. However, his expression was very ugly. The shadow of his defeat was still lingering in his heart. At this moment, the mysterious venerable master said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we won't let that kid off. Not to mention other things, just that kid's identity is enough to kill him 1,000 times. I know." Yan Feng nodded silently. "Are you very upset that you lost to him? Don't worry, we'll attack this tree demon now. After you swallow the fire phoenix and your strength increases, I'll let you deal with that kid personally." Hearing this, Yan Feng's eyes gradually regained their luster. He clenched his fists and his voice was extremely ferocious. "Lin Xian, I'll definitely pay you back 100 times for what you did today." Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the ancient tree and found a quiet place to rest. This place was very remote and there were no precious treasures around. Furthermore, the Crimson Dragon had set up a formation, so it was very safe. Then, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to tidy up the spoils of war. There were actually only 2 things, the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit. Lin Xian had a total of 10 fire phoenix fruits and 50 silver leaves. Don't underestimate this. It was enough to make an 8th heaven or even 9th heaven venerable master go crazy. However, the martial soul could only be improved when the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit were used together. In this way, Lin Xian had a total of 10 silver leaves. As for the extra silver leaves, he did not plan to waste them. This was because these silver leaves could increase one's soul power. They were priceless treasures to him. Lin Xian took a silver leaf and began to cultivate his soul power. Feeling the changes in his soul power, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he took out a few more silver leaves and began to cultivate quickly. Half a day later, Lin Xian's soul power had a breakthrough and reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist. Now, he could refine 7th-tier elixirs without using 10,000 beast ding. Once he used 10,000 beast ding, he could even refine 8th-tier elixirs. This was undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for him. One had to know that a 7th-tier alchemist was already very precious, and an 8th-tier alchemist was even rarer. If he could refine 8th-tier elixirs, his identity alone would be enough to make him a VIP of many large forces. After his soul power increased, Lin Xian began to use the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit at the same time. This time, he wanted to increase the power of the great dragon sword soul to the 8th heaven venerable master. It had been 3 days since they entered the Pine Palace. In these 3 days, it was as if they had entered a treasure trove. This was because almost every place had rare treasures that were hard to find in the outside world. These people were crazily collecting them. They were desperately trying to increase their strength. For a time, even the threat of the heavenly netherbird had decreased by a lot. Many martial artists were gathered near a huge rock as if they were guarding something. Sitting on the boulder was a young man with a cold expression. If there were other people here, they would definitely recognize this young man as Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Yan Feng's body. It was like a volcano erupting in an instant. That berserk power blew those surrounding martial artists who were guarding all over the place in all directions. The huge rock under his feet turned into powder in an instant. In the next moment, Yan Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning that pierced through the void. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He raised his arms and roared into the sky. The sound was so terrifying that it made everyone's ears bleed. Countless clouds in the sky were scattered. The surrounding martial artists quickly sealed their hearing and retreated in fear. This is the power of an eighth heaven venerable master. He broke through, he really broke through. All the martial artists looked at Yan Feng with envy. 3 days ago, the mysterious supremacy had led them to attack the ancient tree and obtain some silver leaves and fiery wind fruits. Yan Feng had obtained some because he was a genius from the Palace of Gods of War. He was already a peak 7th heaven venerable realm cultivator. Now, with the help of the fiery phoenix fruit, he had finally broken through to the 8th heaven venerable realm. An 8th heaven supremacy could be considered a peerless expert. Even in the House of Kings, there weren't many of them. Furthermore, every 8th heaven venerate had an extremely honorable status. Even in the House of Kings, they were elders with real power. Moreover, it was very difficult to break through to the 8th heaven supremacy. In addition to extraordinary talent, one also needed a fortuitous encounter and a huge amount of resources. Even so, those who had broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy had white hair. It was very rare for someone as young as Yan Feng to break through to the 8th heaven supremacy. Yan Feng felt the enormous power in his body and immediately revealed an arrogant smile. Lin Xian, the next time we meet, it'll be the time of your death. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then, a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed. This dragon-shaped sword shadow was more solid than before. One could even see the dragon scales on it. That's right, this was Lin Xian's sword soul. It had successfully broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy realm. This breakthrough was very smooth because the silver leaves and fiery wind fruits were really heaven-defying items. Lin Xian didn't need to do anything. The pure energy flowed into the great dragon sword soul, allowing it to recover quickly. Not only that, his cultivation had also reached the 7th heaven supremacy realm. Now, a 7th heaven supremacy was no longer a threat to him. Even an 8th heaven supremacy might not be able to defeat him. This was the benefit of the great dragon sword soul. Its powerful combat power allowed Lin Xian to fight across realms. This made up for his lack of age. One had to know that it had only been 4 to 5 years since Xian started cultivating. Compared to the other geniuses, it could be said that he had cultivated for a very short time. However, it was precisely because of the great dragon sword spirit that he was able to contend against those elders. Of course, just having the great dragon sword soul was not enough. It also required tenacious willpower and unremitting efforts. Fortunately, Lin Xian had achieved all of these. In a good mood, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. Among them, the crimson dragon was lying on the side. He had also swallowed the fire phoenix fruit and the silver leaf. His cultivation had also recovered a lot, reaching the 6th firmament of the venerable realm. Although this kind of progress could be said to be slow for the crimson dragon in the past. However, it was not discouraged because they would soon be able to fight the heavenly netherbird. If it could obtain the heavenly netherbird's essence blood, it would be able to greatly increase its cultivation. Moreover, Lin Xian had also collected a lot of natural treasures, so he could exchange them for that drop of dragon blood when he returned to the academy. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the crimson dragon's cultivation increased. Lin Xian's gaze shifted from the crimson dragon to Zhao Shui. At this moment, Zhao Shui was sitting cross-legged like a beautiful fairy. Her aura was even stronger, reaching the peak of the seventh firmament of the Venerable Realm. However, it seemed that it was impossible for her to break through to the eighth firmament of the Venerable Realm. In fact, this was normal. The further one cultivated, the harder it was to break through. This was especially so for the last few firmament of the Venerable Realm. It required an extremely large amount of energy, which was several times more than the previous firmament of the Venerable Realm. For example, Yan Feng was already at the peak of the seventh firmament of the Venerable Realm. He was only able to break through after consuming the Fire Phoenix fruit. Zhao Shui's cultivation was originally at the seventh firmament of the Venerable Realm. Now that she had reached the peak of the seventh firmament of the Venerable Realm, it could be said that she had greatly improved. Moreover, she was the same as Lin Xian. She was also an extremely special martial artist who could fight above her cultivation level. At this moment, the virtual sky eye behind Zhao Shui had become more solid than before. It was like a real eye, which was very strange and mysterious. Not only that, the eye also emitted a power that surpassed the seventh firmament of the Venerable Realm. Even Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. After an incense stick's time, Zhao Shui opened her eyes and sighed softly. I've already absorbed all the energy in the Dragon Pearl. However, I've only reached the peak of the seventh firmament of the Venerable Realm. I haven't broken through to the eighth firmament of the Venerable Realm. It's okay. There are many treasures in the Pine Palace. We still have a chance, Lin Xian comforted with a smile. Zhao Shui nodded and smiled sweetly. It's not that bad. Most of the energy I've absorbed has flowed into the virtual sky eye. Yes, my eye technique has evolved again, which has greatly improved my strength. I can even fight against an eighth firmament of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian believed in this very much. Although the virtual sky eye was inferior to his dragon sword soul, it was still very powerful. It should be able to fight against an eighth firmament of the Venerable Realm. After their cultivation had improved, the two of them set off again. This time, they decided that they had to obtain more natural treasures. This way, they could still improve their strength. At the thought of this, the two of them flashed and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the cultivators of the Shen family gathered in a palace. No, this is infuriating. I can't take this lying down. I must kill that brat. Ninth young master gritted his teeth. The brat he was referring to was naturally Lin Xian. He naturally had no enmity with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's relationship with Murong Qingqing was not subtle. This made him extremely jealous. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Xian by any means possible. Young master, that brat is very strange. If we act rashly, we might not succeed. An elder advised. But I can't take this lying down. Ninth young master had naturally heard of Lin Xian's various achievements. He also knew that his opponent was very difficult to deal with. However, it was difficult for him to give up just like that. Young master, I have an idea. At this moment, a cultivator spoke up. What is it? Tell me quickly. Ninth young master was overjoyed when he heard this. Although we can't catch that brat in a short period of time, we can target him from other places. Doesn't that brat often attack the major forces? If he attacks Murong Qingqing and snatches the treasures of the Murong family, before he could finish his sentence, the ninth princess was already jumping with joy. This was a brilliant idea. If Lin Xian attacked Murong Qingqing, the relationship between them would definitely break down. However, someone did not understand. Lin Xian is not stupid. Why would he attack Murong Qingqing? This is very simple. We can find someone to pretend to be Lin Xian. This way, the problem will be solved. Young master, I have mastered a secret skill that allows me to transform into someone else's appearance. It is very difficult for cultivators below the challenger level to detect me. A seventh heaven supremacy said. Good, good, good. Ninth young master clapped his hands happily. Don't worry. As long as this matter is completed, I will not mistreat any of you. Jiao Gongzi clapped his hands happily. Don't worry. As long as this mission is completed, I won't mistreat any of you. Thank you, Jiao Gongzi. The group of warriors rejoiced. They had no choice. Although they were all disciples of the Shen family, compared to Jiao Gongzi's status, there was still a big gap. If they could help Jiao Gongzi complete this mission, their status in the family would definitely rise greatly when they returned. Many of them were excited at the thought of this. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also used a secret technique. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the middle-aged man turned into Lin Xian. His height and appearance were exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, it was impossible to tell the difference. Jiao Gongzi clapped his hands and cheered. Then, he reminded Jiao Gongzi again. That kid is a swordsman. You must pay attention to that. Also, his cultivation level is not high, so you must hide part of it. However, when you attack, you must show the strength of a 7th heavenly layer. Don't worry, Gongzi. I promise to complete the mission. Then, the fake Lin Xian grinned maliciously. He quickly used his movement technique and ran into the distance. In front of a palace, several elders were rapidly attacking a defensive light screen. Behind these people, there were many martial artists. Among them, there was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. They had not expected to find cold light iron here. What a pleasant surprise. This woman was naturally Murong Qingqing. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at the pieces of metal in the light screen in front of her and she smiled. The silver-haired granny beside her also smiled. Yes, cold light iron was an excellent material for refining weapons. It was already extinct in the outside world. Who would have thought that it could be found here? Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of them. Looking at the pieces inside, if they were refined, they would be able to refine at least 3.5 Earth-grade treasures. This was a huge fortune for any family. In front, several elders were attacking the light screen with all their might. These elders were very powerful. Their combined attacks caused the light screen to tremble. The light screen did not last long. Cracking sounds came from it and it finally shattered like glass. Great! The seal is broken. The disciples of the Murong family cheered. Murong Qingqing also smiled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He was as fast as lightning as he dashed towards the few pieces of cold light iron. Who is it? You're courting death. The elders at the front were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to take their Murong family's belongings. Immediately, many people made their moves. However, that figure was very strange. He actually dodged all the attacks and quickly snatched the 2 pieces of cold light iron. There were a total of 4 pieces of cold light iron on the ground, and at this moment, half of them were gone. This directly provoked the Murong family. Damn it, stay here. An old man was enraged. He reached out with a terrifying hand that covered the entire area. The surrounding warriors also quickly took action. They formed an encirclement to stop that person. The giant hand that covered the sky slammed down mercilessly. It was as if tens of thousands of giant mountains were crashing down from the sky. At the critical moment, that person snorted coldly. Then, a dazzling sword light flashed. The dazzling sword chi slashed hard at the giant hand that covered the sky. Immediately, that old man was forced to take a few steps back. At the same time, that figure also appeared from the void. What? It's you. When the surrounding people saw that figure, they were all stunned. Even Murong Qingqing was dazed for a second. Lin Xian, why are you here? Murong Qingqing was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would attack the Murong family. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Where there are treasures, I will naturally appear. After saying that, he quickly put the 2 pieces of cold light iron into his storage ring. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Murong family were enraged. Kid, although you helped the Murong family, it's impossible for you to steal our belongings. If you need this thing, you only need to tell our family and we will give you a piece. However, your current behavior is truly disappointing. Humph, do I need to tell you what I want? Lin Xian snorted coldly. For Murong Qingqing's sake, I won't kill you. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being ruthless. How dare you? Fine, fine, fine. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have that you dare to go against the Morong family. The group of old men was furious. However, Morong Qingqing frowned. She quickly stepped forward to stop those old men. Then, she turned to Lin Xian. Are you in any trouble? Tell me and I can help you. Trouble? What's the trouble? My Lone Star sword needs to be upgraded. This cold light iron is useful to me. If you want to help me, give me the remaining 2 pieces. Young mistress, don't be fooled by this kid. He's obviously a greedy guy. That's right. I thought he was a good person, but now it seems that he's not. The group of old men glared at Lin Xian, their eyes burning with anger. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing frowned even tighter, because in her impression, Lin Xian was not this kind of person. She even suspected that this Lin Xian was a fake. However, she did not find any flaws except for his personality. Young mistress, don't talk nonsense with him. Capture this kid. A few old men shouted angrily. Then, they quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and moved. Countless beams of sword light slashed out, forcibly carving out a path. Damn it! Damn it! Everyone looked at the escaping figure in anger. However, Morong Qingqing frowned. She definitely did not believe that it was Lin Xian. Although she did not believe it, the others believed it without a doubt. Moreover, those people hated Lin Xian. This made Morong Qingqing's expression very ugly. She sharply sensed that someone seemed to be trying to sow discord between her and Lin Xian. However, she did not have any evidence at the moment, so she could not convince the others. It seemed that she could only wait until the next time she caught that person and exposed his true identity in front of everyone. Only then would everyone believe it. According to Morong Qingqing's guess, if someone wanted to destroy her relationship with Lin Xian, they would not only attack once. In other words, that person would come again. Sure enough, not long after, when they found another treasure land, Lin Xian came again. This time, Morong Qingqing also attacked personally. However, she still let the other party escape because the other party did not fight with her at all. Instead, he relied on his movement technique to dodge quickly. Of course, this time, the other party stole a lot of good things. This made the Morong family even more furious. When Lin Xian robbed the Morong family for the 3rd time, the Morong family completely lost it. They swore that they would catch that kid. This matter was not hidden at all. Soon, it spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. Now, everyone knew that Lin Xian had betrayed Morong Qingqing and the Morong family for the sake of treasures. When Jiu Gongzi of the Shen family found out about the Morong family's reaction, he laughed maniacally. Not only did he manage to snatch some treasures, but he also caused the relationship between the Morong family and Lin Xian to worsen. Although Morong Qingqing still did not fully believe him, he was not 100% sure either. Furthermore, the rest of the Morong family hated Lin Xian even more. This directly cut off the possibility of Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian being together. Jiu Gongzi was very happy to hear this news. Damn brat, how dare he steal my woman? He's courting death. I don't even have to do it myself. I have 100 ways to make sure you can't stay here. The fake Lin Xian also stood at the side and said, Jiu Gongzi, although we've achieved some results, we can't let our guard down. At the very least, Morong Qingqing is still very suspicious. Why don't I injure a few of the Morong family's martial artists next time? This will definitely cause the relationship between the Morong family and Lin Xian to worsen. Even Morong Qingqing won't let Lin Xian go. Okay, let's do that. Jiu Gongzi nodded, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. If necessary, we can kill a few of the Morong family. After Lin Xian and Zhao Shui came out, they realized that something was wrong. This was because he realized that the way the people looked at him had changed. It was different from before. Previously, they looked at him with fear, but now, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was as if Lin Xian had done something that angered the heavens and the people. This made Lin Xian very suspicious. One had to know that he had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He did not do anything at all. Could it be the Palace of War's doing? Lin Xian frowned. If there was anything that had happened recently, it would undoubtedly be the battle with the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, he had obtained quite a number of fire phoenix fruits. However, there was nothing to despise about this matter. Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand. However, with his outstanding soul force, he was able to eavesdrop on some of their conversations. Humph, this guy is really shameless. He even snatched the things of the sect. Yeah, it's said that he has a good relationship with Murong Qingqing. I didn't expect this guy to do it. Scum. Scum. Robbing Murong Qingqing? Hearing these words, Lin Xian's frown deepened. When had he ever snatched Murong Qingqing's things? However, from the looks of these people, it did not seem fake. It seemed that Murong Qingqing had indeed been attacked. And that person was pretending to be him. In an instant, Lin Xian understood all the key points. Then, his face darkened. Needless to say, this person was trying to frame him and destroy his relationship with Murong Qingqing. This method was really vicious. Moreover, from the conversations of these people, it seemed that the impostor had done it more than once and succeeded every time. Until now, no one had seen through his disguise. It had to be said that the impostor had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Lin Xian had many enemies. It was possible that every faction could do something like this. However, after eliminating the possibilities, Lin Xian finally locked onto two targets. One was the Palace of Gods of War. That was because the Palace of Gods of War had recently suffered a great loss at his hands. Therefore, it was very likely that this was their revenge. The second target was the Shen family. Because the ninth young master of the Shen family had been chasing after Murong Qingqing, he had become a love rival in the eyes of the Shen family. Therefore, this could also be done by the Shen family. However, no matter who it was, this matter had angered Lin Xian. Therefore, he would not let the impostor off. Now, the most important thing was to find Murong Qingqing and explain this matter clearly. Moreover, he was slightly worried. If it was the Shen family, it would be fine. At least Murong Qingqing would not be in any danger. However, if this was done by the Palace of Gods of War, it was very likely that they would kill Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian would not allow this to happen. Zhao Shui, use the virtual eye. I want to lock onto the Murong family's direction. Zhao Shui also knew about this matter. Therefore, she did not hesitate. Her palms quickly formed a seal. The virtual eye quickly condensed above her and scanned the entire space. Soon, it found the Murong family. In the southwest direction, in front of a palace. They seemed to be breaking a seal. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he stomped his foot and flew out like a shooting star. Zhao Shui also floated behind Lin Xian like a fairy. The Murong family was indeed breaking a seal. However, their ultimate goal was not to obtain the treasure this time. Their ultimate goal was to lure Lin Xian out and then capture him. This was because they had had enough. Over the past few days, Lin Xian had robbed them of most of their treasures. This made them very angry. Therefore, this time, they had set up a trap. They had to capture Lin Xian and teach him a lesson. After all, the Murong family was the House of Kings. They would not allow anyone to provoke them. This time, Murong Qingqing did not refuse. This was because she also wanted to capture Lin Xian and reveal his true identity in front of everyone. The seal was quickly breaking. Murong Qingqing and the others looked solemn as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The reason for that was because they knew that the moment the seal was truly broken would be the moment Lin Xian came out. Indeed, the moment the seal was broken, the void vibrated and a golden ray of light shot towards them. Like a shocking rainbow, this sword strike was swift and fierce to the extreme. However, what shocked everyone was that this sword was not aimed at the treasure. Instead, it was aimed at one of the warriors from the Murong family. Boom, a low sound was heard. Then, the warrior from the Murong family was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body. Kid, you're courting death. The Murong family was completely enraged. They did not expect Lin Xian to attack them. The previous 3 times, Lin Xianzi was much stronger than them. Hence, their treasures did not attack them. Therefore, they thought that Lin Xian would not attack them. However, now that Lin Xian had come to harass their master, they did not even have time to think about it. "Ah, you've gone too far." An elder from the Morong family roared at the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy exploded from his body. This time, he must capture Lin Xian. The other warriors were also extremely angry. They all blocked the figure. Morong Qingchen was also stunned. She could not understand why Lin Xian would do something like this to her people. She could not believe it. However, if this was a fake Lin Xian, then where was the real Lin Xian? It had been so many days. Why had he not come out? Her heart was in a mess. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. The sword light lit up again. This time, his target was still the disciples. That was because those disciples had not reached the 7th level of the honorable realm, so they could not resist his sword chi. "How dare you, kid? Ah, I'm going to kill you. Despicable, come at me if you dare." The elders of the Morong family roared as they charged forward with all their might. However, the figure did not fight them at all. Instead, he chose to attack a few disciples. A ray of sword light that looked like a murderous sword slashed towards the head of one of the disciples. This sword was extremely sharp. If the disciple was hit, he would definitely die. The elders behind him roared angrily, but they could not stop the attack in time. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with anger and despair. The disciple who was attacked was even more stunned as he stood rooted to the ground. He could not dodge it at all. Just as everyone thought that the disciple was about to die, the void suddenly fluctuated. A ray of ice flew past and formed an ice wall that blocked the sword chi. Then, another ray of lightning flashed and shattered the sword chi. This action was extremely fast and was completed in an instant. Lin Xian let out a soft cry of surprise because he didn't expect someone to be able to block his attack. In the next moment, his face darkened as he looked behind him. Then, his pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground. She was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The ancient martial artists of the Morong family were all stunned as they stared in front of them in disbelief. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. It turned out that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had appeared behind them. The people of the Morong family did not expect to see two Lin Xian at the same time. That was why they were stunned. Morong Qingqing knew that her guess was correct. That meant that the Lin Xian from before was a fake. This way, the crisis between Lin Xian and her family was resolved. At this moment, even the elders of the Morong family understood. They glared at the figure and said, "So you're a fake? Speak. What is your purpose for deliberately trying to sabotage this? Why are you wasting your breath on him? Capture him. I want to see who he really is. It doesn't matter which power they are from. Since they dared to provoke our Morong family, we must take revenge." The elders shouted coldly, their eyes burning with anger. It was too dangerous. If not for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's timely appearance, they would have suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, they would seek revenge on Lin Xian and Zhao Shui in the future. This way, the person who acted in the dark would benefit from it. The Morong family had dominated the Sky Martial continent for so many years, when had they ever been schemed against? Thus, they could not take this lying down. Lin Xian sneered as he looked at the figure. "You're pretty smart. Even I couldn't identify you." On the other hand, the fake Lin Xian had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't expect to meet the real Lin Xian at this time. This was something he had never expected before. That was because the real Lin Xian hadn't appeared in the past few days. Thus, he didn't take it to heart. Furthermore, before he made his move, he had placed informants in the surroundings. As long as the real Lin Xian appeared, those informants would sound the alarm. When that happened, he would immediately leave. However, he didn't expect that his informants had been discovered by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Furthermore, they had been silently eliminated by the two of them. Thus, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's arrival didn't alert anyone. Naturally, the fake Lin Xian didn't know. The fake Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you're lucky today. However, one day, you'll die in our hands." With that, he took out 2 balls of light the size of a longan fruit from his storage ring. Then, he smashed them into the void. Instantly, the two balls of light collided and exploded with a light more dazzling than the sun. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. The light was so intense that even honorable ones didn't dare to look directly at it. Thus, when the light appeared, many warriors from the Morong family screamed in agony. The other warriors were so frightened that they closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. D***, we've been tricked. A group of Morong family elders roared in anger. Then, they extended their soul power in an attempt to capture the fake Lin Xian. However, other than taking out two balls of light, the fake Lin Xian sprinkled a layer of light powder on his body. Instantly, the probing of their soul power was blocked. The fake Lin Xian sneered and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a ray of light slashed at him and stopped him. What? This is impossible. How did you discover me? The fake Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to be able to track him. After all, the two balls of light that he took out were known as the sun god's balls. They were the best treasures for escaping. When the light appeared, no one below the king level dared to look directly at it. Moreover, the light powder that he sprinkled had the effect of isolating soul power. Thus, as long as he used these two treasures, he would definitely be able to escape safely. However, he didn't expect that just as he moved, someone would block his path. How could he not be shocked? He didn't know that Zhao Shui's void sky eye was extremely mysterious. Furthermore, it had just evolved. What others couldn't do, the void sky eye could do. Thus, as soon as the fake Lin Xian moved, he was immediately targeted by the void heaven eyes. Seeing that the light from the sun god's balls was getting weaker and weaker, the fake Lin Xian was extremely anxious. If the light disappeared, he wouldn't be able to escape. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of the entire Morong family. Thinking of this, his heart trembled. D***, get out of my way. The fake Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Resplendent sword light filled the sky and quickly cut through the void. Playing with a sword in front of me? You're still too inexperienced. Lin Xian raised his finger and a sword aura quickly flew out from his fingertip. This sword aura contained the three attributes of wind, lightning, and fire. It could be said to be extremely powerful. It was like a shocking rainbow that instantly streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, raging waves crashed onto the shore. Terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled the surroundings. The two sword auras collided without any pause. The sword aura that Lin Xian used instantly cut the fake sword aura in half. Then, it slashed forward with an even more violent stance. How is this possible? The fake Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could so easily break his sword aura. One had to know that he was a 7th level Venerable Realm Cultivator. That sword aura was his strongest attack. Even a cultivator of the same level would have to use all their strength to deal with it. However, the other party had broken his attack with just a flick of his finger. This was simply too unbelievable. In fact, he was even a little dazed. Just as the two of them were exchanging blows, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Then, the Morong family members regained their vision. They opened their eyes and stared at the fake Lin Xian. Then, the martial artists from the Morong family flew into the sky and quickly caught the fake Lin Xian. They had no choice. None of the 7th level venerables could escape from so many powerful martial artists. Tell me, who are you? Hurry up and show your true face. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you regret being born in this world. The martial artists from the Morong family gritted their teeth and used their fierce techniques. Soon, the fake Lin Xian could not hold on any longer and showed his true face. It was a middle-aged man with the Shin family's emblem on his body. Therefore, the Morong family recognized him at a glance. The Shin family. You're from the Shin family. The elder from the Morong family was shocked when he saw the man. Then, he asked in a low voice. Tell me, why did the Shin family attack the Morong family? What other schemes do you have? The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. No, there's no other scheme. We attacked because we wanted to destroy the close relationship between Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Under such circumstances, the middle-aged man consciously confessed everything. Then, the faces of the Morong family darkened. Morong Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. She did not expect the damned ninth young lord to be so despicable as to come up with such a plan. If Lin Xian had not arrived in time and dispelled the other party's scheme, the Morong family and Lin Xian would have fought to the death in the future. Thinking of this, she felt a lingering fear. The damned Shen family has gone too far. The martial artists from the Morong family were furious. No, I can't take this lying down. I have to talk to them. What's so arrogant about the Shen family? We're all members of the House of Kings. If we really fight, we're not afraid of each other. These people were furious. However, Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and asked, "What do you think? The Shen family is so vicious. We can't let them go. However, the other party is the House of Kings after all. They are very powerful. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid both sides will suffer. At that time, our competitiveness in Deep Pine Hall will be greatly reduced. This is not a good thing for us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. However, there were still many people who were angry. They simply could not swallow this anger. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian spoke again, "I don't plan to beat them either, but we don't have to do it ourselves." "Oh, it seems that you have a way," Morong Qingqing asked. "Of course, an eye for an eye. Don't they like to frame others? Today, I will let them have a taste of this kind of framing." Then, Lin Xian sneered. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his face began to change. Finally, an elder Qingyun stood in front of him. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man on the ground widened his eyes as if he had seen this before. "You." He pointed at Lin Xian and was speechless for a long time. He was shocked, too shocked. He did not expect that the other party would also know this kind of disguise. It was so exquisite that it was not inferior to his. Thinking of what the other party was going to do next, the middle-aged man felt a wave of fear. Needless to say, the Shen family was definitely going to be unlucky. However, he was now caught and could not send the news back. Morong Qingqing was still worried. "Although I can't tell whether your appearance is real or fake, Elder Qingyun's martial arts are all the martial arts of the Shen family. Outsiders can't do it. Don't worry about that. I have seen the old man in action. I have memorized all his moves." Lin Xian smiled and threw out a punch. The punch was very ethereal, like a cloud. It was traceless and terrifying. In an instant, the void in front of it exploded. That's the limitless fist. The people from the Morong family were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to use the martial arts of the Shen family. The middle-aged man from the Shen family was even more shocked. That scene was completely beyond his imagination. He could not figure out how the other party did it. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. His palm stretched out again. This time, it was a huge green hand that covered the sky. There were wood-like patterns on it, and it was very mysterious. That palm easily tore through time and space. That's the green cloud hand. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air, because this green cloud hand was Elder Qingyun's famous unique skill. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also use it. Moreover, they could not see any flaws at all. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. The middle-aged man's face was full of despair. He knew that the Shen family was in big trouble this time. "When did you learn the martial arts of the Shen family?" Morong Qingqing was very curious. Lin Xian smiled but did not say anything. He did not know the martial arts of the Shen family. The reason why he could use the green cloud hand was because of the dragon sword soul in his body. The dragon sword soul was an offensive sacred art in the world. It could simulate and evolve everything. He had seen Elder Qingyun in action before, so he was very clear about his opponent's moves. It was not difficult for him to use the dragon sword soul to evolve it. What happened next was easy. Lin Xian pretended to be Elder Qingyun and then sneaked up on the Palace of Ares to make the Palace of Ares and the Shen family start a war. This way, he could deal a good blow to the Shen family and not deplete the combat power of the Morong family. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. At the side, Zhao Shui used her void eye and quickly locked onto the positions of the Shin family and the Palace of Aries. Then, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew in the direction of the Palace of Aries. Haha, we are really lucky this time. We actually found 2 treasures at the same time. Duan Tianlang was very excited. Yan Feng has already gone to the other treasure. We must get the treasure in this place. Duan Tianlang was very confident because Yan Feng had already broken through to the 8th heaven honorable realm. There were probably not many people in the Pine Palace who could be his match. His cultivation had also improved greatly and reached the peak of the 7th heaven honorable realm. As long as he did not encounter an 8th heaven honorable realm, no one could beat him. He was very confident about this. Under Duan Tianlang's lead, many martial artists from the Palace of Aries attacked the light screen and quickly broke the seal. Looking at the treasures in front of them, the eyes of the people from the Palace of Aries burned with passion and they laughed happily. However, the situation suddenly changed. A huge green hand covered the sky like a dark cloud and covered everyone. Then, it slammed down. The void was torn apart and the wind howled. A terrifying force surged down. In an instant, the expressions of the martial artists from the Palace of Aries changed. However, Duan Tianlang's face was hideous. How dare you? How dare you snatch the treasures of the Palace of Aries? No matter who you are dead meat. He roared wildly and punched out. The huge fist was like a heavenly pillar as it met the huge hand that covered the sky. Duan Tianlang was furious. He didn't expect that someone would dare to target the Palace of Gods of War, and the timing was perfect. It was the exact moment when they broke the seal. The other party must have been hiding nearby for a long time. However, he didn't notice it before. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, he was relieved that the other party's aura hadn't reached the 8th firmament, so he was confident that he could take him down. After the attack, the entire void trembled, and Duan Tianlang's expression changed again. Qingyun hand? You're Elder Qingyun. You have good taste. It's me. An old figure appeared in the distance. It was Elder Qingyun from the Shin family. Damn you, Qingyun, why did you attack us for no reason? Duan Tianlang gritted his teeth. Nonsense, of course it's to snatch the treasures. The Palace of Gods of War has been lucky recently and found many treasures. However, don't be so greedy. Everyone has a share. Why don't you share some with me? What a joke. We found these things, so they're ours. How can we share them with you? Old man Qingyun, I don't want to attack you because you're from the Shin family. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, you dare to teach me a lesson? Elder Qingyun snorted and said, I was wondering why you were so arrogant. It turns out that your cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy. It seems that you've benefited a lot these days. Great, I'll test your strength as a peak 7th firmament supremacy. With that, Elder Qingyun attacked again, and the terrifying green palm grabbed forward. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang sneered, and an unparalleled aura erupted from his body. Duan Tianlang displayed his powerful combat strength and attacked Elder Qingyun. However, Elder Qingyun didn't fight him head-on. He just dodged quickly. Moreover, the large green palm grabbed many treasures and even injured many of the Palace of Gods of War's martial artists. In the end, Elder Qingyun left with a full load. Only Duan Tianlang and a group of martial artists were left howling on the ground. Agreed, it was too agreed. Duan Tianlang's lungs were about to explode. The other party was clearly weaker than him. If they were to fight head-on, he was confident that he could defeat the other party. However, that Elder Qingyun didn't fight with him at all. Furthermore, he specifically targeted the weaker disciples. This caused Duan Tianlang to be incomparably furious. It was as if he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength at all. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the peak 7th heavenly layer exalted realm. He was extremely proud of himself, but he never expected to receive such a blow. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Elder Qingyun. That elder Qing Yun was naturally not the real one, but Lin Xian in disguise. He was currently flying in the direction of the Shen family. When he arrived near the Shen family, his figure flashed and he hid in the void. Not long after, Duan Tianlang caught up. He released his soul power and quickly located the Shen family. With a furious roar, Duan Tianlang slammed his palm forward. Boom, the trees in front of them collapsed, and the entire ground shook. However, amidst the violent shaking, angry roars could be heard. Then, one by one, figures soared into the sky, and powerful auras filled the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak an attack on the Shen family? You must be tired of living. Countless angry voices could be heard. It was obvious that the warriors of the Shen family were enraged. One had to know that they were the House of Kings. They were usually supreme existences. However, someone had actually dared to sneak an attack on them. It was really intolerable. However, when they saw the person who attacked, their faces immediately darkened. Duan Tianlang, are you crazy? How dare you attack us? Don't think that you can act without scruples just because you're from the Palace of Gods of War. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. The ninth young master of the Shen family shouted angrily. However, Duan Tianlang seemed to have not heard him. He stared at Elder Qing Yun. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Why didn't you give us an explanation when that old man Qing Yun snatched the treasures of the Palace of Gods of War? Why didn't you give us an explanation when he planned to attack the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you're asking for an explanation now? Elder Qing Yun? The martial artists of the Shen family were stunned. Then, they were enraged. What kind of joke is this? Elder Qing Yun is with us this time. Why would he attack the Palace of Gods of War? If you want to attack the Shen family, please find a better reason. Do you really think we're idiots with this lousy excuse? Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy is obviously trying to snatch the treasures of the Shen family. The group of martial artists of the Shen family shouted angrily. Elder Qing Yun also snorted coldly. Duan Tianlang, are you old and blind? Why would I attack the Palace of Gods of War? Whether you did or not, we'll know when I take you down and search your storage ring. Duan Tianlang sneered. Then, he quickly attacked. You're courting death. Elder Qing Yun was furious. He did not expect Duan Tianlang to attack him directly without any consideration for his feelings. This made him furious. One had to know that they were in the territory of the Shen family. With a snort, Elder Qing Yun stretched out his Qing Yun hand and grabbed forward. In the past, he and Duan Tianlang were equally matched. However, Duan Tianlang had just broken through to the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm recently. Therefore, Elder Qing Yun was no match for Duan Tianlang now. Therefore, after one strike, Elder Qing Yun was beaten back again and again. He was even injured. Instantly, the surrounding martial artists of the Shen family were furious. They no longer cared about the rules of the underworld and quickly rushed forward. Although Duan Tianlang's cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm, he was not invincible. In addition, the martial artists of the Shen family were all experts. Therefore, it did not take long for him to escape with serious injuries. After beating Duan Tianlang away, the Shen family had vented their anger. Moreover, they did not pay much attention to it. However, Duan Tianlang could not take this lying down. After returning, he told the other experts of the Palace of Gods of War about this. Then, the people of the Palace of Gods of War discussed it and felt that they should attack again. If this was in the past, they might have thought about it for a long time. After all, the other party was also a member of the House of Kings. If they attacked rashly, both sides would suffer. However, it was different now. They had just broken through a few days ago, and their strength had increased greatly. Originally, they were in high spirits and thought that they had surpassed the other members of the House of Kings. However, they did not expect to suffer such a huge loss at this time. According to their personalities, how could they tolerate it? Therefore, it did not take long for Duan Tianlang, Yan Feng, and the others to attack again with the experts of the Palace of Gods of War. This battle was naturally defeated by the Shen family because they did not have an 8th heaven supremacy present. On the other hand, Yanfeng had already broken through to the 8th heaven of the supremacy realm. Although he had just entered the 8th heaven of the supremacy realm, he was not someone that those 7th heaven supremacies could compare to. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Otherwise, the news of this battle would have quickly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. All the factions knew that the Palace of Gods of War and the Shen family had fought. And the result was that the Shen family was defeated. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others naturally heard the news as well. Then, they all laughed. They were naturally happy that the Shen family had been defeated. However, other than being happy, they were also very surprised. This was because according to their original predictions, the Shen family and the Palace of Gods of War should have suffered great losses. However, they did not expect that the Shen family would be defeated this time and the Palace of Gods of War would not suffer much damage. Therefore, they quickly inquired about the news. When they learned that Yanfeng had broken through to the 8th heaven of supremacy realm, they all gasped. This time, the various sects had sent many experts, but they were basically all 7th heaven supremacies. It seemed that only the Sword Supremacy Senior from the Deity Sword Villa had an 8th heaven supremacy. Other than that, there was probably no one else. However, now that Yanfeng had broken through to the 8th heaven of supremacy realm, this was a huge threat to everyone. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He did not expect that Yanfeng had broken through. It seemed that after they left that day, the people from the Palace of Gods of War should have attacked the ancient tree. Perhaps they had obtained some fire phoenix fruits, which allowed Yanfeng to break through. Although he was very surprised by this news, he did not take it to heart. So what if Yanfeng had broken through? One had to know that he had also broken through. His cultivation had increased, and his dragon sword soul had also reached the 8th heaven supremacy realm. Lin Xian did not even care about ordinary 8th heaven supremacies, let alone Yanfeng who had just entered the 8th heaven supremacy realm. Zhao Shui did not have much of a reaction. Although she was only at the peak of the 7th heaven supremacy realm, her real combat strength was not much weaker than an 8th heaven supremacy realm. The Morong family was more or less nervous. After all, the appearance of an 8th heaven supremacy realm was still a huge threat to them. However, Morong Qingqing was very calm. This was because they had obtained many natural treasures these days. It would not take long for her to break through. At that time, even if her cultivation couldn't reach the 8th level of the Venerate realm, her battle prowess definitely wouldn't lose to an 8th level Venerate realm cultivator with the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal in her hands. However, this matter still rang an alarm bell for them. In other words, within Pine Palace, anyone could break through. They had to find enough heavenly treasures to ensure that they did not fall behind others. A few days later, another major event occurred in Deep Pine Hall, shocking everyone. Somewhere in the dark Pine Palace, an extremely sharp aura suddenly appeared. Then, a huge sword chi light pierced through the sky, shocking everyone. This ray of light only existed for an instant before disappearing into the sky. However, the shock it produced lasted for a long time. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made everyone tremble. Soon, all kinds of discussions broke out in the crowd. This aura is too terrifying. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the level of a half-earth tier treasure. Indeed. My weapon has already begun to tremble under that sword chi. This is definitely not the power of a half-earth rank artifact. It can't be an earth-step treasure, right? It's possible. For a moment, many warriors were excited as they all rushed towards the direction of the sword chi. Lin Xian was also very surprised. When the sword chi appeared, he also felt a sharp aura. Moreover, his Lone Star sword also began to tremble slightly. He knew that this was the sign of a peerless weapon being born. It seemed that there was a peerless weapon in this place. Moreover, from the light, it should be a peerless treasure sword. As a swordsman, Lin Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he and Zhao Shuozhan moved and quickly flew in that direction. The Morong family members discussed for a while and then quickly followed under the lead of Morong Qingqing. This sword chi not only alarmed the warriors in Deep Pine Palace, but also the heavenly netherbird outside Deep Pine Palace. Looking at the flash of light, the heavenly netherbird narrowed its eyes. I didn't expect that thing to still exist. I remember that it was broken a long time ago. However, even if it's just a fragment, I can't let it fall into the hands of those humans. There was a hint of fear in the heavenly Netherbird's eyes. But soon after, he revealed a sly smile. In the next moment, it waved its giant claws and a black flame formed in front of it. Then, it quickly transmitted its voice to the flame. At the same time, in Deep Pine Palace, the warriors of Divine Bird Palace seemed to have heard something. Suddenly, their bodies stiffened and their faces became extremely respectful. I need you to do something. If you succeed, you will be rewarded. The heavenly Netherbird's voice rang in the minds of the warriors of Divine Bird Palace. Honorable Heavenly Netherbird, please speak. One of the elders said respectfully. You should have sensed the sword chi in the Dark Pine Palace, right? It's the aura of a weapon. I want you to go to that place immediately and get that weapon. Even if you can't get it, you can't let anyone else get it. Do you understand? Understood. The elder of Divine Bird Palace said respectfully, but then he smiled bitterly. To be honest, although we are also a 6-star sect, we are still lacking compared to the other House of Kings. Even if we want to, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do it. Don't worry about this. Since I asked you to do it, I will naturally help you. The heavenly Netherbird's cold voice rang out. Now, find 2 suitable people. I will help those 2 reach the 8th heaven of Venerable Realm in a short period of time. This way, I'm afraid there won't be any problems. 8th heaven of Venerable Realm. 2 people, hearing this, the people of Divine Bird Palace felt a chill. Then, their eyes lit up. Although it was only a temporary increase in cultivation, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning. The elder was also stunned for a moment. Then, he was ecstatic. However, he knew that this matter was of great importance. If it was not handled well, they might not be able to leave this place. Therefore, he began to carefully think about it. In terms of strength, this elder was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, he was determined to get one of the spots. However, he thought carefully about the other person. In the end, he did not choose from the older generation. Instead, he chose the most talented person among the younger generation. Sir, I've chosen. The 7th elder of the Divine Bird Palace stepped forward and stood in a conspicuous position. Beside him, there was a handsome young man. At this moment, the young man's face was filled with ecstasy. The surrounding warriors of Divine Bird Palace stood in the distance and looked at the 2 figures enviously. In the next moment, the 7th elder and the handsome Xianxia revealed a pained expression. This was because the black flame symbol that was originally the size of a fingernail on the back of their necks suddenly jumped. Black lines spread out from the black flames and quickly crawled all over their bodies. As the black flame covered their bodies, a terrifying aura burst out from the 2. When the black runes completely covered their bodies, their auras reached a peak. As for the cultivators in the distance, they were forced to the ground by this aura. Everyone revealed a terrified expression. 8th heaven honorable realm, everyone was extremely envious and terrified at the same time. They did not expect the heavenly Netherbird to have such terrifying power. It could create 2 8th heaven honorables with a raise of its hand. Isn't this method a little too terrifying? As for the 7th elder and Xianxia, they could feel the surging power in their bodies. Then, they raised their heads and laughed wildly. The 8th heaven honorable realm was a realm that they dreamed of reaching. But now, they had reached it so easily. How could they not be overjoyed? Although it was only a temporary increase, they believed that as long as they completed the mission, with the heavenly Netherbird's heaven-defying methods, they would definitely become 8th heaven honorables. Lord, rest assured. We will complete the mission. The 2 said respectfully to the void. Good, I'll wait for your good news. But let me remind you, don't play any tricks. I can increase the strength of the 2 of you, but I can also destroy you in an instant. I hope you won't make a mistake. The heavenly Netherbird's cold voice sounded. Hearing this, the 7th elder and Xianxia trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The 2 hurriedly shook their heads to show that they would not betray it. Luckily, the heavenly Netherbird's voice did not sound and they were not in any danger. They knew that the heavenly Netherbird believed them for now. Next, they would go all out to snatch the peerless weapon. The two of us will take care of the treasure. You stay here and look for other treasures, the seventh elder said to the other cultivators. Indeed, when the time came to snatch the treasure, it would definitely be the top experts. The rest of them would not be of any use and might even become a burden. Therefore, the seventh elder did not let them go. After saying this, the two of them turned around and soared into the sky. The Pine Palace was huge. It was not inferior to a huge city. At this moment, in the southeast corner of Pine Palace, there was a cave. This cave was extremely extraordinary. It exuded an aura of vicissitudes, and there was also a faint trace of sharpness left behind. Because not long ago, the sharp sword chi had been emitted from this cave. At this moment, there was a group of warriors standing in front of the cave. The person in the lead was an old man in plain clothes. Although this old man was dressed plainly and looked ordinary, no one dared to look down on him because he was the famous senior sword venerable of the deity Sword Villa. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man was standing in front of the cave with a grave expression. Honorable Sword Elder, what is this place? Why is there such a terrifying aura? Behind him, the disciples of deity Sword Manor were confused. If my guess is correct, this should be a place for refining weapons. The plain-clothed old man looked at the cave in front of him and said in a deep voice. Indeed, this cave not only had a sharp and ancient aura, but also a scorching heat wave faintly emitted from within the cave. The heat wave was nothing at first, but if one stood in front of the cave for too long, even a venerable one would not be able to withstand it. A place for refining weapons? The eyes of the warriors behind him lit up when they heard this. So, there should be many ancient weapons inside? That's right. The old man in plain clothes nodded. Moreover, the sharp sword chi was emitted from this place. To be able to emit that sword chi, it was definitely a peerless divine weapon. Speaking of this, the old man in plain clothes' eyes were filled with passion. Although he was very old and had reached the end of his life, as a swordsman, his pursuit of treasured swords was endless. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to go in and take a look at the peerless divine sword. The old man in plain clothes revealed a yearning expression. However, in the next moment, he frowned and suddenly turned his head. The sharp gaze in his eyes turned into a substantial sword chi and slashed forward. Which scoundrel is sneaking around? His voice was like thunder, and as his voice fell, the aura of the old man in plain clothes suddenly changed. An unusually sharp and powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, he no longer looked like an ordinary old man. He was clearly a peerless swordsman. The huge sword chi slashed towards the void in front of him. Although everyone was puzzled and did not see who it was, they believed that as long as the sword honorable took action, he must have his reasons. Sure enough, in the next moment, in the void, two figures suddenly flashed and flew into the distance. These two people were the seventh elder and Zhuchen of the divine bird attack. Their expressions were very ugly. They used their extreme movement techniques and quickly ran into the distance. Damn it, this old man is so powerful. We have already restrained our auras, but I didn't expect him to still discover us. The seventh elder gritted his teeth. On the side, Zhu Chen's expression was also solemn. This is the sword honorable of the deity Sword Villa. He's really terrifying. Indeed, although their cultivation had increased to the 8th heaven of the venerable realm, they still felt a chill down their spines when facing the sword honorable. Dodging the sword by a hair's breadth, the two of them fled to a safe place and quickly discussed the matter. Elder, what should we do? Zhu Chen asked. Don't worry. Look at the cave, it seems to be protected by a powerful formation. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break that formation. Why don't we wait until those people break the formation and then secretly follow them in? This way, we can preserve our strength and make a move at the critical moment. The seventh elder said in a deep voice. Then, the two of them hid, but they were still paying close attention to the information in the cave. On the other side, the linen-clothed old man slashed out with his sword. When he saw the two figures running away, he frowned. Naturally, he could sense that the two figures who were running away were 8th heaven of the venerable realm. When did the 8th heaven of the deity Sword Villa come in? The linen-clothed old man was very confused. However, he shook his head slightly because he couldn't figure it out. However, he was not afraid. With the strength that the other party had shown before, it was not enough to fight against him. What he needed to do now was to enter the cave in front and obtain the exceptional divine weapon. In the next moment, the linen-clothed old man took a deep breath and walked forward. When he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he was suddenly greeted by a fiery red wave of air. Along with it was a scorching aura that melted the entire void. The aura was so violent that even a seventh heaven of the venerable realm would find it difficult to resist it. Not only that, but a red light screen had also appeared in front of them, blocking their path. As expected, such a treasure vault must be protected by a powerful formation. The plain-clothed old man sighed and retracted his footsteps. Although he did not continue forward, the old man's eyes were very determined. It seemed that he was determined to obtain the divine weapon inside. That was because he had his own ideas. One had to know that they weren't safe right now. There was still a powerful heavenly netherbird waiting for them outside. They did not have the strength to fight against it. However, if he could obtain the divine weapon, he might be able to pose a threat to the heavenly netherbird. By then, they would have the right to negotiate. At the very least, they should be able to protect the people of Deity Sword Manor. Therefore, he had to get his hands on this peerless divine weapon. However, the first step was to break the red array in front of them. The old man did not do that. He did not ask the people of Deity Sword Manor to break the array either. Instead, he waited quietly. That was because he knew that the sword light from before must have alerted everyone in Pine Palace. Therefore, it would not be long before those powerful families and forces arrived. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the array in front of him. Indeed, before long, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a group of cultivators landed quickly. The aura of the divine weapon. It's really here. A joyful voice was heard. Then, there was a surprised voice. Deity Sword Manor? So it's Senior Sword Honorable. The people of Deity Sword Manor turned around and realized that the people who landed behind them were from Palace of Gods of War. The old man also turned around and looked behind. Then, he was surprised. He did not expect that Palace of Gods of War would have 2 8th-level honorables. The 2 8th-level honorables were naturally Yan Feng and the mysterious honorable. Previously, Palace of Gods of War had obtained some silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits. Many people's cultivation had improved greatly. Among them, the ones who had benefited the most were Yan Feng and the mysterious honorable Duan Tianxing. Yan Feng was a prodigy of the younger generation. He was extremely talented, so he had broken through to 8th-level honorable at a young age. The mysterious honorable Duan Tianxing had an even more extraordinary background. He was Duan Tianlang's senior brother and a powerful elder of Palace of Gods of War. This time around, his strength had increased tremendously. Compared to Yan Feng, he was now slightly stronger. The appearance of the Palace of Ares alerted the Deity Sword Manor. Now was a special time. There was a treasure trove of peerless divine weapons in front of them. The other party's intentions were obvious. Moreover, the 2 8th-level venerables made the people of Deity Sword Villa feel a wave of pressure. Originally, the strength of the Deity Sword Villa had been slightly weaker than the House of Kings like the Ares Palace. However, the arrival of the honorable swordsman had greatly boosted their confidence. They believed that they could suppress the House of Kings. This was because, according to the information they had obtained, no 8th-level venerables had entered this time. However, they did not expect that 2 8th-level venerables would appear in the Palace of War. This surprised them greatly. Previously, the advantage that they had gained by relying on Senior Sword Sovereign would probably be pulled closer to them. However, the linen-clothed old man was very calm. He did not take these 2 8th Heaven Supremacy Realm martial artists to heart. However, he was old after all. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. Therefore, he did not say anything in the face of the powerful Ares Palace. Duan Tianxing, Yan Feng, and the others were different from the people of Deity Sword Villa. They rushed forward as soon as they arrived to study the red array formation. Before long, the martial artists of the other forces also arrived one after another. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man finally spoke. Everyone, I know that everyone is anxious. However, if we don't break this array formation, I'm afraid that no one will be able to enter. Therefore, I hope that everyone will work together. Senior Honorable Swordsman, you are right. You have the highest seniority here. Why don't we leave this matter to you, an elder of Merry Woods said with a smile. The elders of the other forces nodded in agreement. The people of the Ares Palace did not show any obvious support. However, they did not show any objection either. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Then, he walked forward and led everyone to study the array formation. During this process, the Shin family and the Ares Palace were extremely jealous. They almost started fighting again. Fortunately, the Honorable Swordsman was there to suppress the situation. Both sides stopped fighting. Swoosh, in the forest, two figures flashed. It was Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The two of them naturally rushed to the cave in front of them. However, they did not go up to break the array formation. Instead, they waited quietly from afar. It was not that they did not want to go up. However, most of the forces had a grudge against them. If they went up now, it would cause unnecessary trouble. It was better to wait for them to break the array formation before they followed in. Looking at this array formation, I'm afraid that they will need some time to break it. The Crimson Dragon looked forward and said, of course, if Ben Huang helps, he can shorten the time by half. This should be the twin blazing array. It is indeed difficult to break. Lin Xian looked forward and said slowly. Not bad, kid. You have improved. You can see through this array formation at a glance. The Crimson Dragon nodded continuously. Lin Xian smiled. It would be a waste if he did not learn some array formations from the Crimson Dragon, an array master. Now, his array formation level could be considered as an array formation grandmaster. As long as it wasn't an ancient array formation, he could break any ordinary array formation. As they were talking, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Zhao Shui also had a puzzled look. Then, the two of them quickly retracted their auras. Zhao Shui even activated her virtual sky eyes to form a golden vortex that enveloped the two of them. They naturally did this for a reason. Because, just northwest of them, two figures suddenly appeared quickly. The two figures were like ghosts. They moved very quickly and did not make any sound. Even their auras were almost undetectable. As soon as they landed, they stared at every movement in front of them. However, they did not notice that there were two people hiding not far from them. When Lin Xian and Zhao Shui saw the two figures, they were shocked. Divine Bird Palace, 8th Heaven Venerables. Lin Xian frowned. He was not surprised that people from the Divine Bird technique appeared here, but the aura of the other party shocked him. He did not expect that the other party would have two 8th Heaven Venerables. This was too unexpected. Did the other party also get the Silver Leaf and the Fire Phoenix Fruit? Lin Xian was puzzled. But then, he shook his head slightly. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, they should not be able to defeat the Tree Demon. Moreover, although the other party's aura was strong, it was extremely strange. There was even an aura that he was familiar with. This is the aura of the Heavenly Netherbird. The Crimson Dragon looked solemn. The Heavenly Netherbird? Lin Xian suddenly realized that the aura on the other party's body was very similar to the aura of the black flames he had collected on the way here. At first, he didn't think of it, but after the Crimson Dragon's reminder, he realized that something was wrong. Why does the other party have such a strong aura of black flames? This isn't normal. Lin Xian was puzzled. One had to know that even if the other party had a black flame mark in his body, it was impossible for that trace of black flames to have such an aura. It seems that the Heavenly Netherbird is behind this. The Crimson Dragon said, with that guy's methods, it shouldn't be difficult for him to raise two people to the 8th heaven of the Supremacy Realm in a short period of time. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. As expected of the Heavenly Netherbird. It was indeed terrifying. It could create two 8th heaven supremacies with a raise of its hand. This method was truly heaven-defying. However, this also made him very puzzled. He guessed that the Heavenly Netherbird had sent two 8th heaven supremacies to seize the peerless weapon in the cave. The other party was a demonic beast and had no use for the weapon. It should be that the weapon was a threat to him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain that peerless weapon, it might increase their chances of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had to obtain the peerless weapon inside. The next step was to wait patiently. 2 days later, the fiery red formation in front of them finally dimmed and disappeared. Everyone's face was filled with ecstasy as they quickly dashed inside. However, a few screams came from the front. Many of them quickly retreated, their faces full of pain. Some of them were on fire and were burning fiercely. A few powerhouses took action to extinguish the fire. Then, they looked forward with very serious expressions. Previously, because of the red formation, although they felt a scorching aura, they didn't pay much attention to it. But now, the red array formation was gone, and the scorching aura of the bones was completely exposed in front of them. The energy caused their expressions to change. It was too terrifying. It was as if an endless sea of fire was going to burn them. The few martial artists who had screamed earlier were burned by this heat wave. However, despite the danger ahead, no one retreated. Instead, they quickly made preparations. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, these people would still step in without hesitation, let alone a heat wave. Sure enough, the group was well prepared and set off. The plain-clothed old man took the lead and a dazzling sword radiance gushed out from his body. Then, his body swayed and he charged forward like a beam of sword radiance. Wherever it passed, the fiery red airwaves were mercilessly torn apart and slapped to both sides. Behind him were Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing, 2 8th-level venerables. Their auras were extremely powerful. They were like ferocious beasts, pushing away all the heat waves. Behind the two of them were the elders of the major forces. These people also used all their means and quickly rushed forward. It's about time. Let's go. In the forest, the 7th elder and Zhu Chen moved out. They were like ghosts and were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared from their original positions. After the two of them left, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also revealed themselves. Let's go too. Let's see what kind of peerless divine weapon is inside. Lin Xian looked forward, his eyes shining. He stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. When he was near the cave entrance, the red lotus armor on his body quickly covered his entire body. On the armor, a bright red lotus flower bloomed, pushing away all the heat waves that came with it. Zhao Shui followed closely behind. Countless golden vortexes appeared around him, absorbing the surrounding heat. The two of them were very fast. Soon, they entered the cave. There was another world inside the cave. It was bigger than expected. The crimson ground was cracked into pieces. Occasionally, flames would shoot out from these cracks. These flames were not to be underestimated. They could even easily tear apart a venerable's protective shield. No one doubted this. Not only was the ground fiery red, but the entire mountain walls were also fiery red. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a scorching aura. As they walked forward, black iron chains appeared on the crimson walls. Each of them was as thick as a bucket. These iron chains intertwined with each other as if they were binding something. Everyone looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was an extremely huge furnace in front of him. It was bound by countless black iron chains and suspended in midair. The furnace was very simple and unadorned. At first glance, one could tell that it was an ancient object. Moreover, its position was very strange. The mouth of the furnace was facing downward. Endless red lava flowed down from the mouth of the furnace like a fiery waterfall. This remote sky mystery realm had existed for at least a few thousand years. This cave must have existed all along. After a few thousand years, the fiery lava had not dried up. It was very strange. Lin Xian was also very surprised. However, he quickly figured out what was going on. He discovered that there were mysterious runes on the huge furnace, which were emitting a strange power. Perhaps the reason why the fiery waterfall could last for thousands of years was related to the mysterious patterns on the furnace. However, this was not something he needed to consider. He shifted his gaze away from the huge furnace and looked at the ground in front of him. Then, Lin Xian's body shook. Endless light burst out from his eyes. There was an empty space in front of him. Countless swords were stuck in the ground. At a glance, they were densely packed like stone tablets. There were at least 1,000 of them. These longswords were of different sizes and shapes. Some were as bright as the sun, emitting a blazing light from all over. There were also some that were rusty, like rusty iron swords that were casually inserted into the ground. Looking at this scene, not only was Lin Xian stunned, but everyone else was as well. They did not expect that there would be over 1,000 swords here. That's right. This should be a place to refine weapons. Moreover, the owner of this place should be a master swordsmith. Otherwise, why would all the ores be from longswords? We're rich. We're really rich this time. These are all ancient artifacts. Their power is definitely beyond imagination. The group of people ran forward crazily. However, Lin Xian did not move. He felt that the situation was too strange. Moreover, his main target was the peerless divine weapon. Not only did Lin Xian not move, but the old man in plain clothes did not move either. However, the old man's eyes were like lightning. He quickly scanned the entire space as if he was looking for the peerless divine weapon. At this moment, many of the warriors who ran out previously pulled out their swords from the ground. A few of them managed to snatch the dazzling sword, and they immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, peerless divine weapon. I got the peerless divine weapon. Hearing this, a disciple of the deity sword Villa snorted and quickly took action. A sword chi that was like a crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The warrior holding the resplendent sword also snorted coldly and quickly waved the sword in his hand. The long sword bloomed like the sun, emitting an incomparably resplendent light. However, when it collided with the crescent moon sword chi, it let out a cracking sound and broke into two. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. I obtained a peerless divine weapon. How could it be broken? The warrior held the broken sword with a disappointed expression. However, an elder from deity sword Villa snorted coldly, how foolish. Whether it is a divine weapon or not, it is not just determined by its light. How can it be so easy to find a peerless divine weapon? Deity sword Villa could be said to be the most outstanding sect in the Tianwu continent in terms of sword techniques. Therefore, the elder's words caused everyone to ponder. It seemed that the dazzling light was not necessarily a divine weapon. Instead, it was possible that the rusty sword was the true peerless treasure sword. For a time, many warriors specially chose those long swords that looked like scrap metal. Buzz, a warrior pulled out a rusty iron sword and waved it in the air. Under normal circumstances, these warriors wouldn't even look at it because the sword was too ordinary. But now, with their previous experience, they specially chose this kind of iron sword. However, to everyone's disappointment, the rusty sword directly turned into fragments in the air and scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, even the people from deity sword Villa frowned. It seemed that the treasured swords here could not be distinguished by appearance. It did not mean that sparkling swords were bad, and rusty swords were not good. In other words, any sword could be a peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, the warriors planned to start a carpet search. If one time was not enough, they would search twice. He did not believe that when they pulled out all the swords, they would still not be able to find the peerless divine weapon. However, in the next moment, many warriors in front of them cried out in alarm. This was because they realized that each person could only pull out one sword. Once the warriors who had pulled out the sword wanted to pull out another sword, they would be repelled by a strange force. Damn it, I don't believe it. Why can't I take the second one? Some martial artists refused to believe it. They exerted their strength and tried to pull out a second sword. However, a burst of sword chi shot out from the sword and split the warrior in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then, they let out a breath of cold air. They were shocked, too shocked. They didn't expect such a change to happen to the swords. Although the one who had just died was only a sixth heaven venerate, this scene still shocked everyone. They would never forget that this was a cave left behind by an ancient expert. Who knew what terrifying things would be inside, so for a time, everyone became extremely careful as they were deeply afraid that they would trigger some formation taboo and cause unnecessary danger. Instead, it was those people who had hurriedly pulled out their treasured swords that were filled with regret. Previously, they didn't think that each person could only choose once, so they didn't care when they made their choice. But now, they didn't have the chance to choose a second time. It seems like everyone can only choose once. If we follow the rules, there shouldn't be any danger. The people from Deity Sword Villa observed for a while and discovered the principle behind it. Alright, all of you can go and choose your own treasured swords, the old man in plain clothes said slowly. Hearing this, the disciples of Deity Sword Villa were overjoyed. They quickly walked forward and carefully chose their swords. They were all swordsmen, so their pursuit of treasured swords was much stronger than other martial artists. They didn't act rashly before, so they avoided the incident just now. Now, they could finally choose properly. However, when Deity Sword Villa's Xiao Fan walked forward, something happened. Because before he could make his choice, a long sword on the ground began to tremble. Then, it exploded with a dazzling light. Finally, the long sword rose from the ground and flew toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the long sword. Then, the long sword let out a sonorous sword cry as if it was very excited. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa were excited. The treasured sword chooses its master. This is the treasured sword choosing its master. Rumor has it that some high-grade treasured swords have spirituality. They can choose their own masters. I always thought it was a legend. I didn't expect to see it today. Xiao Fan, look at that treasured sword. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Fan was also excited. Then, he poured spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword chi let out a sonorous cry. A fiery red sword light swept across the entire void. Everywhere it passed, it seemed like a raging fire was burning. Finally, the red light in the sky dispersed and the long sword revealed its true appearance. It was a fiery red long sword. There were patterns on it that looked like a Buddhist imprint. It emitted a scorching aura. On the hilt of the sword, there were two ancient words, Distant Fire. Distant Fire Sword, a half-earth rank treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was unimaginable. After knowing this, the surrounding martial artists were envious. That was a half-earth rank treasure. It was extremely precious. Only the genius disciples of the House of Kings or some elders could have it. Ordinary martial artists could not have it at all. Moreover, the Distant Fire Sword was not an ordinary half-earth rank treasure. It was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was stronger than an ordinary earth rank treasure. D***it. Why don't I have such luck? No wonder he is called the Junior Sword Honorable. He is indeed powerful. The group was envious. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa laughed heartily. Even the Sword Honorable nodded slightly. It was good that the treasured sword chose its master. At the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the treasured sword to have such spirituality. It could even choose its master. He wondered what would happen if he went up. Would he attract the peerless divine sword? He was very curious but did not act rashly. Firstly, he wanted to observe a little more. Secondly, the Sword Honorable and the few 8th level honorables had not made a move yet. He was not in a hurry. Lin Xian was not in a hurry, but it did not mean that the others were not. Especially the young geniuses of the various forces. They all went down and were ready to show their skills. Buzz. The 13th young master of the Shen family went down and caused a commotion. Another treasured sword chose its master. He obtained a golden treasured sword. Although it was also a half-earth rank treasure sword, in terms of power, it was weaker than the Distant Fire Sword. In fact, this was normal because he wasn't a pure swordsman. As a disciple from the Deity Sword Villa, Xiao Fan's attainments in the way of the sword far surpassed other martial artists. Therefore, he could obtain a treasure sword like the departing flame sword. As for the few genius disciples from the House of Kings, although they could also cause a commotion, they didn't obtain a peerless divine sword. Those ordinary disciples couldn't trigger the treasured swords to choose their masters. They could only rely on luck. Many people made their moves and obtained some treasures. At that moment, Yan Feng made his move. Yan Feng's move attracted everyone's attention. After all, he was an 8th heaven honorable. Everyone wanted to know what kind of divine weapon an expert of this level would obtain. For a moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward with great anticipation. Yan Feng's face was full of arrogance as he walked forward with majestic steps. Then, he stood in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back. His body emitted a powerful aura. Obviously, Yan Feng didn't plan to carefully choose the treasured swords. Instead, he waited quietly. It seemed like he wanted the treasured swords to choose their masters automatically. Indeed, in the next moment, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. However, the crowd was shocked. They realized that there wasn't only one treasure sword clanging. 2 treasured swords exploded with dazzling light. They were like resplendent suns that shone in all directions. Then, the 2 treasured swords turned into streaks of light that flew toward Yan Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Even Xiao Fan was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Yan Feng to be so powerful that he could make 2 treasured swords recognize him as their master. Was this the strength of an 8th heaven honorable? He was too powerful. When Yan Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a confident smile. Then, he reached out and grabbed one of the treasured swords. The moment he grabbed it, the light of the other sword quickly dimmed and returned to the ground. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yan Feng didn't get both treasured swords. On the other hand, the people from the deity sword villa frowned. They knew the pros and cons of this. Ordinary martial artists would choose a treasure sword from thousands of long swords. It was very likely that they would choose a trash sword. However, Yan Feng had to choose between 2 treasured swords. No matter which one he chose, it would definitely be a treasure sword. It wouldn't be an ordinary sword. As expected of an 8th level venerated realm cultivator, to actually receive such treatment. Seeing that Yan Feng had succeeded, everyone had different expressions. The 9th young master and the 13th young master of the Shen family looked unkind. This was because they realized that the sword in Yan Feng's hand was of a much higher grade than the ones in their hands. It even surpassed the Li Fire sword in Xiao Fan's hand. In the distance, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. It seemed that even if one was not a swordsman, when one's strength reached a certain level, these treasured swords would automatically choose their masters. Just like Yan Feng now. The grade of the treasured sword in his opponent's hand had already surpassed the distant fire sword. Even amongst the half-earth step treasures, it was still extremely good. However, compared to his Lone Star sword, it was still slightly inferior. That was because his Lone Star sword contained a trace of an Earthrank artifact fragment. As long as it was related to an Earth step treasure, its power would be unimaginable. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still far surpass a half-Earth step treasure of the same price. Therefore, Lin Xian's target was not the ordinary half-Earth step artifacts in front of him, but the true peerless divine weapon. After Yan Feng succeeded, the people from the Palace of Gods of War cheered. However, Duan Tianqing did not make a move. Instead, he looked towards the deity sword manor. To be exact, he was staring at the plainclothed old man. It seemed that he was waiting for the old man to make a move. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone around was waiting because the plainclothed old man was a legendary existence. He was the honorable sword of a generation. These people wanted to know what kind of phenomenon would occur if the honorable sword made a move. Would they be able to find the true peerless divine weapon? Feeling everyone's gaze, the plainclothed old man's face was calm. Then, he calmly walked forward. He's making a move. He's really making a move. Everyone was extremely excited because they could finally witness the power of the legendary honorable sword. Seeing the honorable sword make a move, Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing also held their breaths. Especially Duan Tianqing, whose eyes were blazing. Not only him, but the 7th elder and Zhu Chen of the Divine Bird Palace were also extremely nervous. They believed that as long as the honorable sword made a move, he would definitely be able to attract the peerless divine weapon. Then, it would be time for them to make a move. Of course, it would be even better if the honorable sword could not find the peerless divine weapon. In that case, no one would be able to find the true peerless divine weapon and they would be able to complete the Heavenly Netherbird's mission without having to make a move. On the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If there was someone who posed the greatest threat to him here, it would naturally be the plain-clothed old man. After all, the old man was once the famous honorable sword. Although his vitality had withered, he was still not someone an ordinary eighth heaven honorable could contend against. Moreover, the old man was an expert in the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword were extraordinary. Perhaps he could really find the peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. If the situation changed, he had to make a move. Haha, honorable sword, you don't mind if I search with you, right? At this moment, Duan Tianqing of the Palace of Gods of War suddenly spoke. Then, his godlike body quickly stepped forward and walked forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. At this moment, the honorable sword's voice slowly drifted over. As you wish. Clearly, he did not take Duan Tianqing to heart. In that case, I won't hold back. Then, Duan Tianqing stepped forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. Like a storm, it instantly filled the entire space. Its power was even stronger than Yan Feng's. Following his arrival, the longswords in front of him also began to hum non-stop. In fact, many of the longswords even burst out with resplendent light. 5 swords, a total of 5 swords shot into the sky and rapidly flew towards Duan Tianqing. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with astonishment. One had to know that Yan Feng had only been able to attract 2 swords previously. That was already enviable. But now, Duan Tianqing had actually attracted 5 swords directly. This was truly shocking. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Indeed, Duan Tianqing was much stronger than Yan Feng. It was reasonable for him to be able to attract 5 swords. Duan Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. He allowed the 5 swords to turn into shocking rainbows and dance around him. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked behind him. There was an old figure there, but no one dared to underestimate him. The linen-clothed old man did not have any reaction to Duan Tianqing being able to attract 5 swords. His old face remained calm. Then, he slowly arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. The moment he stepped on the ground, the surrounding swords suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Dozens of long swords shot into the sky like lightning and instantly arrived beside the old man. The number was not something Duan Tianqing could compare to. The 10 swords turned into a long rainbow and danced around the old man, emitting a blazing light. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Even Duan Tianqing's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. His previous actions were naturally provocative. In his opinion, although the sword venerable was famous, he had already declined and could no longer display the power he had in the past. That was why he wanted to provoke him. However, he did not expect that the sword venerable would still be so powerful even though his blood chi had withered. With just a step, he attracted 10 swords to surround him. There were twice as many swords as he was. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that he had used all his strength to attract 1 sword, but the sword venerable had attracted 10 swords just by walking casually. The gap between them could be said to be abnormally huge. The 10 swords circled around the sword venerable like flowing light. The sword venerable only glanced at them casually, then shook his head slightly. The next moment, he waved his hand, and a majestic force surged out, pushing the 10 swords away. Buzz! 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 The 10 swords flew out and returned to the ground. What? He pushed them away. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Those were 10 swords. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely choose carefully. However, the sword venerable had casually pushed them away and did not choose a single one. It had to be said that he was too bold. In this world, only the sword venerable could do that. At the side, Duan Tianqing's face darkened. He originally wanted to provoke the sword venerable, but he did not expect the sword venerable to suppress him in terms of numbers. However, the sword venerable's actions directly provoked him. The 10 swords glanced at each other and were pushed away. This made him extremely shocked and infuriated at the same time. Then, he snorted coldly and pushed away the 5 swords beside him. Seeing this action, the surrounding people also exclaimed. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With Duan Tianqing's strength and attainments in the sword Dao, wanting to compete with the Sword Venerable was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. The Sword Venerable was even more expressionless. He did not even look at Duan Tianqing. Once again, he walked past the countless swords. Then, countless swords soared into the sky and flew towards him like rainbows. This time, there were even more of them. There were 20 of them. However, the Sword Venerable only glanced at it before shaking his head and pushing it away again. Next, 30 swords soared into the sky before being pushed away again. Duan Tianqing originally wanted to compete with Sword Sovereign, but when he saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. This kind of method was simply not something that he could use. In front of them, as the Sword Sovereign's aura grew stronger, the number of treasured swords in the sky also increased. All of a sudden, a sword emitted a shocking light. That light was very special. It suppressed the other sword lights and even emitted an unusually sharp aura. Seeing this sword light, everyone looked over with rapt attention. They were very excited. Could it be that a peerless divine weapon has appeared? It seems very likely. As expected of the honorable sword. I'm afraid only he has the means to make the peerless divine weapon appear. Everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the people from Deity Sword Villa were ecstatic. Duan Tianqing's face was gloomy. He looked ahead and roared, unleashing an unparalleled power. His power swept towards the shocking sword light, trying to snatch it from the Sword Sovereign. However, when his power was swept into the sword light, it was as if it had fallen into the sea. There was no wind at all. Damn it! Duan Tianqing was extremely angry. He also knew that he was no match for the Sword Sovereign. However, he was unwilling to let the divine weapon fall into the hands of the Deity Sword Villa, so he could only fight for it with all his might. The Sword Sovereign did not stop Duan Tianqing because the other party did not attack directly. Instead, he used his aura to attract the sword. This did not violate any rules. Therefore, the Sword Sovereign could not be bothered with him because he was confident that no one here was a match for him in terms of sword principle. They were not even qualified for him to take them seriously. In front of them, the sword light became brighter and brighter as if it was going to break through the sky. The Sword Sovereign's eyes were also extremely bright as if he wanted to see if the sword was a peerless divine weapon. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene with a grave expression. Although he was not sure if the sword light was from a peerless divine weapon, he knew that he could not wait any longer. In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. His figure was like a phantom as he shuttled through the crowd and arrived at the place where the sword was hidden in an instant. When he stepped onto the ground, he immediately activated the great dragon sword soul. A deep dragon roar sounded from within his body. Then, an unforgettable scene appeared. On the ground in front of him, thousands of swords were all trembling as if they were going to soar into the sky. Beams of dazzling sword light burst out and connected into one, illuminating the entire sky. Clang! Clang! Thousands of swords flew out and floated in the sky, blooming with dazzling light. Then, these swords turned into shocking rainbows and flew towards Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian was like a sword immortal, attracting thousands of swords to revolve around him. What? Thousands of swords? How is this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. D***, who is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. There were more than 1,000 swords in front of them. At this moment, most of them had soared into the sky and were circling around Lin Xian. There were only a few swords left on the ground. It could be said that Lin Xian's appearance had attracted almost all of the swords. This was too shocking. One should know that even a sword honorable would not be able to create such a scene. Even Zhao Shui, Morong Qingqing, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The others were even more shocked. The people from the Deity Sword Villa were exclaiming. On the other hand, the people from the Aries Works and the Shen family looked extremely gloomy, especially Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing. D***, how can this guy attract thousands of swords? Yan Feng gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Previously, he lost to Lin Xian and was very unwilling to accept it. This time, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and thought that he could definitely defeat Lin Xian. However, he had lost to Lin Xian before they even fought. One should know that he had only attracted 2 swords previously. Now, Lin Xian had attracted thousands of swords. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was impossible to cross. Even the sword honorable could not remain calm. He looked at Lin Xian with astonishment in his eyes. To be honest, even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to create such a scene. The long swords here were very magical. It didn't mean that one could attract many swords just because they were powerful. It depended on fate and attainments in the sword Tao. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Even if a king came, he wouldn't be able to attract almost all the swords away. Because this was simply impossible. Who is this young man? How can he be so powerful? The sword venerable stared at Lin Xian carefully, his face full of doubts. He had heard of the few genius disciples of the House of Kings, but the Lin Xian in front of him was completely different from the information he knew. In other words, he wasn't from the House of Kings. This made him even more surprised. Apart from the House of Kings, could there be any other force's disciple that could be so shocking? No, even the House of Kings can't find such a person. Unique treasure. This kid must have a unique treasure in his hands to be able to cause such a phenomenon. The sword venerable's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't help it. The scene was too shocking. He really didn't believe that a young man with the 7th level of the supremacy realm could cause such a phenomenon. Perhaps the only explanation was that he had a treasure on him. In fact, he was almost right. However, it wasn't a treasure, but a sword soul. The reason for such a shocking scene was the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique in the world. It was extremely powerful, and its aura could naturally attract countless swords here. Therefore, although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the supremacy realm, the commotion he caused was even more terrifying than the sword venerable. Looking at the thousands of long swords around him, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he stretched out his hands and pressed down on the void. Suddenly, a majestic force surged out and pushed the thousands of swords away. Then, the long swords plunged back into the ground like a rain of swords. Bang, 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 the void rumbled and the ground trembled. Countless long swords kept clanging. What? He pushed them all away? He didn't take any of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to do that. This was truly a bold move. There were over 1,000 swords, and there were definitely powerful treasures amongst them. However, Lin Xian did not choose any of them and directly pushed them aside. This boldness was even stronger than the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing's face darkened at this sight. Damn it, this brat's target is also a peerless divine weapon. Stop him, don't let him come up. Brat, scram. As soon as Duan Tianqing left, Duan Tianlang from the Palace of Gods of War grinned maliciously and rushed towards Lin Xian. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the venerable realm. It could be said that his strength had increased greatly. In the next moment, a terrifying fist smashed towards Lin Xian's head. Die, brat. A demon wolf flew out from the fist. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The demon wolf turned into a beam of light and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. He attacked with his full strength right from the start. It seems that Duan Tianlang wants to kill him. That's for sure. Duan Tianlang suffered a loss in Lin Xian's hands previously. Now that his strength has increased greatly, he naturally wants to take revenge. Lin Xian is probably in danger. Yeah, he could create such a phenomenon previously. It shouldn't be because of his own strength. I wonder if he can withstand this punch. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Many of them looked worried. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly and then slapped out. Spiritual energy rolled and countless flames jumped. They turned into a huge flaming hand and slapped forward. Boom, with one slap, the demon wolf fist dissipated. Not only that, Duan Tianlang was also sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the wall behind him. What? He was sent flying? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a peak 7th heaven venerable. Lin Xian's strength was a little too terrifying to be able to send him flying with a single slap. How is this possible? Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Palace of Gods of War were horrified. Yan Feng's face darkened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he sneered coldly. Seventh Heaven Venerable. So you've broken through. No wonder you're stronger than before. But so what if you've broken through? You can only lie down in front of me. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Then, he took a step forward and his body exuded powerful spiritual energy. The aura of an 8th Heaven Venerable. Oh my god, is Yan Feng going to attack? It's possible. According to the rumors, Yan Feng was once defeated by Lin Xian. He probably wants to take revenge now. What? Yan Feng was defeated before? Are you kidding? He's a genius martial artist from the Palace of Gods of War. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. Lin Xian is too terrifying. He can even defeat a genius martial artist like Yan Feng. So what? He was just lucky. Senior brother Yan Feng has broken through to the 8th Heaven Venerable. He's a peerless expert. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't beat our senior brother Yan Feng. Humph, he's dead meat. An 8th Heaven Venerable can crush a 7th Heaven Venerable. Senior brother Yan Feng can kill him with a finger. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War sneered when they saw Yan Feng attack. In the distance, Duan Tianxing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused on finding a peerless weapon. Lin Xian said coldly, "You're not my match. Kid, you're too arrogant." Yan Feng sneered. "Although I was defeated by you before, it's different now. I've broken through to the 8th Heaven Venerable. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." However, Lin Xian shook his head. An 8th Heaven Venerable isn't invincible. You've just entered the 8th Heaven. I said, you're not my match. So, if you don't want to die, get lost. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I'll knock your teeth out one by one later. Let's see how stubborn you are then. Yan Feng held the sword he just obtained and slashed out. The sword light flashed and turned into countless light waves that charged over. It was like endless waves rushing through the void. This sword was too terrifying. It was enough to kill any 7th Heaven Venerable. When the surrounding people saw Yan Feng attack, they all retreated, afraid that they would be swept away by the waves. Is this the strength of an 8th Heaven Venerable? Just the aura alone makes me feel despair. There's nothing I can do. The gap is too big. The further one reached the Venerable realm, the greater the gap. The difference between an 8th Heaven and a 7th Heaven was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to fight someone of a higher level. For a moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They thought that he was dead meat this time. The terrifying sword light was incomparably vast, but it had no effect on Lin Xian. A vermilion bird seal quickly shot out from Lin Xian's hand. The fire element here was very rich, so Lin Xian used fire concept in these few moves. A flaming vermilion bird was born and shattered all the sword light. I said, you're not my match. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he stomped his foot and charged out like a bolt of lightning. What? He blocked it. Lin Xian could actually block the attack of an 8th Heaven Supremacy? That was unbelievable, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious, they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against an 8th Heaven Supremacy. But now, he had done it. It was really shocking. Yan Feng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fight against him. There was a ball of anger burning in his heart. You're courting death. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? I'll let you know the true power of an 8th Heaven Supremacy. Yan Feng put away the sword in his hand and pulled out the demon slayer at his waist. With a clang, the demon slayer was pulled out. The long saber shone and the light was like the sea. The resplendent saber light shot into the sky and lit up the entire space. Buzz, Yan Feng held the frenzied saber and slashed out. Suddenly, the saber light emitted a buzzing sound that made one's soul tremble. The ocean blue saber light was like a wave that instantly streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire cave was shaking. 8 Ocean Abyss Saber. Yan Feng's voice was cold like the edge of a saber. His head emitted a sharp aura. The 8 Ocean Abyss Saber was an Earth-class martial art. It was very terrifying. Now that Yan Feng's cultivation had increased greatly and reached the 8th heaven supremacy, he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, he was one with the saber. The terrifying saber light seemed to be able to shatter everything as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the field and waved his hand. Immediately, the thousands of swords around him trembled and emitted a resplendent light, forming a sea of sword light. These sword lights combined to form a huge sword chi that floated in the sky. Then, it slashed forward viciously. Boom, the two collided with a deafening sound. It was as if thunder had exploded from the 9 heavens. The entire cave kept shaking. At this moment, mysterious red runes appeared on the ground and walls, emitting a mysterious power that protected the entire cave. Otherwise, just this move alone would have flattened the entire cave. However, those martial artists were not so lucky. That terrifying remnant energy directly impacted their bodies, sending them flying. Those with weaker strength even vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Retreat! Countless people screamed in horror and retreated to the wall. The older generation figures and 7th-level venerables quickly worked together to form a screen of light to defend. Otherwise, many of them would probably die here in the next attack. Now, they were no longer shocked, but terrified. Especially the warriors from the Palace of Ares. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, how is this possible? How can he contend against an 8th-level venerable? Dream, damn it, I must be dreaming. They had really gone mad. It should be known that that was an 8th heaven venerable. In the eyes of the world, he was already a peerless expert. Moreover, there was a huge gap between a 7th-level venerable realm and an 8th-level venerable realm. It could be said that there was no suspense in this battle. But now, the result was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian blocked Yan Feng's attack. Not only that, but it seemed that they were evenly matched. Yan Feng's expression was even more frightening. If the first attack could be said to be blocked by luck, then the previous scene was definitely not luck. He could now confirm that Lin Xian definitely had the battle prowess of an 8th heaven venerable. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Yan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. I don't believe it. This brat must have used some secret technique to forcefully increase his battle prowess. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend against me? Yan Feng seemed to have grasped something. Then, he revealed a cold smile. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. But it's a pity. I think this secret technique won't last for too long. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. When the secret technique ends, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yan Feng's words calmed the hearts of the Palace of Ares disciples. So it was a secret technique. No wonder he could contend against an 8th-level venerable. Humph, what a crooked method. The secret technique can temporarily increase one's battle prowess, but the side effects are definitely huge. Furthermore, this secret technique definitely won't last for too long. Just wait. Once the secret technique ends, he'll be dead for sure. Faced with these words, Lin Xian only said 2 words, ignorant. He did indeed have a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. However, he didn't use any secret technique at all. This was his true battle prowess. However, he didn't have time to waste here with Yan Feng. His goal was the peerless divine weapon. With a cold snort, Lin Xian attacked again. Haha, brat, I guessed it right. You can't wait to attack, right? Seeing Lin Xian's action seemed to confirm his guess, Yan Feng laughed maniacally. A guy who used a secret technique to increase his strength wants to compete with me? What a joke. Yan Feng laughed maniacally as he waved the berserk blade in his hand. Rays of blade light surged out rapidly. Then, an unparalleled power erupted from Yan Feng's body. His eyes were like 2 rays of blade light, piercing through space and time. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the berserk blade in his hand, erupting with a powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword with a backhand. Boundless sword light rushed out from his body. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Yan Feng. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Dang, the two collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. A huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. The great dragon sword soul continued to circulate, causing his battle prowess to be unparalleled. He fought Yan Feng, an 8th level venerable. The surrounding people were deeply shocked by the scene. A 7th level venerable fought an 8th level venerable head-on. This was probably the first time in history that a 7th level venerable was not at a disadvantage. Impossible. Go to hell. Yan Feng roared into the sky, wanting to kill Lin Xian. His black hair danced wildly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. The long blade in his hand slashed towards Lin Xian. Every strike caused the void to collapse. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like the tip of a sword, sharp to the extreme. The long sword slashed across the sky, emitting an unparalleled light that caused the entire world to lose its color. The sword chi swept out, shattering all of Yan Feng's attacks. The sword chi was like a dragon roaring in the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Feng's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to face this terrifying sword chi head-on. His body quickly retreated like a ghost. However, his aura was at a disadvantage as he retreated. When he wanted to counterattack, he realized that he was being suppressed by Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. He was like an ancient demon mountain that people could only look up to. Lin Xian did not give Yan Feng a chance to counterattack. The Lone Star sword in his hand was like a dragon, roaring continuously. A terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. Lin Xian slashed out 13 times in a row. The terrifying sword light connected in the sky like a vast ocean and blasted towards Yan Feng. The entire void was trembling, and the cave was shaking non-stop as if it would collapse at any time. Yan Feng's face was pale. He could not dodge at all and could only take the 13 swords head-on. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. Yan Feng's face was pale, and his entire arm was trembling. The 13 swords were like raging waves, each stronger than the last. In the end, although he took the 13 swords, his arm was completely numb, and he could not exert any strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's battle intent was high, and his aura was majestic. Sword light surrounded his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed out again. Wind and thunder roared, and metal and fire mixed together. This sword was extremely sharp, and it directly sent Yan Feng's demon slayer flying. Then, the long sword swept out like a dragon swinging its tail, and sent Yan Feng flying. Blood splattered in the air, and explosions continued. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking. They could not believe that Yan Feng had been defeated. One had to know that Yan Feng was an 8th heaven honorable. He was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world, but he had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had lost to a 7th level venerate. This was simply too unbelievable. Duan Tianqing's face was also gloomy, and his entire body was trembling. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yan Feng. It was really beyond his expectations. Not only that, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian was someone that the Palace of Gods of War had to kill. One of his missions in the remote sky secret realm this time was to kill Lin Xian. Originally, there was no suspense to this mission because Lin Xian was only a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer before entering the remote heaven secret realm. A person like that was like an ant in Duan Tianqing's eyes. However, in just 2 to 3 months, Lin Xian had already become a 7th heaven honorable. Not only that, his battle strength was even more powerful. He could already fight against an 8th heaven honorable. It would be very difficult to kill him now. Thinking of this, he felt fear and regret at the same time. If he had made up his mind to pursue them with all his might back then, none of this would have happened. But now, it was too late. Not only in the remote sky secret realm, but if they let him out, the situation in the Palace of Gods of War would change drastically. Therefore, the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian was in the remote heaven mystery realm. Just as he was considering whether or not to make a move, Lin Xian had already made the first move. After dealing with Yan Feng, Lin Xian turned around and returned to the place where the swords were hidden. He activated the great dragon sword spirit, causing the thousands of swords to hum. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find the true peerless divine weapon. For a moment, the entire space was filled with sword radiance. Sword Qi soared into the sky and was extremely dazzling. The sword sovereign also snorted coldly as his eyes shone brightly. A huge sword aura surged from his body, connecting the heavens and the earth. Rays of sword light spread out in all directions like waves, quickly covering the entire sword treasury. Duan Tianqing also roared as he activated the energy in his body with all his might. 3 violent bursts of energy covered the entire space, leaving nothing behind. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 3 great powerhouses, an extremely dazzling ray of light shone from the sky sword forest. The peerless divine weapon has appeared. Seeing that ray of light, everyone exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, that ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the sword sovereign. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared angrily. He stretched out a huge palm of light and grabbed at the space before him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. This place was very strange. Since the hidden sword had chosen the sword lord, it was already destined. As expected, although Duan Tianqing's palm of light was terrifying, it was instantly torn apart by that ray of sword light. Soon, that ray of sword light arrived beside the sword sovereign. Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian was expressionless. This was what he had expected. However, this time, things went beyond his expectations. Because suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind him and charged towards the sword sovereign like lightning. Then, 2 terrifying palms reached out and grabbed the treasured sword in front of the sword sovereign. It's them. Lin Xian looked at the 2 figures with a surprised expression. He naturally knew these 2 figures, but he did not expect them to dare to make a move at this time. One must know. That was the sword sovereign. The 2 figures were naturally the 7th Elder and Zhu Chen of the Divine Bird Palace. The 2 of them had been ordered by the Heavenly Netherbird to obtain the peerless divine weapon. However, they did not know what the peerless divine weapon was, and the Heavenly Netherbird did not tell them. Therefore, in their opinion, the sword in the sword sovereign's hand must be a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they made a move. When these 2 people appeared, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move on the sword sovereign. They were really bold. However, when they sensed the aura of these 2 people, they all screamed. 8th Heaven of the Honorable Realm! 8th Heaven of the Honorable Realm! In addition to Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng of the Palace of Gods of War, there were 2 8th Heaven Honorables. This was too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that the 2 figures were actually from the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Bird Palace have 8th Heaven Honorables? Everyone was stunned. However, the sword sovereign snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve and the long sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, a sword light quickly slashed forward. The 7th Elder and Zhu Chen of the Divine Bird Palace were hit by the sword light. They immediately retreated and cracked the void. However, balls of black flames strangely rose from their bodies, forming a defense that blocked the sword light. Therefore, they did not suffer fatal injuries. The 2 landed on the ground and stared straight ahead. You 2 stupid birds dare to come and snatch my things? The sword sovereign said with disdain. The 7th Elder gritted his teeth and looked very serious. No matter what, we will not let you take the peerless divine weapon away today. Behind them, Duan Tianqing saw the scene and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed wildly. Good, good, good. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Bird Palace, why don't we join forces? He could not fight against the sword sovereign, and it seemed that the 2 of them could not succeed either. Therefore, he thought of joining forces. 3/8 heaven honorables should be able to fight against the sword sovereign. After all, no matter how strong the sword sovereign was, he was now old and did not have much chi and blood in his body. Therefore, he could not display his peak strength. All right. Hearing Duan Tianqing's suggestion, the 7 elders quickly nodded. As long as they could stop the sword venerable and obtain the peerless weapon, it didn't matter who they joined forces with. Be careful, that kid is very strange. Duan Tianqing came to the 7th elder's side and glanced in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders and left the sword vault. The sword still belonged to the sword venerable, so he wouldn't do anything. Thus, he left the battle. Seeing Lin Xian leave, the sword venerable was expressionless, but Duan Tianqing and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they really wanted to fight, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that he had left, it couldn't be better for them. In the next moment, the 3 of them formed a triangle and rushed toward the sword venerable. It seems that I haven't fought for a long time, and the world has forgotten about this old man. The sword venerable said slowly, all right, I'll show you what a peerless weapon is today. With that, the sword venerable's aura became stronger and stronger. The light in his eyes was like a peerless divine sword that directly tore through the void. With a clang, as if a sword had been unsheathed, the entire sky shook. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword chi flew forward like a thunderbolt. As soon as the sword chi appeared, the surrounding cultivators all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. With their strength, they couldn't resist the sword chi from the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing and the other 2 were the first to bear the brunt. Their expressions changed drastically as they sensed danger. I, the unique and righteous. Duan Tianqing roared, and his body glowed brightly, forming a very thick defense that enveloped him. At the side, the 7th elder and Zhu Chen didn't dare to be careless. They quickly circulated their spirit energy and formed a huge 3-headed vermilion blood bird that covered their bodies. In the face of this terrifying sword, they had no choice but to use their strongest defense. The terrifying sword chi fell from the sky like the Milky Way, shattering the void wherever it passed. In the next moment, it ruthlessly slashed Duan Tianqing and the other 2, sending them flying. The green light on Duan Tianqing's body and the shadow of the divine bird on 7th elder's body rapidly cracked under the attack of the sword aura. The 3 of them felt their chi and blood churning. Many parts of their bodies were cut open by the sword chi. However, the 3 of them were 8th heaven venerables after all. Furthermore, the 3 of them were very powerful when they joined forces. In the end, they successfully resisted the sword. However, they weren't happy at all because the single sword venerable had only moved his finger. He hadn't even taken out his weapon, yet he had already created such a power. This was not good news for them. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a dignified expression. As expected of a sword venerable, he was indeed terrifying. Although he didn't have much time left, he could still display such a terrifying combat strength. It was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's attention was quickly diverted. Under the perception of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian seemed to find that something was summoning him. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front of him to the gigantic heaven and earth smelt in the sky. That feeling seemed to be coming from the huge furnace. The huge furnace was extremely magical. Countless lava waterfalls fell from the entrance, forming a magnificent scene. The temperature was extremely terrifying. Even 7th heaven venerables didn't dare to approach it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the fire used by the peerless figures in the past to refine weapons. A fire that could refine a peerless divine weapon was definitely extraordinary. Kid, what are you looking at? The Crimson Dragon asked from the side. I feel that there's something in the furnace. Something? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon became excited. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. That fire isn't easy to deal with. Lin Xian expressed his worries. What's the problem? Don't you have 10,000 bee sting? Just absorb all the fire. Oh right, this fire is good stuff. It'll be of great help to you when you refine weapons. 10,000 bee sting? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he would have to pay a huge price to use that thing. However, in the end, he sighed. All right. This was because he really had no other choice now. Therefore, he quickly communicated with Zero. However, to his surprise, Zero didn't make any other requests this time. This made Lin Xian sigh in relief. This was because the price of using 10,000 beast ding was too great. If he could avoid using it, he wouldn't use it. However, he didn't expect that there would be an exception this time. Soon, Lin Xian seemed to have figured it out. The fire in the furnace that day was probably also beneficial to the 10,000 beast ding. Since he had the support of 10,000 beast ding, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer. He quickly soared into the sky. His actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's Lin Xian doing? Why is he flying into the sky? Could it be that he wants to interfere too? That shouldn't be. That's not the direction of the battlefield. It seems that he's flying toward the huge furnace in the sky. No way, what's there to investigate about that furnace? Moreover, I'm afraid that even 7th Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to approach that temperature. The group of people discussed fervently. They couldn't understand. They didn't even think of the possibility of it being a peerless divine weapon. This was because they had already determined that the sword in front of sword supremacy was a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they didn't think that there was anything in the earth furnace that could surpass a peerless divine weapon. It wasn't just the surrounding cultivators who were confused. Even Duan Tianqing and the other two were very surprised. However, they still paid special attention to Lin Xian's actions. Damn it, what's that brat up to now? 7th Elder quickly sent a voice transmission while dodging sword supremacy sword chi. Who knows? Ignore him. I've already investigated that heaven and earth furnace. Even 8th Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to enter it. No matter how strong that brat is, he won't be able to dodge those flames. 7th Elder and Zhuchen relaxed when they heard this. Thus, the three of them joined forces and quickly attacked sword supremacy. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat sword supremacy even if they joined forces. However, the black flames on 7th Elder and Zhuchen's bodies were very strange. They actually forcefully resisted sword supremacy sword chi. Therefore, there was a stalemate right now. Sword supremacy's face was also gloomy. Originally, he didn't care about the 8th Heaven Venerables. However, the black flames on their bodies were too strange. He had to be careful. These black flames seemed to have the aura of the heavenly netherbird. When did these two people from the Divine Bird Palace have a connection with the heavenly netherbird? Sword Supremacy's eyes flashed. He was very confused. The strength of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even if sword supremacy was at his peak, he might not be able to contend against it, let alone now. However, the two people in front of him clearly had the flames of the heavenly netherbird. He had to be careful. As for Lin Xian's actions, he also ignored it because he didn't feel anything from the furnace. No one stopped him. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. He was very fast and arrived near the furnace in an instant. Then, with a flip of his palm, the 10,000 beast ding appeared in the void. With a low growl, Lin Xian injected his spiritual energy into the 1,000 beast cauldron. Soon after, the small black cauldron emitted a black glow. The birds and beasts on the cauldron swam continuously as if they were about to come to life. A powerful devouring power gushed out and surged towards the flaming furnace in front of him. Boom, suddenly, the void trembled. Countless flames surged and spread out in the sky. They seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the 10,000 beast ding. What? He wants to absorb those flames? Is he crazy? It can't be. Even an 8th level supremacy would avoid those flames. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist those flames. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. However, Duan Tianqing and the others sneered. This kid is really digging his own grave. I was still thinking about how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. That's even better. He'll be burned to death by those flames. Then, we won't have to do anything. No one could understand Lin Xian's actions. They all thought that he was playing with fire. However, the Crimson Dragon, Zhao Shui, and Murong Qingqing were very calm because they knew Lin Xian's methods. Indeed, the terrifying flames in the sky did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, they were all absorbed by the 10,000 beast sting in his hand. Not a single one was left. In the huge furnace in the sky, the lava gradually decreased and the situation inside was gradually revealed. There were countless fragments in the furnace. They were probably all scrap metal from failed weapon refinement. However, amidst the debris, a faint green glow could be seen. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that green light. He could sense that the aura he had sensed earlier was emitted by that green light. It's not enough. Absorb more. Lin Xian continued to push the 10,000 beast sting to absorb the flames inside. The green light ahead became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Oh my god, what is that? Green light. There's really a treasure in that furnace? How is that possible? How did that kid know? The group of people was extremely shocked. Duan Tianqing and the other two looked gloomy. They did not expect Ling Xian to be able to absorb those flames. What shocked them even more was that there were other treasures in those flames. Although he still didn't know what the treasure was, it must be something extraordinary to be able to exist in such a huge furnace. As the flames in the furnace decreased, everyone was finally able to see what the green light was. It was a long sword. Its entire body was green, like an emerald, sparkling and translucent. The green longsword stood among the thousands of pieces of scrap metal. It was like a star, shining brightly. Divine, unparalleled weapon. When Lin Xian saw the jade green sword, these words suddenly appeared in his mind. This was because he could feel an unusually sharp aura from it. As the flames dwindled and the green light became brighter, Lin Xian was more and more certain that the Venerable's sword was not a divine weapon. And this green longsword in front of him could very well be the true peerless godly weapon. Even the Venerable had realized this. The Venerable sighed. He had already obtained a treasured sword. According to the rules of this place, he could not lay his hands on any other treasured swords. Therefore, even if the green sword was a divine weapon, he was probably not fated to have it. Duan Tianqing and the others were even more shocked. They gave up on attacking the Venerable and stared at the green sword in the sky. Divine weapon. That's the real divine weapon. Duan Tianqing roared excitedly. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces darkened. They had been busy fighting the Venerable for half a day, only to discover that the sword in their opponent's hand was not a divine weapon. Their real target was in the sky. This made them want to vomit blood. However, it was not too late. Since the divine weapon had appeared, they had to obtain it. Only then would they be able to complete the mission given to them by the heavenly netherbird. The two of them let out a long howl as they rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the sky. They had to snatch the green treasured sword before Lin Xian did. However, just as they approached the green sword, their faces changed and they dodged to the side. Because the green sword felt threatened, it began to hum. A green light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to split the world in half. The sword chi was too terrifying. The sky could not withstand it. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, they discovered that this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt in the outside world. Without a doubt, this green sword was a divine weapon. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's hearts beat wildly as they looked at the sword chi. They had almost been split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, they had the black flames left behind by the heavenly netherbird to protect them. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. However, what made them feel at ease was that after the jade-green treasured sword unleashed a shocking attack, it once again regained its calm, as if it had fallen silent. Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen did not delay and quickly attacked again. Behind them, Duan Tianqing also roared and rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and released several sword chi towards Duan Tianqing and the seventh elder. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Below, the Venerable did not attack. He looked at the sky and took a deep breath before returning to the side of the deity sword villa. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect the Venerable to give up. Even the people from the deity sword villa were confused. They asked in unison, "Elder Venerable, are you really not going to fight for that divine sword?" "Yes, with your strength, you will definitely be able to get it." However, the sword venerable shook his head slightly. Fate has been decided. We cannot force it. The rules of this place are very firm. You must not resist. Otherwise, it will cause a hopeless disaster. Hearing this, the disciples of the deity Sword Villa fell silent. They knew the sword venerable very well. He was an extremely ancient existence. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. Don't worry. Although that divine weapon is good, it is also a double-edged sword. Although obtaining it will greatly increase your strength, it will also bring endless trouble. Moreover, I feel that this sword is indeed extraordinary. According to my estimation, there should be an earth rank fragment in it. What? An earth rank fragment? Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. A half-earth rank treasure that contained an earth rank fragment was definitely priceless. Since the sword venerable had spoken, the deity Sword Villa did not participate in the fight for the divine weapon. Instead, they retreated to the side and watched quietly. Although the others around also had the same idea, they were not strong enough to fight against the flames in the sky. Therefore, no one dared to act rashly. At that moment, only Lin Xian and the other three were left in the sky. Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky to have found a peerless divine weapon. But your luck has come to an end because you can't get this peerless divine weapon. It's destined to be mine. Duan Tianqing's voice was filled with excitement. On the other side, the seventh elder also said coldly, Kid, we won't let you get the peerless divine sword. Faced with the three people's interception, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly used the dragon catcher hand. His spiritual power surged and drew out two true dragons. They circled around each other and formed a huge hand that quickly grabbed forward. The dragon catcher hand was said to be able to capture true dragons. At that moment, Lin Xian used it to grab the peerless divine sword in front of him. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, Duan Tianqing and the other two finally could not hold it in anymore. The three of them quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were very fast like lightning. Terrifying rays of light were like sabers and sword shadows that quickly swept forward. Duan Tianqing's murderous aura soared into the sky. He quickly threw out the Overlord Divine Fist as if he wanted to blow Lin Xian apart with one punch. On the other side, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen joined forces and threw out two huge claws. They emitted a monstrous murderous aura as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The three of them were all 8th level supremacies. At that moment, they attacked with all their might. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He only made one move, which was to grab the 10,000 beast ding in his hand and swing it forward. Buzz, the flames that were absorbed from the 10,000 beast ding also surged out quickly. The sea of fire filled the sky. The terrifying flames burned space and time. Countless sea of fire spread and formed waves. In an instant, the attacks from the three of them were burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Not only that, the flames were like the phantom of a dragon that quickly rushed toward the three of them and enveloped them. Ah! Damn it, break for me! Duan Tianqing roared madly. His body glowed brightly as he tried to break free from the terrifying flames. However, they had underestimated these flames. These flames were used by ancient powerhouses to refine peerless weapons. No one below the king level dared to touch them. It was only because Lin Xian had used the 10,000 beast ding that he dared to take it. There was no way anyone else would be able to subdue it. The 7th elder and the 8th elder roared madly. Black lines appeared on their bodies and quickly crawled all over their bodies. Then, a ball of black flames burned fiercely and enveloped them, quickly resisting the sea of fire that filled the sky. It was fine without the black flames. But as soon as the black flames appeared, the sea of fire that filled the sky seemed to be enraged. Suddenly, an incomparable radiance blossomed. More and more flames converged toward the two of them, and even Duan Tianqing felt the pressure lessen significantly. Damn it, why is it like this? Seeing this, the 7th elder and Zhu Chen's expressions turned ugly. They had only wanted to use the black flames to resist, but they had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late for them to withdraw now. This was because the surrounding flames had completely covered them. If they withdrew the black flames now, the surrounding sea of fire would burn them to ashes. However, if they did not withdraw the black flames, they would attract more and more sea of fire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Therefore, the two of them were destined to die. In the end, they were burned to ashes by the merciless sea of fire, leaving nothing behind. Duan Tianqing was lucky enough to escape with his life, but one of his arms was also burned to ashes. 3 grade 8th level curses, 2 dead and 1 injured. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the cultivators from the deity sword villa were terrified. Fortunately, their sword venerable did not make a move. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well. In the next moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky with horror. This was too shocking. He had directly burned 2 8th level supremacies to death. Probably no one would dare to provoke Lin Xian now, let alone have any ideas about the peerless sword. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very surprised by this result. This was because he could feel the power of the flames, which could threaten an 8th level supremacies. However, it was impossible to completely burn them to death at that time. Of course, this was also the fault of the 2 people from the Divine Bird Palace. They used the black flames to attract the endless sea of fire, which caused this scene. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. At least now, no one dared to stop him from obtaining the peerless sword. In the next moment, Lin Xian activated the 10,000 beast ding and put the emerald sword into the cauldron. After doing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. His figure flashed and Lin Xian returned to Zhao Shui and the others. After taking away the peerless sword, there was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he wanted to leave. However, the others did not think so. There were still many treasured swords in the sword treasury. They were all good things. They still wanted to try. Morong Qingqing did not leave either. This was because many warriors in her family had not obtained any treasured swords yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left first, while the others searched for opportunities here. Lin Xian, where are we going? Zhao Shui asked. Just now, she also obtained a half-earth level treasure. Although she did not use a sword, she could sell it and get a lot of spirit stones. Find a safe place to rest. I want to take a look at the peerless sword over there. Previously, Lin Xian only put it away and did not look at it carefully. Now that he had time, he must study it carefully. Soon, they found an empty hall. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up a defensive formation. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the 10,000 beast ding again. Suddenly, a hot aura gushed out from the 10,000 beast ding, accompanied by a sharp edge. A jade-green longsword slowly appeared and floated in the void. It was like a jade-green gemstone, incomparably deep. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were countless small cracks on the sword. Not only that, the jade-green sword was broken. 1/3 of the sword's tip was missing. It could be said that it was broken. However, the aura emitted from it was unusually sharp, far surpassing that of a half-earth level treasure. Even the Lone Star sword could not compare. The Crimson Dragon also looked at it carefully. Then, he said slowly, this should be an earth-level treasure. However, it is very broken now. What? You mean this is an earth-level treasure? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this peerless sword to have such a terrifying origin. He had seen the power of an earth-level treasure. After all, the 10,000 beast ding was an earth-level treasure. Its power was definitely not something they could imagine. He did not expect the long sword in front of him to be an earth-level treasure. End of chapter 12:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.